Vhumad God Chapter 32:23 to Chapter 33:06. Heavens, they couldn't believe their ears. What was Ba Shuheng doing? Ba Shuheng actually dared to challenge Sky Water Ant. Did he still want to live? As expected, Sky Water Ant's face darkened, and a cold glint exploded from his eyes. Beside him, countless fragments of the Law of Water appeared. Have you three brothers lost your minds recently? You actually dare to challenge me? Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Sky Water Ant took a step forward, and the entire space turned into a sea. Sky Water Ant, don't be arrogant. Yuheng and his brothers froze. They quickly activated their law fragments to resist. At the same time, Ba Shuheng roared. Do you think you're arrogant? Let me give you a word of advice. Leave quickly. Lin Gongzi is standing behind me. He's not someone you can provoke. Leave quickly and you can live. Otherwise, you'll suffer a terrible fate. Yuheng's second and third brothers also roared. You want me to leave? I'll suffer a terrible fate? When Sky Water Ant heard that, he roared with laughter. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. If Long Tianzhao or Di Ling were to say such words, I would turn and leave. Even an apology would do. But who do you think you are? Someone like him dares to say such words to me? Sky Water Ant was very disdainful. When he entered, he had already observed Lin Xian. He did not know Lin Xian. Moreover, he did not sense any terrifying aura from Lin Xian. He was already number one with an orange name. As long as someone with a purple name did not appear, he would not be afraid. He would not be afraid of a powerful warrior like the demonically prince. Who did he think he was? How dare he show off in front of him? When Ba Shuheng heard that, he sneered. Sky Water Ant, since you're courting death, don't blame me. Listen carefully. At this point, his voice suddenly became loud and clear, spreading in all directions. Lin Gongzi behind me is number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard. Sky Water Ant, hurry up and kneel, kowtow, and admit your mistake. His voice rumbled like thunder. The surrounding people were all stunned. What? Number one with a purple name on the Abyss leaderboard, heavens, how is this possible? When the Sky Water Ant heard this, he laughed heartily. I say, you three trash's heads are really stuck in a door. The purple one is ranked first, but it's an imperial mausoleum. Who is this kid? Why have I never heard of him? He laughed until tears came out of his eyes. Initially, he thought that the other party was a formidable genius. Who would have thought that the other party was actually a swindler? These three Yuheng brothers are really idiots. The first place on the Abyss rankings had been maintained for over 100 years, and it had always been Di Ling. When had it ever changed? Are we idiots? I think you're the idiot, Yuheng's second brother also sneered. How many years ago was your information? Our Lin Gongzi had just obtained first place. It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. I advise you to apologize quickly. What? First place? It was on par with the Imperial Mausoleum. How dare someone like him claim to be number one? The Sky Water Ant sneered. He took a step forward, and the endless sea turned into huge waves that surged forward. The terrifying fragments of the Law of Water rushed over. The faces of the Yuheng brothers changed as they roared madly. However, in the next moment, they were sent flying. So powerful, this Sky Water Ant was really too terrifying. The other party's aura alone made them unable to resist. Was this the orange one ranked first? It was really too powerful. The Yuheng brothers were shocked. The surrounding people were even more horrified. It seemed that this time, the person who offended the Sky Water Ant was really dead. The Yuheng brothers' faces were ugly. They could not beat the Sky Water Ant at all. They could only look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian's expression was calm. The terrifying wave attack just now did not cause any harm to him at all. He slowly put down the glazed teacup. Then, he raised his head and looked to the front left. The Law of Water fragment? Sky Water Ant, the orange one ranked first. Lin Xian said 3 titles in a row. The power was not bad, but that was all. I have no interest in fighting with you. Leave quickly. Lin Xian waved his hand. You're really courting death. Do you really think you're the purple one ranked first? How dare you say such words to me? the sky water ant's eyes shone with a piercing light. The surrounding geniuses, Prince Emoli, and the others all sneered. Daring to offend the sky water ant would definitely lead to a tragic end. The sky water ant was furious. His palm pushed out horizontally. Suddenly, the terrifying law of water fragments intertwined, dyeing the entire void blue. The monstrous ocean and violent waves shattered the void, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. Die for me, ocean bind. This attack was very terrifying. Even if a half-saint was enveloped by it, he would be ground into a bloody mist by the strangling power of the ocean. Lin Xian felt the terrifying law of water fragments forming a strangling power, trying to crush his body. However, his body wasn't so easily broken. The law of water fragments hit his body, making clanging sounds. It was like a million thunderbolts. However, Lin Xian sat there, allowing the other party to hit him without moving an inch. When the seawater disappeared, the surrounding people were stunned. The sky water ant's pupils shrank. How could he not be injured? He felt like he was dreaming. His opponent should have been turned into a bloody mist. Why was he not injured at all? What kind of body did that damn brat have? Was he still human? The Prince Emoli and the others were also shocked. If his opponent was not wearing any top-tier armor, his body would be too terrifying. Good boy, you do have some skills. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and go against me. However, do you think that your body is strong enough to withstand my law of water? You are too naive. Water demon pressure, explode. As the sky water ant roared, the void above Lin Xian kept shattering, forming a terrifying black hole. Endless fragments of the law of water formed 9,999 waves that came crashing down from the sky. The pressure was too strong. The surrounding people all vomited blood and flew backward, their faces full of horror. Even the bodies of Yu Heng and his brothers trembled as they retreated to the side. Under the water pressure, they could not resist at all. Even their souls would be crushed. Ha ha ha, let's see how you die this time. The sky water ant's lips curled into a cold smile. This time, he did not believe that Lin Xian could withstand it. Facing the 9,999 terrifying waves, Lin Xian's 9 sons' divine body shone with an unparalleled radiance to contend against them. The next moment, he looked up. Golden runes flashed in his eyes, turning into golden law fragments, forming a golden sword light that shot upward. The sword rippled, and the surrounding void was completely golden. Everyone trembled as if they had been pierced by the sword. Something shocking happened. 9,999 terrifying waves were split open by the sword. A terrifying crack appeared in the middle and it could not be healed. What? It was split open. Prince Emoli and the others were shocked. Sky water ant's pupils shrank. This was impossible. He screamed like a madman. On the other side, Lin Xian stood up. As he stood up, the golden sword light on his body filled the 9 heavens and 10 lands. All the waves in the void were pierced through and obliterated by the sword chi. You want to fight me? Are you sure? Lin Xian asked coldly. His words transformed into tens of thousands of golden sword lights that pressed down on the void, causing Prince Emoli and the others to tremble. The sky water ant's face turned pale. Just the terrifying power in the voice caused the blood in his body to churn. Damn it. Who is this person? Why have I never heard of such a terrifying young expert? Who the hell are you? Sky water ant asked in a low voice. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. I am Lin Wudi. Yu Heng and his brothers shouted excitedly from afar. Haha. Sky water ant, I told you that Lin Gongzi is the new number 1 on the Abyss board. How dare you challenge him? You are overestimating yourself, Lin Wudi. The new number 1 on the Abyss board. The crowd was shocked. They did not believe it before and thought it was a joke. But now, they had to believe it. Sky water ant was terrifying. He was the number 1 on the orange ranking, but now, he was suppressed by Lin Wudi's aura and could not fight back. Only the number 1 on the purple ranking could do such a thing. So it was Lin Gongzi. Please forgive me. Sky water ant clenched his fist and said. Although he was unwilling, he did not dare to fight again. The aura that Lin Wudi gave off was too powerful. Lin Xian nodded slightly and put away the golden sword light that filled the sky. He sat down again and poured himself a cup. Yu Heng and his brothers heaved a sigh of relief and walked over. They looked around with pride in their eyes. Prince Emoli also walked out. It was Lin Gongzi. Sorry. I wonder if young Master Lin would do me the honor and allow me to properly entertain you. Prince Emoli wanted to rope Lin Xian in. After all, Lin Xian was the first on the purple ranking. They were very strong, far surpassing the Heavenly Water Ant and the others. If he could win over the Fallen Kingdom, then he would undoubtedly become the crown prince of the Fallen Kingdom. Furthermore, he would become the next emperor. Not interested. Lin Xian said indifferently. Hearing this, Prince Emoli frowned. At this moment, a black-robed man beside him snorted. Brat, you really refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The prince gave you face, and you actually dared to refuse. Did he really think that he could strut around just because he was number one on the leaderboard? He was really courting death. Don't forget, this is the place where you feel most at ease. This man was one of the generals under Prince Emoli. His strength had reached the sage-to-be level, and he was very strong. Moreover, he cultivated the law of darkness. Although he did not participate in the Abyss test, he was very confident in himself. Previously, he was somewhat disdainful of the Heavenly Water Ant and the others. In his opinion, as long as the prince was willing, all these people would come over. They would submit to the prince, but now, the prince had extended an invitation, and the other party dared to refuse. This made him feel incomparably furious. Not good. Hearing this, the Heavenly Water Ant's expression changed. Prince Emoli raised his eyebrows and was about to stop him. In the next moment, they were stunned. Because Lin Xian snorted. Noisy, with a wave of his hand, a flaming palm surged over and instantly hit the black-robed man, sending him flying. Smack, a clear sound was heard. The black-robed man's face was smashed. Get lost. Lin Xian said coldly. This scene was too sudden. The surrounding people were all stunned. Even the Yu Hengshan brothers were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so decisive. He dared to hit the people around Prince Emoli. Roar, I'll kill you. The black-robed man flew over. Black law fragments appeared on his body, and a terrifying aura surged out. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed as if it was going to be night. Abyss. Prince Emoli reached out and stopped him. He then turned around and stared at Lin Xian. You dare to hit my people? That's a bit too overbearing. It seemed that Prince Emoli was angry. The people around him were trembling in fear. Lin Xian shook the teacup in his hand and said indifferently. Your people? Then control them well. Don't let them yell in front of me. Because you don't have the right, arrogant. Everyone's scalp went numb. They already thought that Prince Emoli was arrogant enough, but they did not expect Lin Xian to be even more arrogant than them. Not qualified? He said that Prince Emoli and the others were not qualified. How arrogant was that? Good. Hearing those arrogant words, Prince Emoli was so angry that he laughed. I'm not qualified? How many years has it been since someone dared to talk to me like that? Previously, I respected you as a prodigy and thought that you were a promising talent. That's why I invited you. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me. Abyss, you can do it now. Roar, the black-robed man roared and rushed over. In the next moment, the entire third floor was plunged into complete darkness. It was so dark that one couldn't even see their own fingers. Everyone seemed to have been robbed of their vision and soul senses. Law of darkness. Countless people screamed in horror and hid in the corner, not daring to show their faces. Yu Heng and his brothers were also shocked. They quickly defended and at the same time, they quickly retreated. They could not withstand the energy at all. Lin Xian snorted. Law of darkness, do you really think that you can rob all light? Let me tell you today, there are strong and weak laws. Lin Xian's voice rang out. In the next moment, the law of fire shone on his body and burned fiercely. The nine-yang divine body erupted with an unparalleled light. Suddenly, like a flame in the darkness, it appeared in an instant. At this moment, everyone saw it, and they were incomparably shocked. Heaven could actually soar with fire. This person's law of fire was so powerful. Extinguish. In the void, a cold voice came. the law of darkness quickly swallowed the fire. However, he could not do it at all. The fire, from the beginning, became stronger and stronger. Finally, like a sea of fire, it began to spread in all directions. The darkness faded. A figure appeared in midair. He stopped there with an awkward expression and his eyes were filled with shock. He was the black-robed man. At this moment, the black-robed man had already flown behind Lin Xian and was ready to attack. However, before he could make a move, his law of darkness had already been broken. Sneak attack me? Lin Xian turned his head, his eyes bursting with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched out. With a whoosh, at this moment, Lin Xian became the god of fire. The violent fist turned into a fire dragon that spread out and pierced through the 9 heavens. Boom, the black-robed man was sent flying in an instant, his body torn apart. Ah! He screamed and ran back to Prince Emoli's side to reassemble his body. His face was incomparably pale, and his eyes were filled with intense fear. Get lost. Lin Xian said again. Kid, you're too arrogant. Prince Emoli was trembling with anger. Yi Futian was in his territory and he asked him to get lost. If this got out, how could he survive in the future? How could he fight for the position of crown prince? Everyone, please lend me a helping hand. Prince Emoli turned around and bowed slightly to the young geniuses behind him. What? The geniuses behind him were stunned. They were here to help Prince Emoli, but they did not expect Prince Emoli to ask them to deal with the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard. They hesitated. Don't worry, I have experts on my side too. As he spoke, 2 old men walked out from beside him. At the same time, he continued. This person is strong, but I'm sure he can't be number 1 on the leaderboard. Maybe he's just a purple name and came out to show off his power. Can't we take him down if we work together? Don't worry, as long as we take him down, I'll double the conditions I promised you before. Really? The genius's pupils shrank. Double the amount, this was simply too generous. They did not agree to help Prince Emoli unconditionally. They must have agreed on the conditions. However, if the conditions were doubled, even they would not be able to refuse. All right. Skywater Ant gritted his teeth and nodded. The other geniuses around him nodded as well. All right, let's work together. I'd like to see how strong this kid is. The geniuses stepped forward. At the same time, there were 2 other elders. There were 7 of them. 7 half-saints facing Lin Xian together. The people around them were going crazy. Oh my god, this lineup is too strong. Can he really take it? Even the number 1 on the Abyss leaderboard might not be able to take it. After all, there are 7 half-saints. Every one of them is terrifying. Now that they're working together, they're definitely strong. Master, be careful. Yu Heng and his brothers also walked up. They looked very nervous. 7 half-saints. Every one of them is stronger than them. Even if one of them attacked, the 3 brothers would have to fight with all their strength. Such a lineup was simply too terrifying. Therefore, they began to worry about Lin Xian. Young master, if the 3 of us work together, we can hold back one of them. No, at most, we can fight against 2. As for the remaining 5. Before boss could finish speaking, Lin Xian waved his hand. No need, you guys can just stand aside and watch. What? After a while, the boss was stunned. The 2 brothers beside him were also stunned. What was the meaning of this? From the looks of it, he seemed to want to fight 7 half-saints alone. Thinking of this possibility, the 3 brothers sucked in a breath of cold air. Heavens, isn't this too unbelievable? Lin Xian walked out, looked to the front, and said coldly, do the 7 of you really want to fight me? Kid, if you apologize obediently now, we can still give you a way out. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite, an elder said coldly. He was also one of Emoli's men. Bow his head and apologize? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to do so, right? Lin Xian shook his head in disdain. Show me what you've got. This kid, does he really want to fight? Those were 7 half-saints, after all. The surrounding people were all stunned. The half-saints on the opposite side were also angry, and then their faces darkened. Their eyes were filled with monstrous anger. How dare he look down on them? Good kid, you're really arrogant. However, I wonder if you have the ability to be arrogant. He Yuan sneered. He first used the law of darkness. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and one couldn't see his fingers in front of him. At the same time, the 7 half-saints on the opposite side quickly rushed over. It's over. That kid is really dead this time. This was the thought in everyone's mind. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Monstrous light rushed out of his body, and he instantly broke the law of darkness. At this time, the 7 half-saints were still in front of him, and firmly surrounded him. Sword of Darkness. In He Yuan's hand, the law of darkness condensed into a pitch-black demonic sword, emitting a cold aura. The sword pierced toward Lin Xian's head. Buzz, on the other side, a blue rod pressed down from the sky like a mountain. The void was instantly blasted apart. Terrifying law fragments danced in the air. The one who attacked was the sky water ant. At this moment, he no longer had a handsome appearance, but was incomparably ferocious. His body was much larger than before. Countless silver-white scales appeared on his body. He was one of the 10,000 ancient races, the descendant of the ancient heavenly horned ant. The ancient heavenly horned ant had great strength and boundless strength. The sky water ant inherited this bloodline, so its strength was extremely terrifying. In addition, what he comprehended was the law of water. With a monstrous aura, he instantly destroyed everything. Everyone felt that their bodies were about to collapse. The other 5 half-saints also attacked crazily. Each of them was extremely terrifying. It's over. The Yuheng brothers and the others trembled. If they faced such an attack, they would probably be instantly turned into ashes. Lin Xian faced the 7 half-saints' terrifying attacks and shouted angrily. Immediately, his palm danced, and the power of annihilation formed a vortex around him. Immediately, all of the attacks rapidly collapsed under the law of annihilation. To actually be able to neutralize our attacks, we really underestimated you. But so what, this time, the 7 of us joined hands. Can you neutralize it? An old man sneered. It was indeed so. Although the 7 people's attacks were dim, it was impossible to shatter them. Especially the sky water ant's attack, it was barely affected. Lin Xian snorted coldly and urged the law of annihilation again, finally destroying 2 people's attacks. However, although the other 5 people's attacks were dim, they still shattered the law of annihilation fragments. Haha, kid, let's see what ability you have this time. Go to hell for me. These people were ferocious. Lin Xian was fearless. With a wave of his palm, the boundless sea waves surged out again. The boundless sea instantly formed a soft power, making these people's attacks seem to have entered a swamp, being blocked again. The law of water. The sky water ant's pupils constricted. The other party actually also knew the law of water. This kid actually grasped 2 types of laws. This really surprised them. The sky water ant's expression was solemn. He remembered that the other party should also know a golden law. Previously, it was that golden law that split his attack apart with a sword. Heavens, could it be that he knows 3 types of laws? Thinking of this, his expression turned cold. Today, he might be able to take this opportunity to get rid of this guy. The power of Lin Xian's law was beyond their imagination. Therefore, the law of water fragment broke the 3 people's attacks again. In the end, there were only 3 people left. They were He Yuan, the sky water ant, and the old man. The 3 of them charged through the sea water and charged towards Lin Xian. This time, you don't have any special abilities, right? Let's see how you can dodge this. Lin Xian was extremely calm as he looked at the 3 people charging at him. Did he not have any superpower? What a joke. A beam of golden sword chi shot out from his left hand and slashed at Sky Water Ant. His right hand turned into a sun and blasted at He Yuan. As for the black-robed elder, he did not care at all. Boom, the next moment, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The golden roll sword tore Sky Water Ant's attack apart. Not only that, Sky Water Ant's arms were shattered again. He spat out blood and flew backward. He Yuan did not have it easy either. The golden fist bloomed with unparalleled flames like a real sun. He was still bleeding, and the precepts on him were almost ignited. He let out a miserable cry and flew out as well. Seeing this, the people in the distance were shocked. Prince Emoli held his breath. Because they still had one more person. That was indeed the case. The last black-robed old man smiled coldly. Great, he was too careless. Although he had defeated 2 half-saints, he still had him. His attack could definitely severely injure him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him in one move. Clang, the superpower in his hand blasted at Lin Xian, bursting with unparalleled light. The surrounding space began to shatter rapidly. Huge cracks began to appear one after another. Hee, you're dead now. The black-robed elder sneered. But soon, his smile froze. How could this be? You're not dead? He was stunned. In the sky full of energy, Lin Xian turned his head and stared at him with cold eyes. Oh no, he was not injured. His physique was way too strong. What kind of body was this? The black-robed elder was scared out of his wits. He turned around and tried to escape. Ah, he screamed as his body was split in half. A golden roll sword fell from the sky and slashed the void. At the same time, it split the black-robed elder. Ah! The black-robed patriarch screamed in agony. The law fragments on his body flashed rapidly as he tried to reassemble his body. Lin Xian harumphed coldly. With a swing of his golden sword, the fragments of the rules of metal transformed into a golden lotus encapsulating the old man's figure once again. He executed the heavenly secret divine eyes, and his golden pupils combined with the law of fire fragment to execute the soul-burning secret technique. It ignited the soul of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man screamed like a madman as he was instantly killed. What? Dead, a half-saint was mercilessly slaughtered just like that? Those people were all stunned. They did not dare to believe what was happening before their eyes. Especially Prince Emoli and the others. Their bodies trembled and they almost knelt on the ground. Wasn't this a little too powerful? The 7 half-saints attacked, but they were unable to do anything to him. Instead, they were injured by him. He had even killed a half-saint. This kind of battle record was really unimaginable. After killing the black-robed old man, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at Sky Water Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Immediately, the 6 half-saints trembled. Sky Water Ant and He Yuan's scalps were about to explode. Their eyes were filled with endless fear. Too powerful, damn it, could it be that he was really ranked first? At this moment, they no longer dared to have any doubts. This kind of strength was absolutely terrifying. Now, they should think about how to save their own lives. Seeing Lin Xian's aura getting stronger and stronger, as if he had no intention of stopping, he quickly screamed. Stop, don't fight anymore. Boom, Lin Xian didn't pay attention to the other party's words. He took a step forward, and his palm, accompanied by terrifying laws, blasted out. This punch was extremely heavy, as if 100,000 mountains were pressing down from the sky. The fragment of the law of earth rushed over with a terrifying fist. Don't fight anymore? What a joke, these people wanted to kill him. Now that they couldn't beat him, they gave up. There was no such logic in this world. Boom, Lin Xian's punch was extremely powerful. Opposite him, He Yuan, Sky Water Ant, and the others felt their scalps tingle. They quickly dodged, but the area covered by the fist was simply too wide. They couldn't dodge it. Not to mention them, even Prince Emoli was within the attack range of this punch. See God's shield, the Sky Water Ant roared furiously as boundless water laws formed a dense shield of light around him. It was like 100,000 waves of the sea that surrounded him. He Yuan also blended into the darkness, as if he had turned into a black cloud. The other half-saints also quickly defended. Even Prince Emoli huffed coldly. Grey demonic runes appeared on his body. Boom, after this attack, the sky fell and the earth cracked. The void cracked. The entire spiritual movement pavilion was shaking non-stop. The surrounding array flickered, as if it was about to break. It was too terrifying. If it weren't for the protection of the spiritual movement pavilion's top array, this attack would have turned it into ashes. After this attack, the half-saints' blood boiled. Their faces paled. His expression was grave. This attack was too powerful. It was as if a star was pressing down on them. Even their bones were split open. Boom, after one punch, another one came. Lin Xian used the law of earth, which became heavier and heavier. It was as if it really carried the world of stars to fight against his opponent. Hazy mountains appeared in the sky. One after another, they were tens of thousands of feet tall. This superpower made these people scream in fear. Stop. We admit defeat. Stop fighting. Skywater Ant also screamed. Many of his bones had already been broken. Prince Emoli roared and quickly attacked. I'm the prince of the fallen country. If you kill me, I'll make sure you can't leave the fallen star. As soon as Prince Emoli finished speaking, a blue thunderbolt fell from the sky among the countless mountain shadows. It turned into a sword shadow and instantly split Prince Emoli's body. Prince Emoli's soul screamed. He regrouped with his body and quickly retreated. The surrounding half-saints surrounded Prince Emoli, protecting him. At the same time, they were terrified. How could Yi Futian split a prince with one move under the protection of so many half-saints? This was too overpowered. I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Skywater Ant didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He quickly apologized. Beside him, He Yuan still wanted to resist, but the next moment, he was punched again. He also quickly begged for mercy. Lin Gongzi, I was wrong. I apologize. The surrounding half-saints all apologized. For a moment, no one dared to fight against Lin Xian. Lin Xian retracted his fist, but the law of earth fragments were still circling in the sky. Thousands of mountains pressed down on the sky, making it hard for people to breathe. He looked ahead and said coldly. Is an apology enough? I can take your lives, but you must break your own arms and pierce your own hearts with a martial sword. This was a punishment usually used by the large sects of the sacred lands to punish disciples who broke the rules. Now, Lin Xian wanted to use this punishment to deal with Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others. Hearing this, Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others' expressions turned ugly. If they did that, wouldn't they admit that they were juniors to Yi Futian? How could they accept that? You don't want to? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, the law of earth pressed down from the sky. Fragments of the law of fire circled around him, and a light sword of the law of gold flowed between his palms. Lin Xian's actions made Skywater Ant, He Yuan, and the others feel their scalps tingle. They knew that if they did not act, they would end up in a miserable state. So in the next moment, these people gritted their teeth and roared. The light of the law cut off their arms. Then it formed a light sword and pierced their hearts. Poof, half-saint snow fell, and the scene was very shocking. The experts who were watching the battle were all stunned. Oh my God, did these people really bow down? Several half-saints were stunned. Such a cruel punishment, but they all bowed their heads to Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked away from these people, and then at Prince Emoli and the others. He said coldly, what about you? What? Prince Emoli's face darkened. Damn it, did Yi Futian want him to use the same punishment? How could he bow down to someone else? After all, he was the prince of fallen country. Kid, you're too arrogant. You want me to bow down to you? You're overestimating yourself. I had some trump cards that I didn't want to use. But since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Elder Huayu, come out. As Prince Emoli's voice fell, the void behind him shattered, and a figure walked out. It was an elder with a pair of gray wings on his back. He emitted a terrible and overwhelming aura. He took a step forward, and the entire world began to shake. Everyone was shocked. He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others' pupils shrank. A half-saint, and an extremely powerful one at that, was this a protector? They were stunned. They did not expect Prince Emoli to have a protector. Elder Huayu walked out. He looked at Lin Xian with a grave expression. The reason for that was because he could sense a terrifying power from Lin Xian's body. He was an expert. We can't fight here. Why don't we fight outside? Elder Huayu said coldly. Okay. Lin Xian strode out. The two of them exited the Spirit Movement Pavilion. Elder Huayu let out a long laugh and informed the city lord to activate the ancient battle platform. His voice reverberated throughout the city. Instantly, everyone was stunned. What? Ancient battle platform. Someone wanted to activate the ancient battle platform? Heavens, who is it that wants a life and death battle? The ancient battle platform hasn't been opened for over 1,000 years, right? These people were all crazy. He Yuan, Skywater and the others were also extremely shocked. The Yuheng brothers were extremely nervous. Prince Emoli smirked coldly. He was confident in his protector. Within the city, the ground trembled and the array formation rumbled. An ancient battle platform slowly appeared. This battle platform was extremely simple and unadorned. Furthermore, it was extremely huge, and was covered with Dao runes. This was a place where experts fought in ancient times. In fact, it was stained with the blood of countless experts. It was accompanied by a monstrous aura. Bring it on. Elder Heiyu landed on the ancient battle platform and looked at Lin Xian. Let me see what capabilities you have to say such words to the Prince of Emoli ancient battle platform. Protector. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and spoke. Someone like him deserved a protector, he probably couldn't even walk on the Dao. Lin Xian's voice was filled with disdain. A protector was a configuration that only top geniuses had. However, in Lin Xian's eyes, the Prince of Emoli was not a top genius. He was probably just an ordinary martial artist. He might even be inferior to an ordinary martial artist. When the others heard this, their scalps went numb. The Prince of Emoli's face was terrifyingly dark. He was so angry that his entire body trembled. Elder Heiyu, kill him for me, no one had ever dared to look down on him like this. There was no point in talking. Let's do it. Elder Heiyu snorted coldly. Suddenly, he let out a long howl. Gray laws circled in the sky, forming a gray pagoda. It floated up and down. Falling laws. When He Yuan, Skywater and the others saw this, their scalps went numb. He had actually comprehended the falling laws. Heavens, that Lin Xian was probably in danger. Yes, the falling laws. However, the laws in the falling star would definitely be more powerful if used here. That kid would probably be difficult to deal with. The surrounding half-saints discussed fervently. None of them were optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Yu Heng and his brothers were even more nervous. Falling laws? They were about to faint from fright. They did not know if Lin Gongzi could withstand it. Lin Xian squinted his eyes. Falling laws? Very well, let me experience it for myself. He was not even afraid of falling into the abyss. Why would he be afraid of the falling laws? He formed a seal with his palm. Countless fragments of the fire laws formed a golden crow. It followed his palm and pushed out. Boom, the golden crow spread its wings and soared. A sea of fire filled the sky, dyeing the entire sky red. The huge ancient battle platform was completely enveloped. Buzz, this surge of energy directly activated the array on the fighting stage. Dao inscriptions appeared and covered the sky, completely enveloping the battle platform. The onlookers outside heaved a sigh of relief. Otherwise, they would not be able to withstand the aftermath of this energy. He actually dared to take the initiative to attack. Elder Huiyu roared and waved his hand. Immediately, the gray pagoda above his head rapidly descended. There were terrifying runes on the pagoda. Along with the fragments of the falling laws, the aura that hung down turned into the shadow of the falling abyss and enveloped Lin Xian. With a boom, he collided with the golden crow. In the next moment, energy filled the sky. Endless fragments of laws surrounded them in all directions. After one exchange, the two stopped. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Opposite him, Elder Huiyu laughed loudly. Good, not bad. You are indeed a top genius. In the past 800 years, as a guardian, I have killed many top geniuses. Today, you will not be an exception. He roared and the gray wings on his back flapped rapidly, leaving behind an afterimage in the sky. In an instant, he turned into a black lightning bolt and rushed over. The gray pagoda above his head was also constantly attacking. The falling laws caused the entire battle platform to be in chaos. Fall for me, the falling laws were not only powerful, but they could also affect a person's soul, causing them to fall and not want to fight. They would become depressed and eventually turn into a pile of bones. When the falling laws appeared, the martial artists watching the battle from afar shook their heads and sighed. They had heavy hearts and looked like they wanted to commit suicide. Lin Xian was the first to bear the brunt. His soul felt an extremely strong impact, but soon, he snorted coldly. You want to destroy my soul with a mere falling laws? You are overestimating yourself. Die for me, the great dragon sword soul in his body roared. Lin Xian's expression was extremely ferocious. His eyes shone with a biting cold light. The golden sword of laws shone and slashed down with the great dragon sword soul. Clang, the metal law focused on attacking, and the dragon sword soul could destroy everything. When the two were combined, the power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The sword sliced apart the grey fog, and even the weakest nomological fragment was sliced apart. The grey pagoda was sent flying by the sword, and kept shaking. So powerful. Seeing this, Elder Grey Robe's pupils shrank. His opponent's sword chi was so sharp that it made his hair stand on end. The next moment, he screamed, because he found that the sword light had become terrifying again. It was like a golden dragon, rushing toward him. At the same time, countless mountains appeared around him, surrounding him. There were also terrifying waves above and below him, about to swallow him. Oh no, 3 laws. Elder Grey Robe was scared out of his wits. He yelled and performed a secret technique. Boom, the attacks of the 3 laws shattered the world and turned it into nothingness. The surrounding half-saints trembled. Prince Emoli and the others were also pale. It was too powerful. They couldn't resist it at all. He wondered if the grey-robed elder would be able to block it. They'd been worried about Lin Xian, but in an instant they found that the situation had taken a shocking turn. Lin Xian was too powerful. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He saw what was happening with God's Eye of Weather. He saw Elder Grey Robe controlling the falling pagoda to block it. It was fixed in the void. Behind him, there was a huge crack, very similar to the falling abyss. That big crack swallowed all the surrounding energy and laws. Was this the illusion of the falling abyss? Had he forcefully performed it? Lin Xian was shocked. It was indeed the law of falling. On the falling star, it was extremely powerful. Indeed. If it were anywhere else, Elder Grey Robe would have been killed. But on the falling star, there were falling auras everywhere. And with the falling abyss, Elder Grey Robe had comprehended the law of falling and could perform all the falling auras in the world. He could even use part of the power of the falling abyss. It was blocked. Prince Emoli and the others breathed a sigh of relief. He Yuan, Skywater Ant, and the others were shocked beyond words. This Elder He Yu was truly too terrifying. No wonder he could become a Tao protector. That was indeed the case. With him here, a normal half-saint couldn't hurt Prince Emoli at all. Not to mention ordinary half-saints, even 3 or 4 half-saints wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, could he really contend against Lin Xian? Lin Xian had injured 7 half-saints with a single stroke of his sword. Lin Xian coldly snorted, turned into a sword shadow, and rushed out. Terrifying laws danced on his body as he instantly arrived in front of Elder Huiyu. His palm was like a dragon's head, grabbing forward. Damn it, block it for me. The grey-robed elder controlled the pagoda above his head to descend and continuously expand. It was as if a huge mountain was standing in front of him. Clang, a terrifying sound rang out. Su Chen's palm landed on the pagoda and directly pierced through it. Then, with a shake of his arm, the pagoda fell and shattered into pieces. It was too powerful. Lin Xian had mastered 6 law fragments. His casual strike had unparalleled power. The falling pagoda couldn't block it at all. Seeing this, Elder Huiyu's scalp went numb. A grey rune flashed between his eyebrows, and the abyss behind him became even more solid. He wanted to run away, but the next moment, the golden palm grabbed him. With a boom, he was shattered into pieces, turning into a bloody mist. Blood flowed down from his upper body, piercing through the air and landing on the ancient battle platform, making thunderous noises. The surrounding people were all stupefied. Heavens, could it be that Elder Huiyu had been killed? Prince Emoli's face darkened as well. Lin Xian frowned. Something wasn't right. He opened his heavenly secret godly eyes and looked around. Then he sneered. He really wasn't dead. The bloody mist in the sky all merged into the falling abyss illusion. That illusory figure was incomparably real. In the next moment, the illusion bloomed with light, and a pair of eyes appeared in the crack. However, there was no body. Instead, there were endless falling auras. Each one was like ribbons of light, wrapping around him. In an instant, Lin Xian was tied up like a dumpling. The power was very strange. It seemed to want to pull him into the falling abyss illusion. Fall into hell forever. A ferocious voice came from the illusion. Child's play. Lin Xian was enveloped by the falling auras, but he wasn't afraid. He roared, and the Nine Suns' body bloomed with billions of rays of light. On it, the Nine Suns' divine fire burned. Each flame carried a law of fire fragment. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he punched and kicked like a god of war. Suddenly, the falling auras on his body shattered. In front of him, in the falling abyss illusion, there was a muffled groan. Obviously, the person inside had suffered a backlash. Sure enough, in the next moment, in the valley of the falling abyss illusion, a figure slowly condensed, overlapping with the pair of eyes. Whoosh! Elder Huiyu's body appeared. His face was a little pale, and his expression was incomparably cold. Around him, countless falling auras carried him, as if he was an emissary of the abyss of hell. Kid, you're very strong, so strong that it's beyond my expectations. I've seen many geniuses, and I've also seen many geniuses from outside the realm. However, no one is as powerful as you. However, you shouldn't have provoked me, and you shouldn't have attacked me. Now, it's all over. Following Elder Huiyu's words, the surrounding falling auras kept surging. Come out, fallen angel, Elder Huiyu's palms kept forming seals. With a loud shout, a grayish-white rune appeared between his eyebrows. It was abnormally strange. At the same time, the half-saint blood in his body flowed out. 1/3 condensed on the left, and 1/3 condensed on the right. As for Elder Huiyu's body, it instantly started to wither. However, there was still 1/3 left. Therefore, he wouldn't die, but his vitality would be greatly damaged. Fallen angel. Condense, Elder Huiyu kept approaching. The falling laws and his half-saint blood quickly condensed. At the same time, there seemed to be a strange sound between heaven and earth. The falling abyss illusion became even more solid. Seeing this scene, everyone trembled, as if some powerful being was about to descend. Not good. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people's expressions changed. Yu Heng and his brother's teeth chattered. The sky water ant also screamed. Could it be the legend of the falling abyss? Legend? The surrounding people were puzzled. The sky water ant hurriedly explained. Rumor had it that the fallen abyss was extremely terrifying. Back then, an earth-shattering battle had taken place here. It was even said that immortals had participated in the battle. Countless experts had died in that battle. Rumor had it that there was an ancient race called the Fallen Angel race. There had been experts from the Fallen Angel race who had died here. And there was more than one. After they died, their souls fell into a deep slumber in the fallen abyss. Rumor had it that some powerful sacrificial summoning could summon their remnant souls to battle. However, such a method was only in the legends. No one had expected Elder Huiyu to be able to use it. There was such a thing. The surrounding people were even more shocked. Prince Emoli snorted coldly. Let's see how you die this time. He had unlimited confidence in Elder Huiyu. Lin Xian frowned. The fallen angel race, he saw that 2 fallen angels had already formed on either side of Elder Huiyu. Those 2 fallen angels were wearing ancient battle armors. Their bodies were grayish-white, and they had fallen wings on their backs. They emitted a terrifying light. Go, tear him to shreds. Elder Huiyu snorted coldly, and the 2 fallen angels quickly charged over. Boom, Lin Xian was not afraid. He used the laws of sword to contend with them. The 3 of them fought fiercely. Elder Huiyu did not go forward. Instead, he focused on forming seals behind him. He had to maintain the 2 fallen angels. In his opinion, once the 2 fallen angels appeared, the other party would definitely die. Boom, Lin Xian's sword hit the fallen angel and sent him flying. However, he was stunned in the next moment. He discovered that the fallen angel had only been sent flying backwards, and she quickly returned. the old battle armor on his body was not broken. What a tough body. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. At the same time, the other fallen angel let out a sharp cry. Countless people's souls were about to be pierced through. They frantically retreated. Lin Xian was also affected by the fallen angel's soul attack. Humph! He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body let out a loud dragon roar to fight back. The two sound waves collided in the sky. Damn it, he actually blocked it. That's impossible. That's the remnant soul of an ancient fallen angel race expert. How did he block it? In the distance, Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. To think that even this move of his was unable to do anything to the other party. His face was gloomy as he formed another seal with his palms. Damn it. Kill. Tear him to pieces. Of the two fallen angels, one used his powerful physical body to fight Lin Xian in close combat. The other used a strange soul attack to launch a sneak attack. He didn't believe that the other party wouldn't be injured. What a powerful physique. What a terrifying soul attack. It's been a long time since I've met such an interesting opponent. You guys are worthy of my full strength. Lin Xian raised his head and laughed. Heavenly secret god eyes, open, 9 yang divine body, open, great dragon sword soul, open, Lin Xian roared incessantly. His golden eyes carried a terrifying law. 9 Yang's body carried fragments of the law of fire. The great dragon sword soul roared and fused with the law of metal. The law of earth and the law of water continued to swim around him. Lin Xian had countless divine abilities as he continued to fight with the two fallen angels. With a bang, the great dragon sword soul roared and split the fallen angel into two halves from the middle. In addition, a black vortex suddenly appeared in the golden eyes. The law of annihilation combined with the eye technique instantly swallowed the remnant soul of the other fallen angel. After more than 100 moves, the two fallen angels were destroyed by Lin Xian. What? Even the fallen angels couldn't defeat him? The surrounding people were stunned. He Yuan and the others cried out in alarm. Prince Mo Yuan was scared silly. Elder Huiyu's pupils constricted. Impossible, he screamed like a madman. However, in the next moment, he was scared out of his wits. Lin Xian's sword slashed him into two halves with a splat. Another kick tore his body into pieces. No. Stop it, Elder Huiyu screamed crazily. The phantom behind him that had fallen into the abyss became more and more solid. He disappeared again, leaving behind only a pair of eyes that floated up and down in the great crack. I have a phantom that has fallen into the abyss. I don't believe that you can kill me. Elder Huiyu roared crazily. Although he couldn't defeat Lin Xian, it was impossible for Lin Xian to kill him. I can't hurt you. You're too ignorant. Lin Xian stepped on the ground. He had the law of metal in his left hand and the law of water in his right. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the two sides of the abyss crack. Then, he tore it apart. Boom! Boom! The heavens fell and the earth split. A terrifying scene occurred. Lin Xian was like a peerless overlord as he tore the phantom that had fallen into the abyss in half. Following his roar, not only did the phantom that had fallen into the abyss crack, but the entire world was also torn in half. From the crack, two halves of a body fell out. It was Elder Huiyu. He quickly healed himself. He was scared out of his wits. Stop. Stop. You win, I'll make amends. Elder Huiyu was truly afraid. He had used so many divine abilities and even summoned the fallen angels. However, he still couldn't do anything to Lin Xian. Even the illusion of falling into the abyss that he was so proud of was no longer effective. If they continued fighting, Lin Xian would definitely kill him. Therefore, he didn't dare to fight anymore. Apologize? Admit defeat? Do you think that's possible? Lin Xian snorted. Thousands of sword lights pierced through his eyes and nailed Elder Huiyu's body to the sky. The power of annihilation made Elder Huiyu's limbs vanish. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. He had sacrificed 2/3 of his blood to summon the fallen angels. He didn't have much blood left in his body. His strength was also greatly reduced. Now, how could he be Lin Xian's match? Stop. I don't want to fight anymore. I admit defeat. Elder Huiyu screamed like a madman. I'm willing to accept the punishment of having my arms cut off and a martial sword pierced through my heart. Prince Emoli will also accept it. Not only that, I'll give you a treasure. Please spare my life and Prince Emoli's life. Elder Huiyu kept begging for mercy. He could only lower his head and admit his mistake. He also took out a treasure to appease Lin Xian's anger. He didn't dare to mention the fallen kingdom, nor did he dare to threaten Lin Xian. If he angered Lin Xian again, he probably wouldn't be able to survive. Treasure? What treasure do you have that can buy the lives of 2 half-saints? Lin Xian snorted. I do, this treasure is definitely enough to buy my life and Prince Emoli's. He didn't care about anything else. He took something out of his storage ring. As soon as he took it out, Lin Xian immediately stopped. The people around were also very surprised. What was that? They felt a scorching and monstrous power. It was like a sun. Did Lin Xian get a sun? As soon as Lin Xian caught sight of the item, he immediately set up countless spell formations to surround him and Elder Huiyu. The next moment, he waved his hand and grabbed the sun-like stone in his hand. This is? He was too shocked. This was because he felt that the energy and aura contained within this fist-sized stone was too strange. It was more terrifying than all the divine crystals he had ever seen. Sure enough, in the black earth, when He-Tu saw this, he also screamed. Dao stone. He actually had a Dao stone. He-Tu, do you know what this is? Lin Xian asked through voice transmission. Of course I know. This thing is too famous. He-Tu hurriedly explained. Dao stones were stones that contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were much more terrifying than divine crystals. Because divine crystals contained surging energy. As for Dao stones, not only did they have energy, but they also contained the great Dao of heaven and earth. They were very suitable for saints to comprehend. This kind of thing was a treasure even for saints. Not to mention half-saints, who would have thought that this Dao stone would actually have a Dao stone. And from the looks of it, this was a Sun Dao stone. It contained a powerful fire Dao pattern. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely shocked and sucked in a breath of cold air. This was actually a Dao stone. No wonder he was incomparably shocked when he saw the patterns on the stone. This was a Dao pattern. Compared to runes, it was even more terrifying. Kid, with this thing, you can condense and form a true law and greatly shorten the time. Since he knew that this was a good thing, how could Lin Xian let it go? He grabbed with his hand and put the Sun Dao stone into the black earth. At the same time, he looked forward and asked in a deep voice. Where did you get this thing? Elder Huiyu looked at this scene with a pained expression. That was a Dao stone. It was incomparably precious. If it wasn't for his life, he wouldn't have taken it out. At this moment, when he heard Lin Xian's question, he sighed. Kid, don't be delusional. I obtained this thing by chance. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Huiyu was so scared that he trembled and hurriedly explained. You also know that there are many stars and suns in our myriad worlds. Rumor has it that after the Golden Crow clan dies, their bodies will turn into suns. This rumor is true. About 1,000 years ago, when I was traveling in the universe, I met a saint-level Golden Crow that had passed away. After he died, he formed a sun. At that time, there were 2 people from the star world fighting for this sun. I got a piece of it. I have kept this piece for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, I cultivate the falling law. Otherwise, I would have used it long ago. Then why didn't you take it out to exchange? Lin Xian frowned. Logically speaking, even if he couldn't use this kind of treasure, it would be very easy to exchange it for other treasures. Elder Yu Hua sighed. Bring it back to exchange? What kind of joke was this? This was a Dao stone, something that even saints would be jealous of. If news of this gets out, I might not even be able to keep my life, let alone exchange for items. There will be saints coming after me. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the value of this Dao stone was above his imagination. Seeing Lin Xian's gloomy expression, Elder Daosher trembled. You won't go back on your word, right? Don't worry, I will never tell anyone that you have the Sun Dao stone. I dare to swear on my lightning tribulation that if I tell anyone that you have the Sundao stone, I will be struck by lightning and destroyed in both body and soul. Elder Huiyu hurriedly swore. Lin Xian's eyes flashed as he heaved a sigh of relief. This kind of oath was not made randomly, especially at their level. Every time they advanced and broke through, it would be accompanied by a heavenly tribulation. That was a heavenly tribulation formed by the heavenly Tao. It was extremely terrifying. If one swore randomly, it would definitely come true. Therefore, since Elder Huiyu dared to make this oath, it meant that he would not tell anyone about this matter. Don't worry, I, Lin Xian, am a man of my words. Since I said I would let you go, I will definitely let you go. Since you have already made the oath, you can leave. However, that demonly prince must suffer the punishment of having his heart pierced by a martial sword. Yes. Thank you, Lin Gongzi, for showing mercy. Elder Huiyu heaved a sigh of relief. Although he still had to accept the punishment, at least his life was saved. Lin Xian removed the array. Elder Huiyu hurriedly flew down to Demonly Prince's side. Elder, are you all right? Demonly Prince asked hurriedly. However, Elder Huiyu snorted. Without another word, his fingers were like a long knife, cutting Demonly Prince's arms into pieces. At the same time, he formed a grayish-white sword and pierced Demonly Prince's heart. Ah, Demonly Prince screamed crazily. His voice was extremely ferocious. Damn it, why did you attack me? Everyone else was stunned. Oh my god, what's going on? Isn't Elder Huiyu the protector of Demonly Prince? Why did he attack? What happened? They did not know. But Demonly snorted. Shut up. Do you want to live? Hearing Elder Huiyu's words, Demonly Prince trembled and did not dare to say anything else. Elder Huiyu turned his head and looked at the figure in the sky. He said respectfully, it should be Lin Gongzi. Sorry for the offense. We'll take our leave. With that, he grabbed Demonly Prince and quickly turned into a ray of light, disappearing into the void. Gone, the Prince of Magic and his protector had actually left. Oh my god, they could not believe it. He Yuan and the others were also extremely shocked. According to normal circumstances, Elder Huiyu should have died without a doubt. But why did Lin Xian let him go? Could it be that it had something to do with the sun-like light that had appeared? They guessed and were very confused. They felt that it must be a rare treasure. But as for what it was, they did not know. Lin Xian snorted coldly when he saw the heated discussions below. Why? Do any of you want to fight? Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, these people trembled and turned to run. Suddenly, only Lin Xian was left on the ancient battle platform. Everyone else had left. Lin Xian's body shook and quickly disappeared into the void. Next, he carefully hid his aura and changed his location many times. He was worried that someone would follow him. After all, the Sundao stone was very precious. If word got out, even saints would come after him. He had to be careful. A month later, the Crimson Dragon woke up from his seclusion. He came out of the black earth and roared into the sky. His strength had also increased. Other than the law of thunder and the law of rain, the Crimson Dragon had also comprehended the law of Yun and the law of wind. The fragments of the four great laws revolved around him. The Crimson Dragon breathed out clouds and smoke. He was really powerful. Kid, what happened when I was in seclusion? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian began to tell him. When the Crimson Dragon heard that Lin Xian had obtained a Sundao stone, he was stunned. What? Sundao stone? You really have that? Lin Xian took out the Sundao stone from the black earth. The Crimson Dragon's pupils shrank. He quickly set up a formation and then looked at it carefully. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. Look at the Dao patterns on it. The Crimson Dragon kept praising. Then, he had a bitter expression. It's a pity that I didn't comprehend the law of fire among the four law fragments. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so polite. He was drooling. Kid, what are your plans? Are you going to comprehend the Sundao stone directly? If you go into seclusion, I can help you guard. The Crimson Dragon asked. The Fire Dao stone contained the Dao pattern of fire. If Lin Xian comprehended it for a few decades, he might really be able to form a true law. Kid, if you're lucky, you can become a sage in 100 years. If you're a little short, it's still 500 years. Within 500 years, you can become a sage, you're really too young. The Crimson Dragon was incomparably excited and envious. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Between 100 and 500 years? That was too long. He shook his head. Was there any other way? 500 years was too long to become a sage? The Crimson Dragon's mouth twitched. Go out and ask around. Are those half-and-half existences unable to take a step forward after 2,000 to 3,000 years? 500 years is already very heaven-defying, okay? And this is the worst-case scenario. With your talent, you can probably do it in 100 to 200 years. It's still too long. Lin Xian shook his head. When he came to the ancient starry sky path, he didn't have the support of a force behind him. Now, he was alone. Beside him were the Crimson Dragon, the snow-white little monkey, and the Black Earth. If he encountered a peerless expert, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Therefore, Lin Xian decided that he had to improve as fast as possible and try his best to reach the sage realm. After all, he wouldn't forget the fate of the third-generation successor, Yi Guqing. How fast do you plan to go? The Crimson Dragon asked. Become a sage on the spot. As soon as he said this, the Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, countless lightning bolts descended from the sky, piercing through the array and striking towards Lin Xian. This scene frightened the Crimson Dragon. He quickly waved his dragon claws and formed a storm in the sky to fight back. Lin Xian let out a roar and lashed out with a punch like a fiery dragon, shattering the lightning into pieces. Boy, did you see that? You have angered the heavens. Even he wants to strike you with lightning. The Crimson Dragon shrunk its neck. There were some words that could not be said carelessly. Indeed, Lin Xian wanted to become a saint. This was too heaven-defying. He knew that only the princes and princesses could become saints on the spot. Such an existence would become a saint the moment he was born. Lin Xian was not an emperor's son, so it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be for him to become a saint. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Even he couldn't stop me from walking down the path I want to walk. As he spoke, Lin Xian pointed to the sky. In the sky, countless bolts of lightning appeared again, forming thunderclouds. However, before they landed, they were split apart by Lin Xian's sword. At this moment, He Tu floated out. It's not impossible for you to become a saint, but it's much more difficult. Moreover, it's very difficult to use it. You might even die. Are you sure you want to do this? Hearing this, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. He Tu, do you know a way? I do know a way. Moreover, your idea is very similar to his back then. Him back then? Could it be that you're talking about Senior Yi Guqing? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that Senior Yi Guqing also had such an idea back then? He did have such an idea. He Tu said, so I also know a little about this idea. However, many tens of thousands of years have passed. The things he was looking for back then probably no longer exist. So, you have to look for them again. What are you looking for? Lin Xian asked. Dao stones. Looking for 5 Dao stones. Don't you have the 5 elemental laws? Look for 5 Dao stones. When the time comes, the 5 elemental laws will be combined, allowing you to directly condense the 5 elemental laws. Not the law of dispersion. This way, you can break through and become a saint. The power of the laws that you condense will be much stronger than an ordinary saint. Condensing 5 law fragments to form a single law? Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The 5 elemental laws were the most basic and the most ordinary laws. After all, many people cultivated one or a few of the 5 elemental laws of heaven and earth. After becoming a saint, they would also master many laws. For example, there was the water and fire saint who mastered the water and fire elemental laws, 2 completely opposite laws. Their power could be said to be very terrifying. However, the 5 elemental laws that He Tu mentioned were different. The 5 elemental laws that he mentioned were not 5 laws, but 1 law. This law contained 5 elements. It could be said that it was very difficult to condense it. Once it was successfully condensed, its power would be extremely terrifying. After Lin Xian heard this, he was extremely excited. Finally, he found a way to quickly break through and become a saint. He had the 5 elemental laws fragments and the Sun Dao stone. If he could find the other 4 Law Dao stones, he would be able to condense the 5 elemental laws. At that time, he would break through and become a saint. Lin Xian and He Tu became more and more excited as they spoke. The Crimson Dragon kept shaking his head. Wait, you seem to be too naive. One had to know that Dao stones were very rare and precious. Even saints might not have them. It would be very difficult for you to find them. Moreover, you still have to find 4, I'm afraid that you'll spend hundreds of years searching for them. This kind of time is enough for you to become a fire saint. Kid, don't forget about the essentials. Upon hearing these words, Lin Xian frowned. It was likely that this search would take a long time. After all, a star world might not even have a single Dao stone. He had to travel through the starry sky. Don't worry about this. Back then, Yi Guqing had already found a way. He Tu said. What way? Lin Xian hurriedly asked. He had never heard of the Langia star. What? The Langia star? Lin Xian was stunned. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Could it be the legendary star world? Did it really exist? You actually know about it? Lin Xian was surprised. The Crimson Dragon said. I have the inheritance of the dragon race, so I have read about it before. However, that was many years ago. I didn't expect it to still exist. What kind of existence was it? Lin Xian was even more puzzled. Let me say it. He Tu continued. The Langia star is a very magical star. Moreover, it is very famous in the 10,000 realms because it can deduce everything and answer all the questions you want to ask. You can even ask questions about the great emperors. Of course, you have to pay a price to ask them, or you need a large amount of natural treasures. Or you can help them complete a task. In short, the questions you ask are related to the degree of preciousness. As long as you have enough resources, you can go to the Langia star and ask about the whereabouts of the other 4 Dao stones. At that time, you can go and seize and search for these 4 Dao stones. This way, the speed should be greatly increased. However, it would require a large amount of treasures. Lin Xian nodded. He didn't expect the Langia star to be so magical that he could ask about anything. As long as he could ask about the whereabouts of the 4 Dao stones, he would pay any price. However, the Crimson Dragon continued to frown. Kid, don't get too excited. So what if you found the 5 Dao stones? Those 5 Dao stones also need time to comprehend them. It's impossible to complete them in an instant. Moreover, what you're comprehending isn't 5 types of laws. Instead, you're condensing 5 types of laws into one. The difficulty of this has increased by a lot. He Tu, is there a way? He Tu nodded. There is a way. Damn, there's even a way. The Crimson Dragon was dumbfounded. How come he didn't know about this? He Tu said. If it's the fusion of other laws, it might be very difficult, or I don't know. However, as for the fusion of the 5 elements, I do know a method that can quickly fuse them. You just need to find a magnetic stone and it'll be fine. The magnetic stone can fuse the power of the 5 elements together. When the time comes, you can directly absorb it and become a saint, 4 Dao stones and 1 magnetic stone. Lin Xian clenched his fists as a cold light burst out from his eyes. Alright, let's do it this way. This kid is really crazy. The Crimson Dragon was extremely shocked. He didn't expect Lin Xian to use such a risky method. This method seemed very good, but it was incomparably difficult to implement. Who knew how many heavenly treasures the Langia star needed to answer their questions? Who knew where these 4 Dao stones were? What if they were in the hands of a saint? The difficulty of this was much more difficult than simply comprehending it. However, once it was completed, Lin Xian might really become a saint in a short period of time. Thinking of this possibility, even the Crimson Dragon's heart couldn't help but beat wildly. This was really crazy. However, Ben Huang liked it. The Crimson Dragon was also incomparably excited. What are we waiting for? Let's quickly set off for the Langia star. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon quickly set off. They left the fallen star and began to search for the Xianxia star according to the star region map given by Hey Tuesday. At the same time, the news about the falling star also spread, especially about the falling abyss. It also began to spread to the surrounding star realms at an extremely fast speed. What? The falling abyss ranking had changed. There was a new number 1, Lin Wudi? You mean the one who fought Patriarch Xue Pao? Heavens. That brat became number 1, that kid had scared off Yan Nantian and Lu Mu by himself. He was actually on par with Di Ling, cries of surprise could be heard. Those half-saints were extremely shocked. They didn't expect that there would be a peerless genius who could kill the number 1 in a domineering manner. Lin Wudi's name spread far and wide. As for the few existences on the purple name list, they snorted coldly. To think that there would be a newcomer. Don't worry, those are our rankings from hundreds of years ago. So what if the other party kills his way up? In terms of true strength, he's no match for us. A few people snorted coldly. But no matter what, Lin Xian's domineering ascension to the top really shocked these half-saints. In the starry sky, Yan Nantian's face was extremely gloomy when he received the news. Damn it, this guy. He gritted his teeth in anger. To be honest, his limelight had been completely stolen by the other party. He was the successor of the great emperor and was very powerful. He had also obtained a good result in 4th place in this test. It could be said that his limelight was unparalleled. With such a ranking, coupled with his identity, he would definitely be famous in the starry sky. But now, no one was talking about him. Even if someone talked about him, they would only compare him with Lin Xian. How could the proud him endure this, damn brat? Yan Nantian gritted his teeth in anger. So what if the other party was number 1? He didn't believe that the other party could really defeat him. But the last time they fought, he realized that it wasn't easy to kill the other party. No one can surpass me. Lin Xian, just you wait, I will make you fall. Yan Nantian's eyes flashed with a cold light. Aren't you the successor of the 9 sons? Very well, I'll find you a life and death opponent, I don't even need to do anything. Someone else can kill you. Yan Nantian's body flickered as he steered the spirit ship through the starry sky. An extremely terrifying planet appeared before him. It was very large and fiery red like the sun. This planet was called Planet Suzaku. After Yan Nantian arrived at Planet Suzaku, his body flickered as he steered the spirit ship downwards. Soon, he landed on Planet Suzaku. However, he didn't stop. Instead, he quickly traveled through the starry sky and finally arrived at a deserted area. The surroundings were filled with lava. These weren't ordinary flames. Even a peak 9-star king would be turned to ashes if they were touched by these flames. Even a half-sage wouldn't dare to casually come here. The moment Yan Nantian arrived, he immediately activated 9 imperial runes and wrapped them around his body. The aura of the imperial runes isolated the heat. Yan Nantian entered the largest volcano and continued to descend. After an unknown amount of time, he stopped and frowned. The flames before him were too terrifying. Even though he had the imperial runes, he didn't dare to descend any further. With his current strength, he could only unleash the power of the imperial runes to this extent. Therefore, he couldn't descend any further. He formed a seal and sent a voice transmission to the people below. Wake up. His voice turned into thunder and filled the sea of flames below. His voice rumbled for a long time before disappearing. Yan Nantian shouted 3 times in a row and then waited patiently. The endless sea of flames below suddenly shot up into the sky as if it had turned into a flaming beast that wanted to devour Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian used all his strength to activate the 9 imperial runes. He stopped in the air with a serious expression. At the same time, a low voice came from below. Who dares to disturb me? Endless flames formed a pair of eyes filled with monstrous anger. Despicable human, I'll tear you apart. With a roar, monstrous flames formed in the eyes. They were like 2 flaming dragons that wanted to tear Yan Nantian apart. Yan Nantian coldly snorted. The phantom of a divine beast appeared under his feet. It carried a terrifying law and blocked the monstrous flames. I didn't come here to fight you. I have a piece of news to tell you. Yan Nantian said coldly. The successor of the 9 sons has reappeared. Are you still going to continue sleeping here? What? The successor of the 9 sons. The fiery red eyes below suddenly erupted with a monstrous light. Are you saying that the successor of the 9 sons has reappeared? That's right, he has long appeared. Moreover, he has obtained the first place on the abyss list. Now, he is admired by the world. As for you, you have long been forgotten by the world. Ah! The fiery red eyes erupted with a biting cold light. Then, a flaming face formed around him and let out a ferocious roar. Then, a figure bathed in flames appeared. There were 4 chains on his body that were firmly nailed to him. What's his name? Where is he now? The fiery red figure below roared and asked. His name is Lin Wudi. He should be near the fallen star. Go and find him. After Yan Nantian finished speaking, he turned around and soared into the sky. He smiled coldly. Lin Xian, let's see how you're going to die this time. Soon, Yan Nantian disappeared into the flames. Below them, the person bound by the flaming chains, Ying, began to tremble. Lin Wudi, the successor of the 9 sons. I'm going to tear you apart. He roared, and the flames around him were blown away, forming a vacuum. The flames on his body also gradually faded, replaced by a pitch-black color. However, at this moment, the 4 flame chains binding his body began to tremble. They wanted to firmly suppress him. I'm the only one in the world. Open. With a cold shout, a monstrous demonic aura broke the 4 flame chains. All the flames were extinguished and replaced by endless demonic aura. A man with demonic runes all over his body floated in the void. His demonic aura was monstrous, and his eyes were cold. The 9 sons had appeared, and the great demon was about to appear. I'm the great demon. With a roar, the demonic aura turned into a pair of demonic wings and tore the void apart. The fallen star fell into the abyss. At this time, most of the elites had left, but there were still a few figures lingering. One of them was the Qi family's patriarch. The Qi family's patriarch was covered in blood and injuries. His face was pale, but he was excited because he had finally received an invitation to the abyss. Great, with this, I can enter the fallen star abyss below. The Qi family's patriarch was extremely excited. There were also a few half-saints around him. The Luo family's rat was also here, but Jin Yuanzi and Xiao Wu had already left. The Qi family's patriarch's eyes flashed as he stared below. He was waiting. As long as the people inside came out, he could enter. They didn't know that at this time, outside the fallen star, a man covered in demonic aura was quickly descending. The astral winds that filled the sky hit his body, making clanging sounds. The demonic aura turned into demonic dragons, roaring in all directions and tearing all the astral winds apart. Soon, the great demon arrived at the fallen star. Buzz! She looked into the distance, her eyes red. She flapped her wings and flew quickly toward the fallen star abyss. At the same time, a figure rushed up from the bottom of the abyss. When the Qi family patriarch saw this, his lips curled into a smile as he hurriedly handed over the invitation letter. Then, his body swayed, and he fell into the abyss below. As soon as he entered, the Luo family's ancestor and the others frowned. The next moment, they turned their heads and looked into the distance. From afar, a figure could be seen rushing over. The figure flew very quickly. At first, it was still far away, but in the next second, it was right in front of them. It was accompanied by a monstrous demonic aura. So terrifying. Who was this person? The pupils of the Luo family patriarch and the other half-step saints shrank. The aura of the other party was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the monstrous demonic aura made their hair stand on end. After the great demon arrived, he didn't care about the people around him. Instead, he looked at the huge stone tablet in front of him. He saw a purple name on the first row of the stone tablet. It was Lin Xian's name. He withdrew his gaze and asked coldly, "Who knows Lin Wudi? Who knows where he is now, Lin Wudi?" They were here for Lin Wudi. The pupils of the surrounding half-step saints shrank. Lin Wudi was now number 1 on the leaderboard. His strength made them tremble. Therefore, no one dared to speak rashly. Moreover, they didn't know where Lin Xian was. The Luo family patriarch frowned. "You're looking for Lin Wudi?" You know? The great demon lowered his head and looked at the Luo family patriarch. The Luo family patriarch narrowed his eyes and said, "Who are you? Is it appropriate to look for Lin Wuti?" Buzz, as soon as he finished speaking, he screamed and dodged quickly to the side. A pitch-black demonic hand grabbed at him, instantly grabbing the space he was standing in. "What are you doing? How dare you attack me?" The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would attack him. The great demon revealed a sinister smile. "Since you know Lin Wuti, things will be easy. I'll capture you and take your soul. Then, I'll naturally know everything I want." The surrounding half-step saints felt their scalps go numb. "Who is this person? He's too arrogant. He wants to search my soul just to get some information. Isn't this too overbearing?" The Luo family patriarch's face darkened. "How dare you attack me? Do you know who I am? My big brother is nearby. I advise you to get lost quickly. Otherwise, if you anger me, I'll kill you. You'll be suppressed here forever." "Suppress me?" The great demon roared at the sky. "You don't have the right to do that. And I hate it when people suppress me." He had just come out from the seal. How could he not be angry when he heard this word? In the next moment, demonic energy filled the sky, covering the entire sky. "Damn it, I'll fight it out with you." The Luo family patriarch gritted his teeth in anger. Terrifying lightning appeared on his body, and countless law fragments danced, forming a pair of lightning wings. In an instant, he flew up quickly. A lightning blade appeared in his hand, and he slashed forward. "Die." With a slash, the void trembled, and the mountains and rivers shattered. "You overestimate yourself." The great demon punched out, and boundless demonic energy shook. Boom, with a punch, countless voids collapsed and shattered. The Luo family patriarch's body was torn into pieces. "Ah!" With a scream, a soul floated out, trying to reassemble. However, in the next moment, his body turned into a bloody mist, and his soul was grabbed by a pitch-black palm. The great demon's cold voice sounded. "Soul search." His eyes were pitch black, like two black suns that emitted a demonic light. The Luo family patriarch's soul screamed crazily. Not long after, the screams disappeared, and the boundless demonic energy in the surroundings also dissipated. The great demon stood in the void, holding the translucent soul in his hand. With a gentle squeeze, the soul was destroyed. The surrounding half-saints trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. "Dead?" The Luo family patriarch was killed by the other party with a raise of his hand. "Heavens, what kind of person is this? Demon King, this is the real demon. He destroyed the soul of a person without saying a word. That's too cruel." In an instant, many half-saints retreated, wanting to escape. "Did I say you could leave?" The great demon snorted, and 36 demonic pillars appeared around him. They pierced through the sky and formed a cage, trapping all the half-saints. When the half-saints who wanted to escape saw this, they immediately increased their speed. They tore through the void, wanting to leave this place. "How dare mere ants try to escape from me?" The great demon stretched out his palm, and boundless black demonic energy rolled. Suddenly, screams could be heard in the void. The 3 escaping half-saints were pierced through by the 3 demonic swords and nailed to the ground. Then, the great demon grabbed their souls and swallowed them. Plop, plop. The remaining half-saints knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. It was too terrifying. He was simply a demon king. He was a heaven-defying existence. Killing half-saints like them was as easy as blowing off dust. "I can give you a chance to live as long as you tell me." "Where is Lin Wuti?" the great demon said after swallowing the souls of the 3 half-saints. "We don't know where Lin Wuti is, but we know the people related to him." One of the half-step saints answered. The Qi family patriarch had a good relationship with Lin Wuti. He was currently in the abyss below, participating in a trial. In addition, the White Crane clan and the successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian, had a conflict with Lin Xian. "We don't know anything else." One of them was below, participating in a trial? The great demon glanced at the abyss below. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. "Yan Nantian?" He snorted coldly. The White Crane Clan. He looked up at the sky. The boundless demonic clouds were rapidly expanding. They rushed in all directions. The next moment, his lips curled into a smile. They were still on the fallen star. After finding the whereabouts of the White Crane Clan, the great demon smiled coldly. Demon swallows the world. The demonic blood on his body surged into the sky, turning into several demons that bit in all directions. Damn it, you went back on your word, you said you would let us go. The surrounding half-saints screamed crazily. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. The great demon sneered. I just woke up and am very weak. I still need to recover. So, you will become my food. The boundless demonic aura swallowed the half-saints. Ah, the half-saints screamed miserably. It was too terrifying. The great demon was too powerful. The half-saints tried their best to resist, but there was nothing they could do. In a single move, they were all killed. Their souls were devoured by the great demon god. Even their flesh and blood were sucked dry. The great demon was surrounded by a bloody light. The demonic aura on his body was even more monstrous. He stomped his foot and tore through the void, charging toward the White Crane Clan. The people of the White Crane Clan had indeed not left the falling star. They were still here because they wanted to join forces with some experts to kill Lin Xian. There was no other way. They had already become enemies with Lin Xian, and Lin Xian was so powerful. More importantly, the other party's talent was too terrifying. The other party was so young, yet he had already reached the top of the rankings. If he was allowed to continue growing, his future would be limitless. At that time, if the other party remembered their White Crane Clan, their White Crane Clan would probably be annihilated. They would not allow such a danger to exist. Therefore, the White Crane Clan decided to take action in advance. Although the other party was now powerful and ranked first on the rankings, he was not an invincible existence. Although it was troublesome to kill such a person, it was still doable. Originally, they had wanted to contact Yan Nantian. However, Yan Nantian had already left. They had no way of contacting him. Therefore, they used the teleportation portal to summon the half-saints of their families and brought along their magical treasures to assassinate the other party. Wang, the void shattered as countless Dao runes filled the air. Two figures walked out of the array. The aura of these two people was extremely powerful. Among the half-saints, they were also extremely terrifying existences. The surrounding Dao runes slowly dissipated. The people of the White Crane Clan heaved a sigh of relief. Such teleportation portals that could cross worlds were the means of saints. They were all engraved with Dao runes. Every time they were activated, they would consume a large amount of resources. Even though the White Crane Clan was powerful, it was still very painful for them. However, in order to kill Lin Xian, they could not care less. Two guardians, you're finally here. Seeing two powerful half-saints, the people of the White Crane Clan were extremely excited. Yes. The two guardians of the White Crane Clan nodded slightly. They had already heard about the general situation. Therefore, this time, they were here to kill. Their bodies were filled with biting cold killing intent. However, in the next moment, the two guardians frowned and looked up at the sky. Their expressions were extremely solemn. This aura, they were too shocked. The other White Crane Clan geniuses and half-saints also felt it. Immediately, they screamed. Damn it, what a terrifying aura, could it be that Lin Wudi had come to kill them? Damn it, fight him to the death. This kid really did not know what was good for him. There was no door to hell, but he barged in. Since that was the case, then don't blame us for being heartless. These people of the White Crane Clan revealed sinister smiles. However, in the next moment, they were stunned. They discovered that it was not Lin Wudi. They had seen Lin Wudi's law divine ability before. It was a biting cold sword intent and terrifying flames. But the scene in front of them was not. Demonic aura, monstrous demonic aura rolled over, instantly enveloping heaven and earth in all directions. They felt the pressure between heaven and earth, about to crush them. It was not Lin Wudi, but someone else. These people instantly frowned. Who is it, to actually dare to attack our White Crane Clan? Get out here, you really don't know what's good for you. We have two guardians. No matter who comes, we can kill him. The White Crane clan's genius sneered. At this moment, the left guardian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. He reached out a large pale hand, carrying feathers that filled the sky, and directly grabbed at the void. In an instant, they smashed a large hole in the void. Found you. The large white hand carried the power of law and could crush everything. Even if it was a half-saint, he was confident that he could seriously injure or even kill him. However, in the next moment, the left guardian of the White Crane clan screamed. His arm was broken, and blood dripped from the half-saint. White feathers drifted down from the sky. Damn it, the left guardian gritted his teeth, and power surged through his body to stop his wound. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the black hole in the sky. Damn it, who are you? The other White Crane clan's geniuses and powerhouses were also stunned. Heavens, what did they see? The left guardian was actually injured, the left protector was extremely powerful. Very few half-saints were a match for him. They believed that even Lin Wudy couldn't defeat their left protector. But now, the left guardian was actually injured. It was obvious that there was a terrifying enemy inside the black hole. In the sky, the black hole rotated, and the void shattered. A pitch-black figure walked out. It was the Great Demon. He looked down, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The White Crane clan, seeing the Great Demon's figure, these people were on guard. The two guardians' pupils constricted. What a terrifying demonic aura. The aura on the other party's body almost made their blood freeze. Who are you? The two guardians asked coldly. The Great Demon did not answer. Instead, he asked coldly, do you know where Lin Wudy is? Hearing the name Lin Wudy, the people of the White Crane race were stunned. The other party was also looking for Lin Wudy. What's your relationship with Lin Wudy? The White Crane race's prodigy shouted coldly. Naturally, they were here to kill him. The Great Demon's murderous aura surged. That's great. The people of the White Crane race were overjoyed. Lin Wudy, you really deserve to die. I didn't expect that not only did we want to kill you, but there was also such a powerful person who wanted to kill you. Let's see how you escape this time. The people of the White Crane race were too excited. That's great, we're also here to kill Lin Wudy. Why don't we join forces? An elder of the White Crane race stood out. In his opinion, both sides could definitely kill the other party easily if they joined forces. Join forces with you? A look of disdain appeared in the Great Demon's eyes. You guys probably aren't qualified. Tell me Lin Wudy's whereabouts, and I'll give you guys a quick death. Arrogant, the other party was too arrogant. The other party wanted to get information from them and even wanted to kill all of them. They were simply too much, they overestimated themselves. The right protector snorted coldly and stood out. The left protector also attacked. The aura on their bodies suddenly erupted, and the nomological fragments turned into a tornado that swept forward. Behind them, the prodigy of the White Crane race revealed a cold smile. With the two protectors attacking, the other party was definitely dead. Previously, the left protector was injured because of carelessness. Now that they attacked with their full strength, the other party definitely couldn't block it. How powerful were the two protectors? With a punch, they illuminated the sky and pierced through the void in all directions. The surrounding demonic chi was shattered. Since you guys are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish. The Great Demon laughed sinisterly, his black hair fluttering, and the demonic chi on his body was like a dragon. With just the two of you, you dare to attack me? With a long roar, the entire place was completely broken open. There was terrifying demonic chi everywhere as if it was the end of the world. The void within 1,000,000 miles shattered. Puff. The two protectors vomited blood and flew out. The nomological fragments on their bodies dimmed, and their eyes were filled with fear. Too powerful, the other party's strength was really too powerful. He injured the two of them in one move. Who was this person? Damn it, attack together. Summoning the ancestors? The left and right protectors roared, their bodies reassembled, and charged into the sky. When the prodigy of the White Crane race heard this, he quickly activated the power of his bloodline as well. These people were moving freely in the sky. Their palms were constantly forming seals, and their expressions were extremely pious. Ancestors' remnant souls slumbering in the void, please awaken. The bloodline light on their bodies towered into the sky. Above their heads, a terrifying crack appeared. An illusory figure arrived through time and space. That was a white crane. It was just too massive, most of it unimaginable. Just a bit of its claw was enough to shatter the void within a million li. The surrounding demonic chi was suppressed once again. The great demon raised his head and looked at the phantom in the sky. He narrowed his eyes. A mere remnant soul dared to be arrogant in front of him. I'll swallow you alive and recover my strength. The great devil was filled with a devilish aura. He reared his head back and laughed uproariously. After that, his body expanded abruptly, becoming over 1,000,000 feet tall. He stood tall and straight into the clouds, making it impossible for others to see how big he was. In the next moment, he bent over, opened his bloody mouth, and bit at the remnant soul. This scene was simply too terrifying. The void within 1,000,000 miles was swallowed by him in a single gulp. Damn it, who is this person? The elites of the White Crane race were all dumbfounded. The younger cultivators were so scared that they pissed their pants. Even the experts of the older generation were stunned. The left and right guardians were also terrified. Oh no, could he be? They thought of a terrifying existence in their hearts. But that shouldn't be the case. Didn't that existence disappear into history? Why would he appear here? Roar! In the next moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Dark winds blew in all directions, and these people were all sent flying while vomiting blood. The remnant soul of the ancestor above them was swallowed in a single gulp. The left and right guardians vomited blood. The bodies of the people around them collapsed, and they looked dispirited. The remnant soul of the ancestor that they had summoned was actually eaten by the other party. This was simply like a fantasy story. Stop fighting. I'll tell you where that kid is. The left and right guardians screamed. This was a ferocious person, an existence that they could not provoke at all. Do I need you to tell me what I want to know? I'll go get it myself. In the sky, the great demon's voice was heard. Then he lifted his foot and stomped down. This stomp was like 1,000,000 demonic mountains descending, directly crushing the bodies of the half-saints. Even the left and right guardians could not withstand it. Their souls escaped, wanting to escape, but they were all caught by the great demon and swallowed. Soon, the great demon's body gradually shrank, returning to the appearance of a normal person. His eyes shone with cold light. Spiritual movement pavilion? His body shook, and he flew into the distance. As soon as he landed in the city, he heard people on the streets talking about the battle between Lin Wudi and the Guardians. Fallen Country, Prince Emoli, the Guardians. It seemed that the other party had already left. The great demon did not stay in the spiritual movement pavilion. Instead, he turned to look for Prince Emoli. He used his great superpower and instantly locked onto Prince Emoli. The group tore through the void again. On the other side, Prince Emoli and the others were pale. They were still in shock from before. They did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful that even their guardians were no match for him. The Tao Protector, Elder Huiyu, also sighed. He usually hid in the void and followed them silently. At this moment, his old face showed a trace of pain. He had no choice. He had lost his supreme treasure, the Sun Dao Stone, to Lin Xian. And he had almost died in Lin Xian's hands. He hoped that he would never meet Lin Xian again in this life. Suddenly, Elder Huiyu's eyes shone with cold light. He revealed himself and looked into the distance. Who was it? Come out. With a roar, he shattered the void there. Prince Emoli and the others also stopped, bewildered. Elder, what's going on? Especially Prince Emoli, who was extremely nervous. Could it be that Lin Wudi had come? He was most afraid of Lin Xian now. If Lin Xian came, there was no way to stop him. The surrounding experts were also on high alert. But they said, "Don't worry, Prince, we're already at the border of the Fallen Country. Soon, we'll enter the Fallen Country, and we'll be safe." You're the Guardian? Lin Wudi fought with you before, right? A cold voice floated from the sky. Kneel down and accept your death. I can give you a quick death. A large hand grabbed at Elder Huiyu. You're courting death. Elder Huiyu punched out. His fist carried the power of the law. When it landed on the black hand, it made a loud noise. A large crack tore out. Elder Huiyu's fist and half of his arm were completely shattered. You can withstand my attack? Interesting. The great demon revealed himself with a trace of surprise in his eyes. Not to mention the other party's fist, the other party's body would have been torn apart by his attack. But this time, the other party only lost an arm. He was indeed strong. No wonder he could fight against Lin Wudi. Who are you? Elder Huiyu was shocked. The other party's punch had easily injured him. It was too terrifying. Previously, he thought it was Lin Wudi who had come. But now, it was not. Who am I? You don't need to know. You only need to know that it's time for you to go to hell, the great demon roared. Demonic chi rushed out of his body and enveloped Elder Huiyu, Prince Emoli, and the rest. Not good. Prince, run. Enter the fallen country. Elder Huiyu shouted and his aura exploded. Under the protection of a group of people, Prince Emoli turned into a stream of light and tore through the void, trying to escape. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Demon swallows the world, the great demon roared. Demonic chi overflowed from his body and instantly swallowed everyone. Miserable screams were heard. After a gust of wind, everyone was swallowed by the great demon. Elder Huiyu's body shattered and his soul was captured by the great demon. The great demon collected his soul. His eyes shone. Sundao Stone, he did not expect there to be such a thing. He waved his hand and shot out 3 streams of demonic chi, piercing through Elder Huiyu's soul. Then, he formed a seal with his palm. Heaven and earth reincarnated and thousands of demons searched. Elder Huiyu had come into contact with the Sundao Stone. Now, it was in Lin Xian's hands. It could be said that there was a connection between the two. Therefore, the great demon wanted to use Elder Huiyu as a sacrifice to perform a peerless divine ability to search. Elder Huiyu screamed. His soul was sucked dry. His energy, flesh, and blood exploded, turning into a blood mist that was absorbed by the divine ability. In the next moment, the great demon's eyes shone. In front of him, Elder Huiyu's soul and flesh had turned into a star map of the universe. There was a light spot on it that was moving. Seeing this, the great demon's lips curled up in a smile. I've finally found you. You can't run away, Buzz. He rushed into the sky and disappeared without a trace. On the other side, Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and the others were on their way. They were riding on a spirit ship and flying rapidly through the universe. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon sat cross-legged and began to cultivate. He too was in charge of flying. Since he had the space coordinates, he only needed to fly for a short period of time to reach the Xianxia star. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. On this day, He too sent news that Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon had opened their eyes. Were they finally arriving at the Xianxia star? They stood up and checked the situation outside. In the distance, there was a blue star emitting a mysterious aura. Even Lin Xian's heavenly fortune god eyes could not see through it. What a mysterious world of stars. Indeed, there were many spirit boats parked around the blue star. Each of them was floating there. There were even spirit boats flying over from time to time. Obviously, they were all here to inquire about matters. The arrival of Lin Xian and the others did not attract the attention of others. After all, there were too many spirit boats here. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked around curiously. Suddenly, a cold shout came from afar. Get lost. Immediately after, a huge light beam blasted towards them. Lin Xian felt the spirit boat shake as it was attacked. His face darkened. Buzz, in the next moment, he appeared outside the spirit boat and looked around coldly. Soon, he locked onto a spirit boat on the left. Were you the ones who attacked just now? He asked coldly. Kid, get lost. Don't you know there's a queue here? A cold voice came from the spirit boat. The spirit boat was very large and had a very strange shape. It was in the shape of a huge silver wolf and was hovering in the void. When the surrounding people saw this scene, they sneered. Heh, this kid is courting death. He actually offended the Lonesome Wolf clan. He was lucky that he was near the Xianxia star. If he was outside, he would have been killed long ago. Moreover, his mind and soul would be destroyed. Lin Xian frowned when he heard the discussion around him. The Lonesome Wolf clan, beside him, the Crimson Dragon also flashed out. I've heard that this is also a powerful clan. It's said that they're a mutated species that has been passed down since ancient times. They're very powerful and are very powerful in the universe. Kid, you're very lucky to be here. If you weren't here, you would have died 100 times in that instant. A cold voice came from the spirit boat in front. At the same time, a silver spirit boat flew over from afar. At the same time, a scream came from inside. Sixth uncle, I'm here. Seeing this scene, the experts in the surrounding spirit boats began to discuss among themselves. It seemed to be someone from the Lonesome Wolf clan. He seemed to be from the younger generation. The voice in the silver spirit boat in front was elated. You're here? He looked at Lin Xian again. Get out of here and give up your position. If you do, I can spare your life. Lin Xian's face darkened. He came here, but he was attacked before he could say anything. Now, they were threatening him. Did they think that he was a pushover? He said coldly. You're going too far, aren't you? Too far? Haha, you've offended the Lonesome Wolf clan. You've committed a capital offense. Besides, so what if I've gone too far? I can kill you. In the universe, strength and fists are the most important thing. Trash like you only deserves to crawl at our feet. Oh, is that so? Strength and fists are the most important thing here? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Fine, I'll let you have a taste of strength and fists. At this point, he turned around, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. At the same time, the silver spirit boat behind rushed over, and 3 young men walked out from it. They were very arrogant. Get lost. They faced Lin Xian and shouted coldly. A gnomological sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand. It carried a golden light and a dragon-shaped aura. The sword slashed down and directly enveloped the 3 young men who rushed over. You're courting death. How dare you attack us? The 3 paragons who rushed over were stunned. In the next moment, they roared angrily and burst out with intense light. The 3 of them quickly counterattacked, and terrifying gnomological runes soared into the sky. Puff, however, that sword was too powerful. In an instant, the 3 paragons' great abilities were destroyed. Not only that, but their bodies were also sliced into pieces. Ah! Miserable screams were heard. This scene happened so suddenly that the surrounding people did not react. Only now did they come back to their senses. What? Their bodies trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. Oh heavens, who is this kid? He actually dares to attack the Lonesome Wolf clan? Crazy, he's really crazy. Doesn't he know how terrifying the Lonesome Wolf clan is? You're courting death. In front of them, angry roars could be heard from the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. Someone dared to attack their people. It was an unforgivable crime. A terrifying aura surged out. Silver law fragments danced in the air, forming a giant silver wolf that charged towards Lin Xian. Sensing the other party's attack, Lin Xian sneered coldly and dodged. Then, he waved his hand and countless law fragments formed a palm, grabbing the 3 souls. At the same time, he shouted, "Let's see who dares to attack me." His voice was like 1,000 claps of thunder, resounding in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The 3 skyprides of the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan screamed crazily as their souls were captured. Sixth uncle, save me. Sixth uncle, kill him. He must kill him. Buzz, in front of them, a figure appeared in the giant silver wolf spirit vessel. It was a middle-aged man with a slender figure and a cold face. There were silver wolf stripes on both sides of his face. His eyes had also turned a strange green color. At this moment, those dark green eyes were emitting a terrifying light as he stared fixedly at Lin Xian. Kid, I advise you to let go. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. The others were also stunned. This kid dared to threaten the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan. He was really courting death. Kid, did you hear that? Hurry up and let us go, then kneel and kowtow. If we're in a good mood, we might give you a quick death. Otherwise, we'll make you wish you were dead. The three souls also roared like they had gone mad. How dare you threaten me now? Lin Xian snorted. He raised his finger and instantly destroyed one of the souls. Bang, ah, the soul let out a shriek and vanished into thin air. What? You killed him? The surrounding people went crazy. The other two souls almost fainted. They no longer dared to be arrogant, the other party really dared to kill them. In front of them, the man called Sixth Uncle's pupils shrank. His green eyes were filled with shock. Killed, the other party actually attacked. How dare the other party attack? Did the other party not know the consequences of offending the Heavenly Slaughter Lone Wolf clan? Damn kid, let him go. The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle said coldly. He didn't dare to make a move now because there were still two souls in the other party's hands. Lin Xian sneered, you can let him go. Kneel down, kowtow, admit your mistake, slap yourself, and then give me your position. I can consider sparing their lives. What did you say? The man in front let out a furious roar as his aura erupted. A silver-white heavenly wolf phantom appeared behind him, emitting a monstrous aura. He was truly enraged. The other party actually dared to raise such a condition. He truly deserved to die 10,000 times over. The experts in the surrounding spirit boats felt their bodies turn cold and their scalps go numb. The scene in front of them had truly stunned them. Since that's the case, you can go die. The man who was addressed as Sixth Uncle snorted coldly. He made his move. A palm stretched out, transforming into the silvery white claw of a lone wolf. It covered the sky and covered the earth, like a mountain descending from the sky. The aura on it was simply too terrifying. When the surrounding experts felt this aura, they felt as though they were about to faint. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. Lin Xian's eyes also burst out with a piercing cold light. He stretched out a palm, carrying monstrous flames, and charged forward. When he struck out with his palm, it was earth-shattering. The surrounding void quickly shattered. Boom! Boom, boom. The two large hands collided in the sky, and terrifying energy roared in all directions. However, at this moment, the man opposite him made his move again. A silver-white fist blasted over, bringing with it nomological fragments and the heavenly wolf phantom that filled the sky. It was extremely terrifying. This punch was too terrifying. Many people screamed in fright. Xianxia fist. It seemed that the other party was really angry. Humph, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. He grabbed one of the souls and threw it forward. No, that soul screamed and wanted to escape, but how could it escape Lin Xian's palm? In the next moment, the soul was blasted into pieces by the Xianxia fist. What a powerful fist. Lin Xian retreated to the side and sneered. He didn't show any mercy to his own people. Damn it, the man called Sixth Uncle was so angry that his entire body trembled. One of the souls was destroyed. This made his murderous aura surge. Kid, it seems that you really don't know what's good for you. The other party took a step forward, and a terrifying roar sounded. The Xianxia lone wolf phantom behind him became more and more solid, as if it was going to cross time and space. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Lin Xian sneered. He was now powerful and his nomological laws were terrifying. Why would he be afraid of the other party? The surrounding spirit ships all retreated. They could tell that these two people were both powerhouses. The youth in front of them was not simple either. Therefore, the battle between the two would definitely be earth-shattering. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting colder and colder, and that the battle was about to erupt, a cold shout was heard. Who dared to make a move on the Xianxia star? Could it be that they had forgotten the rules? As soon as this was said, many people heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that a battle would not happen. Sure enough, the man from the Xianxia lone wolf clan retracted his aura, and the heavenly wolf phantom returned to his body. Lin Xian also turned his head to look. Two figures flew up from afar. Their feet were stepping on lotus flowers, and countless runes enveloped them. The two were not old, about 18 or 19 years old. The man was handsome, and the woman was beautiful, like a pair of immortal children. Each of them held an ancient hexagonal lantern. The clothes they wore were also very ancient, and runes were all over them. These two people should be from the Xianxia star. Lin Xian also retracted his aura that filled the sky. He instantly formed a few seals and put away the last soul. Seeing this scene, the Xianxia lone wolf clan gnashed their teeth in anger. The man called Sixth Uncle's face also darkened. He ignored Lin Xian and said to the two immortal children of the Xianxia star. Greetings to the two immortal children. It's not that I want to break the rules, but someone really doesn't know what's good for him and dares to challenge my Xianxia lone wolf group. I had no choice but to make a move. Speaking of this, he looked at Lin Xian. The immortal children in front also turned their heads to stare at Lin Xian, and then asked coldly. This happened because of you, there's a reason for this. If someone didn't go too far, why would I make a move? Lin Xian said coldly. Hearing this, the beautiful woman nodded. I've also heard of the insolence of the Xianxia lone wolf clan. I think you have a reason for this. I'll let it go this time. Remember the rules of the Xianxia star. You're not allowed to fight here. Alright, you can go in now. The immortal child and jade maiden said softly. In the next moment, the runes on their bodies spread out, and the surrounding spirit boats all trembled and entered the Xianxia star. Thank you. Lin Xian cupped his fists. Then, he and the Crimson Dragon also entered the spirit boat. They started the spirit boat and flew forward. On the other side, the Xianxia lone wolf clan's faces darkened. Damn it, they actually let the other party in. Although they were very angry, they did not dare to vent their anger on the Xianxia star. Therefore, they could only vent all their anger on Lin Xian. Damn brat, after leaving the Xianxia star, they will not let you go. Lin Xian finally arrived at the Xianxia star. After entering, they looked down through the spirit boat. The entire Xianxia star was divided into countless regions. In each region, there were immortal children and jade maidens who came to receive them. Everyone first said what type of treasure they wanted, and then they were assigned to different regions. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked out and put away the spirit boat. At the same time, many figures descended near them. Among them was a man in purple. Even his hair was purple. His body was surrounded by purple light, and he was extraordinarily mighty. His gaze was as cold as a knife. After he swept his gaze across, many people trembled slightly. Many of the surrounding experts' pupils shrank. It was him. Ziyuhao, he was a top genius and ranked 10th on the Abyss list. His strength could be said to be very terrifying. Even the veteran half-saints did not dare to be enemies with him. Ziyuhao's appearance attracted the attention of countless people and they whispered to each other. At this moment, a handsome young man appeared in front of them. He looked at the purple-robed figure in front of him and smiled. Brother Yuhao, I didn't expect to see you again so soon. I wonder what Brother Yuhao is trying to ask. Lin Fan thought. Octopus treasure snake. Ziyuhao said coldly. As soon as these words came out, the surrounding people exclaimed. Many of them had not even heard of this name. However, some veteran half-saints' pupils shrank. Could it be that kind of thing? In front of them, the handsome young man also stopped smiling. Brother Yuhao, please. He asked the purple-robed man to leave. Soon, it was Lin Xian's turn. A pair of immortal children asked. What did this young master want to ask? It was a kind of treasure that belonged to the category of crystal stones. It was more precious and could be said to be very rare. Lin Xian did not directly say that it was a stone because it would be too obvious. He was afraid that he would be targeted by many people. In front of them. The immortal children nodded, then took out a sign and said to Lin Xian, go to the 12th region. Lin Xian took the sign and flew forward. This was because when he landed from the sky, he saw that the entire Xianxia star was divided into many regions. He knew which direction these 12 zones were in. He thought that after he arrived, there would be someone waiting for him. After receiving the tokens, the two of them directly sat on the teleportation array. The array flickered. When he reappeared, he was already in the 12th district. In front of the 12th district, there was also a beautiful woman who asked. I wonder what young master is asking about. They were similar to crystals. The 8th palace. The beautiful woman said in a sweet voice. Lin Xian once again headed towards the 8th palace. There were still 3 people in front of him, so Lin Xian waited for a while. When it was his turn, Lin Xian took a deep breath and walked in. The main hall was very spacious, and it was also very simple and unadorned. The surroundings were densely packed with symbols. It was obvious that if anyone dared to cause trouble here, they would be suppressed in an instant. After Lin Xian entered, the doors to the 8th hall closed. Following that, a voice rang out. "What does young master want to ask?" There was no one else around. Lin Xian had asked He Tu before, so he could tell him his purpose here. Therefore, Lin Xian took a deep breath and said in a clear voice, "I want to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao Stone." Dao Stone, this time, it was the people of the 8th hall who were stunned. They did not expect Lin Xian to ask about such a precious thing. However, as people of the Xianxia star, they had seen all kinds of problems. Therefore, although they were surprised, they quickly calmed down. Buzz, the array in front of them flickered and a middle-aged woman walked out. She was wearing a long robe and had a dignified face. As soon as she appeared, she quickly asked, "Young master, what attribute do you want?" "I want more than one Dao stone." "How much information can you provide?" Lin Xian asked. One had to know that he needed 4 Dao stones and 1 origin magnetic stone. If possible, he hoped to ask them all at once. However, the dignified woman in front of him said, "Young master, you can only ask one thing at a time. This is the rule of the Xianxia star." N. Lin Xian nodded and said, "What attribute?" The woman in red's eyes flickered. "Yes, our Xianxia star has information about what attribute Dao stones. However, the cost. Dao stones were more precious, so the cost was also incomparably precious. A complete sacred artifact or 30 million caddies of divine crystals. Or, help us do one thing." Hearing this price, Lin Xian took a deep breath and his expression changed. Wasn't this too expensive? One had to know that he didn't even have a true sacred artifact in his hands. He only had a few half-step sacred artifacts. There were also fragments of sacred artifacts. However, these couldn't be compared to a true sacred artifact. Moreover, 30 million caddies of divine crystals was such a huge amount of wealth. Moreover, the Xianxia star didn't give him a Dao stone, but only a piece of information. Whether he could obtain it or not was 2 different things. However, just a piece of information was sold at such a high price. It had to be said that it really shocked Lin Xian. Heavens, this Xianxia star was so rich. Previously, when he heard He Tu say that he didn't have much of a sense. Now that he directly felt it, he was extremely shocked. Moreover, he knew that the Xianxia star was not only rich, but also extremely powerful. Otherwise, it would have been snatched away long ago. Not to mention other things, there were many saints in the various worlds. Any one of them would probably be able to snatch it away. But now, the Xianxia star was doing fine. No one dared to come here and cause trouble. This meant that there was an extremely powerful existence on the Xianxia star. Lin Xian didn't have a sacred artifact, but he could take out 30 million caddies of divine crystals. All these years, he couldn't kill strong enemies, but he had collected countless resources. He could take it out. However, this was already very close to his entire fortune. If he took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals, he probably wouldn't have much left. After all, whether it was formations, spirit boats, or cultivation, they all required divine crystals. As for the third condition, help the Xianxia star do one thing, the first 2 conditions were so expensive. This matter probably wouldn't be so easy to complete. Moreover, it was Lin Xian's first time here. He also wanted to see if the Xianxia star was as accurate as the rumors said. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian's eyes revealed a hint of determination. "I'm prepared to pay 30 million caddies of divine crystals." With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian took out 30 million caddies of divine crystals from the black earth. Those divine crystals appeared in the 8th hall. Fortunately, the 8th hall was incomparably majestic and had countless array formations. There was an unknown amount of space hidden behind it. In front, the dignified woman's soul swept over and nodded slightly. 30 million caddies, no more, no less. In the next moment, she opened her red lips. There were 2 pieces of news regarding the wood Dao stone. The first news was that 1,300 years ago, someone had seen the wood Dao stone on the wildwood star. The second news was that 300 years ago, someone had also seen the wood Dao stone in the elven forest of the elven planet. Regarding these two pieces of news, the first was that the Wildwood star was a little far from the Xianxia star. It would take about 5 years to fly there with a spirit boat. The second was that the elven planet was closer. It would only take about 7 months to reach it. However, the elven forest of the elven planet was more dangerous. Especially in the depths of the elven forest, it was a forbidden area. It was very dangerous for a half-saint to enter. The two pieces of news were finished in a few short sentences. After Lin Xian heard this, his eyes flickered. He took a deep breath and left the 8th hall. After coming out, he shook his head slightly. These two pieces of news had cost him almost all his wealth. It really made his heart ache, the Crimson Dragon said. Kid, be content. This is a Tao stone that even a saint might not be able to obtain. That's true. Lin Xian nodded. If he had asked for other information, it probably wouldn't have been so expensive. And from the looks of it, this information was from a few hundred years ago. It was really uncertain if he would have it there. It seemed that he needed a certain amount of luck. Lin Xian rubbed his face and soared into the sky, leaving the 8th hall. He decided to head to the elven planet and investigate the elven forest. After all, the Wildwood planet was too far away. Who knew what would happen during the 5 years? Of course, the Crimson Dragon had also suggested that there should be an array formation between the star worlds. If he activated that kind of interworld teleportation array, the consumption would be very large. With Lin Xian's current wealth, he probably wouldn't be able to afford it. Soon, Lin Xian left the 8th hall and even left Area 12. When he came out and was about to leave, he met the purple-clothed man from before. The purple-clothed man seemed to have sensed Lin Xian's gaze and turned his head. His gaze was like a purple blade that was abnormally sharp, causing the void to tremble. This person is actually able to withstand my gaze. Interesting. Ziyuha's lips curled up into an evil smile. He took a deep look at Lin Xian, then turned and left. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. But he could feel the powerful force and terrifying killing intent in the other party's gaze. It seemed that the other party didn't cultivate a righteous cultivation technique and was related to evil. Outside, there were a few spirit boats hidden in the void. An invisible net stretched out and enveloped all the passers-by. It seemed to be searching for something. Suddenly, their hearts skipped a beat. Inside the spirit boat, a few men in white exclaimed and came out. Inside their spirit boat, Lin Xian was displayed on the array formation light screen. These people were from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan. 6th uncle had not returned yet, so he quickly informed him. Then, he would order 2 spirit boats to chase after that brat. He must not let him escape. This time, he was going to destroy both his body and soul. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's experts gritted their teeth. Soon, they sent a message to inform the experts of the Wolf Fang planet. At the same time, the 2 spirit boats concealed their auras and followed silently from afar. After Lin Xian left the Xianxia star, he took out the spirit boat and went in with the Crimson Dragon. The 2 of them flew quickly and completely disappeared. After flying for about 2 hours, Lin Xian frowned. When he first came out, he felt like he was being watched by someone. Until now, this feeling was getting stronger and stronger. He stopped the spirit boat and turned to look. He activated the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye, and golden runes flickered and saw through everything. Soon, he saw 2 spirit vessels following him silently in the cosmos behind him. At this moment, they also stopped there. The array formation of the 2 spirit boats was activated and concealed everything, but it still could not escape the Heavenly Secret Divine Eye. How dare you follow me? You don't know what death is. Lin Xian sneered. He knew without thinking that they must be from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan. In that case, he could only send them to hell. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a piercing light. His body swayed and he instantly left the spirit boat. In the 2 spirit boats behind, the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members frowned. Why did that brat stop? Could it be that he had discovered us? Impossible, we had already activated the array formation. How could he have discovered us? Perhaps there was something else. Wait a little longer. The people in the 2 spirit boats communicated through the array formation. They also stopped and activated the array formation even more brilliantly, hiding it even more deeply. However, in the next moment, they were all stunned because they saw a figure rushing out in front of them. Oh no, it's that brat. Could it be that they had been discovered? They were panicking. At this moment, someone shouted, "So what if we've been discovered? Fire at him." These people hurriedly injected divine crystals into the spirit boats. Runes flickered one after another, forming two pillars of light that shot forward at a high speed. The two pillars of light were like rainbows, carrying an aura that could destroy everything. In an instant, they enveloped Lin Xian. How powerful was Lin Xian? Facing these two shocking attacks, he did not dodge at all. He waved his fist and charged forward with terrifying nomological fragments. Boom! Flames surged into the sky as the fist pressed forward. Terrifying power shot into the sky, causing the entire starry sky to tremble. The two collided, erupting with shocking energy, illuminating the dark universe. That brat actually dared to take it head-on. Is he courting death? Hee, we can kill him without Sixth Uncle's help. That's natural. Previously, it was inconvenient for Sixth Uncle to make a move on the Lange star. Otherwise, how could that brat have survived until now? Inside the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan sneered. Under this attack, even a half-step sage would not be able to survive. The other party was definitely dead, however, their smiles soon froze, and their eyes became filled with fear. They looked ahead, their bodies trembling non-stop. In the energy light in front of them, a figure was like a god of war, rampaging and tearing apart all the light. Then, it turned into an eternal light that quickly charged towards them. Damn it, it's that brat, impossible, how could he still be alive? Even a half-step sage was dead. What kind of physique did he have? Could it be that he had top-grade battle armor on him? These people screamed in horror. Quickly, fire again. They fired another 4 energy beams that shot towards the other party like they were about to destroy the world. However, Lin Xian's physique was extremely strong. Nomological fragments circulated around his body, and his 9-yang divine body was burning like a blazing sun. Lin Xian broke through all the attacks and arrived in front of the two spirit boats. Boom, he threw out a punch and blasted forward. With a clang, an earth-shattering sound rang out like 10,000 claps of thunder. The spirit boat trembled non-stop, and a fist mark appeared on it. It was incomparably deep, and it was almost penetrated. Inside the spirit boat, the people of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan were so scared that their bodies trembled when they saw this scene. Damn it, who the hell is this person? One had to know that their spirit boat was very sturdy, and even a half-step sage could not break it. But now, the other party's punch had almost penetrated it. Could it be that this kid had surpassed a half-step sage? Damn it, they couldn't be so passive. The distance is too close, so it's not easy for the spirit boat to attack. Let's hurry up and attack. We have 8 people on our side. I don't believe that we can't kill the other party. The young prodigy gritted his teeth. This prodigy was also a half-step sage. He said, let's join forces. There were several half-step sages in the 2 spirit boats. The others were also close to reaching the half-step sage realm. They had all comprehended a power that was close to the Tao. Moreover, they had Dharma treasures and array formations in their hands. If they joined forces, they could definitely kill the other party. Kill, in an instant, these people rushed out. 5 of them quickly combined their formations to form the Heavenly Fiend formation and charged towards Lin Xian. The other 3 were all half-step saints. They had terrifying nomological fragments on them. They were extremely terrifying, like demon kings. Kid, go to hell, the 8 of them attacked together with earth-shattering momentum. They were confident that they could definitely kill a half-step saint in an instant. To be honest, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan was very powerful. With their lineup, not to mention killing a half-step saint. They could even kill 3 half-step saints, but now, unfortunately, they encountered Lin Xian. Lin Xian split the sky with his sword and directly shattered all the attacks. At the same time, his left leg swept out with the nomological fragments of the earth. Like an earth dragon, it instantly crushed the void. In front, the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were instantly kicked out. Several of them were broken at the waist. Next, various nomological fragments danced in the air. Lin Xian directly defeated these people with his powerful strength. No. Damn it, impossible. How can you be so powerful? These people from the Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan went crazy. The other party actually used several nomological fragments. Oh my god, how is this possible? One had to know that most of them only had a single nomological fragment. At most, there were 2 nomological fragments. However, the other party took out 4 or 5 nomological fragments in a row. They were beaten until they vomited blood. Not good, an expert, and a top expert. These people went crazy and hurriedly fled back to the spirit boat. Leave quickly, leave. They wanted to escape, but how could they escape? The annihilation nomological fragment formed a large crack in front of them, and all the power was dissolved. Lin Xian held the nomological swords with both hands. One was a fire nomological sword, and the other was a metal nomological sword. He waved his hands, and sword chi swept out. Soon, these Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan members were all killed. No, when Lin Xian killed the last Heavenly Fiend Lone Wolf clan member, a crazy roar came from afar. The surrounding void kept shattering, and large cracks of millions of miles appeared, charging towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and with a sweep of his long sword, he cut off the cracks. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the distance, a few figures flew over. The person in the lead was extremely powerful. It was the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf's 6th uncle. The skinny man was so angry that his lungs were about to explode when he saw the scene in front of him. 8 geniuses of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf tribe had died at the hands of the other party. Ah! I'll tear you to shreds. He raised his head and roared. His aura was so powerful that it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It covered the sky and earth and instantly formed a giant silver wolf that charged towards Lin Xian. This was a type of bloodline great magical ability, bringing with it heaven overflowing silver law fragments, covering heaven and earth. Kill, Lin Xian also roared as he brandished his golden nomological sword. It was like a golden dragon dancing in the sky as the 2 huge shadows clashed in the universe. The resulting scene was extremely terrifying. Fortunately, this was not the astral world, but the cold universe. There were no buildings or people around. Otherwise, everything would probably turn into ashes. Damn brat, I want you dead. The man called 6th uncle gritted his teeth and roared. Lin Xian sneered. If you want to blame someone, blame the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf tribe. You asked for it and had to chase after me. All of this is what you deserve. Brat, you're too arrogant. Do you really think you can contend with me? In front of him, the skinny man's expression was ferocious. The power of his bloodline and the silver law fragments on his body were becoming more and more monstrous. At this point, he had completely made up his mind to tear the person in front of him into pieces. He would not hold back. Is that so? I want to see what ability the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf tribe has to be so arrogant. Lin Xian said coldly. He had 6 types of law fragments and the dragon sword soul. Why would he be afraid of the other party? You don't know what's good for you. When I catch you later, I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll use hellfire to refine your soul for 10,000 years, I'll make you wish you were dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the skinny man turned into a silver flash and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. When he got close to Lin Xian, silver law fragments burst out from the skinny man's body and turned into wolf claws. They were densely packed and covered the sky, enveloping Lin Xian. They wanted to tear him to pieces. Boom! Lin Xian snorted coldly and activated the 9-yang divine body. His body shone brightly with mysterious runes that flickered with monstrous flames. At this moment, Lin Xian was really like a flaming war god. He relied on his strong physique to resist the skinny man's attack. At the same time, he activated the metal law fragment and formed a golden law sword. He waved it continuously. Not only did it contain the power of the golden law, but it also contained the power of the dragon sword soul. Boom! Those demon wolf claws slammed onto Lin Xian's body, emitting a sonorous sound and bursting out with thousands of rays of light that illuminated the area. The void continued to shatter. Lin Xian's body trembled and even took a step back. However, his body did not split open. How could his body be so strong? The skinny man's pupils shrank in disbelief. His attack was so powerful that an ordinary half-saint would have been torn apart. Even if they had half-saint armor, they would be injured and spit out large mouthfuls of blood. Even their internal organs would be shattered. But now, the other party's body only swayed a little and dissolved his terrifying power. It was really unbelievable. Could it be that the kid in front of him was a body-tempering expert? He was extremely surprised. At the same time, the law sword in Lin Xian's hand had already slashed down. Buzz, not good. The skinny man called sixth uncle quickly retreated. However, he was still a step too late. This sword shattered all the demon wolf claws that he had sent out. There was even a sword mark on his arm. Blood that had penetrated deep into his bones instantly flowed out. Damn it, the skinny man was extremely shocked. Not only was the other party's physique strong, but his attack was also shocking. He was from the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan, an ancient monster. His physique was extremely strong. Even if he did not wear armor, an ordinary half-saint would not be able to hurt him. But now, the other party had injured him with a light sword. The skinny man was in disbelief. His expression was gloomy as he quickly circulated his law power, trying to heal the wound. But soon, he frowned. He could not heal it completely. There was a sharp sword intent on the wound that could not be erased in a short time. Damn it, seal, the skinny man used a law fragment to instantly seal the wound and stop the bleeding. The next moment, he raised his head and stared at the other party with a piercing light in his eyes. Skywolf eyes. A pair of green eyes burst out with a piercing light, forming two green storms that swept forward. This was a kind of eye technique. Not only could it injure the body, but it could also injure the soul. With one strike, it could destroy one's soul. Buzz, the two green storms passed through the flames on Lin Xian's body and seemed to want to tear Lin Xian's body apart. Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body erupted with incomparable power. He was like a flaming war god, unstoppable. He also opened his heavenly secret divine eye. Golden runes rotated and formed two beams of light that crashed forward. Brat, do you think you can fight against me? Under my heavenly wolf eyes, your body and soul will be destroyed. The skinny man sneered. Lin Xian did not say anything, but he increased the power of his heavenly secret divine eyes. The golden light and the green storm collided, creating a shocking collision. It was as if the entire starry sky was shaking. Puff, the two eye techniques disappeared in the sky. Is this all you've got? Not good. Lin Xian sneered. Brat, you're courting death. The skinny man roared, but he was shocked. He did not expect his heavenly wolf eye to be blocked by Lin Fan. It was too unexpected. In the next moment, his eyes turned cold, and the silver light on his body became more solid. It was as if he had summoned a real demonic beast. Behind them, the Skyfiend Lone Wolf was also excited to see the scene. It seemed that their sixth uncle was going to use his trump card. The silver heavenly wolf's shadow became more and more solid. Then, it roared and charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted, and the nine-yang divine body shone brightly, forming the shadow of the fire god. It stood tall in the sky. With a furious roar, its huge body charged forward. One had a strong physique, and the other had a terrifying bloodline. When the two clashed, it was earth-shattering. Skyfiend wolf howl. At this moment, the skinny man roared again. The silver wolf tattoo on his face flickered, and a blood-red light appeared on it. Roar, with a roar, a terrifying blood-red sound wave surged forward with a strong murderous aura. The void shattered, and the nine-yang divine body's shadow was suppressed. The sound wave was too terrifying. Lin Xian felt his blood boil, and his soul was about to faint. Azure Dragon Hell, Lin Xian roared, and the dragon-beating sword spirit in his body roared. The dragon's roar turned into a sword wave, and with him as the center, it spread forward. The dragon's roar resounded through the nine heavens. With a strong sword intent, it blocked the heavenly wolf howl. At the same time, the dragon's roar caused the experts of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan to tremble uncontrollably. Not good. Bloodline suppression. The voice coming from the other party's body was too shocking. Even the skinny man's expression changed. He could feel that the Sky Wolf projection on his body was being suppressed. Damn it, you can actually let out a dragon's roar. The skinny man was extremely shocked. He frantically urged the silver laws and quickly rushed over. In the blink of an eye, he merged with the Heavenly Wolf's phantom and slammed into the Nine Yang Divine Body's phantom. Boom, the phantom of the Nine Yang Divine Body was pierced through. He quickly charged towards Lin Xian. His strength had increased again. Lin Xian was shocked. He didn't expect this man to be so strong. It seemed that the other party was a veteran half-saint. His bloodline power and law fragment were both extremely powerful. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. 13 green lotus swords. Lin Xian waved the golden light sword in his hand, drawing 13 sword chi in the sky. These sword chi carried the power of the metal law fragment and the fire law fragment. They quickly condensed in the air, forming a golden lotus. The fire on top of it was jumping. The two law fragments intertwined and flew forward. In an instant, it enveloped the skinny man. The golden flame lotus split open, and the terrifying sword chi completely pierced through the void. The metal law was extremely sharp, and the fire law was extremely violent. These two laws were extremely powerful in terms of attack power. At this moment, the two were mixed together. That power was truly terrifying to the extreme. The skinny man felt threatened in an instant. The sword chi hit his body, causing the sky wolf projection on his body to tremble violently. In the end, the sky wolf projection was pierced through, and a few sword chi slashed towards him. Get lost, the skinny man roared angrily, and a layer of blood light appeared on his body, forming blood-colored patterns that crawled all over his body. As a member of the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan, his body was not to be trifled with. At this moment, he exerted all his strength, and his originally thin and slender body suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant of about 30 meters tall. Silver hair even appeared on his body, and a tail appeared on his back. His claws also became sharp. At this moment, he had become very much like a human-shaped demon wolf. He wanted to use this demon beast's body to resist the remaining sword chi. The sword chi hit his body, and a dazzling light burst out, forcing him to retreat. In the end, two sword chi pierced his body, and two bloody holes appeared. The fire law even set one of his arms on fire. The skinny man roared wildly, and used his bloodline to suppress the sword chi. In the end, he shattered all the sword chi, and the flames were also extinguished by him. However, he was also injured by this attack. Behind him, the Skyfiend Lone Wolf clan members screamed crazily. They did not dare to imagine that their sixth uncle would be injured again. If the first time was because of carelessness, then this time, there was no way to explain. The opponent was very strong, stronger than their sixth uncle. Sixth uncle, let's attack together. The experts at the back blurted out. All right. Sixth uncle gritted his teeth and nodded. Now was not the time for him to be stubborn. Although the opponent was younger than him, he was too strong. Moreover, his methods were strange, and he could not guard against them. The opponent's sword chi hit his body, and the wound could not be completely healed. Although it was not fatal, it affected his combat strength. Three figures rushed over from behind, and they were also very strong. It looked like it was going to be 4 against 1. Ruse along. Lin Xian roared, and the crimson dragon behind him rushed out of the black earth. With a roar, it transformed into a 100-meter-long dragon. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws in the void, and a powerful dragon aura suppressed the surroundings. Haha, Ben Huang could not wait any longer. Come, come, come. Today, Ben Huang will teach you how to barbecue skewers. Lightning circled around his body, and clouds filled the air. He really did have a boundless divine aura. My line, my line. Sitting on his back was a little white monkey. At this moment, the little white monkey was waving its little paws, and seemed very excited. The dragon race, when the Skyfiend Lone Wolf race saw this scene, their pupils constricted. They did not expect that in addition to the kid in front of them, the other party had a dragon race companion. And from the looks of it, it was not an ordinary dragon race. The dragon aura and dragon blood on the other party were too strong. I didn't expect you to have a helper, but so what? Do you believe that the 4 of us half-saints can't take you down? Indeed, they had 4 half-saints on their side. No matter how strong the opponent was, there were only 2 of them. 2 against 1, they should be able to win, right? Moreover, they were from the same race, and their bloodlines could resonate, and they could use some of their race's forbidden abilities. If they could not win, they would have lived in vain all these years. Attack! On the other side, the man called Sixth Uncle roared, and the four half-saints charged over. Sixth Uncle and one of the men charged at Lin Xian, while the other two half-saints charged at the Crimson Dragon. Go to hell, kid! Sixth Uncle and the young half-saint attacked quickly, brandishing powerful precept fragments. These two half-saints were not ordinary. For a moment, they suppressed Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian soon counterattacked. He had 6 precept fragments and was very strong. He was not at a disadvantage against the two half-saints, and gradually, he even suppressed them. This scene shocked Sixth Uncle and the young half-saint. Damn it, the opponent was too strong. Could it be that he did not use his full strength before? Thinking of this, Sixth Uncle's face became gloomy. Kill him, he must kill him. Otherwise, it would be a big disaster. On the other battlefield, the Crimson Dragon was also very strong. He kept spewing wind and lightning, and the clouds around him surged. Rain fell from the sky. The 4 precept fragments fought against the two half-saints. For a moment, the momentum was amazing. The Crimson Dragon was not at a disadvantage either. He even beat the two half-saints, who screamed in pain. Damn it, he was also an expert. He used all kinds of dragon magic, and the physique of the Dragon Clan was stronger than theirs. For a moment, the 4 half-saints, Lonesome Wolf, roared wildly. Sixth Uncle saw this scene, and his heart sank a little. If this continued, they would not be able to do anything to the other party. They might even be seriously injured by the other party. In the end, some of them might die here. The 3 of you, listen to my order and form the 4 beasts formation. Sixth Uncle roared angrily and bit his finger. The blood of a half-step saint flowed, forming a strange arc with his hand and a fragment of law. It was a mysterious rune with blood-colored power, as if to summon some kind of magic. The other 3 half-saints did the same. Soon, a blood-colored rune formed in front of him. For a moment, an inexplicable connection was formed between the 4 of them. A large formation was formed around the 4 of them, enveloping Lin Xian, Sweat, and the Crimson Dragon. Not good, Rouzelong, counterattack. They were forming a formation. Lin Xian let out a long howl, his eyes bursting with a piercing cold light. The sword chi in his hand became even more terrifying. Sword after sword slashed forward. The Crimson Dragon naturally knew that he couldn't let these people form a formation. He quickly made his move, using a grand divine ability of the dragon folk to fly forward. However, the 4 half-saints were determined to use this technique. Their speed was incomparably fast. They simply didn't try to fight back. Instead, they quickly dodged. Moreover, as half-saints, the speed at which they formed seals was extremely fast. Thus, the formation was about to be completed. At this time, the little snow-white monkey made its move, arriving in front of a half-saint in an instant. It reached out its little claws and slapped the other party's face. Bang! He knocked the other party unconscious in an instant. The Crimson Dragon seized the opportunity and swung its claws, tearing the opponent's body apart. Roar! The half-saint screamed. His body split open, and blood immediately flowed out. The formation also paused. It was not completed yet. There was only one last step left. Not good, Sixth Uncle's pupils constricted. Damn it, there's something wrong with that monkey too. They were all half-saints. They were so powerful, but they were knocked unconscious by the other party's slap. There was definitely something wrong with that, the half-saint's body was shattered. He screamed crazily, but soon, he reformed. At his level, although the injury was serious, it was not enough to kill him. After the wounds healed, he roared, and blood-colored light shot up into the sky. His body suddenly grew larger, and his robe was shredded to pieces, leaving only a suit of battle armor. His appearance also changed. Silver-white wolf fur appeared on his body, a tail appeared on his back, and his claws became sharp. His human head also turned into a wolf's head. His green eyes were emitting a terrifying light. True form. The other party had transformed into his true form, moreover, the power of his bloodline was fully activated. He waved his wolf claws, tearing the void apart. He grabbed at the little snow-white monkey. At the same time, the other hand formed the last rune. Suddenly, the formation of the four beasts was formed. The millions of miles of space where Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were completely turned blood-red. The little snow-white monkey quickly dodged the other party's wolf claws. It made faces in the sky and spat. However, at this moment, the blood-red light in the void stretched out four blood-red arms. Each of them had bright blood-red patterns on it. The appearance of the four arms was very strange. As soon as they appeared, they sealed a small space. That small space was where the little snow-white monkey was. Buzz! The four arms grabbed the little snow-white monkey. Not good. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed and wanted to rush over, but the other half-saint cooperated with the formation to resist. In the distance, Lin Xian also frowned. He was also stopped by Sixth Uncle and the other half-saint. Get lost, Lin Xian knocked the two half-saints back with a sword, but soon, the two half-saints rushed over. Are you trying to kill us? Impossible. This time, the monkey will definitely die, you're courting death, Lin Xian was angry. His eyes shone with a cold light, and powerful sword chi rose from his body. In an instant, he shot out 48,000 rays of sword chi. The terrible light shrouded Sixth Uncle and the other half-saint. The next moment, the two half-saints screamed. Thousands of cracks appeared on their bodies. They were densely packed and spread all over their bodies. Their eyes were filled with horror. Sixth Uncle roared, "Damn monkey, go to hell." The arm exerted force, and the blood-red light filled the sky. It could tear everything apart. Not good, Lin Xian sensed a slight threat from it. It was definitely capable of tearing apart the body of a half-saint. The little snow-white monkey was in danger. It was impossible to rush over now, but he would not give up. He formed a seal with his hands. In the sky, a golden eye appeared with a powerful and mysterious power. The golden runes spun rapidly, forming a terrible flame that floated down. Suddenly, the surrounding blood-red mist was all set ablaze. However, even more mist floated out and formed layers upon layers of blood-colored walls, protecting the four blood-colored palms. At this moment, the blood-red palms exerted force. With a squelch, the void was completely crushed. No. Whitey, Lin Xian roared. His eyes were red. The little snow-white monkey was his companion. Along the way, it had helped him find many treasures. But he did not expect that it would be killed by the other party now. His eyes were red. If Whitey dies, I'll bury the entire lonesome wolves with it. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that Sixth Uncle and the other three half-saints trembled. They seemed to have provoked an extremely powerful being. Damn it, on the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also roaring. Ben Huang will not let you go. Ben Huang will beat you lonesome wolves and break your necks one by one, then, he will eat all of you. His eyes were red. He and the little snow-white monkey had established a deep relationship. Just as the two of them were in despair, a muffled voice came from the blood-red void in front of him. Then, it turned into a roar. Then, the blood-red palms shattered, and a white figure rushed out of the void. Whitey and Lin Xian exclaimed. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Everything was fine. That was great. Sixth Uncle and the others narrowed their eyes. Not dead? How was that possible? Could it be that this monkey was also a half-saint? He could not believe that all three of them were half-saints. Where did they come from? One had to know that the Lonesome Wolf clan had produced so many half-saints because they had a long history and were powerful. Their clan was extremely powerful in the universe. However, they did not know the other party at all. Previously, they had thought that the other party was just someone from a small world and would not be able to withstand a single blow. But now, they realized that they were wrong. The other party was too mysterious. The two companions beside him were also very mysterious. Damn it. How was that possible? The monkey was not dead, the half-saint was also stunned. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely shocked. The little white monkey flew out of the blood-red void. Its little face had become a little cold, and its big black eyes were shining with a trace of golden light. In the next moment, a shocking change happened. Buzz, his body abruptly grew in size, and countless bolts of lightning and radiance surrounded his body. It seemed to have turned into an ape king. Boom, with a punch, it destroyed everything. The half-saint was smashed into pieces. Ah, a miserable voice was heard. The half-step saint was screaming in the void. However, in the next moment, Whitey opened its mouth and swallowed the half-saint's soul. This scene was simply too shocking. They did not expect the little white monkey to have such a change. Even the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian were stunned. One had to know that the little white monkey had always been very cute. Although it had a special ability, it was very fast. Its speed was extremely fast and it could knock people unconscious. Moreover, it could also search for treasures. However, other than that, its combat strength was not very strong. Lin Xian did not plan to let the little white monkey fight. The little white monkey's search for treasures was very important to him and he was very happy about it. However, who would have thought that the little white monkey would suddenly undergo a shocking change? The cute furball had turned into an indomitable ape king. Moreover, that power was extremely terrifying. A single strike had shattered a half-saint. In fact, he had even sucked in his opponent's soul. He had killed a half-saint with just a wave of his hand. Damn it, what is this thing? The other two half-saints of the Lonesome Wolf tribe were stunned. Even the sixth uncle was dumbfounded. Sixth uncle, what's going on? The other two asked crazily. Sixth uncle's face was gloomy as he stared at the imposing figure in front of him, his eyes flickering. Damn it, why is it so similar to that thing in the legends? But that was impossible. Wasn't that thing extinct a long time ago? The sixth uncle was deeply shocked. He had a guess in his mind, but he quickly rejected it as soon as it appeared. Impossible, that thing couldn't possibly exist. However, what was going on with the scene before him? Could it be that it was related to that thing, or perhaps, he possessed a trace of the other party's bloodline? Thinking of this possibility, sixth uncle felt that it was very likely. His face turned cold. Damn it, let's go. These people are too strange. Whether it was Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, or the sudden appearance of Whitey, they were all beyond their expectations. If they continued to fight, they would probably be in danger. Therefore, the three of them turned around and wanted to leave. Roar! Just as the three of them moved, an earth-shattering roar came from behind them. The four beasts formation they had formed was instantly torn apart. Not only that, a terrifying white light came toward them. In an instant, a huge monster appeared in front of them. With a wave of its hand, it had the power to sweep away the world. Oh no, the three of them tried their best to dodge. At this moment, the little white monkey stared at one of the half-saints. Once again, it clawed down and crushed him. It sucked hard and sucked in the soul of the half-saints. Damn it, run. Ignite your bloodline, sixth uncle screamed crazily. The other party was too strange. He didn't dare to fight against it at all. The two of them used all their strength, and their bodies bloomed with blood-red light. Behind them, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon took a deep breath. They still didn't understand what was going on with Whitey. But now, there was no time for them to think about it. They had to kill the Lonesome Wolf clan first, and then slowly interrogate them. The two of them also unleashed their strength, and the precepts danced on their bodies. Lin Xian turned into a dragon's shadow and turned into a sword light, rushing over quickly. Sixth uncle and the half-saints had already lost their will to fight. Under the attack of the little white monkey, they were scared out of their wits. At this moment, with the addition of Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, they were forced to retreat. The young half-saint was pierced through by Anhong's 5 lightning precepts. Then, the little white monkey smashed him with a slap and sucked his soul into its stomach. As for sixth uncle, Lin Xian used the precepts of metal and the dragon sword's soul to split him in half. His soul was also swallowed by the little white monkey. Everyone was killed. Lin Xian began to collect their spiritual boats and storage rings. The Crimson Dragon collected all their flesh and blood. The Lonesome Wolf clan had a rich bloodline and powerful strength. These things were very useful to him. The little snow-white monkey continued to roar. Its huge and majestic body slowly shrunk until it turned into a small furry ball. Oh! The little white monkey opened its eyes, and there was a trace of confusion in its black gem-like eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon stopped what they were doing and quickly flew over. Are you okay? Lin Xian asked with concern. The crimson dragon beside him also said, "Little one, did you take the wrong medicine?" The little white monkey was very confused. Then it waved its little paw and pointed at Lin Xian, and said in a childish voice, "Lin Xian." Hearing this voice, Lin Xian was stunned. The little white monkey could actually speak. It was too shocking. One had to know that he was very shocked before. How could a spiritual beast like the little white monkey not speak? But he had never seen the little white monkey speak. Now, the little white monkey could finally speak. This made Lin Xian very happy. The crimson dragon also hurriedly asked, "Little one, what about me? Do you know me, big bad dragon?" The dark red divine dragon was extremely displeased with this form of address. "Kid, you should be calling me the Dragon Emperor of the 8 Barren Lands, the one and only sword comes from the west." Lin Xian rolled his eyes at the crimson dragon, and then looked at the little white monkey. "What happened just now? Can you transform? What race are you?" He had always felt that the little white monkey's origin was very unusual. The snow-white little monkey shook its head, still very confused. Forget it, Lin Xian didn't ask further. He knew that the snow-white little monkey was a mutated species of heaven and earth, so it should be normal for it to have mysterious divine abilities. In any case, the other party would become stronger and stronger in the future. Moreover, the other party didn't encounter any danger, which made him heave a sigh of relief. Next, he put away all the storage rings and spirit boats of the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan. Then, the two of them returned to the spirit boat and flew quickly. They flew towards the elven planet. The Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had several half-sages, and the resources in their storage rings were very rich. Therefore, Lin Xian had obtained quite a lot of things from this operation. Among them, there were many divine crystals. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had spent almost all his divine crystals to inquire about the Tao Stone. Originally, he had a headache, but now, the Heaven Fiend Lone Wolf clan had given him so many divine crystals. It was enough for him to cultivate for this period of time. Next, Lin Xian and the others began their seclusion. He too controlled the spirit boat and flew in the universe. In another place, in the pitch-black universe, a man who looked like a demon was riding a dragon boat. In front of him, there was a light screen with a light spot that was moving quickly. The great demon looked at the moving light spot on the light screen and snorted coldly. "I want to see where you can escape to." Half a year passed in cultivation. Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and the others opened their eyes. They were almost at their destination. After flying for another 2 months, a green planet finally appeared in front of them. The green planet was too strange and was very different from other worlds. Green light surrounded it and emitted a dense vitality. What a powerful power of wood! Lin Xian was shocked. He also had a fragment of the law of wood, so he could naturally feel the powerful vitality of the world below. This should be the elven planet, right? These green lights were all forests. Beside him, the crimson dragon was also shocked. He had never seen a world with such a vast forest, which accounted for more than 90% of the world. "Let's go," Lin Xian waved his hand and sped up the spirit ship. They entered the elven planet. Half a day later, Lin Xian and company walked out of the spirit boat. He put away the spirit boat with the little white monkey sitting on his shoulder. The crimson dragon followed beside him, and the three of them looked around. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless primeval forest with luxuriant foliage. All kinds of rare and precious beasts were running and roaring within. The vitality here was very strong. Where was the elf forest? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Although most of this place was a primeval forest, it should be divided into many regions. That's easy. The crimson dragon swung its tail, turned into a phantom, and rushed down. Soon, he flew up with a demonic beast in his hand. This was a 9-star demon king. It was originally an overlord in the forest. But in front of the crimson dragon, it was trembling. "Spare me," this 9-star demon king was trembling. The crimson dragon snorted coldly. "If you want to live, tell us where the elf forest is." "So the three of you want to go to the elf forest? That's easy, I'll bring you there." The demon king's body trembled, and soon, the crimson dragon released its dragon claws. The 9-star demon king's body transformed into a flying demonic beast that was tens of thousands of meters long. He said, "Come on up, I'll bring you there now." Lin Xian, the crimson dragon, and the little white monkey got on the back of the flying demonic beast and turned into a stream of light that flew into the distance. After flying for another day, the demonic beast finally stopped. He said, "Below us is the elf forest. The elf forest is very large, but the dark green area ahead is the depths of the elf forest. It's very dangerous there." At this point, a hint of fear appeared in his eyes. Clearly, this place was also a forbidden area for them. "Alright, you can go." Lin Xian waved his hand and didn't kill them. The Demon King was so excited that it was about to cry. It turned into a gust of demonic wind and quickly fled. "Is this the elf forest?" The Crimson Dragon looked around in surprise. He looked at the little white monkey and wondered if there were any treasures below. "Yeah, I think there are a lot of good things." Little White waved its little claws, and its big gem-like eyes shone brightly. Needless to say, there should be a lot of natural treasures and rare fruits below. "Let's go down and take a look." Since they had come to the elf forest, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He would collect some resources first. In the next moment, the three of them flew down. The elf forest was indeed terrifying. There were hordes of demonic beasts. Just the outside was already very dangerous, however, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were extremely powerful. When the two of them worked together, they could easily kill everything. Countless demon kings prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to resist. Under the lead of the little white monkey, they obtained a lot of good things. These were all spirit herbs and spirit fruits that contained extremely strong energy. And most of them were recovery type. As expected of the elven planet, the vitality of the forest here was so exuberant. That was indeed the case. Lin Xian keenly observed that the life forms of the plants and beasts around him were much stronger than the beasts of other worlds. This should be a wood-type star, and the power of wood on it was very dense. That was why such a scene was created. "I wonder where the wood Dao stone is." Lin Xian's eyes scanned the surroundings. Her soul spread out in all directions like a tide. Soon, it covered a radius of 1,000,000 miles. Nothing, he frowned slightly. He had the Sun Dao stone in his hand, so he could naturally sense the aura of the other Dao stones. The aura of the Dao stones was extremely mysterious. The Dao runes contained on them were very special. If there was one, he should have been able to sense it immediately. It seemed that there was nothing outside. It should be in the depths. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's expression turned solemn. His eyes erupted with a piercing golden light as he activated the heavenly secret divine eyes to the extreme. They transformed into two mysterious runes that pierced through the void and looked into the distance. His gaze pierced through everything and soon saw the depths of the elf forest. But in the next moment, he frowned. Under the heavenly secret divine eyes, he indeed sensed a mysterious power. However, when he wanted to take a closer look, he realized that that place was covered by a mysterious aura. Even so, he couldn't see through it. Lin Xian retracted his gaze. The Crimson Dragon beside him asked, "Kid, what did you see? Is there a wood-type Dao stone? I didn't see it." The depths of the elf forest are indeed not ordinary. There is a mysterious aura that blocks my observation. However, I did feel an extremely strong life force. Perhaps it should be the Dao stone. Moreover, with the news of the Xianxia star, it shouldn't be wrong. It seems that we are very lucky this time. This wood-type Dao stone hasn't been obtained by anyone else yet. Lin Xian, the Crimson Dragon, and Snow White Little Marquis walked towards the depths of the elven forest. At the same time, another group of people landed on the elven planet. It was a man in purple clothes. He had a handsome face and a trace of evil in his eyes. Behind him were two followers, but they were also very powerful and had comprehended a level close to the Dao. "Master, this is the elven planet." A servant beside him hurriedly took out a scroll and opened it. The sky flickered and a map of the elven planet appeared. The servant pointed at the forest above and said, "This was the elven forest." "Elven forest? The octatic treasure snake should be inside. Let's go." The man in purple swayed and flew forward. The two servants behind him quickly followed. On the other side, in the forest, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were very fast. They shuttled through and finally arrived at the depths of the elven forest. This was a forbidden area, so ordinary people wouldn't come here. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon didn't encounter anyone along the way other than beasts. However, after arriving at the depths of the forest, there were fewer beasts around. But thinking about it, there should still be some. Although there were fewer beasts, their strength would probably increase exponentially. Not long after the two of them entered, they were attacked. There was a tree demon around them that was very terrifying. The vines that filled the sky carried extremely strong power as they stabbed towards Su Chen and the Crimson Dragon. At the same time, the two of them felt the blood in their bodies churning as if they were about to be sucked dry. Boom, the Crimson Dragon opened its mouth and spat out lightning in all directions. Thunder wood. Instantly, the vines of these plants were sent flying. On Lin Xian's side, he also used the law of metal, forming a terrifying sword light that slashed forward. With a slash of his sword, a vacuum was formed in front of him. Soon, they left the range of the tree demon. But not long after, Lin Xian frowned. The Crimson Dragon also snorted coldly as a cold light erupted from its eyes. "Aya, I'm a little dizzy." Xiao Bai sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and shook its head as if it was drunk. "Little guy, be careful. This flower is poisonous." Lin Xian looked at Little White and injected some energy into it. "Humph." He snorted coldly, and countless sword chi rose up, completely enveloping them. There must be a very poisonous flower in the surroundings that affected them. However, Lin Xian had the great dragon sword spirit and could destroy everything. Even if there were poisonous flowers, they were not afraid. After the sword chi enveloped them, it quickly isolated them from the poison. Lin Xian's group continued onward. During this period, they encountered all kinds of demonic beasts. Some of them had even reached the half-saint level. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the Crimson Divine Dragon were powerful enough to rely on their various abilities to safely pass through. Otherwise, if it were any other half-saint, they would have perished here. No wonder no one dared to come here. This was indeed a very dangerous place. However, it wasn't as if Lin Xian and the others didn't return empty-handed. Although this place was dangerous, other martialists rarely came here. As a result, the treasures here were very old. Lin Xian found a few 9,000-year-old king herbs. He even found a small tree that was very old and had an extremely strong power. According to the Crimson Dragon's speculation, it should be more than 10,000 years old. Lin Xian was very tempted. He picked the spiritual fruits on it and gave them to the Crimson Dragon and Little White. He put away the rest. He even picked some leaves. It was an unexpected harvest. After doing this, they walked forward even faster. These could only be considered unexpected surprises. His main goal was the wood attribute Dao stone. Gradually, a gray fog appeared in front of them, enveloping the entire area. Poisonous gas. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that the path ahead would become even more dangerous. He displayed his sword chi even more bitingly cold, almost forming a sword-shaped small world. Their group was extremely powerful and had the power to destroy everything. The group walked into the poisonous gas. This time, they were attacked even more. In addition to these tree demons, there were also all kinds of monsters. It was impossible to guard against. Suddenly, they stopped because there were a few corpses in front of them. These corpses had no flesh and blood, only bones were left. However, these bones were extremely unusual. Although they were broken and scattered on the ground, there was a light circulating on them. They carried a terrifying power. Obviously, these were the bones of a powerhouse. It seemed that this person was at least a half-saint powerhouse. The Crimson Dragon waved its claws and grabbed the bones to examine them closely. Lin Xian also frowned. He found that although these bones were circulating with a mysterious aura, there were also many black spots on them. It was obvious that they had been poisoned to death. It seemed that there were at least 3 half-saint corpses here. He didn't know if they were companions or if they had been attacked. However, it was obvious that they hadn't killed each other. Instead, they had been killed by the terrifying existence here. Be careful. They took a deep breath and continued to walk forward. After walking for about 30 minutes, Lin Xian's eyes suddenly burst with a piercing light. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. There was someone. There was indeed someone in front of them. However, the aura was very weak. Lin Xian and the others sped up and flashed over. There was a small stream in front of them. Beside the stream, there was a figure lying there. That person's armor was broken. His hair was disheveled and his body was covered in blood. There were huge cracks on his body that had been forcibly torn open. Meanwhile, that person couldn't heal the cracks at all. They were black in color, carrying extremely powerful poison. Hearing the sound of something breaking through the air in front of them, the person by the river raised his head with difficulty, revealing a pale face. Lin Xian could see that this was a young warrior. Moreover, it seemed that he should be a genius. He was very powerful and had reached the half-saint level. However, he was now seriously injured. Not only his body, but also his soul seemed to have been severely injured. Save me, quickly save me. Seeing that someone was coming, the man hurriedly cried for help. However, as soon as he spoke, he spat out a large amount of blood that pierced through the void. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. However, he still struck out a beam of the law of wood and poured it into the man's body. Immediately, the man felt a vitality enveloping him. What's going on? Who attacked you? Is there a terrifying existence in front of you? The Crimson Dragon also flew over and asked with a frown. He gave the man a few more pills, and the man breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for saving my life. I can't thank you enough. However, I advise you to leave quickly. There is a terrifying existence in front of you. It's too terrifying. We can't kill him at all. However, he can easily kill us. This time, we had 5 half-saints working together. However, except for me, the others were all killed. 5 half-saints. Hearing this, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked grave. The joint forces of 5 half-saints was already an extremely terrifying force, but now, 4 of them had been killed and 1 was seriously injured. It was unbelievable. What kind of existence was this? How could it be so terrifying? The Crimson Dragon asked. The young half-saint shook his head, his eyes filled with fear. We don't know. He doesn't seem to have a body and can transform into many forms. He can even split. His body seems to be immortal. No matter how serious his injuries are, they can heal quickly. He calls himself an immortal, a unique immortal. What? An immortal? Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon exclaimed as soon as he said that. Their eyes were filled with seriousness. If he was really an immortal, then they were in danger. Even the great emperors couldn't become immortals. They knew how terrifying immortals were. But soon, the Crimson Dragon shook his head. It was impossible. There couldn't be any immortals here. A great emperor could rule thousands of worlds and sweep across the universe, let alone an immortal. If he was really an immortal, he would have gone out and ruled thousands of worlds. Why would he hide in a forest? Lin Xian nodded and calmed down. The little white monkey on his shoulder was gnawing on a spiritual fruit. Its big black eyes were filled with curiosity. It said, I seem to feel a strange energy in front of us, but it doesn't seem to be an edible fruit. Strange energy. Could it be a Dao stone? Lin Xian was shocked. His eyes lit up. He and the Crimson Dragon looked at each other and took a deep breath. No matter how dangerous it was, they still had to take a look. But suddenly, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. The pale face of the very weak young half-saint in front of him suddenly became ferocious. His eyes had also turned green, and his body was emitting a sinister aura. In the next moment, he roared madly and instantly attacked Lin Xian. This attack could be said to be unexpected. The Crimson Dragon was shocked, and Lin Xian's pupils shrank. At this distance, he couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head-on. Boom! When the attack landed on him, it immediately tore apart the sword light on his body and landed on his body. Lin Xian was sent flying. Fortunately, his divine body was strong enough to block the attack. However, Lin Xian's blood was still boiling. Damn it! The Crimson Dragon roared angrily and swung its tail. Like a raging wave hitting the shore, it slapped the injured half-saint away. Damn it, we saved you out of kindness, but you actually dare to bite the hand that feeds you. He roared as if he had gone mad. The snow-white little monkey was also panting with rage, waving its little paws. Lin Xian stood up and suppressed his boiling blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "No, there's something wrong with me." He raised his head and looked ahead. As expected, the injured half-saint in front of him was sent flying. He hit a giant tree branch in the distance and fell down. His expression was ferocious and painful. "Kill me, I beg you, kill me. He's here. He's in my body." "What the hell?" The Crimson Dragon was shocked. It seemed that there was something in the injured half-saint's body that was controlling him. "It's him. It's that unkillable thing. He has a clone in my body. Kill me quickly. Give me a quick death." The injured half-saint screamed crazily. In the next moment, he completely lost his mind. His face was also covered in green light. It was extremely distorted. The blood on his body was no longer flowing. He emitted a cold aura and a murderous intent. He roared and quickly attacked Lin Xian. The surrounding ancient trees and plants were all mobilized by him. They formed countless attacks and suppressed Lin Xian. In an instant, Lin Xian felt as if he was facing the North Demon. The blood in his body was boiling as if it was about to be sucked away. He snorted coldly. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged and destroyed this terrifying power. Buzz, at this moment, the injured half-saint had already charged over. Terrifying law fragments rose from his body and formed a light palm that grabbed Lin Xian's head. This light palm could tear everything apart. It was extremely terrifying. "Sword come," Lin Xian roared as he waved the countless fragments of the nomological laws of metal in his hand, forming a golden sword of light. The sharp aura of the dragon's soul flickered on the sword. Buzz, the sword slashed out. The power of the law, accompanied by the power of the great dragon sword soul, slashed forward. The sword slashed the half-saint apart. The half-saint's soul floated in the void. Lin Xian could clearly see that there was a green ghost face on the half-saint's translucent soul. It was extremely ferocious. It must be this green ghost face that controlled the half-saint. "Kill me," the half-saint's soul said weakly. It was obvious that he was in great pain. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He knew that the half-saint would not be able to survive. Thinking of this, he waved his sword again. A terrifying sword intent released a terrifying power and slashed forward. Feeling the power of the sword, the green ghost face screamed and dodged instantly. However, how could he dodge Lin Xian's sword chi? The sword chi turned into a green lotus and enveloped the half-saint, quickly obliterating him. However, this attack not only obliterated the green ghost face, but also the half-saint's soul. In the end, the half-saint's soul that was getting fainter smiled. He stared at Lin Xian and seemed to be relieved. "Thank you." Whoosh, the half-saint's soul vanished. The half-saint had completely fallen. Lin Xian's heart was a little heavy. What was this ghost face? It was too terrifying. It could actually control a half-saint. Moreover, looking at the half-saint's terrified look, it seemed that he had no strength to fight back at all. It seemed that there was great danger ahead. "Kid, let's go and take a look." Ben Huang wanted to see what the hell was that thing that dared to call itself an immortal. They quickly overtook the enemy and charged forward. At this moment, another group of people came to the elf forest. It was the purple-robed young man and his two servants. The purple-robed young man looked at the forest below. The corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. A piercing cold light appeared in his eyes. "I can feel it. I can feel the aura of the octatic treasure snake. As long as I can obtain the octatic treasure snake, I can guarantee that my strength will increase again. Perhaps I can use it to break through and become a true half-saint." This purple-robed young man was the young man that Lin Xian had met on the Langia Star. His name was Ziyuhao. He was ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard. He was a powerful young genius and also a half-saint. The target he was looking for was a kind of exotic beast called the octatic treasure snake. It was already extinct and only very few worlds had it. There was one in the elf forest. It seemed that the other party had come for it. He sneered and entered the elf forest with his two servants. Ziyuhao led the two servants into the elf forest, and soon they encountered danger. However, Ziyuhao sneered. He was a powerful young genius, and his strength was terrifying. He did not even need to make a move, as the two servants beside him could handle it. Just like that, they passed through. Outside the elf forest. If they continued forward, they would reach the depths of the elf forest. The aura ahead made Ziyuhao stop smiling, and his expression became a little solemn. The two servants beside him were on high alert as if they were facing a great enemy. Soon, they entered the depths of the elf forest. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, one of the servants suddenly let out a miserable shriek. His body was pierced by a branch, and the branch carried a terrifying power, sucking his blood dry. "Master, save me!" The servant abandoned his physical body, and his soul floated out, screaming in the sky. Not good. The other servant's pupils constricted. It was too terrifying. He also activated his domain, and covered his body. The armor on his body shone with a piercing cold light. In the next moment, he was sent flying, and he vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was attacked as well. Ziyuhao sneered. "A mere tree demon dares to be arrogant in front of me." He pulled out a short saber and waved it out. The purple short saber swayed, carrying with it a terrifying fragment of the law. The saber slashed out, and all the branches in the surroundings were cut into pieces. With more than 10 slashes, the terrifying tree demon was sent running away. The two servants heaved a sigh of relief. The soul in the sky entered the body, absorbing the power of heaven and earth, and recovered again. "Thank you, Master, for your help." The servant knelt on the ground, very respectful. The other servant also had a face full of admiration. Master's strength was extremely strong, and he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A mere elf forest could not do anything to him. Ziyuhao snorted. "Of course, let's go." He strode forward, and the two servants followed closely behind. After walking for about an hour, Ziyuhao frowned. He felt as if he was being stared at by a mysterious pair of eyes. He snorted, and countless saber lights rushed out from his body, carrying with them a terrifying phantom of the law, and slashed in all directions. Even the void was torn apart. "Master, there is a corpse in front." A servant pointed at the bones in front and exclaimed. Ziyuhao frowned as well. Half-saints' corpses. Half-saints had fallen here, and there was more than one. Just as they were about to step forward to investigate, the servant on the left suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream. His expression became incomparably strange as he frantically attacked. "Humph!" Ziyuhao snorted coldly. His body shook, and the purple light on his body formed a barrier. Does he not know what happened to his servant? But how could a mere power that was close to the Tao resist? He really overestimated himself. However, in the next moment, he made a light sound. That was because he discovered that his servant's attack had actually pierced through the light he had shot out. Get lost, this was no longer a power that was close to the Tao, and it was enough to threaten him. Ziyuhao shouted coldly. With a wave of his sleeve, a terrifying energy blasted out along with a storm. It was as if it could tear the entire world apart. Pung, the servant was sent flying. His body was torn apart, but he quickly reassembled. His face turned incomparably green, and his body emitted a green light. "Damn it, what's going on?" Ziyuhao tightly frowned. However, at that moment, the other servant beside him also became incomparably strange. Both of them underwent a strange change and attacked him. A purple short blade appeared in Ziyuhao's hand. He slashed out, and the two servants were cut in half. However, the state of the two servants at that moment was very strange. They seemed to have endless vitality. Although their bodies were shattered, they reassembled and quickly charged forward. "Damn it!" Ziyuhao roared angrily and fought with them. In the end, although he killed the two servants, his expression was very ugly. He had consumed a lot of energy in this battle because the other party was too difficult to kill. In the end, he discovered a green ghost face on the souls of the two servants, which made his heart beat wildly. What was that thing? He did not know, but he knew that there should be a terrifying existence inside. "Damn it, I don't want to provoke that thing. I have to quickly find the octatic treasure snake and leave quickly." He was no longer as calm as when he came. Before he came, he thought that he was a top heavenly sect, a young half-step saint who could suppress everything. A mere elf forest was nothing in his eyes. But now, he realized that he was wrong. This place was really terrifying. He estimated that he was not a match for it at all. Fortunately, he did not encounter the other party's main body. He only exchanged blows with the other party from a distance. Thinking of that, Ziyuhao turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the forest. In the forest, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon continued on their way. Lin Xian's expression was solemn. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul. His sword chi was abnormally sharp and could destroy everything. That was why he could easily kill that monster. Otherwise, if it was another half-step saint, it might be very troublesome, or even lose their lives. Suddenly, the aura in front of them became cold, and the surrounding plants also turned dark green. Most of them were poisonous. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were especially careful. However, at that moment, Whitey cheered. "Yeah, I seem to have sensed something delicious." "Oh, a natural treasure?" Lin Xian activated the heavenly secret divine eye and looked in all directions. Soon, he was stunned. Through the heavenly secret divine eye, he saw a cold pond tens of thousands of miles away. That cold pond was emitting a terrifying cold aura. However, Lin Xian's attention was not on the cold pond, but around it. There was a plant. It shone brilliantly, and there was a fruit on it. It was like a dancing snake. It was a snake essence fruit, and it seemed to be a 10,000 years snake essence fruit. Lin Xian hurriedly recounted what he had seen. The Crimson Divine Dragon took a deep breath after hearing what he had said. The little white monkey squinted its big eyes. It was indeed delicious. This little guy is really a foodie. Let's go. Lin Xian smiled and waved his hand. They quickly rushed over. Lin Xian had never seen a 10,000 years spiritual herb before. However, he saw one in the elf forest this time. He did not expect to see another one now. How could he give up? He must get the snake essence fruit. Soon, they crossed tens of thousands of miles and arrived near the cold pond. Their eyes were all on the snake essence fruit. Whitey ran to the front and stretched out its furry paws, wanting to pick the snake essence fruit. However, at that moment, there was a change in the cold pond. An extremely sinister beam of light with terrifying power pierced through the void and shot toward the little white monkey. Whitey turned into a white light and dodged quickly. However, it did not have the chance to pick the 10,000 years snake essence fruit. Aya, so angry. Whitey was fuming. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he shifted his gaze from the 10,000 year snake spirit fruit to the cold pond beside him. Could it be that there was something in the cold pond? The Crimson Dragon looked over and said, "Kid, I can sense an aura. It seems that there is a demonic beast inside." "Is there a demonic beast?" Lin Xian frowned. Then, he sneered and raised his hand. Dozens of sword chi rushed in. Instantly, the cold pond was pierced through and an angry roar came from inside. Then, countless cold pond water danced, turning into water pillars that pierced through the void. They were like waves crashing in all directions. From the water pillars that filled the sky, a huge creature rushed out. This was a huge snake. It was very huge, at least 1,000 feet long. Its body carried a monstrous cold baleful aura. Its huge head emitted a cold light. Not only that, what was even stranger was that on the snake's body, there were 8 eyes that flickered. What kind of demonic beast was this? So strange. Lin Xian looked at the 8 strange eyes and frowned. Those 8 eyes were incomparably blood-red and looked very strange. With a glance, it was as if they could pierce through one's soul. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Sword light soared from his body, cutting off this terrifying connection. At the side, the Crimson Dragon screamed. Octatic treasure snake, there was actually an octatic treasure snake here. Octatic treasure snake, what was that? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon said. Ancient mutated beasts were extremely terrifying. It was just that they didn't expect to encounter one here. One had to know that the octatic treasure snake had been extinct for a long time. Some worlds basically didn't have it. They didn't expect that there would actually be one in this elf forest. What a pleasant surprise. Kid, this octadic treasure snake is useful to me. I must kill it. The Crimson Dragon's eyes lit up. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying fragments of the law of water returned. Instantly, the surrounding cold pond was controlled. The power of the law rushed into the void. In an instant, the surrounding pond water transformed into chains that rushed over, instantly enveloping the huge body of the octadic treasure snake. Roar! The octadic treasure snake roared towards the sky. Damn human, you actually dare to attack me? Damn it, he opened his mouth and spat out a blue breath. It was like a wave, but also like a bolt of lightning. It instantly streaked across the sky and charged towards Lin Xian. Boom! Seeing the other party charging at him, Lin Xian raised his fist and punched out. At this moment, he was like the god of fire. His fist carried a terrifying flame energy as he rushed out. In an instant, the blue aura was shattered. Lin Xian roared and soared into the sky. Despicable human, you actually dare to disturb my rest. Go to hell. The octadic treasure snake roared angrily, its enormous body swaying. The chains formed by the frigid pond's water were instantly shattered. He let out a roar as his figure was teleported toward Lin Xian. With a loud bang, Lin Xian kicked out and collided with his opponent. In the next moment, Lin Xian was sent flying. The octadic treasure snake was also sent flying, its massive body crashing into the ground, crushing a large area of the forest. 1,000,000 miles of cracks appeared on the ground. Damn it! The octadic treasure snake roared toward the sky. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. What a powerful physique. It actually wasn't damaged at all. At the same time, he was surprised. The other party's strength was also very powerful. It was actually able to send him flying. Brat, be careful. The octadic treasure snake isn't simple. At the side, the Crimson Dragon reminded him and also flew over. When it saw the Crimson Dragon, a cold smile appeared in the octadic treasure snake's huge eyes. Damn snake, you actually dare to make a move against your ancestor? Pooey, *CK your grandpa. You snake. The dark rainbow divine dragon was furious. With a roar, its body grew larger and divine light bloomed. Clouds and mist drifted, and lightning surrounded it. He transformed into a divine dragon that was 1,000 feet long. A dragon's roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. On the other side, the octadic treasure snake was impacted. Its body trembled, but it was soon controlled by him. Its huge eyes shone with a terrifying light. Dragon race, you are actually a dragon. She was truly shocked, but soon, she laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, looks like my luck is really good. I actually encountered a dragon. Moreover, it's a dragon with mediocre strength. That's fine too. After eating you, I might be able to evolve again. Its huge body swayed, and it threw itself towards the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon waved its dragon claws, bringing with it a thunderstorm to contend against it. The two huge monsters began to fight. The forest within 1,000,000 miles continuously collapsed, and the void shattered. It was a scene of destruction. The commotion here attracted a figure in the distance. In the distant forest, Ziyuha's expression was grave. He had searched for so long, but he still hadn't seen the octadic treasure snake. This made him a little angry. Could it be that the news was wrong? But that shouldn't be. How could the news from the Langus star be wrong? It should be in this forest. However, this forest was too huge. It covered the entire world. He couldn't find it at all in a short period of time. And he didn't want to stay in the depths of this forest for a long time. After all, what had happened before had left him with lingering fear. However, just as he was feeling anxious, suddenly, a violent vibration came from the distance. There was even a terrifying roar. That sound caused the blood in his body to boil. What a terrifying aura. Could it be the octadic treasure snake? Thinking of this, Ziyuha was incomparably excited. He turned into a stream of light, tore through the void, and quickly flew in the direction of the sound. He flew all the way and finally saw a huge monster with 8 blood-red eyes on its back that flickered with a demonic light. Octadic treasure snake, that's right, it was indeed the octadic treasure snake. This was great, he had finally found it. Ziyuhao was incomparably excited. But soon, he frowned because the octatic treasure snake was fighting, and it seemed that the other party was also very powerful. He looked to the other side and his pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. It was actually a divine dragon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. It soared through the clouds and spewed out lightning that filled the sky as if it was a heavenly tribulation. Could it be a dragon? He wondered if it was a native dragon of the elven planet or a powerhouse from the dragon race that had descended here. Could it be that his target was also the octatic treasure snake? Ziyuhao furrowed his brows. This was not good news for him. His expression was cold as he looked around again. Soon, he was stunned again. He noticed that there was a figure standing next to the two behemoths. It was a handsome man in a red robe. On his shoulder was a white monkey that looked like a furball. "It's him," Ziyuhao quickly exclaimed in a low voice. He recognized it. He had seen this man in red before. He had seen him twice on the Xianxia planet. He didn't expect that the other party would also come here. Could it be that the other party was in cahoots with this dragon? The other party's target was also the octatic treasure snake? Thinking of this possibility, Ziyuhao's face turned cold. The octatic treasure snake was very important to him and was even the key to him becoming a saint. He had to obtain it. He would hide first and sneak attack the red-clothed youth below. Then, he would hide at the side and watch the battle. When the two beasts were both injured, he would make his move. This way, not only would he be able to obtain the octatic treasure snake, but if he was lucky, he would also be able to kill a dragon. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a sneer. Ziyuhao's body became fainter and fainter before completely merging into the void and disappearing. At the same time, he pulled out a purple dagger in the dark. In the next moment, he turned into a stream of light and flew downwards like a ghost. As a half-step saint, his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived below, behind the red-clothed youth. The dagger in his hand carried the power of law as he stabbed forward. Below, Lin Xian stood at the edge of the battlefield and watched the battle. All of his attention was on the battlefield in front of him. Because he was really curious about the octatic treasure snake. He didn't know what the 8 eyes on his back were for. Up until now, the magical powers and laws that the octatic treasure snake had used had nothing to do with the 8 eyes. Just as he was thinking, a terrifying force suddenly appeared behind him and stabbed towards him. Damn it! Someone was here, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. In the next moment, he was sent flying by this huge force. Haha, kid, you definitely won't survive after being hit by me. Ziyuhao transformed into his human form and sneered. He was a top genius ranked 10th on the Abyss list, and his strength was extremely powerful. Even a veteran half-step saint was not his match, let alone his current strength. With a surprise attack, the other party would definitely be killed with a single slash. Damn it, it's actually you. You actually dare to attack me? A cold voice came from the front. Immediately after, a red-robed figure walked over. The other party's red robe was shattered, but it quickly recovered. Lin Xian's red robe was condensed from power, so he wasn't afraid of it being shattered at all. How was this possible? He wasn't injured, seeing that Lin Xian's aura was strong and there wasn't a single drop of blood. Ziyuhao was stunned. Could it be that the other party was wearing a half-step saint artifact battle armor? His expression was ugly. But it shouldn't be. Even if he was wearing battle armor, this attack could cause the other party to suffer internal injuries. It seemed that the other party should have forcefully suppressed the injuries in his body. Thinking of this, he sneered. Kid, I didn't expect you to have a top-grade artifact to protect yourself. You're really lucky, but unfortunately, you met me. Now obediently accept your death, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. Ziyuhao snorted coldly as an extremely cold aura emanated from his body. Even though he didn't die from this attack, so what? Even if he were to fight his opponent head-on, he would still be able to kill his opponent. The sneak attack just now was just to kill him in one blow and not cause any unnecessary trouble. To tell you the truth, I'm ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard, Ziyuhao. You should have heard of my name, right? Kneel down and accept your death, Ziyuhao shouted, announcing his name and identity in order to intimidate the other party. After all, with the Abyss ranking and purple names, which one of them wasn't a world-shaking peerless powerhouse? If the other party heard this, he would be scared witless. 10th on the Abyss leaderboard? When Lin Xian heard this, he frowned. Seeing Lin Xian's strange expression, Ziyuhao sneered. Brat, are you afraid? If you are, then obediently accept your death. In his opinion, no one would not be afraid of him unless they were ranked higher than him. However, there were only a few people ranked higher than him, and he knew most of them. What's more, the aura of those ranked higher than him was terrifying. He could probably recognize them at a glance. Even Lu Mu and Yan Nantian had to retreat in front of me, let alone you. Lin Xian snorted coldly with a hint of disdain in his eyes. What, heard this? Ziyuhao, who was in front of him, was stunned. He knew Lu Mu and Yan Nantian. He knew Lu Mu, who was ranked one place higher than him, ranked 9th. Although he had never seen Yan Nantian, he had heard that the other party was the successor of a great emperor, and his strength and talent were very strong. And it was said that he was ranked 4th this time. He had completely surpassed him. In fact, if he calculated it this way, his ranking should not be 10th, but 11th. Lu Mu and Yan Nantian were both relatively powerful existences, but what did the other party say? These two people retreated in front of the other party? What a joke, brat, you really know how to talk big. If it were an ordinary person, they might really be scared by you. But if you want to lie to me, there is no possibility at all. Who do you think you are to be able to beat Lu Mu and Yan Nantian? What a joke. Ziyuhao did not believe it at all. You don't believe it, right? It doesn't matter. I will beat you until you believe it. Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly rushed to the left. Damn brat, I was careless just now. Now I will take it seriously. You are definitely no match for me. Ziyuhao snorted and took a step forward. The aura on his body suddenly burst out, and a terrifying power filled the entire space. At this moment, he seemed to have really turned into a peerless god of war. The short knife in his hand slashed out crazily again. However, this time, Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably dignified. He raised a palm and moved it forward. Suddenly, the sky fell and the earth cracked. This palm was like the palm of a deity. It covered the entire space, and the purple aura was crushed continuously. Ziyuhao's attack was also quickly split apart under this palm. Not good, Ziyuhao's expression changed greatly. He felt that the other party's palm was like a 5-fingered mountain with a terrifying power that could suppress him. If it were an ordinary sage to be, he would probably dodge quickly. But he was ranked 10th on the ranking list. How could he dodge? His glory did not allow him to dodge. With a roar, Ziyuhao held the short knife and faced the attack. The entire space collapsed quickly. Purple aura surged and a terrifying knife light soared into the sky again. It was as if the knife god was roaring. Lin Xian's palm fell mercilessly, bringing with it the law of fire fragments and mysterious runes. Boom, the entire space shook violently. Ziyuhao was enveloped by this palm. The short knife in his hand was sent flying. Not only that, his body was directly slapped to the ground by this palm. Boom, boom. Boom, the ground continued to shatter and a huge abyss appeared. Ziyuhao's body fell into the ground. Lin Xian sneered. So what if he was ranked 10th in the abyss? In front of him, he was still sent flying by a palm. Damn it, how could this guy be so terrifying? In the distance, the octatic treasure snake, who was fighting with the crimson dragon, felt the power of this palm and its expression changed. He could feel that not only was the power of the law of fire fragments powerful, but this palm was more of the power of the physical body. This guy's physique was actually so strong. He was simply a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. The octatic treasure snake frowned. If Lin Xian attacked and joined forces with the crimson dragon, then he would really be in danger. Thinking of this, he roared angrily and attacked crazily. The crimson dragon also used the dragon race's great mystique to suppress the other party. Boom, on the other side of the ground, a human figure rushed out. It was Ziyuhao. At this moment, Ziyuhao's entire body was charred black, and he looked extremely miserable. To be honest, he was still dumbfounded because he did not dare to believe that his opponent could suppress him with a single slap. How was this possible? Who was his opponent? How could he be so much stronger than him, damn it? Careless, I must have been careless. Ziyuhao's expression was extremely ugly. Purple demon heaven shaking steps, Ziyuhao roared, and the aura on his body erupted. He took a step forward, and a mysterious power appeared in the void, causing the entire world to shake. Lin Xian instantly felt that he was enveloped by a mysterious power, and his body trembled slightly. The most frightening thing was that his heart was trembling violently, as if this step was going to crush his heart. Not only him, but the Crimson Dragon and the 8-treasure snake who were fighting at the side also felt it. However, the two of them only felt the aftermath of the energy, and Lin Xian bore the brunt of it. Kid, be careful. This guy is very strange. The Crimson Dragon, who was fighting in the distance, quickly warned. The 8-treasure snake was also shocked. Damn it, another human expert had come. However, from the looks of it, these two human experts were fighting at this moment. It would be best if both of them were injured and died together. And he only needed to kill the dragon in front of him. Kid, your physique is strong, but what about your internal organs? I don't believe that you can withstand my steps. Ziyuhao's hair was disheveled, and his body was covered in blood. He was really angry. Therefore, this time, he would not let his opponent off. He took a few more steps, and immediately, Lin Xian's heart rang like a bell. Ziyuhao's lips curled into a smile. This was a great ability. Coupled with his law fragments, its power was boundless. His steps could shatter someone's heart from a distance. His opponent's physique was strong, but his opponent's heart would definitely not be able to withstand it. Lin Xian also frowned. What a strange ability. It could actually affect his heartbeat. Indeed, if it was any other half-saint, their hearts would have been split open, and they would have vomited blood and died. However, he was different. Harumphing coldly, Xianxia drove the great dragon sword soul within his body, and a surge of sword intent tore apart the fearsome attack. Lin Xian's heart calmed down again. I have to say, your divine art is very unique, but it doesn't seem to have any effect on me. Lin Xian was expressionless. Damn it, how is this possible? Ziyuhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Even a veteran half-saint would be injured by his footwork. A weaker half-saint would directly explode and die. But what about the other party? The other party was completely fine. This was simply too unbelievable. Who the hell was this kid? While he was puzzled, Lin Xian understood. Since you've used up your sacred art, then you should have a taste of my sacred art. He stomped his foot and charged forward like a god of war. He formed a seal with his palm, and the image of a mountain appeared. It was a giant flaming mountain that was tens of thousands of feet tall and covered in terrifying laws and flames. As the palm fell, a mountain of flames descended from the sky, as if it wanted to suppress the other party into a bloody mist. Not good, what a terrifying power. Ziyuhao's face became extremely ugly. He could only wave the short knife in his hand to block. However, after 10 moves, Ziyuhao's body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The half-saint blood filled the air and pierced through the void. Soon, his body reassembled. His face was extremely pale, but as soon as he reassembled, he was split apart by a sword. At this moment, his entire body was numb. The sword chi that split him was too cold. His body could not completely heal. Although it was reassembled, if one looked carefully, they would find cracks and a vacuum. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Ziyuhao screamed crazily. He was about to despair. The other party was too powerful and had completely surpassed him. Suddenly, he remembered what the other party had said before. Lumu and Yan Nantian had to retreat when they saw him. Damn it, could it be that this guy is also a top expert on the ranking list? Who are you? Could it be that you are Zhao Wuliang? He screamed crazily. No, Zhao Wuliang was about the same as Yan Nantian. He couldn't go down Yan Nantian. Could it be that you are Long Zhao Tian? Long Zhao Tian was ranked second. If it was really him, then it might make sense. Moreover, it was rumored that Long Zhao Tian was also related to the dragon clan. The kid in front of him had a dragon by his side, so he was more and more convinced that the other party was Long Zhao Tian. God, he had provoked the other party. Long Zhaotian was ranked second on the ranking list, second only to Di Ling. Thinking of this, Ziyuhao trembled for a while. What Long Zhaotian? I am Lin Wudi. Lin Xian snorted coldly, his eyes bursting with a biting cold light. Not Long Zhaotian, Ziyuhao was stunned. Why was the name Lin Wudi so unfamiliar? No, he seemed to have heard of it. Where had he heard of it? Ziyuhao's brain was working very fast. Suddenly, his body trembled and he almost knelt on the ground. It was his Lin Wudi. Recently, on the ancient Starry Sky Road, a piece of news swept like a storm. There was a new change in the Abyss ranking list. A newcomer had climbed to the top, ranked first, and tied with Di Ling. He remembered that person's name. It seemed to be Lin Wudi. Ziyuhao's entire body was drenched in cold sweat. He had provoked the Abyss ranking first, and he was still arrogant in front of the other party. He wished he could slap himself to death. So it was Lin Gongzi. I had eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I offended Lin Gongzi. I hope Lin Gongzi can forgive me. How about this? I don't want the octatic treasure snake anymore. When I fought with Lin Gongzi before, I will also take out a certain amount of heaven and earth treasures as compensation. Lin Gongzi, please spare my life. Ziyuhao hurriedly begged for mercy. He had no choice but to lower his head. Otherwise, with the other party's strength, it would be very easy to kill him. When the octatic treasure snake sensed this scene, it was extremely shocked. Its huge eyes flickered with a trace of shock. What was going on? One of the humans was begging for mercy. This was impossible. He sensed that the purple-clothed youth who came later was very terrifying and had a monstrous aura. But now, such a person was actually begging for mercy. Could it be that this red-clothed youth was even more terrifying? Thinking of this, his face became incomparably gloomy. Damn it, when did such a terrifying existence come to their elf forest? Could it be that he was here specifically for it? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't say anything, but in the next moment, his expression changed. Sword energy soared into the sky and instantly enveloped him. At the same time, he said, Ruzalong, retreat quickly. Just as he finished speaking, the sky collapsed. Green light streaked across, and countless ghost faces charged towards them. The Crimson Dragon was reminded and instantly roared, its dragon blood surging. The lightning around him formed a lightning tribulation that instantly enveloped him. Lightning was the bane of evil beings. It should be able to block the ghost face. Sure enough, when the green ghost face landed on Lin Xian's sword energy and the Crimson Dragon's lightning, it emitted a sizzling sound. It was mercilessly destroyed and pierced through. On the other side, the octatic treasure snake also spat out a terrifying poison to resist. Ziyuhao also tried to block, but he was still a step too slow. Among the 4 people present, he was the weakest. In an instant, he was enveloped by the ghost face. In an instant, the green face entered his body. Ziyuhao struggled, his expression becoming ferocious. The light in his eyes disappeared, replaced by a wisp of green light. Ziyuhao was controlled, becoming a puppet. Damn it, it's you, the octatic treasure snake screamed crazily, its voice piercing through the clouds. It was that thing again. Lin Xian had seen it before. However, at the same time, they were even more shocked. Could it be that the octatic treasure snake knew him? Humph. Seeing this immortal descend, you still don't kneel to pay your respects, a faintly discernible voice was heard from the void. It was Ziyuhao's voice. At this moment, Ziyuhao's entire body was surrounded by green light. He was no longer the young prodigy from before. Clearly, he had been possessed by something. Damn it, you still don't want to give up. The octatic treasure snake looked as if it was facing a great enemy. Its body was surrounded by laws. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. The Crimson Dragon even snorted coldly. What immortal? In this world, there was no such thing as an immortal. That was indeed the case. Even great emperors could not become immortals, so how could there be a true immortal? It was only a legend and a wish of people. Ignorant ant, how could you know of this immortal's existence? The mutated Ziyuhao snorted coldly. Green light appeared in his eyes. It streaked across the Crimson Dragon's body, and then stared at the octatic treasure snake. What do you think of what I said? The octatic treasure snake's expression was gloomy. Humph, you dare to threaten me with just a clone? You want me to be your clone? No way. It seems that you really don't know life from death. If it wasn't for the Eye of Time maturing, do you think you would be alive now? What was the Eye of Time? Lin Xian was puzzled. The Crimson Dragon's pupils shrank. Could it be that the legend was true? He stared at the octatic treasure snake, his face full of shock. The octatic treasure snake's expression was gloomy and cold. If it was your true body that came, then maybe you could succeed. But a mere clone, do you think you can do anything to me? Don't even think about getting my Eye of Time in this lifetime. As for your main body, you probably won't be able to come out for the rest of your life. What a mortal. He was just a body of energy trapped by someone else. What was going on? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Before the Crimson Dragon could speak, the mutated Ziyuhao's gaze shrouded the two of them. And 2 more ants? Fine, I'll kill the 2 of them first, then I'll slowly play with you. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the monstrous light turned into a storm, sweeping towards Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Rousalong Dragon, you continue to fight the octatic treasure snake. Leave this fellow to me. Lin Xian soared into the sky. Sword light revolved around his body, making him look like a sword immortal. Seeing this scene, the Crimson Dragon turned his head and stared at the octatic treasure snake. A trace of disdain appeared in the octatic treasure snake's eyes. What an idiot. He actually dared to fight against such an existence. In truth, he didn't dare to fight against the other party. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party's main body couldn't come out, he would have run away long ago. Now, Lin Xian actually wanted to fight against such an existence. In his opinion, he would probably be instantly killed. The mutated Ziyuhao sneered in disdain. A mere human ant dares to be arrogant in front of me? With a wave of his hand, a green seal appeared, instantly enveloping Lin Xian. With a boom, Lin Xian was sent flying. Seeing this scene, Ziyuhao coldly snorted. An ant had been dealt with. Next was another one. He blocked the Crimson Dragon. Just as he was about to move, a voice came from below. Just this bit of strength? It's only SOSO. Someone like you dares to call yourself an immortal? You didn't die? The mutated Ziyuhao turned his head, revealing a trace of surprise. Below, Lin Xian flew over. His robes fluttered, but he wasn't injured at all. Interesting. It seems that your physique isn't bad. You're relatively strong even among half-saints. You were actually able to block my attack and come out unscathed. However, do you think that you can contend against me like this? You really don't know the meaning of death. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Immediately, 3 seals covered the sky and covered the earth. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The metal law formed a sword of light, slashing down from the sky. With a poochie sound, the 3 seals were split apart. Not only that, the sword of law even split apart the other party's body. Great, it split apart. Lin Xian smiled. However, the broken body on the other side quickly reassembled and reappeared in front of him. Useless. I'm an unkillable existence. I'm a high and mighty immortal. You're no match for me at all. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian instantly slashed out 10,000 rays of sword qi, turning the other party into a bloody mist. However, the bloody mist quickly reassembled. The other party had a condescending look as he watched the scene with a sneer. Just like that, the other party's body was broken more than 10 times. However, each time, it quickly reassembled. This made Lin Xian frown. The Crimson Dragon also exclaimed. This was impossible. Even a half-saint would be injured if his body was continuously broken. Wouldn't his vitality be greatly damaged? How could the other party be unscathed? Ha 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 ha, I've said it before. I'm an immortal existence. The mutated Ziyuhao didn't attack at all. He floated there, allowing Lin Xian to attack him. Every time he was broken, his body would reassemble. This scene made people despair. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. An immortal existence? How could this be? How could there be an immortal in this world? Even a great emperor couldn't survive the passage of time. However, the other party's current appearance was indeed surprising. Could it be that he had an immortal bloodline? He knew that there were many miraculous physiques in the universe. For example, he and the sage physique were the type with strong physiques and powerful strength. There was also the Dao physique, which was born with the Dao and could use the law to great effect. There was also the spirit physique, which could increase one's cultivation in an instant. Of course, there was also an immortal body. That was, the other party's recovery ability was amazing. No matter how serious the injury, it could be healed instantly. Lin Xian guessed that the other party might have such a physique. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the other party's recovery ability was super strong. It wasn't because of the bloodline, but because of the law. For example, the northern demon previously had the law of wood. His recovery ability was very shocking and terrifying. Now, he also had the law of wood fragment. Coupled with the longevity art, his recovery ability was also super strong. Lin Xian guessed countless possibilities in his heart. Although he didn't know which one it was, it all showed that the other party wasn't an immortal. Since he knew this, he was fearless. Was the other party's recovery ability strong? Then he would beat the other party until he couldn't recover. A cold look appeared in his eyes. The great dragon sword soul in his body instantly roared and circulated. If it were other half-saints, they might be helpless. However, he was different. He had the great dragon sword soul. Buzz, Lin Xian once again formed the sword of law and poured the power of the great dragon sword soul into it. On the opposite side, the mutated Ziyuhao sneered when he saw that Lin Xian wanted to attack again. It's useless. Even if you do it 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, you won't be able to hurt me. His actions towards Lin Xian were filled with disdain. He was disdainful. However, in the next moment, his face changed. He discovered that this time around, his shattered body was actually unable to heal. Between his body and his body, there were small cracks that separated Yi's body from the rest of his body. How could this be? It couldn't heal? The mutated Ziyuhao was stunned. A green light burst out from his eyes as he stared at his body. At the same time, the green light on his body bloomed and completely enveloped him. Whoosh, finally, he forcefully suppressed the cracks and his body healed again. However, his face had become a little ugly. In the next moment, he screamed. He saw the other party slashing his sword and his body was broken again. Each piece carried a terrifying sword intent, causing him to be unable to heal for a while. Damn it, this is impossible. Who are you? What kind of sword chi is this? Why is it so strange? The mutated Ziyuhao screamed crazily. He realized that it was very difficult to heal his body again. He had to erase the sword chi on the cracks. The sword chi was very strange and difficult to erase. Therefore, when he healed for the second time, his face had become pale and the green light on his body had dimmed a lot. You're just SOSO. What a mortal. In my opinion, you're just a little stronger in terms of life force recovery. Other than that, there's nothing special. Lin Xian looked at this scene and sneered. Previously, his sword chi contained the power of the great dragon sword soul. That was why it was difficult for the other party's body to heal. If it was a real immortal, this bit of power wouldn't be able to do anything to him. However, it was obvious that it was very difficult for the other party to heal. This meant that the other party wasn't an immortal at all. Perhaps he wasn't even a saint? The other party was at most a half-saint with a strong life force. Other than that, there shouldn't be anything special. If it was another half-saint facing the other party, they might not be able to do anything. However, Lin Xian was indeed the other party's nemesis. Damned brat. The mutated Ziyuhao's face was ashen. As for the octatic treasure snake, it was extremely shocked. How could this be? He found it hard to believe that the other party was able to restrain the monster. One must know that when he faced that monster, he was only able to suppress it with his overwhelming power. Even so, he was only able to suppress its clone. Furthermore, even if he were to destroy the clone, it would likely not affect the main body that was hidden in the depths. Thus, the octatic treasure snake was not willing to contend against such a monster. In its opinion, no one could truly restrain it. But now, a human kid seemed to have done it. Damn it, kid, go to hell. The mutated Ziyuhao seemed to have thought of this as well. His opponent's sword chi was very strange and was a threat to him. He would not allow such a person to exist in this world. Thus, he had to kill him. A sharp cry sounded out as terrifying rays of light shot towards Lin Xian from all directions. They were densely packed and contained terrifying power. "Get lost," Lin Xian coldly shouted. Sword chi erupted from his body, directly piercing through those green ghost faces. Those ghost faces shrieked in the air. As for the mutated Ziyuhao, his expression was extremely ugly. He was unable to get close to his opponent. It seemed that his opponent's sword chi could be released in large quantities. This was definitely not a good thing for him. Since he was unable to attack, he could only attack from afar. Ah! He let out a sharp cry. The countless green ghost faces in the air also let out sharp cries. This was a soul attack. He wanted to use soul attacks to directly destroy his opponent's soul from a distance. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He continued to wave a great dragon sword soul. Terrifying dragon-shaped sword chi swept out in all directions, destroying those soul attacks. Damn it, how was this possible? It could actually destroy soul attacks. The mutated Ziyuhao was incomparably shocked. To tell the truth, there were very few things in this world that could restrain him. Furthermore, in his opinion, those things had probably long since been lost in the ancient era. How could they possibly exist now? But the current situation made his hair stand on end. Could it be that something had truly appeared that could restrain him? Damn it, eternal annihilation. Ziyuhao did not continue to attack Lin Xian. Instead, he let out a furious roar and soared into the sky. Energy rapidly surged from his body. The terrifying energy grew larger and larger, enveloping an area of hundreds of thousands of miles. Not good. Seeing this scene, the octatic treasure snake was frightened out of its wits. It quickly fled back into the cold pond. Lin Xian also frowned. The crimson dragon cried out in alarm. Damn it, this fellow wanted to self-destruct. Did he not want to live anymore? Lin Xian's expression was grave. This should only be a clone. Even if it died, the main body probably wouldn't be able to cause much damage. However, the power of this self-destruction was too terrifying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He did not plan on letting his opponent self-destruct. He had to stop him. With a bang, the great dragon sword soul crazily roared. In Lin Xian's hand, a sword of light condensed. All sorts of laws gathered on it, and he slashed it forward. At the same time, the mass of green energy above him suddenly exploded. Everything within a radius of 10 million miles was completely enveloped. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils shrank. The crimson dragon also let out a sharp cry. This was already equivalent to a half-saint self-destructing. Moreover, it had absorbed enough energy to self-destruct. The power was too terrifying. The sword of light in Lin Xian's hand instantly transformed into the shape of a dragon. He roared, "Ruse along, hurry up and help me pour energy into it." The crimson dragon poured all its energy into Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian let out a long roar. He poured all his energy into the great dragon sword soul. Then, he slashed it forward. Boom, everything within a radius of 10 million miles was completely destroyed. Countless forests collapsed, and the void shattered. It was a scene of apocalypse. Lin Xian and the others were crazily swallowed by this energy. After a very long time, the terrifying energy gradually faded and disappeared. In the void, two figures fell, and they spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood. Damn, this energy was too terrifying. Why did it feel like a saint self-destructing? The crimson dragon's body was charred black. Dragon blood dripped down, and it grimaced in pain. Many cracks also appeared on Lin Xian's body. He circulated the law of wood and the longevity secret art. At the same time, he swallowed heavenly treasures. The cracks on his body were quickly healing. With the strength of the 9-yang divine body, he survived. At the same time, his eyes were filled with a hint of seriousness. It was too terrifying. Fortunately, he used the great dragon sword soul to split open the most important energy. Otherwise, that mass of energy would have definitely been a threat to him. No half-saint would have been able to survive. Damn, what the hell was that? The other party's clone was already so powerful. Why was the other party's life so strong? Lin Xian frowned. The crimson dragon looked around. Endless primal chaos had appeared around them, and the cold pool had long disappeared. The octatic treasure snake couldn't have been blasted into a bloody mist, right? Could it be that there was no residue left? The crimson dragon was stunned. Then, he cursed loudly. Damn it, that was Benhuang's favorite prey. Forget it, there are many treasures in this elven forest. At most, we'll look for other natural treasures. Lin Xian originally wanted to comfort the crimson dragon, but he still glanced around. Suddenly, he was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he activated his heavenly secret divine eyes and stared below. There was originally a terrifying 10,000-year-old cold pool there. However, at this moment, the cold pool had long been reduced to ashes by that energy. In the endless pit, there was a huge monster. It was the octatic treasure snake. At this moment, the octatic treasure snake was torn into pieces. Blood and internal organs flowed all over the ground. It couldn't be any more dead. Even its soul had been destroyed by this energy. This shocked Lin Xian again. It seemed that it was really dangerous. Those below the saint realm probably couldn't survive at all. In fact, even saints would be injured in this energy. Fortunately, he had the great dragon sword soul to cut through everything. But soon, Lin Xian was stunned again. What was this? He saw a shocking scene. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, an endless storm rushed out and wiped out the primal chaos below. Then, the octatic treasure snake's corpse was revealed. The crimson dragon also saw it. He cried out in surprise. Great, he finally found it. He wanted to put away the octatic treasure snake's corpse, but in the next moment, he was also stunned. His eyes were wide open in disbelief. Below, the octatic treasure snake's corpse was torn into pieces. On the corpse, there was a scarlet eye that slowly rotated. Inside, extremely terrifying patterns appeared. It was incomparably mysterious. With Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon's current understanding, they couldn't see it clearly at all. However, although they couldn't understand the patterns, they saw a shocking scene. The octatic treasure snake's originally shattered body quickly reassembled. In the next moment, his body trembled and a cold light erupted from his eyes. The aura on his body suddenly erupted. What's going on? He's alive, how could this be? Didn't he die before? That's not right. Lin Xian could clearly sense that the other party's soul had already been destroyed. One had to know that if one's physical body was destroyed, one could still be reborn with a drop of blood. If one's soul was injured, one could also use a remnant soul to recover. However, if one's soul was completely destroyed, one would be dead beyond words. In such a situation, even a saint would not be able to revive. But why would this octatic treasure snake come back to life? Could it be related to the red eyes? He stared at the 8 eyes on the octatic treasure snake's back. One of the eyes slowly closed. It was the eye with the mysterious runes flowing around it earlier. It was already completely closed. Now, only the 7 eyes were shining. It was still scarlet red like a ruby. What was going on? The Crimson Dragon looked as if he had seen a ghost. Damn it, could it be that the legend was true? Impossible, could there really be such a magical ability? Rizalong, what do you know? Lin Xian asked from the side. He felt that the Crimson Dragon should know something about the situation. The Crimson Dragon took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. The Eye of Time. The Eye of Time, what was that? Lin Xian was curious. It wasn't the first time he heard about it. The green monster from before seemed to have its eyes on the Eye of Time. Could it be? Was it the 8 eyes on the octatic treasure snake's back? The octatic treasure snake was an ancient beast. It was rumored that the 8 eyes on its back possessed the mysterious power of time. The power of time. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Time was the most mysterious thing. Ordinary people couldn't grasp it at all. Even great emperors might not be able to grasp this power. However, the octatic treasure snake actually had such strange eyes. Could it grasp this power? Time was indeed the most mysterious thing. As an ancient beast, the octatic treasure snake's 8 eyes were known as the Eye of Time. They could make time flow back to the past. However, each of these 8 eyes could only be used once. Just like before, although the octatic treasure snake was already dead, it used the Eye of Time to reverse the time on its body, returning to the time when it was still alive. In this way, it was equivalent to being reborn once. As for the eye on its back, once this power was used, it would be permanently healed and could no longer be opened. It could still live after dying. This was equivalent to having an extra life. Lin Xian was extremely surprised. The octatic treasure snake had 8 eyes on its back. This was equivalent to having 8 more lives. This was too perverted, wasn't it? This was simply an undying existence. That's right, it was indeed equivalent to having 8 lives. However, this power also attracted the attention of powerhouses. Countless years ago, the octatic treasure snake was hunted down by a peerless powerhouse and was finally destroyed. In the myriad worlds, there was no longer an octatic treasure snake. He didn't expect to be able to see one here. It seemed that his luck was really good to the extreme to be able to encounter the octatic treasure snake. Could it be that you were eyeing the Eye of Time previously? Was that Ziyuhao the same as before? Lin Xian asked. The Crimson Dragon shook its head. No, I was eyeing the octatic treasure snake because of its bloodline. I think that Ziyuhao was the same. The Eye of Time was too strange. It only existed in legends. In ancient times, the octatic treasure snake had already disappeared, so no one thought that the things that were passed down were true. Just like immortals, they were just legends. Therefore, no one would specially look for the octatic treasure snake for the Eye of Time, right? If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe that the other party really has the Eye of Time and can control the power of time. Humph, it seems that you know quite a lot. Right at this moment, the octatic treasure snake below completely recovered. He raised his huge head and snorted coldly. His cold eyes stared at the Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian. Since you know that I have the Eye of Time, then hurry up and get lost. It's impossible for you to kill me. Indeed, the other party still had 7 eyes of time, which was equivalent to having 7 lives. He was indeed an existence that was almost immortal. Boy, do you want to make a move? The Crimson Dragon asked. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a piercing light. He was definitely going to make a move. Obtaining the Eye of Time was equivalent to obtaining 7 more lives. This was definitely a huge temptation, not to mention him, those saints would probably go crazy. Even the great emperors would definitely disregard everything and come to kill the octatic treasure snake. Damn it, when the octatic treasure snake heard this, he was instantly enraged. He opened his mouth and spat out poisonous gas that filled the sky. His entire body turned into a ray of light and instantly tore through the void, heading into the distance. Damn it, don't think about running. The Crimson Dragon struck out lightning that filled the sky, shattering the poisonous gas. At the same time, he bared his fangs and brandished his claws as he flew out. Lin Xian also soared into the sky and turned into a ray of sword light. He transmitted his voice. Ruzalong, don't kill him. You have to capture him alive. Otherwise, if he uses up the Eye of Time, it would be useless for us to capture him. I know. But Brat, what do you want to do? Even if we trap him, if he goes crazy and destroys the Eye of Time, we won't be able to obtain it. I naturally know that. Not only do we have to capture him alive, we can't let him resist at all. Because once he resists, he will be able to activate the Eye of Time. Of course, we can't let him die. Because if that happens, the Eye of Time will be activated. Are you saying that if we don't kill him, we will let his soul live without consciousness? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. Could it be that you want to use eye techniques? That's right. Lin Xian nodded. He took a deep breath. Little White, I will depend on you later. Yeah, no problem. Just watch me. Little White nodded, looking very confident. Lin Xian and the others increased their speed. The Crimson Dragon directly controlled the laws of clouds and wind, mobilizing the space within millions of miles. It formed a cage around them, blocking their path. The octatic treasure snake went crazy, attacking recklessly. However, it was still blocked for a moment. During this time, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon caught up. Little White, go. Before the octatic treasure snake could react, Little White transformed into a streak of light and instantly disappeared. When it appeared again, it was already in front of the octatic treasure snake. Its furry claws slapped the octatic treasure snake's huge head. Bzz, the octatic treasure snake fainted. It only lasted for 3 seconds. However, this time was enough for Lin Xian. He could activate his eye technique thousands of times. His palms formed seals as the heavenly secret divine eye activated. A pair of golden eyes appeared above his head. They were incomparably cold, like a god. The snow-white little monkey's dizziness caused the octatic treasure snake to be unable to resist. The heavenly secret divine eye was mysterious and strange. Under Lin Xian's full power, the octatic treasure snake was unable to block that eye technique. Hence, the octatic treasure snake directly entered an illusion. Lin Xian didn't directly plant a slave imprint because he was afraid that the octatic treasure snake would resist and cause an uncontrollable situation to occur. He let the octatic treasure snake be in the illusion and then slowly guided it, so that he would automatically treat Lin Xian as his master. This process was very slow, but Lin Xian didn't care. Anyway, the other party was in an illusion, and the time inside was not the same as outside. Lin Xian could adjust the environment at will. Next, he let the Crimson Dragon create several formations to completely envelop the opponent. Then, they were sent into the Black Earth. Now that time was tight, Lin Xian had no way to set it up. Once things settled down, he could set up an illusion array and place the octatic treasure snake inside. Or, periodically, he would use his eye technique on the octatic treasure snake. In short, as long as the octatic treasure snake continued to sleep like this, Lin Xian released the octatic treasure snake for the time being and took a deep breath. "Kid, where are we going next?" the Crimson Dragon asked. "To find the mysterious green monster." "Are you going to find that guy?" "No way, it's too risky." "Aren't we going to find the Wood Dao stone?" "That's right, it was in the hands of that guy." Previously, when Lin Xian used his eye technique on the octatic treasure snake, he had discovered some information from the other party's soul. Among them, it was related to the mysterious green monster. After all, that monster was too terrifying. Even the octatic treasure snake was afraid of it. Therefore, the information about the green monster in the other party's soul was very obvious. Lin Xian instantly captured it. He learned from the information that the green monster had a Wood Dao stone in its hands. In addition, the other party's origin was mysterious. That was why it had such a vigorous life force and was almost immortal. Since he knew that the Wood Dao stone was in the other party's hands, Lin Xian had no reason not to go. Moreover, although the other party was powerful, his great dragon sword soul could restrain the other party. Therefore, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of the other party at all. The Wood Dao stone was actually in the other party's hands. When the Crimson Dragon heard this, it was also extremely surprised. Since that was the case, what were they waiting for? "Let's hurry up and go." Lin Xian and the others quickly flew deeper into the forest. 3 days later, the three of them stopped. Lin Xian frowned. His heavenly secret god eyes looked around. It was right in front of him. Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon held its breath, and Whitey also quieted down for a rare moment. Who was it? Lin Xian and the others had already arrived in front of him. They let out a low and hoarse voice. Instantly, countless terrifying rays of light appeared around them. The surrounding trees seemed to come to life and attacked Lin Xian and the others. With a boom, the Crimson Dragon's body swayed. Endless lightning pierced through all the tree demons, forming a vacuum. The ground was scorched black. Lin Xian walked forward. There was no forest blocking the way ahead. There was a ball of green light floating in the air, constantly changing into various forms. "Damn it, it's you. You're not dead." In front of them, the ball of green light let out a sharp roar. It was too shocking. Impossible. The self-destruction of his clone was enough to destroy any half-saint below the saint realm. How could the other party survive? It seemed that you didn't know everything. There were some things that you couldn't know at all. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The other party didn't even know why he was still alive. It must be something. He ignored the other party and looked around. Because of the conversation between the octatic treasure snake and the other party, he knew that the other party's main body seemed to be unable to come out and could only be in the depths. He had to find out why now. Soon, he narrowed his eyes because he seemed to have seen through it. The Crimson Dragon also said that there was a peerless formation around them that suppressed everything. It was probably specially targeted at the other party. We can come in, but I'm afraid the other party can't get out at all. Lin Xian nodded, then raised his head and looked ahead at the green ball of light that was still screaming in shock. Hand over the Dao Stone of Wood that you're in, and I can spare your life. What? You're here for the Dao Stone of Wood? The green ball of light was stunned for a moment, then it screamed. Damn brat, you actually dare to have designs on me? How despicable. The green light kept changing and then turned into a green-robed man. The green-robed man's face was pale, and his eyes were cold. They were like the eyes of a venomous snake as he stared at Lin Xian. After he appeared, he gave off a powerful aura. Go to hell. The palm emitted a terrifying aura and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian, wanting to suppress him. Lin Xian sneered. Sword chi surged from his body and poured into the power of the great dragon sword soul. He slashed out and immediately split the other party's palm. It's useless. I can restrain you. Your attack can't pose any threat to me at all. It's not even difficult for me to kill you. Lin Xian's voice caused the green-robed man's expression to turn incomparably cold. Brat, do you think I'm so easy to kill? You don't understand my methods at all, ignorant ant. Next, I'll let you know the consequences of provoking me. With a flip of his hand, he took out a green bell and poured his power into it. Buzz, the green bell began to ring, and a terrifying sound spread in all directions. The crimson dragon's body trembled, and countless cracks appeared on its body. Even Lin Xian's body was the same. Cracks had appeared. But soon, Lin Xian roared, and an endless light erupted from his body, repairing it. The crimson dragon screamed, damn it, it's so terrifying. How can the two of you be a match for me? The green-robed man laughed. He would attack the bell in his hand. Suddenly, a terrifying shattering sound came from the void where Lin Xian and the crimson dragon were. Damn it, what kind of weapon is this? Why does it feel like a sacred weapon? The crimson dragon was frightened, and it struck out a sky full of nomological laws to contend with it. Lin Xian's face was gloomy, and a biting cold light erupted from his eyes, enveloping the entire space. Under his eye technique, he could clearly see the traces of every attack. In the face of such a terrifying attack, he did not dodge. In his body, the great dragon sword soul roared, and countless sword chi rushed out, accompanied by the power of nomological laws, slashing forward. Green Lotus 13 swords. 13 sword chi crisscrossed the sky, and terrifying nomological law fragments spread out. A huge flower of sword chi shrouded the entire space, cutting off the void. There was a violent collision in the space, and the green bell's attack all collided with the sword chi lotus. The sword chi lotus also erupted with dazzling sword chi, and the two collided in the air, erupting with an unparalleled light. Buzz, at the same time, the crimson dragon came to the side of the green-robed man, and with a wave of its dragon claws, countless thunderbolts condensed, and a claw penetrated the green-robed man's body. Boom, more than half of the green-robed man's body was shattered. But in an instant, it recovered to its original state. At the same time, he struck out with his palm, forcing the crimson dragon to retreat. It's useless. I've said it before, I'm immortal, and you can't hurt me at all. The green-robed man's eyes were full of disdain. Damn it, what a strong recovery ability. The crimson dragon's face darkened. At this time, Lin Xian said, Ruzalong, let me attack. You hold him back. Good. Ben Huang knew. The crimson dragon nodded. He knew that Lin Xian's great dragon sword spirit could restrain his opponent. The crimson dragon continued to roll, and the clouds in the sky condensed, bringing with them a terrifying law. They surged forward, and even formed a formation around them. It was a wind-thunder array. This formation was mainly used to restrain the enemy. The green-robed man sensed that his surroundings were filled with fog. A formation had enveloped him, cutting off all his escape routes. In fact, the terrifying lightning seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Formations, I hate formations the most. The green-robed man's face was cold, and a terrifying green light rose from his body. It turned into a large green palm and grabbed forward. This palm was very terrifying. With a crushing force, it blasted onto the wind and thunder array. Buzz. The array shook violently, and cracks appeared on it. Damn it, this guy's strength is so terrifying, and his research on array formations is so profound, the Crimson Dragon frowned. He could see that the opponent's palm was not casually thrown out, but directly hit the weak point of his formation. It seemed that the opponent had found the flaw in an instant. This was a formation expert. The Crimson Dragon was shocked, but he soon understood. This green bubble man must have been studying formations for thousands of years in order to escape. His attainments in formations must be very strong. He guessed right. This green-robed man was trapped here by a peerless formation and wanted to escape for his entire life. Therefore, he had been studying and breaking this formation for countless years. His attainments in formations were terrifying. At this moment, he almost broke the Crimson Dragon's Wind and Thunder Array. However, the Wind and Thunder Array was not the main attack. His goal was to restrain and even confuse his opponent. Buzz, in a corner of the array, a figure rushed over, and a terrifying sword light pierced forward. This person was Lin Xian. At this moment, the sword chi in Lin Xian's hand was revolving, swallowing a terrifying power. In an instant, he was in front of the green-robed man. "Get lost," the green-robed man shouted coldly. He did not directly resist, but activated the green bell beside him and blasted it forward. It seemed that he wanted to blast Lin Xian away. Boom, the two collided, and a piercing light burst out. The green bell blocked the sword. "Kid, it's useless. You can't hurt me at all." Seeing this, the green-robed man's mouth curled into a sneer. So what if his opponent was powerful? He used a treasure. He did not need to do anything to stop his opponent. Is that so? Do you think you're saved? The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up into a cold smile. Although his opponent had blocked his sword attack, the distance between them was too close. Could his opponent block all of his sword chi? Boom, the energy in his body burst out, forming a monstrous force that enveloped the area in front of him. The bell was also shaking non-stop, shooting out rays of light that filled the sky in an attempt to block the attack. Although the bell was powerful, Lin Xian's sword chi was even more terrifying. Its attack power was unparalleled. Therefore, although a small part of the sword chi was blocked, there was still a lot of sword chi that pierced through the bell's attack and arrived in front of the green-robed man. The green-robed man was shocked, and his expression turned to one of horror. Cold wind, his sleeves rolled up countless green rays of light, forming a light screen in front of him. However, his light screen was soon pierced through. Not good, the green-robed man's pupils constricted, and his body swayed, turning into an illusion. Lin Xian's sword chi was too much. Although he dodged some, he could not dodge all of them. At this critical moment, the green-robed man could only defend himself again. Boom, he was hit by the countless sword chi and was sent flying. "That's great." The Crimson Dragon smiled. The green-robed man was sent flying, but soon, he landed on the ground and was bounced back. The surrounding array formation isolated him, making it impossible for him to get out. The green-robed man who was bounced back had his blood boiling, and his expression was ugly. He was actually sent flying by the other party. "Damn it. How dare you enter this immortal? This immortal will kill you." The green-robed man walked over, gritting his teeth, and his murderous aura was astonishing. At this moment, the surrounding void quickly shattered. It was obvious that the other party was really angry. Humph, Lin Xian attacked again. In the sky, 36,000 rays of sword chi quickly rushed into the sky, forming a huge sword chi lotus that rotated above Lin Xian's head. Countless light swords flew out from it, piercing through the void, carrying a kind of nomological power. Countless nomological light swords pierced forward, forming a sword domain that once again enveloped the other party. These light swords were too terrifying. They contained the power of the great dragon sword soul and the power of nomological fragments. They contained the nomological laws of metal and were extremely sharp. They contained the nomological laws of fire and were extremely violent. The nomological laws of earth were heavy and seemed to be able to shatter everything. The nomological laws of water were extremely strange and pervasive. These light swords once again attacked the green-robed man. The green-robed man had just returned and was furious. He didn't expect the other party to attack again. This made his lungs about to explode. "You're courting death." With a furious roar, he counterattacked crazily. Puff. Puff, however, the green-robed man's body was pierced again. The cracks on his body made it impossible for him to heal in a short period of time. Damn it, what's going on? How is this possible? The green-robed man screamed crazily. He had never encountered such a thing. Although his main body couldn't go out, his clone could dominate the entire elf forest. No one had ever been his match. Even the octatic treasure snake didn't dare to fight against him. But now, the scene in front of him really shocked him. He couldn't believe it. What kind of sword chi was that? Damn it, I don't believe it. The green-robed man roared crazily. He activated the green bell, and a terrifying aura rushed out like a long river. The entire void was torn into pieces like a piece of paper. Buzz, Lin Xian waved his sword chi and resisted it. His sword chi was extremely terrifying, and every move carried the aura of a dragon. This was a shocking battle. In an instant, the two of them exchanged hundreds of moves, and the green-robed man was injured every time. However, the green-robed man's recovery ability was too strong. After being injured so many times, he didn't weaken at all. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. Boom. Boom, not good, kid, be careful. He seems to be plotting something. Suddenly, the Crimson Dragon screamed, and his expression became incomparably solemn. Lin Xian frowned and looked in all directions. The green-robed man laughed loudly. Haha, you know it too late. Now, the array formation has been broken, soon, I'll escape. At that time, let's see how you'll die. It turned out that the battle between Lin Xian and the green-robed man affected a wide range, and the power was too strong. The array formation here was specially used to seal the green-robed man, so the green-robed man's attacks were helpless. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian was an outsider. His sword chi was blasted in all directions, finally causing cracks to appear on the array formation. It was about to shatter. At this moment, the green-robed man absorbed all the sword chi and swept it in all directions. Suddenly, a crack appeared in the formation, and a huge crack appeared. The formations in the surroundings shattered one after another. It was as if the shackles binding the entire space had been broken. The green-robed man let out a long howl. His aura soared into the sky, covering a radius of millions of miles. He stood in the void like a fiend god and roared at the sky. Free, I'm finally free, brat, I have to thank you for this. He was simply too happy, the Crimson Dragon's face darkened. What should I do? Don't worry, Lin Xian said coldly. He didn't expect this formation to do anything. Even if the other party escaped, so what, killing him was as easy as flipping his hand. Lin Xian soared into the sky, the aura in his body burst forth, transforming into a terrifying dragon roar, enveloping his entire body. Damned brat, you dare to attack me? The green-robed man lowered his head and looked down with a ferocious smile. Previously, due to the formation, I couldn't use my full strength at all. Now, I'll let you see my true strength. He formed a seal with his palms. Suddenly, the green bell below expanded like a green mountain. It shook gently, and the void of millions of people was completely shattered by the sound waves. Go to hell, a dragon-shaped sword appeared in Lin Xian's hand, erupting with a sharp light. A dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. The sword slashed out and landed on the huge bell. With a bang, the bell was sent flying, and countless cracks appeared on it. Damn it, how was this possible? The green-robed man's voice stopped, as if someone was grabbing his neck. His eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. It cracked, his Dharma treasure actually cracked. This was simply too unbelievable, one had to know that his Dharma treasure was very close to a sacred artifact. However, at this moment, it was cracked by the other party's sword. What kind of sword chi was that? In the next moment, he lowered his head and saw the light sword flickering with a dragon-shaped aura. His entire body trembled. Damn it, what is that thing? Why do I feel so scared and alarmed? The green-robed man was stunned. Oh no! He turned around and wanted to leave. However, how could Lin Xian give him the chance? He slashed out with his sword and rushed into the sea of clouds. The terrifying sword chi drowned the entire world. With a pft, the sword pierced through the green-robed man's body. Do you think that I can't do anything to you without the formation? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and the sword qi on his body was monstrous. He was like a god of death, releasing a biting cold sword intent. Impossible, damn it, how could you make my body unable to heal? The green-robed man's body began to tremble. This time, he could barely maintain his shape. The large cracks on his broken body could not be removed at all. Damn it, I don't believe it. Fuse! The green-robed man roared and quickly fused. In the next moment, he temporarily suppressed the cracks on his body and charged over. His entire body turned into a green bolt of lightning and rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian scoffed coldly, not knowing what was good for him. Boom, the dragon-shaped sword qi slashed out, and his body bloomed with light like a sword god. This sword directly split the green-robed man into pieces again, and the green bell in his body was also shaken out. This time, the cracks on it were even larger. Then, with a boom, it shattered into pieces. The green-robed man also vomited blood and was sent flying. His body scattered all over the ground. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. His broken body screamed crazily on the ground. His head was extremely ferocious as if he had gone mad. He really could not believe that the other party was so powerful. More importantly, his body could not heal. One had to know that he had seen attacks that were stronger than the other party. Those attacks could instantly turn him into a bloody mist, but he could quickly recover. Now that he was seriously injured and could not recover, that was what terrified him the most. The immortal body that he was so proud of could not be used. What immortal body? It's nothing in front of me. Lin Xian snorted coldly and charged in front of him. He waved thousands of sword qi and pierced the body again. In the end, the other party was turned into a bloody mist. And in the bloody mist, a green stone appeared in the void. A terrifying aura flowed on it, bringing with it a powerful vitality. A Dao stone, and it was a wood Dao stone. Su Chen's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. He reached out his golden hand and directly grabbed the wood Dao stone in his hand. Then, he grabbed it forcefully and pulled it in front of him. I got it. Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. This trip could be considered complete. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon also heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Ah! Damn it, how dare you steal my Dao stone? Give it back. In front of him, in the bloody mist that filled the sky, a crazy roar came. Accompanied by a furious roar, the blood mist quickly condensed into a ball of green light. Then, it turned into the figure of the green-robed man. This time, there were no more cracks on the other party's body. It seemed that the other party had used some secret technique to forcefully heal himself. However, the other party's aura was weaker than before. Kid, do you think my recovery ability is strong because I have the Dao stone? You're too naive. Even without the Dao stone, I'm still incomparably strong. Moreover, without the Dao stone, my attack power is stronger than before. I'm still immortal. The green-robed man roared crazily. The aura on his body suddenly skyrocketed. Lin Xian coldly snorted. With a wave of his hand, the dragon-shaped sword shadow shot out. It turned into a giant dragon and circled in the sky. Suppress, with a cold shout, the giant dragon charged towards the green-robed man. The green-robed man's body trembled. He felt that he was being suppressed and could not use any strength at all. The body that had just condensed was pierced by thousands of sword qi and nailed to the ground. Great dragon sword spirit, damn it, could it be the great dragon sword? He screamed crazily. When he saw the dragon-shaped sword shadow, he remembered a legend. There was a sword in the world that had a strong attack power that could destroy everything. That sword was called the Great Dragon Sword. However, the Great Dragon Sword had disappeared for tens of thousands of years. But now, it had reappeared. Thinking of this, the green-robed man instantly understood. No wonder the other party was so strong. No wonder the other party could injure him. It was because of the Great Dragon Sword. Damn it, you're actually the descendant of the Great Dragon. He was terrified. Let me go. If the two of us work together, we can definitely sweep the entire star field. Your attack is strong, and my recovery is unparalleled. If the two of us work together, we're definitely the strongest. The green-robed man said. Lin Xian did not say anything. The Crimson Dragon walked up and sneered. You want to work with us? You overestimate yourself. he smashed the other party's head with his dragon claw. With a bang, the other party's head was smashed into pieces. However, it soon began to slowly merge back together. It was covered with cracks. Damn it, you can't kill me. I'm an immortal existence, it can actually heal. The Crimson Dragon was very surprised. F***CKU. He began to swing his dragon claws, striking out 40,000 times in an instant, hitting his opponent directly. His body shattered and he turned into a bloody mist. He had received 40,000 strong attacks. But gradually, the wounds healed, and there were more and more cracks on his body. There were small cracks on it. It was extremely frightening. Damn snake, don't let me find a chance. Otherwise, I will tear you into pieces, a sharp voice could be heard. Lin Xian coldly snorted. Cut the crap, I'll send you on your way now. A piercing light burst forth from his eyes. The great dragon sword spirit released millions of rays of light that completely enveloped the green-robed man. No, the green-robed man screamed. He might not be afraid of other people's attacks, but he was unable to block the great dragon sword's attack. The other party could really obliterate him. Don't kill me, I'll tell you a secret, a huge secret. Please let me go. The green-robed man screamed. His aura was much weaker than before. Lin Xian waved his hand and stopped. Instead, he asked coldly, secret? What secret? If I tell you, will you let me go? Humph, you don't have the right to bargain with me now. Tell me first. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The green-robed man gritted his teeth. This elven planet was not ordinary, there was a shocking treasure on it. There was an immortal divine medicine on this planet, something that even great emperors would covet. With it, you can live to your second life and live for tens of thousands of years. Spare me and I'll bring you to find the immortal divine medicine. How about it, immortal divine medicine? The Crimson Dragon exclaimed as its eyes lit up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The immortal divine medicine was indeed magical, but that thing wasn't something he could obtain now. It was something exclusive to great emperors. Once someone obtained it and the news spread, it would definitely cause the various worlds to chase after them crazily. Moreover, Lin Xian was no longer a youth who didn't know anything. He knew that the immortal divine medicine itself was very powerful. Without extraordinary strength, it was impossible to obtain it. Not to mention the two of them, even if two saints worked together, they might not be able to catch the immortal divine medicine. The immortal divine medicine is indeed very tempting, but unfortunately, it's useless to me. If you can tell me the whereabouts of the other Dao Stone, I can consider sparing your life. Lin Xian's main goal now was to obtain the Dao Stone. Damn it, you don't want the immortal divine medicine? You want the Dao Stone. How would I know what a Dao Stone is? Indeed, he had been suppressed for countless years, so how would he know about the outside world? Not to mention the Dao Stone. He had obtained this with Dao Stone by chance. Since you don't know, there's nothing to talk about. Now, I'll send you on your way. Lin Xian continued to activate the great dragon sword soul. No, damn it, listen to me. The green-robed man wanted to say something, but in the next moment, his voice was swallowed by the merciless sword light. When everything disappeared, a bottomless space appeared on the ground. The green-robed man's soul had long been destroyed, and not even a drop of blood was left behind. Lin Xian exhaled and recalled the great dragon sword soul back into his body. In the next moment, he revealed a smile. Great, the wood Dao Stone was in his hands. Now, he already had 2 crystals in his hands. Moreover, he had obtained an unexpected surprise on this trip to the elven planet, which was the Eye of Time. This was definitely a good life-saving item. Let's go, let's leave. Lin Xian waved his hand and called out to the Crimson Dragon and the Snow-White Monkey. But at this moment, the void shattered and an incomparably black spear instantly streaked across, charging towards Lin Xian. Not good. Lin Xian's pupils constricted as he felt an incomparable sense of danger. In this situation, he couldn't dodge, so he could only resist head-on. The 9-yang divine body blossomed with light and resisted the black spear. In an instant, the black spear collided with his body and with a bang, endless demonic chi erupted. Black clouds surged and pitch-black demonic patterns appeared on them, flickering with a demonic light. Damn it, there's actually someone else. The Crimson Dragon's expression also changed, but he wasn't too worried. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body was extremely powerful. This bit of attack shouldn't be able to do anything to the other party. But just as he thought about it, he was stunned. His eyes even widened. He couldn't believe it. Because the black spear had pierced through Lin Xian's body and sent Lin Xian flying. Damn it, this is impossible, the Crimson Dragon screamed. How was this possible? The 9-yang divine body was pierced through. This shouldn't be. The 9-yang divine body was so powerful and had an unparalleled physique. Even a quasi-sacred artifact couldn't penetrate it at all. However, this scene left him extremely shocked. Could it be that this was a sacred artifact? The successor of the 9-yang divine body was only SOSO. He was like an ant, unable to withstand a single blow. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The void within 1,000,000 miles had completely turned into darkness. Demonic clouds surged like black clouds pressing down on a city, making it difficult for people to breathe. A stalwart, pitch-black man descended from the sky. He floated in the air and looked down with a cold gaze. There was indeed someone. The Crimson Dragon exclaimed. The other party's aura was too powerful, and his demonic aura was monstrous. Who exactly was this person? He thought about it and realized that he had never heard of this person before. Aya, Lin Xian is in danger. Little White was also a little anxious. Damn it, who are you? Why did you ambush us? The Crimson Dragon roared, its loud voice resounding through the 9 heavens. There was actually another dragon? The demon-like figure looked at the Crimson Dragon, his eyes shining. You should be his companion, right? Looks like you'll have to go to hell with him. Damn it, do you think you can be arrogant just because you have a sacred artifact? The Crimson Dragon's face was cold. Wait a minute, his expression suddenly froze. Such monstrous demonic clouds, such domineering words, and they were specifically targeting Lin Xian. He had addressed Lin Xian as the successor of the 9 sons when he first came up. Could it be that this is? The Crimson Dragon sucked in a breath of cold air. Could it be that you are the great demon? You actually recognized me. It seems that you have some knowledge. The great demon sneered. Damn it, it really is the great demon. The Crimson Dragon's face turned completely cold. He didn't expect to encounter a great demon here. Could it be that the other party was on this planet, or was the other party here to kill Lin Xian? One had to know that not only was Lin Xian the successor of the great dragon, but he was also the successor of the 9 sons. And the great demon was the sworn enemy of the 9 sons' lineage. Previously, when Lin Xian obtained the 9 sons' inheritance at Black Demon Cliff, he already knew about this. The previous generation's 9 sons Sword Saint and the Great Demon had perished together on Black Demon Cliff. Before this, the 9-yang lineage and the Great Demon lineage had been fighting each other. It could be said that they were mortal enemies. Who would have thought that the Great Demon would actually find Lin Xian again? It seemed that things were going to be troublesome. Every Great Demon was an extremely terrifying and earth-shattering Great Demon. Therefore, he couldn't help but worry about Lin Xian. So you're a Great Demon. A coughing sound came from afar, followed by a cold voice. The Great Demon turned his head and forgot that he was still alive. He noticed that Lin Xian had stood up. Lin Xian was pierced through by the black spear from the left side of his body and out from the right. At this moment, Lin Xian stood up, blood flowing from his body. He reached out with his large golden hand and grabbed the black spear. With a forceful pull, he pulled the spear out. Then, he nailed the spear into the ground. Light blossomed from his body as the law of wood and the longevity art rapidly circulated. The 9-yang divine body instantly recovered. How could it recover so quickly? The Great Demon was slightly stunned. You can actually erase the demonic aura on it so easily? He was too shocked. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, he summoned the black spear from the ground and held it in his hand. Then, the black spear drilled into his hand and disappeared. Using the great spear of destruction against you is a waste of talent. Come, successor of the 9-yang lineage, let me see how strong you are. The Great Demon's body fell down. Lin Xian did not say anything else. His eyes flickered and his body shone brightly. He used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. Buzz, as he took a step forward, the void within 1,000,000 miles started to crumble rapidly under the might of his foot. It was too terrifying. At this moment, Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine body to its full extent, making him look like a golden god of war. He stomped his foot and turned into a beam of light that shot into the sky. Boom, he waved his fist, and it was like a sun that shone in all directions. The dazzling light made it impossible for people to open their eyes. At this moment, even a half-sage would be frightened and their scalps would go numb. A cold light burst out from the great demon's eyes. What a powerful aura. It seems that you have cultivated the 9-yang divine body well. I hope you won't disappoint me. He laughed sinisterly and attacked decisively. He sent out dozens of palm shadows in a row. The terrifying palm carried a monstrous demonic aura, and it was like 1,000,000 demonic mountains that fell down. The sky was clearly divided into two halves. The space where Lin Xian was at was filled with light and flames. The space where the great demon was at was filled with demonic aura and was incomparably dark. Boom! 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 Their attacks collided in the sky, and countless thunderous sounds spread out from the two of them to millions of miles away. At this moment, there was no place that was intact. The Crimson Dragon had already retreated. He knew that this was a fated battle, and he could not interfere at all. He could only retreat a few meters away and watch the battle nervously. The snow-white monkey also jumped on his body, and its big black eyes looked forward without blinking. In front of him, Lin Xian and the great demon had turned into two streaks of black light, clashing non-stop. Every attack was extremely terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the two of them quickly separated, and once again stood in different places. Although it was only a blink of an eye, the two of them had already exchanged close to 100,000 blows. Lin Xian stood in the void, the 9-yang divine fire burning all over his body, and the law of fire surrounding him. He became incomparably solemn. This was the great demon. It was too powerful. It was so strong that it exceeded his expectations. To be honest, he had never seen an opponent that was so powerful that it could be on par with him. Although it was only a short exchange, he could clearly feel that the other party was very strong, far stronger than the green monster from before. As expected of an old enemy, Lin Xian did not have the slightest carelessness. After all, the previous successor of the 9-yang divine body was killed by the great demon. Not bad, not bad. To actually be able to block my attack, it really surprised me. The great demon's eyes erupted with a piercing cold light, and the demonic aura on his body surged into the sky. With a roar, he charged over like a demon king. The violent demonic aura tore heaven and earth apart. Behind him, the black demonic aura was like a huge black waterfall, descending from the sky and sweeping over. It was densely packed, covering the sky and the earth. The sky was collapsing, and the earth was shattering. The great demon just rushed over directly without using any divine abilities, and it was already so terrifying. In my opinion, you're just SOSO. Today, I'll kill you. Lin Xian also let out a long roar. The boundless flames on his body burned fiercely, engulfing half the sky. The law of fire fragment accompanied him, constantly waving. The two of them fought together again. The earth trembled, and the sky collapsed. It had already affected a radius of millions of miles. The Crimson Dragon had already been pushed further away. His expression was incomparably solemn. They were too powerful. Each of these two people was a peerless powerhouse, a top genius. Any one of them could sweep through an area on the ancient starry sky path. But now, in this forest, the two of them were fighting a life and death battle. The elven planet was a very special world. The forest here was vast, so there were many spirit herbs and resources. Other than Lin Xian and the other experts also liked to come to this place. At this moment, many cultivators descended from the sky and landed on the elven planet on their spirit boats. There were quite a number of these people, and they came from the 8 great families of the 8 worlds. At this moment, they had joined forces and were preparing to explore the elven forest. Countless powerhouses and prodigies came out of the spirit boats and flew down quickly. Many of them laughed. There are many spirit herbs here. Last time, I picked a 10,000-year-old spirit herb here. This time, there are so many of us, we might have even more gains, a 10,000-year-old spirit herb. When the surrounding prodigies heard this, their eyes burned with passion. Don't worry, we will definitely be able to pick 10,000-year-old spirit herbs this time. Otherwise, we won't be willing to go back. Many people laughed out loud. Of course, some older generation figures said that they had to be careful. The elven planet was very primitive and ancient, and there were many unknown creatures and beasts. They couldn't be careless. Don't worry, Elder, we know. The young prodigies nodded, but their eyes were disapproving. They were all prodigies of their families and were extremely dazzling existences in a star world. The weakest among them had comprehended a power that was close to the Tao, and many of them had reached the half-sage realm. A few of them had even participated in the Abyss ranking and had achieved extraordinary results in the ranking. Among them, there were 3 orange-ranked top 10, and there was even 1 purple-ranked. With so many of them together, there was no need for the older generation of the family to come, and they were enough to sweep through everything. But at this moment, a handsome man frowned slightly. I received news that Ziyuhao seems to have come to the elven planet as well. Let's not meet him. As soon as these words came out, many people were moved. Ziyuhao was ranked 10th in the Abyss rankings. His strength was extremely terrifying, and they didn't dare to fight him head-on. However, a beautiful girl laughed. Don't worry, with senior brethren around, that Ziyuhao isn't that scary. That's true. They looked at the figure in front of them and immediately felt at ease. And Xianxia was ranked 11th on the Abyss rankings. Although he was ranked behind Ziyuhao, the two of them were only 1 rank apart. Moreover, Xianxia's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds recently. It could be said that he was full of ambition. Among their 8 great families, it was already spread that Xianxia absolutely had the strength to defeat Ziyuhao. In fact, if he participated in the Abyss ranking this time, he would definitely be able to increase his ranking by more than 2 places. Therefore, with Xianxia around, even if they encountered Ziyuhao, they were not afraid. Furthermore, apart from Xianxia, they still had many geniuses and senior cultivators on their side. No matter how powerful Ziyuhao was, could he do anything to them? Thinking of this, they all smiled. The group of people quickly turned into flowing lights and shuttled into the forest. However, as soon as they arrived at the elf forest, they were stunned before they could even pick the spiritual herbs. Their expressions became incomparably grave. That was because there was an incomparably intense light coming from the depths of the forest. Half of the demonic chi was overflowing, almost covering half of the elf forest. On the other side, a brilliant light shone, as if a sun had fallen into the mortal world. What's going on? What happened? Could it be that a unique treasure of heaven and earth was about to appear? The young geniuses cried out in surprise, while the eyes of the others burned with passion. Such a worldly anomaly was definitely a rare treasure. Let's go and take a look. Everyone, be careful. One of the senior half-saints said in a deep voice. The group of people moved forward quickly. They left the outside and set off towards the depths of the elf forest. As soon as they stepped into the depths of the elf forest, their bodies stiffened and they stopped in place. They felt that there was an incomparably terrifying energy in front of them that swept in all directions. Moreover, the forest in front of them had long been reduced to ashes. In the sky, there were terrifying large cracks everywhere, each of which could swallow a person. The violent energy swept in all directions. It was chaos. The ground was even more cracked, and there were no trees left, let alone other treasures of heaven and earth. All of them were reduced to ashes. Damn it, someone was fighting. Those senior cultivators were shocked, and the young warriors' scalps were numb. What kind of person could cause the impact of tens of millions of miles away? They were really shocked. They did not dare to go forward. Among them, Xianxia's eyes were wide open as he stared straight ahead. He looked at the monstrous demonic chi with an incomparably grave expression. Could it be that person, young master, and knew who it was? The other senior half-saints also frowned and asked. They did not know. And Xianxia nodded. Someone had seen such a monstrous demonic chi before. It was said that an extremely terrifying figure had appeared. The moment he appeared, he killed many young geniuses and half-saints, causing everyone to tremble. In the end, someone investigated and said that it was done by the legendary Great Demon. Great Demon? Are you talking about the one in the demon race? Many seniors felt their scalps go numb when they heard this. They were no strangers to such legends. After all, great demons were extremely terrifying existences. That's right, and Xianxia also nodded with difficulty. The others gasped. They didn't expect that the legendary great demon would actually appear and engage in a life-and-death battle with someone else on this planet. But what made them even more puzzled was that if the one with the monstrous demonic chi was the great demon, then who was the person with the golden light? What kind of person could fight with the great demon? And from the looks of it, they were evenly matched, they didn't know. Hence, they were all prepared to go and watch. But they had just flown tens of thousands of miles when an extremely dazzling light suddenly erupted in front of them. The berserk energy was like a wave that could destroy the world, sweeping towards them. Not good. Retreat, these people retreated crazily. The void that they had just stood in was shattered. The young cultivators were so frightened that their bodies trembled. Previously, they were full of confidence and didn't put anyone in their eyes. They thought that nothing here could threaten them. But now, facing the aftermath of the battle between these two, they didn't even have the ability to resist. The difference was simply too great. Watching from afar, those seniors also sighed and used their respective divine abilities, wanting to explore the area ahead. And Xianxia's eyes flickered as he looked ahead. Ahead. After the shocking attack, they temporarily settled down. Lin Xian retreated with a solemn expression. There were cracks on his body. They were caused by the impact of the demonic chi. Buzz, the divine flame on his body surged and burned the demonic chi, healing his body. The great demon opposite him also frowned. He was also injured. Some parts of his body were charred black, and one of his arms was deformed. Ka. His bent arm quickly recovered, but his face was terrifyingly dark. Brat, you've completely angered me. The great demon was very unhappy. He didn't expect the other party to be so strong and be able to fight evenly with him. It seemed that he had to use some methods. Demon devours the world. With a furious roar, the aura on his body erupted once again. Endless demonic aura from the 9 heavens and 10 lands surged and swept towards Lin Xian. The demonic aura became extremely terrifying, as if it wanted to devour everything. It wanted to devour Lin Xian's flesh and flames. In an instant, Lin Xian was shrouded by the demonic aura. However, he was still fearless. He unleashed the law of fire fragment to the extreme. The flames burned fiercely. 9 suns opened the sky, he would use his peerless fist to destroy everything. Boom. Boom, the endless demonic clouds were pierced through by him, creating many empty areas. The flames on his body ignited these demonic shadows and burned them fiercely. Clouds of black smoke rose into the sky. How can a mere demonic aura suppress me? I'll burn you to ashes today, Lin Xian roared and stood in the void. The flames on his body rotated rapidly between his palms. Then, they formed a golden crow. He held it in his hand and blasted it forward. The golden crow was like a sun. It turned into a shooting star and blasted all the demonic clouds away. This golden crow was too real. It was so lifelike that every single feather could be seen clearly. Its eyes were bright and full of expression, as if it had been bestowed with life. It seems that other than the 9 suns' divine body, you have other means. Seeing this, the great demon frowned. Then, he laughed coldly. But it's good. I'll let you see my superpower. Demonic origin wheel, he raised one hand and endless demonic aura quickly condensed in his palm, forming a black wheel that spun rapidly. On it, there were pitch-black law fragments. Buzz, then, he threw the black wheel out. The void was pierced. This attack seemed to have blown up the entire world. Countless black lights flickered like black crows dancing. It was an extremely strange sight. Half of the sky had turned into black light spots. They flickered as if black stars were breathing. Damn it, what is this thing? The Crimson Dragon frowned. He didn't know what it was, but he knew that the energy it contained was too terrifying, in the distance, and Xianxia and the others were even more dumbfounded. The black light spots in the sky made them tremble. They estimated that a single light spot could kill a half-sage. Is this the legendary Great Demon? It's too terrifying. The older half-sages were also terrified. The bodies of the young geniuses were trembling as well. They could not wait to run away. Among them, a white-haired old man narrowed his eyes and screamed. Not good, that's the demonic origin wheel. I've seen this superpower in the ancient books. It's said that it's very powerful. It is said to hurt one's soul. It is very likely that one will be killed. Even if he didn't die, his cultivation would probably stagnate, unable to advance any further. What? How could it be so terrifying? A single black spot was already so terrifying. At this moment, there were tens of millions of black spots in the sky. That person was probably in danger, that's right. I wonder who it is that's fighting the great demon. Lin Xian had a serious expression on his face. He naturally felt a sense of crisis. One had to admit that this great demon was truly terrifying. He could unleash such a terrifying divine ability just by raising his hand. Humph, he snorted and waved his hand, urging the flaming golden crow to quickly charge over. The two collided and exploded into a dazzling light screen. However, Lin Xian frowned. He could clearly feel that the golden crow he had unleashed was rapidly shrinking. Those black light spots pierced through the flames with astonishing power. Enraged, they quickly charged toward him. In an instant, the flaming golden crow was completely penetrated. It wailed and turned into a monstrous fire. It landed on the ground. The black spots in the sky flickered with a terrifying light and enveloped Lin Xian. Kid, let's see how you're going to stop it. The great demon sneered. Lin Xian roared, and a terrifying black law fragment flew out from his body again. As he waved his arm, it turned into streaks of sword light that circled around him like a black river. The law of annihilation, as soon as the law appeared, it formed a destructive force that collided with the black spots in the sky. The silent collision was like the melting of ice and fire. The frightening black spots on the black sword mark instantly dissipated rapidly, like moths flying into a flame. It was extremely strange. What's going on? Could it be that he had been blocked? The half-sages and geniuses in the distance were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. The terrifying demonic origin wheel was blocked. Who was that person? The Crimson Dragon breathed a sigh of relief and focused on the scene again. The great demon frowned. He was able to block his demonic origin wheel. That power was the power of decomposition and dissipation. His eyes were cold as he stared at the black sword light and frowned. It seems that you have mastered more than one law. But you've only blocked it. Let's see how long you can block it. He snorted. Competing with the power of laws? He would not lose to the other party. In the sky, the two kinds of law forces collided with each other. It was extremely terrifying. Every blow could kill a half-sage. Lin Xian frowned. He waved his hand and a ray of sword chi shot out. It was like a fire dragon that soared into the sky. With this slash of the sword, the black spots were cleaved apart, and the sky was once again illuminated by a bright light. No way, the demonic origin wheel was repelled? The people in the distance were stunned. Previously, they were evenly matched. But suddenly, a large part of the demonic origin wheel was destroyed. What was going on? The young geniuses were stunned. And Xianxia could not understand it either. Only a few experts of the older generation were extremely shocked. Sword Chi. It was that person who struck out with Sword Chi and destroyed the demon origin wheel. What, Sword Chi? Could it be that he was a pure sword saint? Wasn't that too terrifying? These people exclaimed. He was definitely a super powerhouse. Otherwise, he would not be able to contend with the great demon for so long. The great demon also frowned. Sword Chi, how did the other party's Sword Chi become so terrifying? 9 revolutions of demonic origin. The great demon roared. His black hair fluttered and his hands danced. Suddenly, the huge wheel in the sky began to rotate. Every rotation brought with it a strange and monstrous power. After the 9th rotation, the power was extremely powerful. Between heaven and earth, demonic chi was vast and mighty as if a demon god had awakened. The powerful aura was like a wave, vast and mighty. Boom! Boom! The power of the 9 revolutions of demonic origin suppressed the sword chi and the law of annihilation once again. It was as if a part of the world was pressing down from the sky, trying to suppress Lin Xian. What a terrifying power! This was simply a brand new world, this great demon was simply too terrifying. The powerhouses of the 8 great families were shocked. They estimated that all of them could not block this attack. They would be turned into ashes in an instant. The Crimson Dragon also frowned and became worried. This great demon was too powerful. Kid, hurry up and use all your strength. Boom, Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the darkness descending from the sky. His eyes erupted with a piercing light. With a stomp of his foot, the earth beneath him trembled, and fragments of the law of earth quickly condensed on his body. Rise, with a furious roar, the law fragments formed a vast mountain range that stretched for thousands of miles, forming a terrifying land that soared into the sky. The mountain range was incomparably terrifying, as if it was a boundless land. What's this? In the distance, the powerhouses of the 8 great families almost popped their eyes out when they saw this scene. Did he lift up the entire land? They were too terrified. No, it's the law of earth, it's the law of earth. This person also has the law of earth, and its power is terrifying. What, the law of earth? The young geniuses were dumbfounded. The flames from before must have been the law of fire. That pitch-black sword light must have been another law. Now that the other party is using the law of earth, who is he? Isn't he comprehending too many laws? Boom boom boom, above, the pitch-black sky pressed down, and the boundless mountain range below turned into a land that soared into the sky. The collision of heaven and earth was the ultimate power. Boom boom boom, this scene was like the end of the world. It was like a pair of boundless hands had slapped heaven and earth together. The void within tens of millions of miles was once again shattered into chaos. Everyone could only retreat frantically as everything in front of them was swallowed up. The terrifying apocalyptic scene lasted for a very long time before it slowly dissipated. The people of the 8 great families widened their eyes and looked carefully. The young geniuses' voices were trembling. That's impossible, right? Under such destructive energy, only a sage can survive. Otherwise, the 2 of them will die together. Not to mention these young geniuses, even the veteran half-sages probably had the same thought. In fact, they were even waiting for the storm to calm down before going forward to see who was fighting. However, they were soon stunned. And Xianxia's pupils constricted as he looked into the distance and exclaimed. Look, their figures have appeared. They're not dead. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the starry sky. In the void tens of millions of miles away, 2 figures stood facing each other. Light erupted from their bodies. Both of them had injuries on their bodies. It was obvious that the shocking attack from before had impacted both of them. However, this impact was not fatal to them. The great demon roared. The demonic chi of the 9 heavens and 10 earths gathered towards him. Wang, the cracks on his body healed, and his aura became stronger again. On the other side, Lin Xian also snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body released its divine aura, and the law of wood and longevity's secret art circulated rapidly to absorb the energy of heaven and earth. This caused his body to rapidly heal. In an instant, it was as good as new. Heavens, are these 2 people immortal? The members of the 8 great clans were all scared silly. Against such a violent attack, they would have been reduced to ashes. No one below the Saint Realm could survive. Fortunately, although these 2 were injured, they recovered in an instant. What kind of physique was this? That wasn't right. It was rumored that the great devil body was incomparably terrifying. It was one of the strongest physiques in the myriad worlds. It was normal for it to be able to recover quickly. However, what kind of physique did the person who fought with the great demon have? Why was he so powerful? He was definitely a peerless expert, and it was very likely that he had one of the strongest physiques in the universe, otherwise, it would be impossible to achieve such a scene. They were really curious. Who was it? Was he fighting with the great demon, especially a prodigy like in Xianxia? Thousands of thoughts ran through his mind. Was it someone on the Abyss leaderboard? If so, it must be someone in the top 5. Who was it, Zhao Wuliang? Long Zhaotian, or was it the new successor of the great emperor, Yan Nantian, or rather, it was the mysterious Di Ling who ranked first on the leaderboard? He didn't know, but if it was a young prodigy, it was very likely to be one of these people. If it wasn't a young prodigy, then it had to be a super expert. If that was the case, he couldn't be sure who it was at all. In the void, Lin Xian's body recovered, and he looked forward with a cold gaze. That's all you've got? Do you have any more tricks up your sleeve? If not, then you can go to hell in peace. You want me to go to hell? Aren't you a little too arrogant? Don't forget that in the battle between the 9 Yang divine body and the Great Demon clan won more. Therefore, there's no exception today. You will be killed by me. The demonic origin wheel is only one of my most powerful abilities, but it's not my strongest ability. It's not even in the top 3. Now, I'll let you witness my unparalleled great divine ability. The great demon's voice was like a clap of thunder, clearly spreading throughout the world. When the experts of the 8 great clans heard this, they were terrified. What? The demonic origin wheel was only one of his abilities, and it wasn't even in the top 3, heavens, just how terrifying was this great demon, that godlike figure was probably in danger. The attack he used to block the demonic origin wheel was probably his strongest attack. The great demon was extremely terrifying. Once he appeared, he could sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Very few people were his match. Moreover, according to records, the great demon had a mortal enemy, and it seemed that he was the successor of the 9 Yang divine body. The successor of the 9 suns possessed the 9 suns divine body, which was extremely terrifying. Once he matured, he would be one of the super experts in the universe. Moreover, he was very promising on the path to becoming a great emperor. Yet, such an existence was more likely to lose than win in a battle against the Great Demon clan. One could imagine how terrifying the Great Demon was. The young geniuses were stunned when they heard this. This legend was like a myth. And Xianxia's pupils constricted. Wait, mortal enemy, what did you say? The Great Demon clan and the 9 Yang divine body were mortal enemies? Yes, they were mortal enemies. Every time they appeared, there would be an earth-shattering battle. As soon as an elder finished speaking, his body trembled, and his eyes widened. Could it be? He didn't finish speaking, but his eyes were already filled with shock. The other older half-sages also seemed to have thought of something, and their scalps went numb. In the next moment, their eyes were like rainbows as they stared at the figure in the distance who was burning with divine flames. He looked like a god of war. Heavens, terrifying flames, and a super-strong physique that could compete with the supreme demonic body. Moreover, the flames were monstrous like the sun. Could it be the 9 Yang divine body? As soon as these words were said, the other experts and geniuses of the 8 great clans were all stunned. Their minds were blank. After a long time, they finally reacted and screamed. What, the 9 Yang divine body? Was that person the successor of the 9 Yang divine body? Heavens, they almost scared the hell out of them. The successor of the 9 Yang divine body was fighting the successor of the Great Demon clan. It was a fated battle. In the ancient legends, the fated battle between the Great Demon and the 9 Yang divine body could be said to be one of the most exciting battles on the ancient path of the stars. Countless people praised that battle, and it evolved into a historical myth that spread throughout the universe. In the past, they could only imagine the battle scene in their minds when they heard the older generation talk about it. But now, they seemed to be able to witness this fated battle with their own eyes. Thinking of this, they trembled with excitement. After coming to this conclusion, the experts of the 8 great families were stunned. This was a battle that was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Among them, a few white-haired elders immediately yelled and took out their formation records. They had to record the battle down. The eyes of the others also lit up. That's right, the fated battle between the Great Demon and the 9 Suns was a legend. No one had ever seen it with their own eyes. But now, they were seeing it with their own eyes. This was a blessing that they had accumulated over several lifetimes. However, they did not plan to be the only ones to see it. They wanted to use an array formation to record this battle. They wanted to spread the news throughout the universe. They could not let such a battle be drowned in this vast forest. They had to let more experts and geniuses see it. Thinking of this, the people of the 8 great families quickly took out their array discs and formed an array formation to record the battle ahead. At the same time, they quickly retreated a few million miles to ensure their safety. The array formation flickered, clearly reflecting everything in front of them. In front of them, the void shattered. Lin Xian frowned. Was he going to use a new divine ability? Well, it was time to end it. To be honest, from the moment he became the successor of the 9 sons, he knew that there would be such a battle in his life. Moreover, he knew that his opponent was very powerful and was not weaker than the successor of the 9 sons. In fact, it was even stronger, but so what? Lin Xian had grown to this day. What kind of battle had he not experienced? Although today was a fated battle, he was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he felt his blood boiling. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, the black annihilation laws around him disappeared. The earth laws under his feet also disappeared. On his body, the divine fire overflowed, and the fire laws became more and more tyrannical. Since it was a fated battle and his opponent was the great demon, he would naturally use the 9 sons' inheritance to fight with his opponent. Sure enough, seeing the energy change in Lin Xian's body, the Crimson Dragon sighed. Sigh, this kid is too stubborn. Why is he talking about rules with the great demon? If it were Ben Huang, he would have used all kinds of methods to kill his opponent. Of course, he knew that Lin Xian would not do that. Lin Xian wanted to make a name for the 9 sons' lineage. Oh, you're not going to use any other divine abilities? You want to use the 9 sons' inheritance to fight, brat? Do you think you can contend against him? The great demon could clearly sense the change in Lin Xian's strength. Immediately, a trace of disdain appeared in his eyes. To be honest, if you didn't have other divine abilities and laws, you would have been killed in the previous battle. With just your 9 sons' inheritance, you can't kill me. It's impossible for you to contend against me. Humph, Lin Xian didn't say anything. He wanted to prove everything with his actions. Lin Xian let out a long roar as his body blossomed with terrifying flames. At this moment, Lin Xian looked like a supreme sun war god, his hair wildly dancing in the wind. The 9 heavens and 10 earths trembled along with him. At this moment, he did not hold back in the slightest. He unleashed his 9 yang divine body to its limits. The 9 yang divine body was one of the strongest physiques in the universe. His physique was strong and his attacks were strong. Once the 9 yang divine fire was used, it could burn everything. At this moment, Lin Xian was like a god of fire as he charged out forcefully. He stretched out his palm, and it was like a terrifying mountain that slammed down from the sky. In an instant, the void in front of him shattered, and the ground below sank once again. This terrifying power shocked the people of the 8 great families in the distance. Their hands that were controlling the array formation trembled. It was too terrifying. The other party's physique had become stronger again. Could it be that he hadn't used his full strength before? That's right, Lin Xian's previous battle with the great demon was just a probing attack. Now, he had already sensed that the great demon was not simple. He wanted to fight with all his strength. At this moment, when he attacked with all his strength, the power was truly terrifying. It was even more terrifying than when he used many kinds of laws previously. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. His palm landed and spread out in all directions. From afar, it was as if the entire sky was shattered by his palm. The golden palm was very fast. In an instant, it arrived in front of the great demon. Before the palm landed, the terrifying storm had already rushed onto the great demon's body. With a crack, countless cracks appeared on the great demon's body. The demonic aura on his body was suppressed until it dimmed and burned. This scene made the Crimson Dragon suck in a breath of cold air. This was the first time he had seen Lin Xian use the 9 yang divine body to such an extent. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families were even more dumbfounded. Was this the successor of the 9 yang divine body? It was too terrifying. Who could contend with such a physique? The great demon's expression also changed. He let out a long roar, and the demonic aura of the 9 heavens and 10 earths surged towards him. The supreme demon body quickly healed. In the next moment, he roared. You're courting death. Chaotic demon fist, the black fist, like a shooting star, soared into the sky and collided with the splendid big palm. An earth-shattering sound rang out. This attack was even more terrifying than the collision between the sky and earth. Moreover, what was even more terrifying was that previously, when the two of them had used great magical powers to create the sky and earth, they had only collided once. However, this time, the two of them launched a terrifying attack after exchanging blows. The great demon's chaotic demon fist was obviously a terrifying fist technique. Coupled with his supreme demon body, it was terrifying to the extreme. On the other side, Lin Xian used the 9-yang divine palm. The monstrous palm continued to fall, and countless golden rays of light rushed into the clouds. It was an earth-shattering collision. Each blow could easily kill a half-saint. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. Everywhere they passed, everything was turned into ashes. Not good, run. The people of the 8 great families were scared out of their wits. They realized that this time, the two of them were moving as they fought. Very soon, their sight was affected. These people fled as if they had gone mad. They brought the formation with them and flew further away. Fortunately, the primeval forest was too vast. Although it had affected tens of millions of miles, it was not a problem for the primeval forest. Unless someone could blow up the entire planet with one blow, the forest would always exist. The people of the 8 great families once again came to a safe place. They controlled the array formation and recorded the scene of the battle in the distance. In the distance, a scream was heard. The great demon's fist was grabbed by a large golden hand and clenched tightly. The fist was directly crushed. Not only that, the great demon's entire arm was also turned into ashes. Damn it, get lost. The great demon roared and swept out his right leg. Like a heavenly blade, he kicked directly at Lin Xian. The power it carried shattered the void within millions of miles. With a boom, the kick landed on Lin Xian's arm, causing Lin Xian to retreat. His arm was also broken. However, both of their physiques were super strong. In an instant, they recovered. The next moment, they fought again. Chaotic demon fist, demon dance, he roared angrily and used one of his fist techniques to kill. For a moment, countless terrifying fist shadows appeared in all directions. Each of them was like a black sun. They were extremely dazzling. These black fist shadows danced between heaven and earth like demons, and then flew toward Lin Xian together. In an instant, the space where Lin Xian was sealed, forming a closed cage. He couldn't escape at all. He could only resist. This horrifying scene made the Crimson Dragon nervous. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families were even more shocked. Oh my God, what a terrifying divine power. The successor of the 9 sons was in danger. That's right, I don't know how he's going to fight back. Facing such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The light on his body shot into the sky as he quickly circulated all the energy in his body. The flames on his body formed a huge flaming sword that he held in his hand. 9 Sun Sword Technique. At this moment, Lin Xian displayed a sword technique that was unparalleled in the world. Streaks of sword chi bloomed with resplendent light. They were like fire dragons that shot into the sky. The terrifying power could suppress everything. Pung, pung. Pung, pung. Although the surrounding black fist shadows were terrifying, under the 9 Sun Sword Technique, they were still shattered into pieces. After the fist shadows were shattered, the great demon did not retreat. Instead, he roared again. He formed a seal with his palms and his demonic aura filled the sky. With my demonic aura, tainted with my demonic blood, I will be a demon for all eternity. Heaven and earth will shatter. At this point, he opened his mouth and spat out a drop of blood that surged forward. Instantly, heaven and earth shattered. The black fists turned into demons that bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Then, they formed a blurry figure. That blurry figure was too terrifying. It was impossible to tell what it was. One could only tell that it was a Taoist. The figure sat cross-legged in the void and chanted a strange demonic scripture. Boom. Boom, boom. Under this strange sound, the 9 heavens and 10 earths quickly split apart. The space around Lin Xian continued to shatter. The flames on his body were suppressed once again, and they even began to tremble. One could imagine that even if the 9 Suns' divine body was powerful, it would not be able to withstand such a strange scene. Lin Xian snorted coldly. No matter how you change, I will slash you with my sword. His voice sounded like a sword god. Terrifying flaming sword chi surrounded him. The flaming sword in his hand exploded with unparalleled light. When the sword slashed out, it was like an eternal immortal light that could destroy all demons. The demonic aura in the sky trembled violently as if ice and snow had met the sun and quickly melted. Boom! Boom! The blurry figure collided with the Nine Suns sword technique in an earth-shattering manner. But in the end, the blurry figure could not withstand the terrifying sword chi and dissipated. The terrifying devil chi had completely disappeared. In the distance, the great demon groaned and spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! You can actually break my demon summoning scripture? How is that possible? His eyes widened in disbelief. The demonic summoning scripture was so terrifying that he dared to guarantee that no one below the saint plane would be able to resist it. Even if he was facing a saint, he was confident that he could slaughter him, but now, his demonic summoning scripture had been shattered by a single sword strike from his opponent. This scene was too shocking. In the distance, the people of the 8 great clans were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. The great demon was actually injured. Heavens, could it be that this generation's successor of the 9 Suns was so terrifying? He wouldn't defeat the great demon, would he? If that was the case, the entire universe would be shaken. Although you are powerful, you are still a demon. Lin Xian shook his head. You are no match for me. Brat, you're too arrogant. Don't think that you can defeat me just because you've injured me. Let me tell you, you still have a long way to go. With a long roar, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Tens of thousands of miles of the void were all shattered. His black hair danced wildly, and a black phantom appeared in his hand. It was like a millstone of destruction that kept spinning. Lin Xian held the 9 Suns divine sword in his hand and faced the terrifying world-destroying demonic disc. This attack was like 2 worlds colliding. The energy that was released was too terrifying. Endless light shot into the clouds, breaking through the sky and flying into the outer realm. Roar, the great demon roared. He was incomparably powerful. After that attack, he charged over again. The world-destroying demonic disc in his hand was even more terrifying. It was as if it could really destroy everything in the world. Lin Xian also roared and soared into the sky. Endless flame sword energy burned fiercely on his body. The terrifying sword swept across the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 9 Suns sword technique and the world-destroying demonic disc kept colliding. Everything that was affected by the 2 energies was turned into ashes. In the distance, the cultivators of the 8 great clans swallowed their saliva when they saw this scene. It was too terrifying. Was this still a half-saint? Why did it feel like 2 saints were fighting? Kid, you can't do it. My great demon lineage will kill your 9 Suns lineage forever. This great demon was incomparably powerful. The demonic aura on his body was monstrous. It was truly terrifying to the extreme. Kill me? You don't have the ability. Lin Xian snorted coldly and did not say anything. However, the sword energy on his body became even more piercingly cold. The sword chi struck the world-destroying demonic disc, causing it to tremble non-stop. Cracks even appeared on its surface. One could imagine how terrifying the sword energy was. Boom! In the end, Lin Xian's sword split the world-destroying demonic disc in half. The violent energy turned into a black sea that slammed in all directions. The entire world seemed to have been split apart by the sword. The great demon retreated. A sword mark appeared on his body, almost splitting him in half. Blood flowed out of his body in an instant. I've said it before. You're no match for me. Lin Xian was like a sword god. His voice was incomparably sharp. In the distance, the people of the 8 great clans were shocked. Heavens, the great demon was injured again. Could it be that the 9 Suns lineage was really going to win this time? That's great. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon was also excited. From the looks of it, Lin Xian shouldn't be in any danger, right? Damn it, demonic aura surged on the great demon's body. Demonic runes flickered and his cracked body recovered. However, the world-destroying millstone in his hand did not appear again. His eyes were incomparably gloomy. You actually managed to break my world-destroying mystique. Kid, you've really exceeded my expectations. However, this is what you asked for. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. With a cold bellow, the black spear from before appeared in his hand. It blossomed in the sky and crushed countless voids. The great demon held it in his hand. Buzz, the moment the black spear appeared, it brought with it countless illusions. In the illusions, there was a sea of blood and mountains of corpses. Countless headless experts were wailing and dancing in the air. That terrifying scene caused one's scalp to go numb with a single glance. What kind of weapon was that? How could there be such a terrifying scene? When the people of the 8 great clans saw this scene, they almost knelt on the ground. It was too terrifying. The moment this aura appeared, it was as if it could destroy them. Especially the young geniuses. When they saw the terrifying illusions, they almost fainted. The older generation people also exclaimed. Could it be that this was the treasure of the great demon clan, the Great Destruction Spear? The Great Destruction Spear was an extremely terrifying existence. It was said that it had been stained with the blood of many saints. Countless half-sages had died in its hands. It was an extremely terrifying weapon. The young geniuses held their breaths as their eyes widened. They had never seen such a terrifying weapon before. Many people exclaimed. The great demon was already very terrifying. Now that he was holding such a peerless weapon, would the successor of the 9 sons be able to withstand it? No one knew. From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 sons was suppressing the great demon. However, now that the great demon had taken out the Great Destruction Spear, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. If the successor of the 9 sons couldn't take out a powerful weapon, he would definitely be defeated. That's right. The older generation experts were also frowning. An ordinary sage-to-be weapon was nothing in front of the Great Destruction Spear. They kept discussing. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon's pupils constricted when he saw this scene. Damn it, it's that weapon. The weapon had shocked him too much. He had thought that it was a sage-to-be weapon. However, even if it wasn't a sage-to-be weapon, it was close. There was a terrifying illusion on it that made his hair stand on end. No, that kid's blazing Qilin sword was inferior to the Great Destruction Spear. What is he going to use? The Crimson Dragon frowned. After taking out the Great Destruction Spear, the great demon's aura rose again. He looked coldly in front of him. Kid, you should be proud that you made me use the Great Destruction Spear. Now, you can die in peace. He took a step forward and waved the Great Destruction Spear, thrusting it forward. Boom, the sky seemed to be pierced through by something. Countless cracks instantly appeared as a black stream of light pierced towards Lin Xian. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of him. What a terrifying weapon! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He could feel the ferocious aura of the black spear. In the next moment, he pulled out a flaming sword and swept it out. The flaming sword was caught by him and instantly bloomed with light. The sword trembled non-stop and turned into a fire Qilin, rushing in all directions. This was the fire Qilin sword that he had obtained from the fire spirit cave. Boom, he swept the sword out and slashed at the black light in front of him. In the next moment, an earth-shattering sound rang out as intense collisions erupted. The fire Qilin transformed into a Qilin, roaring in all directions. However, the Great Annihilation Spear was too terrifying. With one strike, the fire Qilin was pierced through. With a clang, the blazing Qilin sword was split into 2. What was it that could shatter a half-saint tool? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. In the next moment, he was once again sent flying by this force. After flying for over 1,000,000 miles, Lin Xian crashed into the boundless void before finally landing on the ground. On his shoulder, there was a terrifying bloody hole. Around it were countless cracks that covered his entire body. This blow nearly tore him into pieces. The people of the 8 great families sucked in a mouthful of cold air. The 9-yang divine body was shattered. This was simply too terrifying. The 9-yang divine body was so powerful that it could suppress the supreme devil body of the great devil. They even suspected that his physique was comparable to a saint's physique. However, even with such a strong physique, it was unable to withstand this attack. One could imagine how terrifying the power of the previous attack was. If it were any other half-saint, their body and soul would have been destroyed long ago. Rumor had it that the Great Annihilation Spear had been stained with the blood of more than one saint. It seemed that this legend was very likely true. Damn it, is that kid alright? The Crimson Dragon also became nervous. He could not help but want to save him. However, in the end, he did not make a move. He knew that this was a battle of fate. Only Lin Xian could face it alone. Boom, under the ground a million miles away, countless rocks cracked, and a figure stood out. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian's body was covered in cracks like broken porcelain. It was an exceptionally shocking sight. What a terrifying attack. He was also extremely shocked. At this moment, the great devil quickly flew over and rushed near him again, looking down at him from above. You're not dead yet, it seems that your physique is beyond imagination. But so what? Can't you block my second attack? The great annihilation spear in his hand flickered with a demonic light again. The surrounding sea of blood and mountains of corpses became more solid, as if they were really going to appear in the world. Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body vibrated and released millions of rays of light, quickly repairing the cracks. At the same time, a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. He looked at the long sword in his hand. The original blazing Qilin sword was now broken. This made him sigh. The blazing Qilin sword could be said to be a top half-saint weapon. It was very sharp, but it was still inferior to the great annihilation spear. Shaking his head, Lin Xian put away the blazing Qilin sword. It seemed that he could only use that one. As he spoke, he quickly waved his hand, and a dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared in his hand. As soon as the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, the 9 heavens and 10 earths quickly collapsed. Countless sword chi rushed into the sky like lightning. Crack! Crack! The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. All kinds of heaven and earth phenomena danced wildly. Thousands of miles away, the powerhouses of the 8 great families also trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes, as if a sword light had streaked across their heads. In the next moment, they felt the swords in their hands tremble non-stop. What was going on? They gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes filled with shock. In the next moment, they looked into the distance. When they saw the cyan dragon-shaped sword shadow floating in the void, they were all stunned. Heavens, that was a long sword. When the long sword appeared, it triggered a heaven and earth phenomenon and shattered the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Just the aura that appeared was so terrifying, they were really stunned. The power displayed by the dragon-shaped longsword was not weaker than the great annihilation spear at all. The successor of the 9-yang divine body actually had such a terrifying weapon. It seemed that the outcome of this battle was uncertain again. These people were extremely shocked. They had thought that the successor of the 9-yang divine body was going to lose, but now it seemed that the outcome was still unknown. It was no wonder that the battle between the 9-yang divine body and the great demon was called one of the most dazzling battles on the ancient path of the stars. Now it seemed that he lived up to his reputation. Although the two of them were only half-sages, the divine powers and power they displayed had already surpassed that of other half-sages. They were not inferior to a true sage. Even now, the two of them gave off the feeling that they were fighting as if they were sages. The surrounding young elites were stunned. What? No way, they had the strength to kill sages? Sages were existences that transcended heaven and earth. No matter how powerful the two of them were, how could they kill such existences? They really did not dare to believe it. However, the experts of the older generation sighed. Sages were indeed existences that transcended heaven and earth, but the weapons in the hands of the two of them were too terrifying. The great annihilation spear had been stained with the blood of sages more than once. Although they did not know what kind of weapon the other party's dragon-shaped sword shadow was, in terms of power and heaven and earth phenomena, it was definitely not weaker than the great annihilation spear. It would not be difficult for such a weapon to injure a sage. Hearing this, the Skyprides were shocked. And Xianxia trembled violently. He was ranked purple on the Abyss leaderboard and could be said to be a top dazzling Skypride. However, compared to a sage, he was insignificant. However, there were 2 people as young as them who had the power to kill a sage. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. The great demon's face also darkened, and there was a hint of seriousness in his eyes. To be honest, in his opinion, the other party was definitely dead because no matter how strong the other party was, he couldn't block his spear of destruction. However, at that moment, his opponent had actually taken out a sword. Furthermore, its might was actually not inferior to the great destruction spear. Damn it, what was that? The great demon's face was gloomy, and his eyes were like divine lamps as he stared at the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him. In the next moment, his eyelids twitched. Could it be that thing? But it shouldn't be. How did he get that thing? he was extremely shocked. On the opposite side, Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and in the next moment, the sword shadow erupted with endless power. Lin Xian's eyes flickered, and the dragon-shaped sword shadow became more and more solid as if it was a real sword. This time, Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to use it as a weapon. To be honest, if the other party didn't take out the spear of destruction, he wouldn't have taken out the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Do you think you're the only one who has a weapon? After Lin Xian held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, he snorted coldly. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in his hand bloomed with incomparable light, as if it wasn't a long sword, but a real dragon. As Lin Xian waved his arm, the dragon-shaped sword shadow roared and slashed out. This slash was earth-shattering, and sword light was everywhere in the sky and on the ground, devouring everything. Even the demonic chi was pierced through. Boom! On the other side, the spear of destruction also attacked crazily. The two collided. This time, the power was even more terrifying, and it had already spread to a radius of 30 million miles, and it was still spreading. Retreat quickly, retreat 50 million miles away. The people of the 8 great families roared crazily. The Crimson Dragon also pierced through the void and quickly retreated. Within 50 million miles, the scene was simply too horrifying. Everything was reduced to ashes. This was practically a fight between two saints. Boom! After that strike, the great demon stood in the void. He held the great destruction spear in his hand and pierced through the heavens and earth. He was like a demon god. Mysterious demonic runes flickered on his body as he exuded a terrifying aura. He was like a true peerless demon king. Light of destruction, with a loud shout, the great destruction spear in his hand danced wildly. A terrifying black light covered the sky and surged forward. The great demon's black hair danced in the wind as he devoured the demonic energy of heaven and earth. He unleashed a supreme technique, wanting to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian was swallowed up by the black light. His surroundings were pitch black, and the sword chi on his body was suppressed and dimmed. Humph! As for him, he snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body blossomed with incomparable light. The dragon-shaped sword in his hand also stabbed out, colliding with the great wave annihilation spear. The heavens and earth collapsed, the sword chi shattered, and the demonic energy dispersed. Lin Xian opened his mouth and sucked all the shattered demonic energy into his body as if he was drinking water. Boom! Boom! All the demonic energy in his body let out an earth-shattering sound. However, it was soon suppressed by Lin Xian. It was used to temper his body. Seeing this scene, the great demon snorted coldly. The great destruction spear in his hand moved again. The underworld reappeared. Following that cold voice, the second strike was unleashed. Countless black lights accompanied the great destruction spear. Together with the sea of blood and the mountains of corpses, it formed a world. It was a pitch-black land with countless corpses buried on it. They were all the corpses of peerless powerhouses. After death, they still emitted a terrifying aura and terrifying light. There were also blood of various colors flowing on it. It was as if hell had appeared in the void. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian appeared on the black land, surrounded by a terrifying scene. It emitted a terrifying aura that wanted to refine him. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families screamed when they saw this scene. The underworld. Heavens, this was the legendary land of death in the underworld. It could definitely refine everything and deprive a person of their life force. Even a sage would turn into ashes if he stayed there for a long time. What? So powerful, the surrounding young geniuses were shocked. Was this the legendary underworld? It could deprive a person of their life force. Even a sage couldn't escape. At this moment, he was using it to deal with the successor of the 9 sons. Could he block it? Lin Xian was in the underworld. He felt a cold aura that wanted to devour his life force and blood. Humph! He snorted coldly and stomped his foot. The underworld shook continuously but didn't shatter. Useless kid, my underworld is not an ordinary illusion. You can't break it. The great demon's voice was cold and there was a cold smile in his eyes. Can't break it? Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the sky. Flames burned in his eyes and his body shone brightly, blocking the surrounding black aura. In the next moment, he looked around at the terrifying underworld and said coldly. Today, I will break it for you. 9 suns split the heavens. Lin Xian let out a long howl as he gripped the dragon-shaped sword with both hands. The aura from his body continued to burst forth like a sun, emitting a dazzling light. 9 suns split the heavens, the ultimate move of the 9 sun sword technique. When the sword slashed down, it seemed to split the heavens and earth. Boom boom boom, the underworld under his feet shook violently. The terrifying corpses and blood sea around him also collapsed. Soon, a crack appeared in the world and it became bigger and bigger. Finally, with a crack, it split into two. It shattered. He really split the underworld apart. The people of the 8 great families couldn't believe it. The Crimson Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian flew out of the crack. He quickly rose into the air and the dragon-shaped sword in his hand slashed forward once more. It was another 9 suns split the heavens. This time, he slashed at the great demon. The great demon's eyes were round as he roared. Endless demonic aura surged from his body. He didn't believe that the other party could break his underworld so easily. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think. The other party was charging at him, which made him furious. Boom, the great spear of destruction in his hand spun continuously. The demonic runes on his hand illuminated the world. The demon's wrath. Facing the 9 suns split the heavens, the great demon once again used his ultimate ability. At this moment, the great demon's body flashed with light. An illusory demonic figure wearing battle armor rose from his body into the sky. Together with the great spear of destruction, they surged forward together. The black figure was like a peerless demon that had awakened from ancient times. The moment he appeared, he covered the endless void. With a roar, the galaxy shattered and the sun and moon fell. This scene was terrifying to the extreme. 9 suns split the heavens descended from the sky like a fire dragon. It rampaged in the sky and collided with the demon's illusory figure. Amidst the violent roar, the demon god's shadow quickly split apart and finally disappeared between heaven and earth. Not only that, the great demon also spat out a mouthful of blood. A terrifying crack appeared on his body, almost splitting him into 2 halves. On the other side, the fiery sword chi that filled the sky also disappeared. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword soul once again and stood in the void. In the distance, the people of the 8 great families were stunned when they saw this scene. Heavens, what kind of weapon is that? It can actually suppress the great destruction spear. Crack crack, a crisp sound rang out. Numerous cracks appeared on the great demon's body, covering his entire body. Then, with a bang, he broke into pieces. Broken. The great demon's body was broken into pieces. The experts of the 8 great families couldn't believe it. Ah, the great demon screamed like a madman. His broken body quickly healed, and his eyes burst out with a biting cold light. Terrifying demonic chi surged, and the demon god's shadow appeared behind him once again, revolving non-stop. At this moment, heaven and earth were constantly shattering. Buzz, the great demon and the demon god's shadow behind him quickly merged, and a black light burst out from his body. The great destruction spear in his hand was extremely sharp. At this moment, the 9 heavens and 10 earths were shaking, and the entire star world seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Ah, the great demon roared, as if a real demon god had awakened. Kid, you've angered me. I want you dead, Lin Xian snorted coldly. In his hand, the dragon-shaped sword shadow burst out, an endless sword chi protected him firmly. The 9 yang divine body shone brightly, and the mysterious runes on it flickered with terrifying power that could shatter everything. Kill, the 2 of them roared and charged forward again. The peerless divine weapons in their hands clashed non-stop, and every strike could tear the heavens and earth apart. It was a peerless battle. The 2 of them fought with all their might, and all kinds of terrifying divine abilities and laws were constantly waved without holding back. You can't defeat me. The great demon's voice was exceptionally terrifying. Lin Xian snorted coldly. There was no point in talking. Let's fight. The sword chi in his hand became more and more biting cold. The terrifying dragon-shaped sword shadow hit the great destruction spear, causing it to tremble non-stop. The great demon's arm also trembled. Damn it, with a furious roar, an incomparable light erupted from his eyes. His eyes seemed to have transformed into two black vortexes that could devour everything. As far as the eye could see, the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Countless large cracks appeared in the sky. In the distance, the experts of the 8 great clans felt their hearts beating wildly. Many of them vomited mouthfuls of blood and almost fainted. It was too terrifying. What kind of gaze was that? With a single glance, it could pierce through tens of millions of li, shattering mountains and rivers. Even though they were so far away, they still felt their souls tremble. What kind of person was he? A casual glance was enough to kill a half-saint. The aura of the great devil surged once more. It was as if he had fused with the great destruction spear in his hand. Every strike of his seemed capable of piercing through everything. These two gazes swept out, causing cracks to appear on Lin Xian's body. However, Lin Xian let out a furious roar as his body rapidly healed. The great dragon sword soul in his hand pierced through the heavens and earth. Kill, with a furious roar, the sword chi on Lin Xian's body merged. He was like a supreme god of war, splitting the heavens and earth. Carrying flames that filled the sky, he rolled over and collided with the great destruction spear. In the next moment, endless light erupted. Nothing could be seen in front of him. However, soon, screams could be heard. Even the heavens and earth were split in half. The boundless demonic chi and sword chi were also separated. Everyone saw an unforgettable scene. The great devil was split in half. Impossible. You can actually suppress my great destruction spear. What exactly are you? Even an ordinary sacred artifact can't suppress the great destruction spear. The great devil's broken body spat out a few words with difficulty. He was too shocked. Was the great destruction spear very powerful? Lin Xian sneered, and the sword light in his hand became even colder. Damn it. Ah, could it really be that thing? The great devil's body trembled. Something terrible came to his mind. The great dragon sword. You actually have the great dragon sword. To be honest, the dragon-shaped sword shadow made his scalp tingle. He could only search his memory for the great dragon sword. It seems that you're not too stupid to be able to recognize it. Lin Xian sneered. If you have any last words, just leave him. His sword chi surged out again. Get lost, the great devil roared crazily and waved the great destruction spear to block. However, he was still sent flying. There were even more cracks on his body. His eyes were filled with endless anger. Damn it, Yan Nantian dared to lie to me, he was furious. To be honest, he thought that the other party was only the successor of the 9 sons. He could definitely kill the other party with the great destruction spear, but he didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. This was an offensive saint art of the world. The successor of the 9 sons and the great dragon sword could definitely block his great destruction spear. He could even suppress it, however, he didn't know any of this. He didn't know that Lin Xian had the great dragon sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a hurry. He would at least wait until he broke through to become a sage before killing the other party. Damn it, Yan Nantian was too despicable. He must have known about it, but he didn't tell him. His sinister intentions could be imagined. The great devil was furious. On the other side, Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? Why was the other party shouting Yan Nantian's name? Could it be that this matter had something to do with Yan Nantian? His face darkened when he thought of that. Could it be that Yan Nantian leaked his information and told the great devil? That was why the great devil was here to have a fated battle with him. A cold light appeared in his eyes when he thought of that. Yan Nantian deserved to die. After he dealt with the great devil, he definitely wouldn't let him off. Kid, you actually have the great dragon sword. That's unbelievable. Let's end this battle here. When I break through to the sage realm, I'll take your life. The great devil stood in the void with a cold expression and wanted to leave. Lin Xian sneered. Aren't you too naive? This is a fated battle. Do you think I'll let you leave? He slashed the mountains and rivers with his sword, blocking the other party's path. You dare to stop me? The great devil suddenly turned his head. His eyes turned into 2 black vortexes that could melt everything in the world. Boom. Boom, boom. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A huge black hole that was 1,000,000 miles long appeared in the void. However, that energy was destroyed by Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. So what if I stop you? I'm still going to kill you today. Sword energy erupted from his body and swept through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Endless sword energy formed a world of sword path that descended from the sky. Scram! The great devil roared. A demonic disc that could destroy the world appeared in his left hand. He directly rushed forward and destroyed all the sword energy. At the same time, he soared into the sky and pierced through the void with the great destruction spear. It seemed that he wanted to leave. Stay. Lin Xian held the great dragon sword and charged forward. This was a fated battle, a battle of life and death. How could he let the other party leave? If the other party left, there would always be a hidden danger. Because once the other party's strength increased, he would come to kill him. He would not leave such trouble for himself. Therefore, this time, he would directly eliminate the other party to prevent future troubles. This scene happened too suddenly because no one expected the great demon to escape. One had to know that this was a fated battle. They would definitely fight to the death. Why would the other party suddenly escape? The Crimson Dragon was also stunned. In the next moment, he swung his dragon tail and instantly chased after the great demon with the snow-white monkey. 50 million miles away, the people of the 8 great families were also stunned. Heavens, what did they just see? The great demon had escaped, and the successor of the 9 sons had actually chased after him. The experts of the older generation were drooling. Was the fated battle going to end just like that? From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 sons had the upper hand. This time, the successor of the 9 sons was really too powerful. The young warriors were also exclaiming. However, a few old elders shook their heads. It was impossible. From the looks of it, the successor of the 9 sons didn't seem to want it to end so quickly. This is a big chase. Let's hurry up and take a look. They also rose into the air and flew into the distance. Of course, they didn't dare to fly too close. Soon, they laughed bitterly because they realized that they were overthinking. Even if they flew at full speed, they wouldn't be able to catch up with the other party. They could only follow Gua based on the world-shaking energy they'd encountered along the way. In the void, the great demon turned into a demonic shadow and flew quickly, bringing with him endless demonic clouds. His speed was extremely fast. Ordinary half-saints couldn't catch up to him at all. However, he was confident that no half-saint could catch up to him. He even had a way to escape from a saint. But soon, the great demon frowned and his expression became incomparably cold. That was because he realized that the other party's aura was behind him. Damn it, how is this possible? He can actually catch up to me. Impossible. The great demon hurriedly turned his head and looked over. Indeed, he saw the other party flying rapidly tens of millions of miles away. A sharp sword light sliced through everything and chased after him at high speed. Damn it, how can he be so fast? The great demon turned his head and accelerated again. Kid, are you going to chase after him? The Crimson Dragon was also behind. Lin Xian said, that's right, I'll go after him. Ruzalong, you follow behind. Don't show yourself, just in case. The Crimson Dragon nodded and followed from a distance. In front, Great Demon had already flown around the elven planet and returned to the elven forest. However, he didn't expect that the other party was still following him. Damn it! With a furious roar, a cold glint appeared in his eyes. In the next moment, the demonic chi on his back circulated rapidly, forming a pair of black wings. The black wings flapped gently, and his speed exploded. The void shattered as he flew up into the sky. Do you want to leave? Lin Xian shouted coldly. Stepping on a dragon's shadow, his body was covered in sword light. Like a giant sword that reached the heavens, he also charged forward. But soon, Lin Xian froze and came to a stop, floating in the void. Disappeared, the other party's traces had actually disappeared, this surprised him greatly. The Crimson Dragon behind him was also shocked. Not good, he probably used some secret technique to teleport away, right? Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned terrifyingly gloomy. At the same time, in the sky above the elven planet, a figure appeared in the void of the universe. It was the Great Demon. At this moment, the great demon's expression was incomparably cold. He turned his head to look at the world of stars below as a cold light appeared in his eyes. This time, he was too careless. He didn't expect the other party to have the great dragon sword. This way, he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party at all. But it was impossible for the other party to kill him. As a great demon, he had many divine abilities and secret techniques at his disposal. What he was using now was a super powerful escape technique. Once he used this secret technique, he guaranteed that even saints wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Indeed, in the past, in the ancient times, there was a half-sage great demon in their race who relied on a secret technique to escape the pursuit of two saints. It should be easy to shake off the other party now. Damn brat, just you wait. When I break through to the saint realm, I will tear you into pieces. With that said, the great demon turned around and wanted to leave. But in the next moment, his body stiffened because he saw a beam of light shooting into the clouds from the huge world of stars below. In an instant, it pierced through countless astral winds and flew towards the outer realm. Not good, it's that brat. This was the aura of the 9 suns. He had just exchanged blows with the other party, so he naturally recognized the other party's aura. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. He turned around and fled. Buzz, the black wings on the great demon's back spread open as he used his secret technique again and fled into the distance. He didn't even use his spirit boat and relied on the strength of his physical body to fly through the void of the universe. After using it 3 times, the great demon completely left the elven planet. He arrived in the depths of the universe. At the same time, above the elven planet, a golden figure tore through the void and also appeared. It was Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian frowned. He actually left. He looked around. The surroundings were cold and pitch-black universe. Occasionally, streams of light would flash by, but there was no sign of the great demon. At the same time, another red figure appeared below. It was the Crimson Dragon. He came to Lin Xian's side and also frowned. Damn it, that guy ran away. Let's hurry up and get on the spirit boat to chase after him. At this point, the Crimson Dragon's dragon blood surged. They weren't saints yet, so it was too dangerous for them to walk in the void of the universe. Hence, they wanted to take the spirit boat. However, Lin Xian shook his head. The golden light in his eyes flickered as his heavenly secret divine eye scanned the surroundings. Soon, he frowned. Disappeared? How was that possible? It seemed that the other party had used that kind of secret divine ability. Since the other party didn't take the spirit boat, he wouldn't do it either. Aya, do you really want to suppress the other party in all aspects? The Crimson Dragon sighed. Up to you then. I'll take the spirit boat and follow you. The Crimson Dragon brought the snow-white monkey into the spirit boat. Lin Xian used his heavenly secret divine eye to capture the aura left behind by the great demon. He formed a seal with his palms. Above his head, a pair of golden eyes appeared in the void of the universe, looking down on the surroundings. The secret divine ability used by the great demon was very magical. It didn't leave any aura behind. Not to mention a half-saint, even a saint wouldn't be able to find the great demon if they lost track of it. This was the great demon's ability to escape. However, he didn't expect that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary half-saint. Lin Xian had a super powerful eye technique. At this moment, under the full power of his heavenly secret divine eye, he actually captured a trace of the great demon's aura. With that aura, Lin Xian was able to continue chasing after them. Found it, Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. His figure flashed and he rushed over. After Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left, another group of people rushed up from the star realm below. These people were from the 8 realms. They were not floating in the void. Instead, they were sitting in the spiritual boats and were extremely shocked. Through the arrays of the spiritual boats, they looked in all directions. Nothing? They looked at the vast universe around them and were stunned. No, they are too fast. We can't catch up with them. An old man shook his head. The other young geniuses were unwilling to give up. They wanted to see the final result. Therefore, many geniuses hurriedly said, let's hurry up and see if there are any traces around. We can follow them. These people hurriedly probed with their souls and searched in all directions. Some even used arrays. But soon, their faces became very ugly. They did not find any traces. These two people were really too powerful. Even when chasing and escaping, they didn't leave behind any information or clues. It was really hard to believe. Forget it. I don't think we can find anything. Why don't we just find a direction to search? As for whether we can find them or not, it will depend on our luck. Moreover, there should be many people who saw this chase. When the time comes, we just need to search according to the information. These people also left. They really could not find them, nor could they keep up with their speed. In fact, other half-saints would not be able to find them either. Only Lin Xian, who had the heavenly secret godly eyes, could find them. The great demon hid his aura and fled quickly. Lin Xian chased him all the way and left some terrifying aura. However, he was followed by the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was behind, dealing with Lin Xian's aura and erasing it. After all, Lin Xian had told the Crimson Dragon to be careful and look after him. He suspected that Yan Nantian might be hiding nearby. After all, Yan Nantian was the one who gave him the information. Buzz, in the cold void of the universe, a black flowing light shuttled quickly. If one looked carefully, they would be shocked to see that this figure did not take a spiritual boat. Instead, he flew with his physical body, bringing with him powerful airwaves and monstrous demonic aura. This person was the great demon. He had already been flying for 3 days, and for the time being, he did not sense any killing aura behind him, which made him feel relieved. However, he soon frowned. He had been injured in the previous battle. Moreover, he had exhausted a large amount of energy while fleeing, so he didn't have much energy left now. He had to quickly rest and replenish his energy. The great demon looked into the distance. Soon, he discovered a star. Let's go to this star. With a loud boom, he flew rapidly towards the star realm below. Soon, he tore through the gale and fell down. The great demon's body was wrapped in demonic chi. The demonic chi and astral winds on his body clashed continuously, causing dazzling sparks to erupt. From afar, it looked like a meteor had descended from the sky, bringing with it a torrential blaze. With a loud boom, the great demon landed on the ground and pierced through the ground. Countless cracks spread out for millions of miles. This scene immediately caused many cultivators in this world to exclaim in surprise. Everyone looked up. They saw light flying in the sky. It was exceptionally dazzling, illuminating the entire area. The ground in the distance also began to rumble. What was that? Could it be that a rare treasure of heaven and earth had appeared? It was very likely. This was a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Only an extremely precious treasure could cause such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. Let's go and take a look. Many people soared into the sky. Among them were some top geniuses and experts. After the great demon landed on the ground, a terrifying deep pit was formed. He did not leave. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the deep pit and began to recover. He formed a seal with his palms and absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, he took out a few black bottles from his storage ring. He poured out some spiritual liquid of heaven and earth and swallowed them. Damn it, how dare this guy make me so miserable? I won't let you off. As the great demon recovered, his face was terrifyingly dark. This time, he had indeed succeeded. Previously, he had traveled thousands of miles and crossed many worlds to hunt down the other party. However, he didn't expect the situation to take a shocking turn. The one being hunted was actually him. Fortunately, he had a secret technique, which allowed him to escape. Humph, the great demon's expression was cold as he tried his best to recover. At the same time, the surrounding cultivators all rushed over. When they saw the terrifying cracks on the ground and the terrifying aura ahead, they all swallowed their saliva. Is it really a treasure? Why do I feel like a terrifying monster has been revived? Could it be a peerless monster? I don't know. Let's go and take a look. Even if it's a peerless monster, it's not bad either. Its blood, heart, monster core, and claws are all treasures. Many people's eyes lit up as if they were hunters who had seen their prey. These people walked forward quickly. The further they walked, the more cracks there were. They were densely packed and extremely terrifying. There was also a black light in front of them that surrounded them. They couldn't see clearly at all. What is it? However, they couldn't walk any further. Many people trembled. Some even vomited blood and flew backward. No, it's too terrifying. The aura ahead is too terrifying. Some people gave up. There were also some top geniuses and powerful experts who braced themselves and flew forward. They used their Dharma treasures, divine abilities, and secret techniques to explore with all their might. After walking for a while, they finally came to the front under immense pressure. However, when they saw the situation in the deep pit, they were all stunned. It's a person. It's actually a person. It was a terrifying figure covered in pitch-black flickering demonic runes. That person formed seals with both hands, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered crazily in his body as if he was cultivating. Who is this person? Which sect is he from? They were extremely surprised. However, at this moment, their hearts trembled because they realized that the pitch-black figure sitting in front of them had opened his eyes. His eyes were incomparably black, like two black vortexes that were about to suck in their souls. Many people were shocked and subconsciously retreated. In the next moment, they screamed. They realized that their souls were really being sucked out by the black vortex-like eyes. Buzz, their souls rose into the air and flew forward involuntarily. No. Damn it. They screamed crazily, but soon, they flew in front of the other party uncontrollably. In the next moment, the other party opened his mouth and swallowed their souls. How dare you spy on me? You're courting death. The great demon stood up and sneered. He stretched out his soul and found that other than these people, there were many people rushing over. Furthermore, those people had excited expressions on their faces. Do you really think I'm a treasure? He sneered and instantly arrived in front of the corpses. With a wave of his hand, he directly extracted the blood of those people, turned it into pure energy, and swallowed it. Demonic runes flickered on his body as he quickly absorbed it. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be scared silly. This method of absorbing energy was too terrifying. If others were to do this, they would probably explode and die in the end. But the great fiend was different. He was a fiend and cultivated a demonic cultivation technique. This kind of crazy absorption was normal for him. The people outside were puzzled. What was going on? Why were there screams inside? Could it be that there was some danger? Just as they were puzzled, they felt that the black light around them disappeared. Immediately after, a figure walked out. This person was as black as ink and had a tall figure. His body was surrounded by terrifying demonic chi, like a demon god. Who was this person? They looked ahead and saw a figure walking out of the deep pit. They were extremely shocked. Feeling the aura on the other party's body, their expressions became incomparably ugly. This place was too evil. It wasn't good to stay for long. Leave quickly. Many people's thoughts raced, wanting to retreat. Some people even took action. In an instant, they retreated tens of thousands of miles. Want to leave? Stay here for me. Demon swallows the world, the great fiend sneered. Demonic chi erupted from his body, instantly enveloping a radius of millions of miles. These people couldn't escape at all. Not good. They roared crazily, wanting to escape. But soon, they were engulfed by the demonic chi. In the next moment, not even their bones were left. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. 5 million miles away, there were still many cultivators rushing over. But in the next moment, they stopped in their tracks because they discovered that the space in front of them had completely turned black. Clouds billowed and killing intent surged. It was a scene of destruction. And inside, countless screams came out. There were even law fragments waving, but in an instant, they disappeared. No way, even a half-sage was killed. The scalps of these people tingled as they retreated crazily. The black space in front had already become a forbidden land of death. No one dared to go. Just like that, a day passed. In front, it was still pitch black. Everyone was shocked and curiously hid in the distance. They watched. But no one dared to take a step forward. Some people really didn't know. They thought that a demon god had descended. They all began to kowtow to the front. Within the boundless demonic chi, the great demon sat cross-legged. He glanced at the people around him and snorted coldly in disdain. These people were not worth his time. Right now, he needed to absorb the energy as quickly as possible so that he could continue his journey. However, at this moment, the great demon frowned. That was because he could feel a golden sword light shining in the sky. Then, it was as if the entire world was being split apart. It formed a wave of air that spread to both sides. This scene was simply too astonishing. It was as if a pillar of flame had descended from the sky. Heavens, what happened this time? The warriors of Xia Feng's world raised their heads to look at the sky. They were all stunned. A miracle, did another treasure appear? Oh no, it's that guy. Damn it, how did he get here so quickly? The great demon's expression changed. His body swayed and the black wings on his back flapped. He immediately used a secret technique to escape from this world. As soon as he left, the golden light came down and split the black space in half. In the next moment, a tall man surrounded by flames appeared in the void like a god of war. He stepped on the ground and looked down with green runes in his eyes. He frowned. He's gone. This guy is quite smart. The person who came was Lin Xian. He snorted coldly and looked around. When the warriors of the surrounding world saw a person rushing down from the sky, they were so frightened that they knelt down. God! They kept exclaiming. Lin Xian ignored them and sent a voice transmission. Ruzalong, that guy just left this world. Stay outside and blast him down. In the spirit boat, the Crimson Dragon was stunned when he heard that. However, in the next moment, he rushed out. He did not attack. Instead, he took out 8 sets of array formations. These array formations were usually refined by him. They were 8 peerless killing arrays. At this moment, he activated them and absorbed the power of heaven and earth, the sun, and the moon. As soon as the 8 killing arrays appeared, they covered the world. Immediately, a figure was forced out. How dare you stop me? The great fiend roared crazily. The Crimson Dragon sneered. Get lost. Boom, a violent collision sounded and endless light exploded. Fortunately, they had already arrived in the outer realm. The pitch-black universe was illuminated. Cracks appeared on the 8 array formations and they were about to shatter. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? The Crimson Dragon frowned. The 8 peerless killing arrays can't even withstand a single attack from the other party? However, at this moment, he heaved a sigh of relief. Because he saw that Lin Xian had made his move. Below, Lin Xian made his move while sending the voice transmission. He reached out a large golden hand and grabbed upwards. In an instant, he passed through the clouds and arrived in the outer realm. The large golden hand directly enveloped the great fiend. The great fiend could have escaped, but because of the 8 killing arrays, he was stopped for a while. However, at this moment, Lin Xian seized the opportunity. In an instant, he was surrounded. Then, he grabbed him and dragged downwards. With a bang, the large golden hand dragged the great fiend and landed on the ground. Boom, the ground shattered again, and a crack of millions of miles spread out. Those people in the distance were scared out of their wits. They were sent flying by a terrifying force. They scrambled back, their faces filled with fear. It was too terrifying. Who was this person? They couldn't even withstand the aftermath of a casual attack. Boom, boom. Boom, in front of him, black lightning pierced through the golden palm of light. The great fiend soared into the sky. He used the great destruction spear to pierce through Lin Xian's palm and flew into the distance again. Want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted coldly and quickly soared into the sky. The great fiend's body emitted an incomparable light. Terrifying fragments of fire laws danced in the air, forming a flame giant that roared at the sky. He wanted to completely suppress the great fiend. Chaotic fiend fist, the great fiend didn't even look back. He threw out countless fist shadows that pierced through the void and charged downwards. Buzz, Lin Xian split these black fist shadows with a sword. At the same time, he frowned. This great fiend's strength had actually recovered. It was really shocking. He held the dragon-shaped sword shadow, and terrifying sword energy swept out in all directions. The great fiend's pupils constricted, and all the hair on his body stood on end. He couldn't block the great dragon's sword, so he quickly fled. However, he was still hit by the sword energy and flew into the distance, spitting out a mouthful of blood again. 10,000 fiend blood sacrifice, the great fiend quickly formed seals. Fiend chi overflowed into the sky, and these martial artists within 10 million miles suddenly split open, turning into a blood mist. Even their souls were imprisoned by this fiend chi. They screamed crazily and wanted to beg for mercy, but the great demon didn't show mercy. He was using an extremely terrifying and cruel divine power. This divine power needed to refine the cultivators alive and sacrifice them to the demon god. Within 10 million miles, those cultivators who were watching from afar and hadn't run away all had their bodies split open. Under the guidance of the black gas, they formed black runes. Soon, it enveloped Lin Xian. This array formation was extremely terrifying. It caused ghostly wails and wolf howls. It carried an extremely strong resentment as if it wanted to tear Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian could clearly feel that the blood in his body was about to be ignited and burned. What a terrifying array formation, he snorted coldly and stomped his foot. A powerful aura swept in all directions. He punched out and directly shattered the array formation. However, the array formation quickly healed itself and charged towards Lin Xian again. "Little brat, just obediently go to hell," the great demon sneered. However, this was the truth. Lin Xian used the great dragon sword soul to split open the array formation. Boom, a vacuum area was created in the array formation, but it quickly healed. How strange. It couldn't be completely destroyed, he was too surprised. The great dragon sword soul was so powerful, but this array formation could be reborn. It was really surprising. However, he still created a vacuum area. Therefore, with his speed, Lin Xian rushed out. He charged towards the great demon again. The great demon snorted coldly and waved his hand. The terrifying array formation came to his side and enveloped him. This was equivalent to having an additional set of armor. Moreover, it was a set of armor that could recover. Terrifying sword chi surrounded Lin Xian. In his hand, the great dragon sword soul released a terrifying light as he slashed forward. On the other side, the great demon activated the blood sacrifice array formation. Ghostly wails and wolf howls filled the air as if hell had reappeared in the mortal world. The two collided. The great demon was sent flying and spat out a mouthful of blood. A huge crack appeared in the blood sacrifice array formation in front of him. In the crack, all sorts of souls screamed and blood chi filled the air. A vacuum area appeared. The great demonic will revolved, and the blood-colored array formation began to heal. However, he was actually unable to completely heal it. The remnant aura on it was too strong, and it forcefully split the formation apart. Damn it, how could he be so strong? The demon was shocked and his face was really ugly. If it was any other half-saint in his place, then that half-saint would have probably died 1,000 times by now. Moreover, he wasn't an ordinary half-saint, but now, he was unable to stop the other party. The black wings on his back appeared once more as the great demon madly displayed his secret technique. This time, crimson light shrouded his body. Clearly, he had activated his bloodline ability. Wung, his body instantly disappeared into the void. Not good, the crimson dragon unleashed a formation to isolate the great demon. But this time around, the great demon's secret technique was extremely terrifying as it disappeared from the starry sky. Golden light flickered in Lin Xian's eyes. They transformed into two golden beams of divine light that pierced through the void as he stared fixedly into the distance. What incredible speed, this time, even he was moved. He had to admit that the great devil was indeed a powerful enemy. But this time, he was determined to kill the other party. With a stomp of his foot, he soared into the sky and charged out as well. Soon, the two of them disappeared from this world of stars. Only then did the people in the world below dare to raise their heads. They looked at the shattered void and the remnant sword energy in the sky. They were extremely shocked. Heavens, have these two demon-like figures finally left? The great demon used his secret technique to avoid Lin Xian's pursuit. He flew again. 5 days later, his face turned completely gloomy. Because he discovered that the other party had caught up to him again. Damn it, how did the other party find him? He didn't know. One had to know that if he wanted to leave, even a saint wouldn't be able to find him. The other party must have other treasures on him that could track his tracks. On the 7th day, Lin Xian completely caught up to the great demon. The two of them started a huge battle. The great demon didn't hesitate and directly used the great destruction spear. Lin Xian also used the great dragon sword soul. The two of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The two of them fought as they flew. Wherever they passed, endless light flickered, illuminating the dark universe. Terrifying energy swept in all directions. In the end, the great demon's body shattered and was slashed apart by the sword. He dragged his broken body and used his secret technique again to escape. Just like that, he fled and fought. Lin Xian actually chased after him for more than half a year. And in this half a year, the records of the array formations brought back by the 8 great families spread. Everyone knew that an unknown battle had happened in the elven forest on the elven planet. Moreover, it was very likely that it was the most dazzling battle in the past few thousand years on the ancient path of stars. The great demon actually appeared. The successor of the 9 suns was actually so terrifying. Heavens, was the power of the great demon's great destruction spear so terrifying? It could definitely pierce through a saint. Damn it, what was the successor of the 9 suns holding in his hand? It could actually contend against the great destruction spear? Many powerhouses were shocked after watching the battle. At the same time, they were even more puzzled. Where did these two people go now? They didn't know. Those people from the 8 great families side. We don't know either. We chased them out of the elven planet, but the two of them were too fast and we couldn't catch up at all. This news spread at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, many worlds knew about it. When those young geniuses and older powerhouses saw this scene, they all sighed. Strong, they were simply too strong. Among the half-sages, no one could suppress the other party. In fact, even saints probably didn't have the confidence to suppress these two people. They might even be killed by these two people instead. At the same time, in the distant starry sky, another piece of news quickly spread. Lin Xian had chased after the great demon for more than half a year. This time, he actually came to the vicinity of the Xianxia star. The Xianxia star was a very strange star world. In the outer realm, there were countless figures who had come to seek information. These people came from different worlds of stars. This time, the great demon flew to the vicinity of the Xianxia star. The people near the Xianxia star looked at him and their pupils constricted. Who was this person? The aura on his body was too terrifying. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. Great demon, you can't escape. Right at this moment, a biting cold voice came from the distant void. It was like thunder that resounded in all directions. Immediately after, a golden war god figure whose entire body was like fire rushed over. He held a divine sword in his hand and slashed out. A terrifying crack spread in all directions. Not good. When those people saw this scene, their scalps went numb and they hurriedly left. Countless spirit ships flew into the distance, and a vacuum appeared in the universe. The great demon turned his head and looked behind with a sinister expression. Damn successor of the 9 suns, don't go overboard, what? This was the great demon and the successor of the 9 suns. The people who had fled in the distance were stunned when they heard this news. No way, could this be a fated battle? These people were truly stunned. They didn't expect that this was actually a battle between the 9 suns and the great demon lineage. Really? They didn't even dare to believe it. This was a legendary battle. Among them, a small portion of people's expressions suddenly changed. Damn it, it's really them, I've heard of it before. Someone used an array formation. It recorded the battle between these two people. I've seen a little bit of it before. It was exactly the same as now. One was covered in monstrous demonic aura while the other was covered in flames. The two of them were the successors of the 9 suns and the great demon lineage. The one who spoke was a highly respected old man. His strength had reached the half-sage level and he was very powerful. Furthermore, he was very knowledgeable. Hence, everyone was convinced by his words. Now, all of them knew that the battle ahead was between the great demon and the 9 suns lineage. At this moment, That old half-saint who was of virtue and prestige. He spoke again. It was rumored that they were fighting in the elven forest of the elven planet. And it was half a year ago. Unexpectedly. They actually fought here, what? Elven planet, the surrounding powerhouses gasped when they heard this. That place was very far from here. It would take more than half a year to fly there. Did these two people fight from that place all the way here? They didn't dare to imagine how earth-shattering this battle was. And from the looks of it, these two people didn't even have a spirit boat. Could it be that they relied on their physical bodies to fly? Heavens, this was an incomparably cold universe. Only saints would dare to do this. They were extremely shocked. Some young geniuses didn't think much of it. In their opinion, the legends were definitely exaggerated. In terms of true strength, these two people were only SOSO. But soon, when they saw the battle ahead, they were all stunned. Those arrogant young geniuses from before trembled and didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Because of the battle between these two. It was simply too terrifying. No one among the half-sages could compare to them. In fact, they guessed that even saints were only SOSO. Retreat, retreat quickly, these people retreated crazily. At the same time, people from the Xianxia star also came out. These Dao children originally wanted to shout coldly. Who was fighting here? One had to know that no one was allowed to fight in the star field around the Xianxia star. This was the rule. However, at this moment, there were actually people fighting. This made them extremely furious. However, when the two Daoist children came out, they were stunned. The scene in front of them also shocked them. Not good. At this moment, in the world below, several elders rushed over. He hurriedly brought the two kids away. At the same time, the news spread to the people below. Soon, the Xianxia star shone brightly, and countless arrays appeared around it. These were all earth-shattering formations. They shone brightly and covered the entire Xianxia star, as well as some of the surrounding space. Whoosh, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They were also enveloped by the array formation. The defensive formation of the Xianxia star was a world-level formation. It was extremely terrifying and was set up by a sage. At the same time, they were incomparably shocked. One should know that even the top geniuses and terrifying half-saints would be punished if they fought on the Xianxia star. At the very least, they would be chased out. At the very least, they would be crippled and thrown out. But now, the great demon and the successor of the Nine Yang lineage had received tacit approval. Even the Xianxia star had activated the array formation. It seemed that they did not want to interfere in this matter at all. Thinking of this, they gasped. The great demon and the Nine Yang lineage were indeed worthy of their reputation to be treated like this by the Xianxia star. Seeing that the Xianxia star had activated the defensive formation, Lin Xian no longer had any worries. On the other hand, the great demon did not have any worries at all. He did not care about the Xianxia star. If they dared to block him, he would kill them all. The great spear of destruction in his hand swept out. The light of destruction shattered the void in front of him. Lin Xian waved the sword shadow in his hand and slashed out, shattering the world. The terrifying sword chi formed a world and flew forward. The collision of the two turned into a ray of light in the cold universe, illuminating millions of miles of the dark void. Inside the Xianxia star's array formation, the elites saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. This was the attack of two half-saints? What a joke! This kind of energy was enough to kill all of them. If not for the array formation's defense, they would have been dead by now. Could it be that two sages were fighting? They trembled in fear. The dark light from the great spear of destruction was destroyed by the great dragon sword soul. Not only that, the endless demonic chi in front of them was also split open, creating a large crack. The great demon spat out a mouthful of blood as if he had been struck by lightning. His expression became incomparably ugly. He once again activated the blood sacrifice array formation beside him, forming a set of battle armor that completely enveloped him. In the next moment, he roared. Supreme demonic body, black light appeared all over his body. He absorbed the surrounding energy and the aura of the sun and moon. His body was infinitely huge. He turned into a terrifying giant demon. His strength also skyrocketed. With a loud boom, this power was even stronger than before. Do you think you're the only one who has a physique? I have one too. Lin Xian shouted coldly, and the light on his body suddenly erupted. The 9 yang divine fire burned. Lin Xian's body also continued to grow. He turned into an indomitable golden giant. At this moment, he was like a god of fire walking in the mortal world. This scene was too terrifying. It was simply like a legend. When the powerhouses in the array formation saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. This was because in the originally cold void of the universe, only the stars were dazzling and huge. The others were as insignificant as dust. Only the powerful light on their bodies could illuminate everything. As for their bodies, they were very small. But now, the bodies of the successor of the 9 yang divine fire and the successor of the great demon had become very terrifying. It was as if two giant gods were fighting. This was not just an ordinary body enlargement, which was meaningless. After the two of them transformed, their strength also increased terrifyingly. An ordinary semi-sage wouldn't be able to do this. One must have an extremely powerful physique to be able to do this. The supreme devil body, the 9 yang divine body, these were the strongest and most powerful physiques in the myriad of worlds. Perhaps only such physiques could cause such a phenomenon of heaven and earth. To be able to see such a top-notch battle, even if I die, I will have no regrets. Many veteran half-sages exclaimed in surprise. Their eyes lit up, and they were extremely excited. The young geniuses were extremely shocked. They thought that they were powerful geniuses and did not put anything in their eyes. At this moment, in front of these two supreme existences, they were incomparably small. Any one of their physiques was an existence that they could only look up to. There were also people who frowned. Normally, these two people would be popular candidates to compete for the throne on the ancient path of the stars. But now, in this fated battle, one of them would probably fall. When these words came out, everyone trembled. Their eyes widened. What? One of them was going to fall here? There was no choice. Both of them had supreme physiques. It would be a pity if one of them fell. But there was nothing they could do. The two of them were mortal enemies. The battle between the great demon and the 9 yang divine fire had been passed down since ancient times. For tens of thousands of years, no one could escape this fate. Chaotic Demon Fist, after transforming, the great demon's power was even more terrifying than before. As soon as the chaotic demon fist was unleashed, countless demonic shadows flashed between heaven and earth. The terrifying fist exploded in all directions. However, Lin Xian had also transformed. He also had the appearance of a flame giant, so the 9 yang divine palm he unleashed was also incomparably terrifying. The battle between the two shook the heavens and the earth. The great destruction spear swept through the surroundings once again. The great dragon sword soul also roared, transforming into a dragon's shadow that shook the 9 heavens. The two law fragments danced in the air, clashing in all directions. The half-saints inside the array formation felt their scalps tingle. Boom! The great dragon sword soul became more and more courageous as it fought. The surrounding law of fire danced, and at this moment, it was like a huge dragon that constantly attacked. It caused the great destruction spear to tremble repeatedly. In the end, one of its arms was severed, and the great destruction spear was sent flying once again. Damn it, the great demon roared. However, at this moment, the great dragon sword soul swept out and cut him in half. Ah, a miserable sound rang out, causing one's scalp to tingle. Although the great demon was cut in half, he did not die. His upper body erupted with a biting cold light. He opened his mouth and spat out a black demonic wave that directly pierced through Lin Xian. A bloody hole also appeared on Lin Xian's body. The battle between the two of them was extremely fierce. Both of their bodies were shattered, and both of them exploded, turning into a bloody mist. A terrifying sea of blood surged between heaven and earth. However, in the end, the two of them recovered once again. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The three of them fought for 9 days and 9 nights. Inside the array formation, the spectators were stunned. Was this the power of the great demon and the successor of the 9 yang bloodline? It was too terrifying. A casual move from the two of them could kill any one of them. Why do I feel that if they continue fighting like this, even if they fight until the end of time, the two of them won't be able to determine the victor? some of the geniuses sucked in a cold breath. However, there were also a few top half-saints who frowned. No, the victor would be decided soon. They could feel that the successor of the Nine Yang bloodline's aura was getting stronger and stronger. It could even be said that the great demon was being suppressed from the beginning to the end. However, the great demon was too powerful and his physique was terrifying. He could not die for a while. Furthermore, a manual Great Destruction Spear was extremely terrifying. It could penetrate Lin Xian's body. If not for the Great Destruction Spear, the great demon would have been killed long ago. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, countless dragon shadows erupted from Lin Xian's feet, densely packed together, causing his speed to reach the extreme. At the same time, Lin Xian activated his heavenly secret divine eyes to analyze the opponent's flaws. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xian dodged 33 attacks. In the next moment, he disappeared from the world. When he reappeared, he was behind the great demon. His speed was so fast that most half-saints couldn't even catch him. Boom! Lin Xian's entire body shone with a golden light. Flames burned fiercely, and the great dragon sword soul in his hand roared. All of a sudden, the great demon's hair stood on end. He flipped his hand and attacked. The great spear of destruction also pierced out. It was like a black demon, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The great destruction spear was sent flying once more. The great demon was pierced through and split into pieces. Ah, the great demon screamed. He was broken into 8 pieces. He wanted to heal, but at this moment, Lin Xian attacked again. This sword slashed out, and the great demon wanted to heal. Suddenly, he stopped in midair, hugged his head, and screamed. Damn it, how dare you injure my soul, he was crazy. His opponent's sword actually injured his soul, this battle could end now. Lin Xian shouted coldly. He absorbed the spiritual energy of the world, and the great dragon sword soul in his hand became more and more piercing. Nine Yang sword technique, the terrifying sword technique slashed the great demon's body into a bloody mist. At the same time, he attacked his opponent's soul. Not good, the great demon was probably going to be defeated. He didn't expect that the successor of the Nine Yang sword soul would be able to injure the great demon's soul in the end. With his soul injured, the great demon's power would be greatly reduced. At that time, he wouldn't be a match for Lin Xian at all. Cries of surprise rang out one after another. They were simply too shocked by Lin Xian's methods. In the distance, a spirit ship floated in the void. When the Crimson Dragon saw this scene, he immediately became excited. Great, if this continued, he would definitely be able to kill Lin Xian. He was too excited. For the past half a year, he had been following behind silently. He had seen the battle between the two. Although Lin Xian had the upper hand, it was too difficult for him to kill the great demon. But now, Lin Xian had finally seized the opportunity to defeat his opponent's soul. Next, it was time to slay the great demon. Lin Xian stood in the void of the universe. Sword chi surrounded his body, making him look like a peerless war god. He looked at the screaming great demon with a cold expression. The fated battle could end. Since ancient times, the great demon and the Nine Yang lineage had been fighting each other. Among them, the Nine Yang lineage had more victories than losses. The previous Nine Yang sword saint was directly killed. However, the previous great demon was too heavily injured and died at Black Demon Cliff. As the successor of the Nine Yang lineage, Lin Xian had also encountered a peerless enemy. However, he had not been defeated. Not only that, but he also had the strength to kill his opponent. He wanted to let the entire universe know that this time, the Nine Yang lineage would not lose. Everything was over. Lin Xian's figure was tall. With an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers, he strode forward. Every step he took shattered the void. Opposite him, the great demon's screams softened. Clearly, he had stopped the injury to his soul. However, it was impossible for him to return to his peak. At that moment, his body was barely healing, and his entire body was trembling. Defeated, I've actually been defeated. The great demon's eyes lost their luster. He had charged forward forcefully and killed his way over. Half-saints could not even block a single move from him. In his opinion, the successor of the Nine Yang lineage was only SOSO. He could easily kill him. However, the other party was too powerful. Before using the Great Destruction Spear, he could not do anything to the other party. In fact, he was even injured by the other party. Later on, he was angry and used the Great Destruction Spear, wanting to kill the other party. However, he did not expect the other party to have the Great Dragon Sword. In the end, his soul was injured and he ended up in his current state. Damn it, I can't accept this. Since ancient times, the Great Demon lineage had been incomparably powerful and suppressed the Nine Yang lineage. However, he was suppressed by the other party. He had utterly disgraced the Great Demon clan, so what if he was unwilling? Lin Xian walked over with a cold expression. He quickly raised the Great Dragon Sword in his hand. Now, I'll send you to hell, a cold voice sounded, causing everyone's scalps to go numb. Was the Great Demon going to die? Ha 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 ha, kid, are you trying to kill me? Too naive, the Great Demon suddenly laughed, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. I admit that I've lost this fated battle, but you don't have the right to kill me. I've lost to you today and I no longer have the face to continue living in this world. However, you can forget about living either. I can go to hell, but you can go to hell with me. The Great Demon revealed a sinister smile. At this moment, he was really like a demon. His voice made people tremble. In the distance, those people exclaimed. Heavens, are they trying to perish together? The Great Demon had failed, but it would not be easy to kill him. An elder said. 3,000 years ago, I heard a dying living fossil say that the previous 9 suns and the Great Demon seemed to have perished together. What? There's actually such a thing. The surrounding people were stunned. They did not expect that the previous 9 suns would have perished together. Could it be that this generation is going to perish together as well? Some people sighed. It was normal. After all, both of them were peerless powerhouses. When such people fought, there was an 80 to 90% chance that they would perish together. In the distance, in the spirit boat, the Crimson Dragon saw this scene and immediately became anxious. Damn it, what is this guy trying to do? Kid, hurry up and kill him. When Lin Xian heard this, he also frowned. You want to perish together with me? You don't have the right to do so. He attacked crazily, and the Great Demon opposite him revealed a sinister smile. A pair of black wings appeared on his back. He fluttered gently and instantly disappeared into the void. When he reappeared, he was in another place. He had successfully dodged the sword. He stretched out his palm. On his 5 fingers, there were 5 pitch-black demonic runes. Each of them was incomparably mysterious. The demonic runes spun crazily in his hand. I'll sacrifice my blood to the demon god. The Great Demon began the blood sacrifice again. However, this time, he did not kill the surrounding powerhouses. He used his own blood to perform the blood sacrifice. The palm that was burning with the 5 demonic runes pierced through his body and grabbed his heart. The heart was covered with countless black runes that burned rapidly. A terrifying and shocking power erupted from the Great Demon's body. This scene was too strange. The Great Demon was actually using his own life to increase his power. It seemed that the other party did not want to live anymore. The aura on his body exploded rapidly. Endless demonic chi surged, causing his strength to rise continuously. It had already far surpassed what it used to be. Above his head, his heart continued to burn, providing him with constant power. The Great Demon's power kept on rising, and it seemed like he was about to break through to the Saint Realm. What kind of technique was this? Wasn't it too terrifying? This increase in strength was too terrifying. It seemed like the 9 Suns' descendant was in danger, the half-saints in the distance exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. He knew that he couldn't wait any longer and had to act quickly. His strength was raised to the extreme, and the Great Dragon Sword soul in his hand was constantly brandished. He had to stop the blood sacrifice. With a slash of his sword, the gigantic dragon soared through the air and flew forward, wanting to shatter the other party's heart. The demon laughed and slapped out. The black demonic palm covered the sky and it was like a black sky was pressing down. Boom, their attacks collided, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to split. Fortunately, the people around them were inside the peerless formation. Moreover, it was set up by a saint, which was why the Langia star was in perfect condition. Otherwise, the entire world would be affected. Brat, it's useless. You can go to hell with me. The great demon attacked crazily, and all kinds of terrifying powers were displayed. Chaotic demon fist, world-destroying demon disc, great destruction spear, and demon swallows the world. All kinds of divine abilities emerged one after another, and the area in front of him was drowned by endless demonic chi. Lin Xian was sent flying in an instant, and his body was torn into pieces. However, he quickly used the great dragon sword chi to wipe out all the demonic chi. At the same time, his eyes burst out with a biting cold light. The fated battle has ended. My 9 sons' descendant has won this palm. Now that you want to use your blood sacrifice to kill me, I won't hold back either. In addition to the Law of Fire fragment, several other law fragments appeared around Lin Xian. They surrounded him and danced crazily. His strength was also rapidly increasing. What? When the people inside the formation saw this scene, their eyeballs almost popped out. Heavens, this 9 sons' descendant actually didn't use his full strength. There were many more law fragments than before. He had actually grasped several law fragments: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, 5 elemental laws. Was he going to walk the path of the 5 elemental laws? The half-saints of the older generation were also stunned. They didn't expect that after the great demon, the 9 sons' descendant would also use all his trump cards. The great demon also frowned. Other law fragments? It's useless. Although you can increase your strength, it won't increase by much. The current you is no match for me. The great demon snorted coldly and used all kinds of divine abilities. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle. This battle was even more tragic than the previous one. However, even though Lin Xian unleashed several types of nomological law fragments, he was still suppressed. There was no other way. The great demon opposite him was burning his life force to fight. The power that erupted was too strong. Sure enough, in the next moment, the great destruction spear appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Its powerful force pierced through his body and nailed him in the void. The great spear of destruction pierced through Lin Xian's body, causing it to explode into pieces. It was too tragic. Lin Xian shouted coldly. The law of wood instantly enveloped him. His shattered body quickly recovered. Heaven and earth rumbled as a terrifying power surged towards him. After Lin Xian used all his strength, his recovery ability was astonishing. In an instant, he was as good as new. I said, it's over. No matter what trump card you use, this battle is over. Lin Xian's expression was cold. The 6 great law fragments revolved around the great dragon sword soul. At this moment, he didn't hold back at all. He poured all his strength into the great dragon sword soul. The great dragon sword soul let out a long cry, and the 9 heavens and 10 lands shook. The surrounding array formation started to tremble. The people inside were terrified. What kind of sword was this? How could it be so terrifying? Lin Xian ignored everything and activated the great dragon sword soul. Its power increased again. With one sword, the various divine abilities that the great demon used were all shattered. The great destruction spear was sent flying again. The great demon was also cut in half by the sword. This time, the great demon's soul was seriously injured. If it weren't for the great demon burning his life force, this sword would have been able to completely kill him. The great demon recovered with difficulty. His expression was extremely ugly. Good boy, I still underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to seriously injure me now, but unfortunately, you still couldn't stop me. Now, everything was over. Great demon laughed. The others felt their hair stand on end. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He discovered that the great demon's heart had completely disappeared. And above the great demon's head, an illusory figure appeared. Only a small part of the figure appeared. It was a head and 2 hands, but it was still struggling to get out. As soon as the figure appeared, the surrounding starry sky and universe began to tremble. The people in the array formation were also out of control. Many young elites knelt on the ground. Among them, there were many half-sages. However, at this moment, they were kneeling on the ground, unable to move. Even those veteran half-saints were doing their best to resist, and many of them exploded with a loud bang. What was that? They knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. It was too terrifying, the aura of a sage. That was at least the phantom of a sage. Damn it, what did this demon summon? The phantom of the demon ancestor, damn it, he couldn't have summoned a first-generation great demon, could he? What? The first great demon? Hearing that, everyone's heads were about to explode. What level was that? Even among the sages, it was a super powerful existence. It might even be the demon emperor. How was that possible? How could the great demon have such a method? Damn it, we were fooled by him. An old man who was like a living fossil screamed crazily. His blood sacrifice just now was not a summoning, but a cultivation increase. He used his life as the price to temporarily increase his strength to the sage realm. Now, he was summoning. Indeed, they saw the great demon's face turn pale. He was trembling, and the blood in his body was quickly flowing out. Many wrinkles appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged hundreds or thousands of years in an instant. However, his hands continued to form seals, and one terrifying seal after another was reflected in the void. He was summoning now. Crack! 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 As the great demon summoned his life, more and more cracks appeared in the void above. More than half of the blurry figure's body had already squeezed out. Many cracks appeared on the surrounding sage array. This scene caused all of the people inside the formation to be terrified. Oh heavens! Even the sage array can't withstand it? Oh no, kid, run! It's too dangerous. In the distance, the Crimson Dragon saw this scene and quickly retreated. At the same time, he quickly transmitted his voice. He had no choice. It was too dangerous. Even though he possessed the bloodline of the divine dragon, he could not help but shiver in the face of this illusory figure. This meant that the other party's bloodline power was no weaker than his. Coupled with the other party's aura, this was definitely a super saint-level phantom, damn it. Even if he wasn't the first-generation great demon, he wasn't far from it. Lin Xian roared and used all of his strength to push the great dragon sword spirit to unleash a world-shaking attack. That sharp sword chi was tens of thousands of miles long. It slashed down from the sky and slashed forward. He wanted to send that figure flying. However, the moment his sword chi reached the vicinity of the demonic shadow, it began to crumble. It didn't even touch the demonic shadow before it disappeared without a trace. Brat, it's useless. What I've summoned is a first-generation great demon. You, go to hell, I'm in hell, waiting for you. At this point, he had completely aged. His hair had turned white, and his body was hunched over. In an instant, he aged several thousand years. In the end, the great demon's body shattered into pieces and fell into the void. Dead. It was incomparably terrifying. The successor of the great demon had exhausted his life force and turned into dust. Meanwhile, the phantom of the first-generation great demon that he had summoned after sacrificing his life to break through to the saint realm had completely broken free from the spatial rift and stood in the void. Although it was only a phantom, it suppressed the 9 heavens and 10 lands as soon as it appeared. At this moment, everyone uncontrollably knelt down. Boom! Boom, boom. The surrounding saint's array shattered with a loud bang. Many terrifying cracks appeared on it, and it seemed like it would collapse at any moment. The half-step saints' prodigies in the array formation also screamed crazily. Some of the weaker half-step saints' bodies had already shattered and turned into a bloody mist. The others were also kneeling on the ground, unable to stand up at all. It was too terrifying. The phantom of the first-generation great demon was terrifying to the extreme. Lin Xian also felt a great pressure. His body shattered, and endless blood dyed his body red. However, he did not kneel down. He summoned the great dragon sword spirit back and fused with it. He became one with the sword. Lin Xian opened a domain and enveloped himself. Damn it, what is this? Lin Xian's face was extremely gloomy. The great demon had died, but he had left behind such a disaster. At this moment, the alarm had already sounded on the Langya star. All the powerhouses had gathered together, and the young disciples were trembling. In the depths of the earth, where some dragon veins and spirit veins were, powerful and sleeping figures opened their eyes. His gaze pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. However, when they saw the terrifying demonic figure standing above the 9 heavens, they all trembled. The first generation great demon. Damn it, who summoned him? In an instant, figures flew up from the dozen or so dragon veins, bringing with them terrifying laws. They were true saints. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the worship of countless people. Patriarch, what should we do? Patriarch, please make a move and kill the powerful enemy. Protect the Xianxia star. Countless people shouted. However, the saints' faces were gloomy. They said coldly, everyone, enter the array formation and activate it to the extreme to seal the entire Xianxia star. Patriarch, why aren't you attacking? That's just a phantom. The few powerful half-step saints could not understand. However, the saints frowned. You don't know, that's not an ordinary phantom. That's the first generation great demon. Even if it's just a phantom, it's not something we can resist. Only death awaits those who oppose him. Unless we're a super saint, we might be able to resist him. What? Is he that terrifying? All the cultivators on the Xianxia star were stunned when they heard the words of the saints. They knew that they had underestimated the demonic figure. They did not understand the word first generation and did not know how powerful the other party was. However, they believed that their patriarch would not make a mistake. Therefore, everyone went underground. Mountain and river formations flickered one after another. Looking from above the 9 heavens, countless large formations lit up on the Xianxia star, completely enveloping the entire star world. The Xianxia star was very powerful. There was only one faction in the star world, so after countless years of reproduction, it could be said to be impregnable. They were even confident that they could resist an extreme weapon. There were even rumors that there were super saints on the Xianxia star. However, it was obvious that those were the trump cards to suppress everything. They would not be activated unless they had no other choice. Although the first generation's phantom had appeared, it did not directly attack the Xianxia star. Therefore, the saints were not willing to fight to the death with the other party. Now, they only needed to activate the Xianxia star's formation to envelop the entire star world and avoid this storm. The Xianxia star shone brighter and brighter. Countless arrays were formed by mountains and rivers. Once they were activated, their power was terrifying to the extreme. Outside the Xianxia star, the half-step saints who came to ask questions were in danger. They couldn't enter the Xianxia star at all. At this moment, the saints' arrays that enveloped them had already shattered. Boom! Boom, boom. In an instant, they all turned into a bloody mist and kept shattering. The scene was extremely terrifying. Between heaven and earth, there was a rain of blood. The phantom of the first demon god was not limited to that. In addition to the Xianxia star, there were 2 other planets nearby. These 2 planets were relatively weak and their martial arts were relatively less developed. However, they had also evolved into saints. At this moment, the warriors of these 2 worlds all looked up at the sky. What was going on? Why was there an extremely terrifying power coming over? The half-step saints couldn't help but kneel on the ground. In the worlds, a few saints woke up. Their expressions were extremely ugly. Oh no, some super terrifying existence had probably arrived nearby. Who was it? They had arrived outside the realm. In the next moment, these saints froze. They saw a figure in the distance. It was abnormally blurry, but the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. Even though they were saints, they couldn't help but tremble. Oh no, hurry up and leave. The 2 saints immediately made up their minds and fled into the distance. They did not even look back as they used their strongest abilities to flee. The other 3 saints hesitated for a moment. However, they had lost their chance to escape. In front of them, the illusory figure that looked like a demon god suddenly roared. Endless demonic chi surged in the 9 heavens and 10 lands. It engulfed everything. Oh no, hurry up and leave. The remaining 3 saints' expressions changed drastically as they hurriedly fled. They originally wanted to go down and save their sects and families. But now, they couldn't care less. Lin Xian's pupils constricted. Damn it, this was the world-engulfing demon. He recognized it because he had fought with the great demon for half a year. Of course, he knew this ability. However, the world-engulfing demon that the demon god used was tens of thousands of times stronger than the great demon. Terrifying nomological laws danced in the air. Demonic chi surged into the sky and engulfed everything in an instant. Lin Xian flew quickly, but he was still surrounded by the demonic chi. It wanted to devour him. Damn it, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He fused with the great dragon sword spirit and poured all his power into it. In the next moment, he was engulfed. Outside the Xianxia star, the half-saints who were still alive were swallowed in an instant. Wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. The Xianxia star was shrouded in endless darkness, and the demonic aura was still spreading. The three sages who were fleeing in the distance were instantly enveloped by the demonic aura as soon as they moved. Immediately afterwards, their scalps went numb. They did everything they could to resist, using all types of natural laws. This was the true might of the laws. It was many times stronger than that of a half-saint. But in the end, they were still swallowed up. Boom, not only them, but the two worlds around them were also enveloped by demonic chi. The boundless universe was temporarily plunged into darkness. There was not even a trace of light. Damn it, the dark red divine dragon felt its scalp go numb as it fled like a madman. Previously, when the great demon had just summoned this devil shadow, he had already begun to flee. Now, he had already left the star field far away, so he had avoided this disaster. Damn it! Looking at the endless demonic aura in front of him, the crimson dragon's face was incomparably pale. It was too terrifying. Such a scene had only appeared during the great darkness turmoil back then. However, at that time, those ancient sages and human sages had held back because once they attacked with all their strength, the entire star world would explode. Therefore, the scene back then was not as terrifying as it was now. This was equivalent to the attack of an extreme weapon. It's over. The people inside probably won't survive. Damn brat, you must let the great dragon sword soul keep a drop of your blood or your remnant soul, the crimson dragon prayed in his heart. There was another reason why he escaped. That was, the black earth was in his hands. Previously, when Lin Xian was chasing after the great demon, he had handed the black earth to the crimson dragon as a precaution. The octatic treasure snake was sealed inside. There were 7 eyes of time behind the octatic treasure snake. As long as there were eyes of time, so what if he died, he could still revive him. Thinking of the eyes of time, the crimson dragon heaved a sigh of relief. He began to wait, waiting for the dark demonic chi to recede. However, the demonic chi was too terrifying. It wouldn't dissipate in a short period of time. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. There were no changes ahead. 3 months had passed. Half a year had passed. It was still deathly silent ahead. At the same time, the battle between the 9 suns and the great demon had completely spread. Because the scene recorded by the array formation of the 8 great families had also completely spread. Many experts and geniuses from the star realm had witnessed this battle. Were these the great demon and the successor of the 9 suns? It was too terrifying, that's right. I wonder who this successor of the 9 suns is. They couldn't see clearly. His entire body was wrapped in flames. They could only see a pair of golden flame-like eyes and a majestic figure. Other than that, they couldn't see anything else. They couldn't guess who he was at all. These 2 people were definitely the greatest enemies on the path of the great emperor. Many top explorers and peerless powerhouses had cold expressions on their faces. If they wanted to walk the path of the great emperor, they would definitely encounter these 2 people in the future. Could they defeat them? They deduced in their hearts and soon smiled bitterly. Damn it, they couldn't defeat them. These 2 people's divine abilities were too powerful. Against such people, they had no chance of winning at all. They didn't know where these 2 people were now. What was the result? Everyone was discussing animatedly. Many elites and powerhouses from all over the universe began to search. Soon, they realized that something was wrong. This was because some elites and powerhouses wanted to go to the Xianxia star to seek answers to their questions. However, they found that the Xianxia star had disappeared. The star field where the Xianxia star was located was drawn into darkness. It was incomparably dark. Some people tried to force their way in. A half-step saint was instantly killed by the black aura. This scene made everyone's hair stand on end. A half-step saint entered and didn't even cause a ripple. This was definitely an extremely terrifying aura. But why would such a thing appear? Could it be that the Xianxia star was surrounded by this black aura? More and more powerhouses came to investigate. In the end, even the saints came. 3 saints descended from the sky. They looked at the demonic aura in front of them with incomparably cold expressions. In the end, they concluded that this demonic aura seemed to be the demonic aura of the great demon clan. What? The demonic aura of the great demon? How was this possible? How could that great demon be so terrifying? This demonic aura had the might of a saint. Impossible. Wasn't the great demon a half-step saint? Perhaps an ordinary saint wouldn't be able to display such terrifying demonic aura, right? After coming to this conclusion, everyone in the universe was stunned. It was indeed the aura of the great demon clan, but where did this demonic chi come from? We don't know. What kind of divine ability did this great demon use? The black chi near the Wolf Fang star attracted everyone's attention. Many experts came over to investigate, but in the end, they didn't know what kind of divine ability it was. The great demon and the successor of the 9 sons. Could it be that they had perished together? They didn't know that this was all a mystery. At the same time, some families and sacred grounds were also anxious. They realized that the people they sent to the Xianxia star had disappeared. There was no news at all. Why do I feel that something went wrong? Yes, it was too strange. Some sacred grounds and sects joined forces with many worlds and invited a few sages to take action. Vast sage laws danced between heaven and earth, and the demonic chi in front of them trembled violently. However, these sages frowned. They couldn't get rid of the demonic chi. The demonic chi even began to surge, sending a few sages flying. Those sages vomited blood, and their expressions became incomparably ugly. Not good. They quickly retreated. When the others learned of this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Even the sages had been defeated. What exactly was this? It was over. Everything in the area covered by the demonic chi would probably turn into ashes. Nothing could be left. This was the consensus of everyone. After all, if even the sages couldn't resist the demonic chi, who else could? It seemed that they could only wait for the demonic chi to dissipate on its own. Everyone left. They were no longer disappointed. The star field where the Xianxia star was located had become a land of death. A sage used his laws to set up a stone tablet here, warning people on the ancient starry sky path not to approach. The cold universe returned to silence once again. Of course, no one knew that there was a spirit ship floating near the black chi, waiting quietly. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The area ahead was still silent and pitch black. This was still a forbidden land of death. The battle between the great demon and the 9 sons had caused an uproar in the past 3 years. The powerhouses of all the worlds were discussing it. But recently, it gradually calmed down because the 2 of them had completely disappeared. In the past 3 years, they had not appeared even once. Many people guessed that the 2 of them had perished together, swallowed up by the demonic chi. Peerless geniuses and experts were nothing when they died. Only those who were alive would be remembered forever. The world of cultivation was just that cruel. Moreover, although 3 years wasn't a long time, it was enough time for the top geniuses to shine. Over the past 3 years, many geniuses had risen to prominence and made their names known on the ancient road of the stars. There were also a few who fell, becoming a pile of yellow earth and dust. The world of cultivation was a cruel place. The sea had turned into mulberry fields. The 9 sons inheritor and the great demon had become legends. However, there were a few people who were like dazzling superstars that rose to power. One of them was like the sun at noon. His name was Yan Nantian, and he was the successor of the great emperor. Other than him, the others were also very strong. For example, Long Zhaotian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others were all ranked in the top 5 of the Abyss leaderboard. Of course, even though their rankings were at the bottom, Willow Wood and the others' cultivation had also increased by leaps and bounds. They even decided to go to the Abyss rankings once more to refresh their rankings. This action made countless people look forward to it. One had to know that some people's rankings were from decades ago, or even over 100 years ago. In the past 100 years, no one knew how much these people's strength had grown. However, it would definitely set off a storm on the Abyss rankings. However, when they went to the falling abyss, they discovered that the falling abyss was temporarily closed. They were actually unable to enter for the test. This made many people sigh. Of course, this wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. Therefore, these people were relatively calm. However, many experts sighed. They were unable to see the changes in the abyss rankings. Of course, some people began to evaluate the strength of these people based on their own speculations. Yan Nantian has been too strong recently. He's like the sun at noon. I feel that if he enters the abyss rankings again, he'll probably get first place. Yes, although Di Ling is terrifying, in recent years, he has become very mysterious and elusive. There's no trace of him at all. Therefore, we don't know what his current situation is. There's also this Lin Wudi who is tied for first place with Di Ling. It seems that he has also mysteriously disappeared recently. This Lin Wudi actually has an advantage. When he took the test, many of the top geniuses at that time were ranked for decades or centuries. Therefore, it didn't count at all. He stood in this gap and won first place. Otherwise, if they compete now, his ranking will probably fall. I reckon that he won't even be able to enter the top 5. Indeed, I feel that Yan Nantian has the strength to be first. After him, the second should be Long Zhaotian. Zhao Wuliang is also very strong. I wonder how he compares to Long Zhaotian? Perhaps the two are tied. Perhaps Long Zhaotian is a little stronger. But these 3 people are definitely the new top 3. These people became more and more excited as they discussed. Some people even wanted to make their own decisions and remove Di Ling and Lin Wudi's first-place titles. Regarding the Abyss rankings, many powerhouses and geniuses of the Star Realm were discussing it. Some people had even started to challenge and compete. Most of them were the top geniuses on the rankings. It could be said that for a time, the ancient path of the stars was very lively. Of course, there was one exception, and that was the star domain where the Langyus star was located. There was still no one here. Because no one dared to come here, not even the saints. There was no one around. However, on this day, there was a change in the endless dark demonic chi in front of him. In the past 3 years, the monstrous demonic chi had not weakened at all. However, on this day, it rapidly weakened. In fact, it was disappearing at the speed of collapse. What was going on? The Crimson Dragon in the nearby spirit ship was immediately alarmed. He looked at the scene in front of him and was extremely surprised. What was going on? Why did the demonic chi disappear? According to his speculation, the demonic chi would exist for at least 100 years, or even a few hundred years. However, he had already made preparations and waited here. Even if he had to wait for 500 years, he had to wait for the demonic chi to dissipate. He was using the Eye of Time to save Lin Xian. However, he did not expect that in just 3 years, the demonic chi in front of him would disappear. Could it be that the demonic shadow had disappeared? The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. Thinking about it, it was possible. Although the great demon was terrifying and had burned its life to summon it, it was only summoned. It could not exist in this universe forever. It was estimated that in 3 years, its power had been exhausted. The demonic shadow had disappeared again, causing the surrounding demonic chi to disappear. The Crimson Dragon guessed, but he didn't care about the specific reason. As long as the demonic aura disappeared, it was a good thing for him. The demonic aura disappeared very quickly. In the blink of an eye, more than half of it disappeared between heaven and earth, and the scene inside was also revealed. The shattered void was quickly healing, and the surroundings were pitch black. There were originally 3 star worlds here, but 2 of them had disappeared. If one looked carefully, one would find that they were full of cracks and had been torn apart. The 2 worlds had been completely destroyed, the warriors and billions of creatures on the worlds had all been killed. None of them had escaped. Even the sages had been destroyed in body and soul. The Crimson Dragon drove the spirit boat and quickly shuttled through the void. When he saw this scene, his scalp went numb. Damn it, it's too terrifying. What kind of strength did he have to be able to create such a terrifying scene? With one strike, 2 star worlds had been destroyed. The Crimson Dragon's face was extremely gloomy because he felt that Lin Xian was probably in danger. The demonic aura retreated very quickly, and the Crimson Dragon shuttled through the void at an extremely fast speed. Finally, he saw a dot of light in front of him. It was the Xianxia star. At this moment, the array on the Xianxia star had become dark, and many places were full of cracks. Some places were cracked, but most of the places were fine. It seemed that the Xianxia star had not been destroyed and had survived. As expected of a very mysterious world on the ancient path of the stars. It had actually survived. The Crimson Dragon was surprised. He glanced at it and no longer paid attention. He quickly searched for Lin Xian's figure. The surroundings were dark and cold, and resentment was monstrous because countless powerhouses and half-sages had died here. Damn kid, he's not dead, right? The Crimson Dragon was a little anxious. He still hadn't found any trace of Lin Xian. No, the dragon sword soul shouldn't have been destroyed. He quickly sensed his aura. The Crimson Dragon probed his soul and searched in all directions. Whoosh, when the darkness faded a little, the Crimson Dragon suddenly screamed. He sensed it, he flew out of the spirit boat and quickly flew forward. Soon, he arrived at a place. The dragon's shadow flickered in front of them, lingering there. The light that it emitted was also much dimmer, appearing like a lone lamp in the dark night. Found it, the great dragon sword spirit, the Crimson Dragon was excited. Not only did he see the great dragon sword spirit, but he also saw Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian was surrounded by the great dragon sword spirit. His body was damaged beyond recognition. His entire body had turned into a skeleton, and all his blood had flowed out. However, the Crimson Dragon was extremely excited. He originally thought that there were only a few drops of blood left, but now it seemed that the situation was much better than he imagined. Kid, are you all right? The Crimson Dragon rushed over and asked a few questions, but there was no response. He struck out with a great divine ability, wrapping around Lin Xian and bringing him away. At this time, the golden bone suddenly trembled slightly, and two small golden flames lit up in its eye sockets. Following that, Lin Xian sent a spiritual message. You're not dead yet. Hurry up and leave. After saying these words, the flames in the golden eye sockets also disappeared. The Crimson Dragon was wild with joy. That's great, he wrapped Lin Xian up and sent him into the spirit boat. In the next moment, he activated the spirit boat, streaked across the void, and instantly disappeared. Not long after he left, all of the darkness in the entire starfield vanished. After a while, the Xianxia star suddenly emitted an incomparable light, and the array formation on the mountains and rivers quickly disappeared. The martial artists on the ground quickly woke up and flew up. They waited for a while and found that the darkness had indeed retreated. They heaved a sigh of relief. Some powerful half-saints and geniuses flew away and came to the outer realm. When they saw the cold universe around them and nothing was left, they were all shocked. Could it be that the darkness had really retreated? What about the successor of the 9 suns? If they didn't know, they would have died long ago. Damn it! The great demon actually attacked our Xianxia star as well. Many people's faces turned cold. Indeed, a portion of the Xianxia star's array formation had been shattered, and demonic chi had entered. The monstrous aura there had formed a forbidden land of death. But overall, they were already doing very well. Soon, they sent people to search the entire star field, and they found 2 destroyed worlds. When the news came back, the warriors of the Xianxia star were all stunned. Were the 2 worlds destroyed just like that? None of them escaped. How was that possible? Some of the younger martial artists were trembling. They also knew about the 2 star realms. Because they were not far from them. Although the martial path was not as developed as theirs, there were still saints there. But now, everything was reduced to ashes. Xianxia star, Xianxia pavilion. A few old men sat there with cold expressions, holding ancient turtle shells in their hands. It seemed that they were divining something. Crack, suddenly, a turtle shell in front of them quickly formed a military formation. It split into 2 halves from the middle as if it had been split by a knife. Seeing this scene, an old man in a star robe sighed. The great demon should be dead. Let's see what happened to the successor of the 9 suns. Next, they divined again. This time, the tortoise shell exploded into pieces with a bang. That energy gave them a fright. Their faces were extremely cold. At that moment, an old voice sounded from the void. Stop divining the successor of the 9 suns. In addition, inform everyone that no matter who asks about the successor of the 9 sons in the future, they are not allowed to spread the news to avoid causing trouble. Yes. In the hall, the old man quickly responded. At the same time, they were extremely shocked. One had to know that they were using extremely advanced and terrifying deduction techniques. Previously, when they were divining the life and death of the great demon, the turtle shell had split into 2 halves from the middle. This situation meant that the person was already dead. When they recommended the successor of the 9 sons, the turtle shell also cracked, but it did not split from the middle. Instead, it split into pieces and exploded with a bang. That was a warning. This meant that the successor of the 9 sons had some kind of energy that prevented them from divining. It even posed a threat to them. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons was not dead? These elders were extremely shocked. They sucked in a breath of cold air. No way. That terrifying demonic energy had destroyed the 2 worlds nearby, but the successor of the 9 sons was still alive. They really did not dare to believe it. How did the other party block it, or did the other party have some way to revive the dead? However, with such terrifying destruction, even a saint had been killed. Could it be that the other party had an immortal medicine? They did not know that. However, they felt that the successor of the 9 sons was not dead. If he was dead, the turtle shell would not have split into pieces, and it would not have posed a threat or a warning to them. However, they were the only ones who knew about this. They would never spread the news. The demonic aura receded and the reappearance of the Xianxia star alarmed the others once again. Many people from all the realms in the universe flew over to investigate the ancient starry sky path. Where was the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons? They were extremely shocked. Did they really perish together? When they saw the 2 star realms being torn apart, they were stunned. Heavens, I remember that these 2 worlds used to be full of vitality. Moreover, there were billions of living beings, and there were sages among them. Why is there no vitality at all now? Furthermore, they were torn apart. Could it be caused by the demonic aura? Thinking of this, they gasped. It's over. The successor of the 9 sons is definitely dead. Both worlds were destroyed. There was no way he could survive. These people shook their heads and sighed. They felt that there was no need to ask anymore. In fact, some of the young geniuses heaved a sigh of relief. They had all seen the battle between the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons and were shocked. If the 2 of them were still alive, the threat they posed would be too great. Perhaps only a few people, such as the princes and princesses and the successors of thearchs, could fight against such existences. Other than that, the others were not enough. But now, these 2 extremely powerful experts had actually perished together. Well, that meant that they had lost 2 super powerful enemies, planet Suzaku. In the spirit vein of the mountains, a handsome man stood with his hands behind his back. There was a formation in front of him, and news was coming from it. They were really dead. They had perished together. What an unexpected harvest. This man was Yan Nantian. When he learned that Lin Xian and the great demon had perished together, he smiled. This way, there were almost no one who could threaten him. What successor of the 9 sons? What great demon? They were all killed by my little trick. Only I can become the arch. Yan Nantian's eyes shone with a cold light. In the cold void of the universe, a slender man with a serious look in his eyes was followed by a beautiful woman. At this moment, she was also frowning. Was that kid really dead? Sigh. The slender man sighed and shook his head. The news had already spread and it seemed like it was true. After all, the demon was his nemesis. Moreover, according to the people of the Xianxia star, the great devil burned his life to summon the first devil king. That was an extremely terrifying existence. That person's attack had destroyed 2 worlds. It was likely that Lin Xian would not be able to survive. The news spread everywhere. Those who were ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard all received the news. They all had different thoughts. Some were regretful, some were gloating, and some were happy. However, they didn't know that there was an extremely ordinary world of stars on the ancient path of stars. Inside, the Crimson Dragon landed. He found an extremely secluded place and set up an array formation. Then, he brought Lin Xian into the Black Earth. The Crimson Dragon did not hesitate to cast an eye of time. The octatic treasure snake was already confused by the illusion, so it obediently used the Eye of Time. A scarlet eye appeared on its back, flickering with incomparably mysterious runes. Then, it slowly healed. Buzz, something miraculous happened. An incomparably mysterious aura appeared on Lin Xian's body. That was the power of time. The reversal of time caused Lin Xian's body, which was on the verge of death, to rapidly recover. In almost the blink of an eye, Lin Xian had already recovered. If others saw this scene, they would definitely be stunned. Even a saint would be scared to death. One had to know that the injuries he suffered would not recover without a few hundred years, but now, Lin Xian had recovered in the blink of an eye. Only the legendary elixir of immortality could cause such a scene. What a magical thing. The Crimson Dragon swallowed his saliva. Now, there were only 6 Eye of Time left. No wonder there was still a certain number of octatic treasure snakes in the past. But because of the Eye of Time, the octatic treasure snakes were extinct. Lin Xian being able to subdue an octatic treasure snake was a pleasant surprise. Otherwise, although he wouldn't be dead now. If he wanted to recover to his peak, he would have to spend 100 or 200 years. And this time was too long. Especially on the path to becoming a great emperor, he would be left far behind. Kid, how do you feel? The Crimson Dragon raised its head and looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked at his own body. What a miraculous power. I actually recovered completely, not only that, but my memories haven't reversed. I still remember the previous battle. Was this the Eye of Time? It was too mysterious, the power of time was too strange. Even Lin Xian couldn't capture it at all. He couldn't even understand it. The first thing he did after recovering was to use the eye technique on the octatic treasure snake again. After tasting the magic and terror of the Eye of Time, Lin Xian felt more and more that he had to subdue this octatic treasure snake. He wouldn't kill it. He wanted it to live well and even reproduce. After using the illusion technique on the octatic treasure snake again and making sure there weren't any accidents, Lin Xian sighed in relief. Then, he asked about what happened after he was wrapped up by the World Devourer demon. The Crimson Dragon gave a simple explanation. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. Other than the shocking news of his battle with the great demon, there wasn't anything else. Kid, what do you plan to do next? The Crimson Dragon asked. I'll go into seclusion to comprehend and cultivate. Because I came back from the dead this time, I have a new understanding of heaven and earth. I even have a new understanding of life. After that, it's time to look for Yan Nantian to settle things. When Yan Nantian was mentioned, Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a biting cold light. It was Yan Nantian who had leaked information about him to the great demon, causing the great demon to chase after him. This method of borrowing a knife to kill someone was really sinister. Although Lin Xian had killed the great demon, he still wouldn't let Yan Nantian off. Alright, then you go and cultivate. The Crimson Dragon said. Then, he called Little White and the two of them left. Lin Xian sat down cross-legged again. This time, it was as if he had died once and come back from the dead. He had a new understanding of heaven and earth, nature, and life, so he had to quickly comprehend it. Previously, the first great demon's devourer of the world was too shocking. That power that could destroy everything was shocking. This was the same for Lin Xian. Moreover, he had a deeper understanding of it than anyone else. Because this attack was aimed at him, Weng, his fire precept fragment was also rapidly improving, and a trace of destructive power was channeled out from the middle. Lin Xian comprehended the fire precept, and based on his experience of the devourer of the world, he created an ultimate technique, Annihilation Fiery Lotus. This was called a nomological mystique. Compared to the fragments of ordinary usage methods, the power of these fragments was much stronger. Generally, only true sages could create nomological mystiques. But now, Lin Xian had succeeded in creating one in advance. It had to be said that it was really shocking. This was not the end. Lin Xian created a new law mystique based on the power of annihilation and the terrifying scene from before, snap of the fingers. Lin Xian tried this law mystique. He condensed the annihilation law fragment to the tip of his finger and flicked it lightly. Instantly, the area in front of him was reduced to ashes. What terrifying power! Lin Xian was also amazed. He continued to comprehend. He had experienced death. Although he had the great dragon sword soul protecting him at that time, this demon swallows the world was too terrifying. Even saints could be easily killed, so he was also seriously injured. His flesh and blood were all dried up, and the golden bones in his body were also broken. Not a single part of him was intact. Those 3 years were really torturous, however, he had managed to endure it all. Of course, in addition to the protection of the great dragon sword soul, Lin Xian had been using the law of wood to maintain his vitality. He created his own mystique, recuperation. This mystique was created using the law of wood. It was not an offensive mystique, but a mystique for daily recuperation. Of course, he also had another experience, and that was being seriously injured and on the verge of death, instantly recovering. This experience was too shocking. Probably not many people had experienced it before. Perhaps only the great emperor back then could have such an experience after eating the elixir of immortality. Lin Xian combined the law of fire and the law of wood with this experience and created his own mystique, Nirvana rebirth. This mystique was different from recuperation. Recuperation was suitable for a long time, the kind of cultivation that moistened the rain silently, while Nirvana rebirth was very suitable for battle. Serious injuries in battle could be recovered immediately. Lin Xian had experienced life and death, comprehended heaven and earth, and created 4 great mystiques. These 4 great mystiques were very terrifying, enough to fight against saints. With Lin Xian's current strength, if he wanted to fight against the great demon, he probably would not give the great demon a chance to use the blood sacrifice. He could use these 4 great mystiques to kill the other party. Now, his strength had improved comprehensively compared to before. It could be said that he had profited from a disaster. The benefits he had obtained from the battle were simply too great. So great that Lin Xian could not imagine it. What powerful strength! He could clearly feel the increase in his strength, and he was overjoyed. After cultivating for a while, Lin Fan stabilized his condition. Lin Xian once again sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. However, 3 days later, he opened his eyes and muttered to himself, "Not good." Outside, the Crimson Dragon also rushed in and said anxiously, "Kid, what are you feeling?" Snow White little Marquis was also blinking her big eyes. Aya, it seemed like she was going to be struck by lightning. That was indeed the case. Outside, countless thunderclouds were gathering. It seemed like a lightning tribulation was about to happen. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the lightning tribulation was extremely terrifying. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. "I wonder if I'm about to break through." "What?" The Crimson Dragon's eyes widened in disbelief. "What breakthrough? Could it be that you want to break through to the Saint Realm?" Thinking of this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian had just broken through to the half-Saint Realm. Was he going to break through to the Saint Realm now? What kind of cultivation speed was this? If this news were to spread, it would definitely shock everyone to death. Such a young saint. There were probably only a few of them in the entire universe. However, thinking of Lin Xian's experience, he understood. Lin Xian had fought with the great demon for half a year. That battle was truly earth-shattering. After that, he suffered from the demon swallowing the world. That 3 years of suffering was something that no one else had experienced in 3,000 years. Lin Xian had also instantly recovered from the realm of death and reached his peak. This feeling of nirvana was probably something that other saints would not be able to experience. This experience was simply too precious. No wonder Lin Xian could break through to the Saint Realm so quickly. Alright, then break through with all your strength. We'll retreat and wait around. This world is more ordinary. There aren't many powerful people here, and it won't attract the attention of other powerful enemies. It's best for you to break through here. As he spoke, he was about to leave with Little White. No. Lin Xian shook his head. No, Ruzalong, hurry up and help me suppress it. I can't break through. I feel that this should be a fragment of the law of fire. I want to break through and become a true law of fire. That way, I will become a fire saint. But my goal is to become a 5-element saint. I want to collect the 5 elements Tao stones and fuse the power of the 5 elements. That way, once I break through, my strength will undergo an earth-shattering change. Even among saints, it's extremely terrifying. Now, breaking through to the Fire Saint realm conflicts with my goal. Moreover, if I want to fuse the 5 elements laws in the future, it will probably be much more difficult than now. So, I can't break through now. That's true. Hearing this, the Crimson Dragon fell silent. That's true. After breaking through to the Saint realm with the 5 elements laws, there's an astonishing difference in strength. So now, it's understandable that Lin Xian doesn't want to break through. Sigh, there's no other way. I can only help you. Kid, you have to think carefully. Suppressing your cultivation is very dangerous, especially for you. Now that you're about to break through to the Saint realm, if you're not careful, the lightning tribulation will be much more terrifying than before. There's even the danger of dying. It's okay. I've survived the first great demon swallowing the world. I'll definitely be able to withstand the Saint lightning tribulation. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with a piercing cold light. Good. The Crimson Dragon said. I have a way. Previously, I even thought about what would happen if I broke through to the Fire Saint realm. What is it? Hurry up and tell me. Lin Xian quickly asked. In the sky, more and more lightning flashed. Even the martial artists in this world were terrified. What's going on? Why are there so many terrifying lightning bolts? But fortunately, this world was too ordinary. In the face of such a terrifying lightning tribulation, no one dared to inquire and could only hide far away. Therefore, there was no one near Lin Xian at all. Inside the array, the Crimson Dragon quickly said. With the Great Dragon Sword Spirit as the core, we'll set up an array to forcibly suppress your cultivation temporarily. This way, you can hold on for 2 years. But it's only 2 years. Next time, it won't be so easy to suppress. After 2 years, if you don't break through to the Saint realm, the lightning tribulation will definitely be at the level of destruction. Kid, you have to think carefully. 2 years. It's too short. Lin Xian sighed. In these 2 years, it's very likely that I won't be able to find a 5-star Dao stone. However, I must gamble. Otherwise, he would definitely not be satisfied if he did nothing. Alright, 2 years, 2 years. Hurry up and do it. Lin Xian said. The Crimson Dragon quickly waved its dragon claws. You control the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. I'll use it as an array to form a cultivation suppression array in your body. You have to bear it. Next, Lin Xian controlled the Great Dragon Sword Spirit while the Crimson Dragon set up an array in his body. This process lasted for 10 days and 10 nights. In the sky, the thunderclouds gradually gathered. However, on the 10th day, they disappeared in a strange manner. It was a success. The Snow-White Monkey looked at the disappearing clouds in the sky and squeaked. The Crimson Dragon and Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. You're too abnormal, breaking through to the Saint stage in such a short time. I'm really envious of Ben Huang. The Crimson Dragon bared his fangs and said. He hurriedly swallowed the heaven and earth treasure and said, there are only 2 years left. We don't have much time, let's hurry up and leave. Lin Xian nodded. He had 2 Dao stones in his hands now, and he still had to find the other 3. And the most important thing was the magnetic stones. It could be said that there was still a long way to go. He didn't waste any time and quickly packed up. His goal was still the Xianxia star. Only the Xianxia star could tell him where the remaining Dao stones were. The last time he asked, he had already spent most of his divine crystals and didn't have much left. He did have some gains on the elven planet, but most of them were spirit herbs that he needed. Hence, Lin Xian didn't want to give them to him. As for the Eye of Time, it was even more impossible for him to reveal it. Hence, Lin Xian was prepared to agree to the Xianxia star's conditions and help them in exchange for information. The Xianxia star was fully open at this moment, so the nearby star field was bustling again. When those powerhouses and geniuses arrived at this star field, they all sighed. This was because 3 years ago, this place was still a land of death. No one dared to come here, not even saints. But now, this place had regained its peace. However, the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons who had stirred up a storm that day had already disappeared. Near the star field, a spirit ship flew over. Inside, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked around and heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seemed that the Xianxia star was fine. This way, they could enter and ask. As it wasn't his first time coming to the Xianxia star, Lin Xian had a certain understanding of the rules of the Xianxia star. Hence, this time, his speed was even faster than before. Once again, he arrived at the 12th region, the 8th palace. This time, the one who received him was the same woman from last time. The woman looked at Lin Xian and was extremely surprised. The other party had come to ask about the whereabouts of the Dao Stone so quickly. Could it be that he had obtained that Dao Stone? Of course, she was just curious and wouldn't ask. The rules of the Xianxia star forbade anyone from inquiring about their guests. Lin Xian asked again. I don't have enough divine crystals, but the last time I came, I heard that I could help you complete a task to obtain information. Would it work this time? Oh, you want to work for us in exchange for information? This time, the woman was extremely surprised. She looked at Lin Xian seriously and then nodded. Okay. Just as she was about to mention the mission, her eyebrows suddenly twitched. She heard a voice transmission. The voice transmission took her by surprise. Asking him to go to the Void Ocean meant that this kid's identity was not simple. The woman was stunned for a moment before saying, Young master, please wait a moment. I will go and sort out the mission. With that, she disappeared into the void. When she appeared again, she was in a sealed space. There were two old men sitting there, drinking tea and discussing the Tao. The woman respectfully walked in front of the two old men and greeted them. What was so special about that kid? Why did they want him to go to the Void Ocean? The Void Ocean was not a simple place. Ordinary half-sages would not be able to return after entering. Wasn't it too risky to let this kid go? One of the red-robed elders raised his head. You might not have noticed it yet, but don't forget where this kid went last time. The last time he asked about the Wood Dao Stone, I gave him 3 pieces of information. The beautiful woman frowned in thought. At this moment, the red-robed elder spoke again. Among the 3 pieces of information, is one of them about the Elven planet. Think about what happened on the Elven planet in the past few years. I think you should understand. Elven planet. The woman was stunned for a moment before she seemed to have thought of something and her expression changed. The Elven planet was the place where the battle between the 9 Suns' successor and the Great Demon began. Could it be that this kid was related to those two? Take another guess. The red-robed elder asked with a smile that was not a smile. Could it be that this guy was the successor of the 9 Suns? The woman thought of a possibility that shocked even herself. She quickly shook her head. Impossible, the Great Demon and the successor of the 9 Suns perished together. It was impossible for the other party to be alive. It was impossible for this kid to be the successor of the 9 Suns. At this moment, the white-robed elder also turned his head. We are not sure if he is the successor of the 9 Suns because the heavenly secrets of the successor of the 9 Suns are covered and we can't deduce it. If we forcefully deduce it, I'm afraid we will attract heavenly tribulation. However, the Saint Ancestor sent news that the moment the other party entered the Xianxia planet, there was still a terrifying demonic aura left in a certain place on the Xianxia planet. The demonic aura inside trembled violently and seemed to be roaring out. When other people came here, there was no abnormality at all. Even if a saint descended, there would be no problem. But when he entered, the demonic aura became crazy. This demonic aura was produced by the Great Demon. To be able to make the demonic aura of the Great Demon so violent, other than the successor of the 9 Suns, I can't think of anyone else. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's expression changed instantly. Her mind went blank. She really couldn't imagine that the young man she received had such a background. Of course, she knew that all of this was just speculation because they didn't have any evidence to prove that the other party was the successor of the 9 Suns. However, these speculations were enough to shock her. Taking a deep breath, the beautiful woman asked, May I know what the 2 elders mean? The Saint Ancestor sent news that although the demonic aura scattered on the Xianxia planet is not much, it is still a hidden danger. If we don't get rid of it quickly, there will be unforeseen events in the future. And the demonic aura is related to the first Great Demon. It won't be easy to get rid of it. Moreover, once the demonic aura goes crazy, it will cause unforeseen events. After all, the Great Demons are all lunatics. If the demonic aura self-destructs, the Xianxia planet will be severely damaged. Therefore, according to the Saint Ancestor, we should find a peaceful way to suppress the demonic aura. There is a Saint Dharma idol in the Void Sea. Take it out and suppress the demonic aura. This will ensure the safety of the Xianxia planet. After hearing this, the beautiful woman frowned. A Saint Dharma idol? Our Xianxia planet has more than one saint. Why do we need someone else's Saint Dharma idol? This is not an ordinary saint, but the Dharma idol of a great saint. Moreover, in addition to being a great saint, that saint is also a lord. He cultivates the righteous energy of heaven and earth, which has an extremely strong suppressive effect on demonic aura. His Dharma idol is the most suitable. Don't forget that there is a seed of the green demon vine under the Xianxia planet. If that seed is affected by the demonic aura, it will be dangerous. Hearing this, the beautiful woman's body trembled and fear appeared in her eyes. She didn't expect there to be so many things behind this. However, the Void Sea was too dangerous. Could this kid really do it? She was still very doubtful. The red-robed elder said again, according to our calculations, the Void Sea will open soon. However, that place is controlled by several large forces. If you want to enter that place, you can't force your way in. Let him go to planet Suzaku, get a good ranking, and then get the right to enter the Void Sea. Why don't we just let him represent us and go to the Void Sea? Why go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman was puzzled again. What we want is the supreme sage Dharma idol. That thing is also a treasure to others. If we don't give that kid some benefits, do you think he will give it to us for free? Tell him that if he gets first place in the battle on planet Suzaku, he will get the Earth Dao Stone. At that time, he will go to the Void Sea and get the Water Dao Stone. I think this kid wants the 5-element Dao Stone. Maybe he wants to comprehend the 5-element Dao Stone. So he definitely won't refuse this news. After he returns with the Supreme Sage Dharma idol, we will give him some free information and give him the title of Honorary Elder of Planet Xianxia. I don't think he will refuse. Indeed, although the Supreme Sage Dharma idol is precious, it is only to some people. For example, to us, it is incomparably precious. But to that kid, although it is precious, it is inferior to the Dao Stone. So, hurry up and tell him this news. Yes. The beautiful woman quickly nodded and returned to the 8th palace. May I know what mission Senior has for me? Lin Xian quickly asked. He really didn't have much time left. He only had 2 years. This is a chain mission. Can you do it? If you can, you might get more than 1 Dao Stone. Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. You know that I want other Dao Stones? Based on your body temperature, I can guess a thing or two. But don't worry, our planet Xianxia has its own rules. We won't reveal young master's secret. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. He knew that for the Xianxia star to be able to stand for so many years and be highly respected, it must have strict rules. He wasn't too worried about this. So he said, okay, what's the mission? The beautiful woman said that in 3 months, there will be a competition on planet Suzaku. Battle on planet Suzaku? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What did this have to do with him? The beautiful woman said. Planet Suzaku organized this competition to give the most recent geniuses a ranking. Because recently, it was time to challenge the Abyss ranking again, but for some reason, the Falling Abyss was closed. For the time being, those geniuses were unable to be ranked again. And at this time, there were still many geniuses fighting amongst themselves. This caused a lot of commotion. Therefore, Planet Suzaku wanted to organize a competition to gather all of the geniuses from the ancient path of stars and battle it out to determine the winner. Then, a vermilion bird leaderboard appeared. Vermilion bird roll. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What good would this do for Planet Suzaku? Naturally, it was to create momentum. Their planet Suzaku had recently obtained a genius, and they had spared no effort in promoting this genius. Oh, a genius? What kind of genius could make a planet go through so much trouble? The beautiful woman said, the successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian. After hearing this name, Lin Xian's pupils shrank and killing intent appeared in his eyes. But soon, the killing intent disappeared. What does Yan Nantian have to do with planet Suzaku? You don't know. This time, the beautiful woman was extremely shocked. This was a big thing that had happened in the past few years. Although it wasn't as big as the battle between the successor of the Nine Sons and the Great Demon, it was still something that everyone knew about. The successor of a great emperor, Yan Nantian, had joined the Suzaku Palace. Yan Nantian was very powerful, his talent was even better, and he had the inheritance of a great emperor. He was constantly improving. He was a popular candidate to become a great emperor on the path to becoming a great emperor. Many people had placed their bets on him. Think about it, if the Suzaku Palace nurtured Yan Nantian to become a great emperor, then the Suzaku Palace would reach the peak and suppress all the worlds. How could the Suzaku Palace give up such an opportunity? There was such a thing. Lin Xian was really shocked. In these past few years, he had been suppressed by the demonic energy, so he naturally didn't know what was going on outside. He didn't expect Yan Nantian to collude with the Suzaku Palace. It looked like the Suzaku Palace was an incredible monster. Of course. The Suzaku Palace occupied the entire planet and was one of the top powers on the ancient path. Also, the Suzaku Palace had put in a lot of effort to attract powerful geniuses. If they could get a good result in the battle rankings, they would be able to obtain a lot of treasures. Also, they would have the right to enter the Void Sea. The Void Sea. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. What kind of place was that? Seeing Lin Xian's curiosity, the beautiful woman said, "The Void Sea is still in the universe. It is a very strange place. To be honest, the main mission we are giving you is the Void Sea. However, entering the Void Sea is very dangerous and requires a lot of strength. Therefore, we will test your strength first. You will go to planet Suzaku to fight. If you can get into the top 5, then we will recognize your qualifications. Of course, don't worry, we are letting you go to planet Suzaku for your own good. If you can get to the top of planet Suzaku, then you will be able to obtain an Earth Dao Stone. Of course, even if you can't get first place, we will still give you information about the Earth Dao Stone. At the same time, entering the Void Sea is also beneficial to you. Because there is the whereabouts of the Water Dao Stone. When you retrieve what we want from the Void Sea, we will give you a Metal Dao Stone. This way, you will be able to obtain 3 Dao Stones." Hearing the beautiful woman's words, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. 3 Dao Stones, and from the looks of it, if everything went well, he would be able to gather 5, this made him very tempted. One had to know that he only had 2 years. Originally, he thought that it would be very difficult to complete it in 2 years. This was because it took him more than half a year just to go to the Elven planet. After that, he still had to search for a battle. It was possible to gather all of them together. But it was impossible to gather all 3. But now, the beautiful woman told him that he might be able to gather all 3 at once. This made him extremely tempted. Once he obtained these 3 Dao Stones, his 5-element Dao Stones would be complete. Next, he only needed 1 Origin Magnetic Stone. I wonder what you guys want me to obtain from the Void Sea? Lin Xian took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. The other party had spent so much effort to get him to go to the Void Sea, so the things they wanted him to obtain were definitely not simple. The beautiful woman smiled mysteriously. Well, let's talk about that after you get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. Sure, but I have another request. If I bring back something from you, not only must you give me a Metal Dao Stone, but you must also give me a piece of information for free. Don't worry, not only will we give you a Metal Dao Stone and a piece of information for free, we will also invite you to become an honorary elder of the Xianxia Star. What do you think, honorary elder? Lin Xian asked. What's the use of that? With the protection of the Xianxia Star, no one will dare to provoke you. Also, after becoming an honorary elder, you can enjoy half the benefits when you ask for information. What? Half the benefits? After Lin Xian heard this, he exclaimed. He didn't care about being protected by the Xianxia Star, but this half benefit was too tempting. Who knew if he would still need information in the future? The price of every piece of information was very high. If he only had to pay half, that would be great news for him. Deal. Lin Xian quickly nodded. Then young master should prepare to go to planet Suzaku to participate in the battle. I hope young master can get into the top 5 of the Vermilion Bird ranking. The beautiful woman smiled and then disappeared into the void. Lin Xian turned around and left the 8th palace. The information this time made him happy. However, he didn't expect Yan Nantian to be in cahoots with the Vermilion Bird Palace. From their previous discussion, he found out that the Vermilion Bird ranking was created specifically for Yan Nantian. From the perspective of planet Suzaku, Yan Nantian was the successor of the emperor and was very powerful. His strength should have increased by leaps and bounds recently, so it shouldn't be a problem for him to get first place. However, this was without Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian was here, Yan Nantian still wanted to get first place? What kind of joke was this? It was said that the first place would get the Earth Dao Stone. Lin Xian wouldn't give it to anyone else. Also, he had a grudge with Yan Nantian. Yan Nantian wanted to kill someone with a borrowed knife. He would definitely return this grudge. Thinking about this, he snorted and flew into the air, wanting to leave. Suddenly, he frowned as he felt someone using their soul to quickly scan his body. He immediately stopped and turned around to look. Not far away from him was a young man wearing a green robe. This man's eyes flashed with green light, forming mysterious symbols. It was obvious that he was using an eye technique. This person actually dared to spy on him. Humph. Immediately, he coldly snorted, and a golden light appeared in his eyes. The next moment, he activated his eye technique. With a boom, invisible energy collided in the air. Then, the azure-robed man grunted and spat out a mouthful of blood. His face turned incomparably pale. What's going on? What? His companions seemed to be nearby, and they immediately flew over to support him. Let's go, shwe 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 lin lin shwe. Lin shwe shwe. Shwe shwe lin. Shwe shwe shwe. Lin Xian saw the man's last gaze, and he was baffled. Shwe 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 shwe. He shook his head and stopped paying attention. Time was of the essence. He had to leave and head to planet Suzaku. He didn't care about anything else. With a sway of his body, he soared into the sky and completely disappeared into the void. The injured man's eyes became cold as he said to his shwe 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 shwe, "Where's my big brother? I want to see him. I have to see him quickly." Are you talking about big brother Zhao? He's in the 3rd area. Let's go. The green-robed man flew into the air. His 2 companions followed closely behind him. Soon, they arrived at the 3rd area. The green-robed man sent a voice transmission. Big brother, are you there? I need to see you. I have an urgent matter. Buzz, the void rippled and a ray of white light shot out from the 3rd area. It turned into a shadow. It was a majestic man with a powerful aura. However, from the looks of it, it was only an illusion. The man's main body was still inside. The green-robed man was happy to see the illusion. What's going on? Are you injured? The illusory man frowned when he saw this. Big brother, I saw a person earlier. I felt an extremely terrifying power from him. That power was very obscure. If I didn't cultivate my family's eye technique, I wouldn't have been able to sense it. Hearing this, the illusion quickly asked what happened next. What did you sense? I don't know. I can't explain it, but it's not any power I've seen before. It's very likely that it's one of the strongest powers. That kid definitely has it. It shouldn't be his own power. Perhaps it's some kind of treasure. Hearing this, the illusory man furrowed his brows. The strongest few powers, time is supreme and space is king. Could it be the power of space? As for the power of time, he didn't dare to imagine it. In his opinion, no one could control that power. The power of space was already very terrifying. It's very likely that it's a space treasure. He actually has a space treasure. Who is he? Do you know his identity? The illusion asked. I don't know, but I've already memorized his appearance. Also, I left the 10,000 miles incense on him. With our eye technique, we can definitely catch up to him. Big brother, let's act quickly. We can't miss this chance. Obtaining the space treasure will be of great help to you when you participate in the battle on planet Suzaku. Hearing this, the illusion became silent. I still have things to do in the 3rd region. This matter is very important to me. Right, what's that person's cultivation level? I don't know. I've never seen him before. He doesn't have any terrifying aura. However, his soul should be stronger than mine. He injured me in an instant. My soul is also injured. Oh, soul attack type? How about this? I'll create an avatar and enter your body. Then, I'll find a few people to capture that kid. Big brother, is this okay? That kid is not simple. The green-robed man frowned. The illusion sneered. So what if he's not simple? My avatar is not something an ordinary half-saint can resist. Besides, the ones I've found this time are the top few on the Abyss leaderboard. Don't worry, it'll be very easy for them to capture that kid. However, I'm afraid you'll have to suffer a bit if my avatar enters your body. Don't worry, big brother. The green-robed man shook his head. The next moment, more white lights rushed out from the third region. They became stronger and stronger. Then, the illusion man's figure became more and more terrifying. His aura was much stronger than that of an ordinary half-saint. Even the top geniuses couldn't compare. This man's avatar is so terrifying. I wonder how terrifying this man's true body is? Boom, the illusory man entered the green-robed man's body. The green-robed man let out a miserable scream. His eyes were filled with madness and pain. However, he soon stopped screaming. His eyes were incomparably deep and a cold smile appeared on his face. Someone with a spatial treasure? You can't escape from the palm of my hand. This illusory man was actually Zhao Wuliang's avatar. Zhao Wuliang was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. His strength was very terrifying. He was a veteran prodigy and a peerless expert. Moreover, it was said that he was ranked 5th 90 years ago. No one knew what level Zhao Wuliang had reached now. However, it was definitely terrifying. My current body should be able to use about 70% of my strength. However, just in case, I have to find a few helpers. After entering his younger brother's body, Zhao Wuliang frowned. He found that his younger brother's soul injury was very strange. It seemed that the other party's soul was also very powerful. He had to be careful. Also, when he read that person's appearance in his mind, he found that although the other party looked very ordinary, his calm eyes contained a sense of vastness. It seemed that he wasn't a simple person. As for the other party, he had never seen him before and didn't know who he was. No matter who you are, no one is my match. I remember that those purple-ranked fellows should be here as well. If I let them attack together, it will be absolutely safe. Lin Xian flew into the sky, left planet Xianxia, and flew toward the outer space. He was still thinking that planet Xianxia didn't help him teleport and directly teleported him to planet Suzaku, saving him the trouble of flying back and forth. However, he also knew that planet Xianxia was still testing him to see if he was qualified to enter the Void Sea. It was likely that planet Xianxia wouldn't provide him with any help before he obtained a ranking on the Suzaku leaderboard. However, he didn't care because 3 months should be enough to fly from here to planet Suzaku. However, he stopped after flying for half a day. He frowned and said coldly, "After following me for so long, it's time to come out." The surroundings were dark and there was no one around. There were only occasional flashes of light. There was no one around. Was Lin Xian talking to a ghost? "Brat, your soul is quite powerful. You can actually sense my presence." At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Lin Xian turned his head and saw a figure walking out from behind. He was very young and had a heroic bearing. His eyes shone with a piercingly cold light. "Who are you?" he asked in a deep voice. "I am Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss rankings." An arrogant voice sounded. If anyone else was here and heard this, they would definitely be scared silly. This person was actually Gao Chong, ranked 13th on the Abyss leaderboard. It was truly shocking. The Abyss ranking list was filled with top experts. Being ranked 13th was enough to show how powerful the other party was. Ranking 13th, Gao Chong? Lin Xian was also stunned. The other party was looking for him, Lin Xian asked. "Why are you looking for me? I heard that you have a magic treasure in your possession. I wonder if you can give it to me." Gao Chong's voice was still cold, with a hint of arrogance, as if he didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. "The magical equipment on my body?" Lin Xian frowned. What was going on? He did have the eye of time. Were these people here for the Eye of Time? It shouldn't be. No one should know about this thing. Could it be that the news had been leaked? But how could it be? Lin Xian's mind raced in an instant. Suddenly, he remembered that when he left the Wolf Fang planet, a man in a green robe had once used his soul to spy on him. Could it be that that man had discovered his secret? No, no one could discover the secret on his body, not even a sage. Moreover, although that man in a green robe was powerful, his soul was still much weaker than his. How could he discover his secret, then? What was going on? Magic treasure, what magic treasure? He asked with a frown. Don't hide it. We have already found out that you have a spatial magic treasure on you. Hand it over and we can let you live. At this moment, the void behind Lin Xian split open, and another voice sounded. Lin Xian glanced behind him. That person was surrounded by terrifying lightning, like a god of thunder. His powerful strength was enough to suppress an area. I am Yan Kuan, ranked 10th on the Abyss leaderboard, even more arrogant, this voice sounded. Lin Xian didn't care about the other party's name. He was now thinking about what the other party said before. He had a spatial magic treasure on him? How was that possible? How could he have a spatial magic treasure on him? Did I mistake these people for someone else? What spatial magic treasure? I didn't. You must have recognized the wrong person, right? Lin Xian said. Hee, kid, don't quibble anymore. The news we received is absolutely true. Right at this moment, another voice sounded. Immediately after, a woman walked out. This woman was very beautiful. She was wearing a long blue dress and was slender and elegant. Her skin was like ivory, and nothing could be more beautiful. Beside this woman, there was seawater surging, carrying her. Standing in the void of the universe, she was like an unharmed sea god. I am Zhong Wuqing, 8th on the Abyss rankings. Heavens, these three people were all on the Abyss rankings. Moreover, they were all top purple-ranked geniuses. They appeared together and firmly surrounded Lin Xian. Kid, it should be that green-robed man from before. He seemed to have detected something on you, but I think he guessed wrong. He thought you had a spatial magic treasure on you. The Crimson Dragon is easy to traverse in the black soil. Do you need my help? No? Lin Xian also transmitted his voice. You can cultivate in peace. I don't care about these three people. It just so happens that I've recently been reborn with desire, and my strength has broken through. Moreover, I've created a few skills. It's good to use them as practice. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a shocking light. He looked at the three top powerhouses beside him and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. Oh, the purple ranking on the Abyss rankings, the three of you are indeed not bad, but unfortunately, you are still no match for me. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the three powerhouses around him sank. They were all geniuses, half-step sages. Their strength was unparalleled. Any one of them could wipe out a group of people. If the three of them joined forces, they could suppress everything. No one could escape from their hands, and this kid in front of them dared to be so arrogant. How insolent! Another sneer was heard. I didn't care at all when you invited me here, but now I'm a little interested. Kid, what right do you have to be so arrogant in front of us? This time it was an old voice, and an old figure walked out. It was an old man with silver white hair and red eyes. He was not tall, and there was no terrifying energy surrounding him. However, as soon as he appeared, the surrounding void formed a strange arc, as if it was bent by something. The giant demon race. The three purple-ranked prodigies were stunned. They didn't expect a senior from the giant demon race to come. The giant demon race. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this wasn't a young prodigy, but an elder. He had heard of the giant demon race before. It was a terrifying race, one of the 4 10,000 Archean races. Normally, they were short and could store energy, but once they started fighting, their power was truly terrifying. They were like human-shaped tyrannosauruses. Their physiques were unimaginably strong. You think you can defeat them? Lin Xian wasn't afraid at all. If I'm not wrong, you were invited here by someone, right? Where is that person? Tell him to come out. Are you talking about me? The sky suddenly split open, and a figure descended from the sky. He was like a peerless saber light that instantly appeared in front of everyone. He brought with him a powerful storm, causing the expressions of the four top experts to change. But soon, they smiled. They didn't expect that the other party would come personally. This way, there would be no mistakes. Even if this kid was a true dragon, they would be able to suppress him, as expected. It's you, Lin Xian's eyes burst with a cold light as he stared at the figure. The other party was a handsome man with a sinister smile on his face. It was the person who had used his soul to spy on him before. Sure enough, these people were all called by the green-robed man. However, what made Lin Xian frown was that he could sense that although the green-robed man's appearance hadn't changed, his aura was different. This aura was much stronger than before. His soul was very strong, so he could tell at a glance that although the man from before was also a half-saint, it seemed that he had just broken through. His strength was nothing in front of him. However, although the young man in front of him didn't deliberately release his aura, he could sense it. This green-robed man was the strongest among these people. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to come personally. The beautiful woman, Zhong Wuqing, laughed. Kid, kneel down obediently and hand over the spatial treasure. I can spare your life. Otherwise, I'll make a move and you'll definitely die. Do you know who the man in front of you is? This was Zhao Wuliang, who was ranked 5th on the Abyss leaderboard. Do you think you can contend against him? This was immeasurable. This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be surprised. He had never imagined that the person before him would have such a background. Zhao Wuliang's ranking was very high. Furthermore, he knew that this ranking should be the ranking of Zhao Wuliang from several decades ago. Zhao Wuliang's true strength should be even higher. But why was it that when he first met the other party's aura was very weak, and he had easily injured the other party with soul collision? Could it be that the other party had been hiding all this while? This made him extremely puzzled. Alright, kid, are you going to obediently hand over your magical treasure now, or are you going to be suppressed by us and suffer a fate worse than death? Zhao Wuliang, who was at the front, put away his smile. A piercingly cold light burst out from his eyes, enveloping the entire area. With just you guys? I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian circled the area, not caring at all. He really didn't care. After all, the strongest person here was Zhao Wuliang, but Zhao Wuliang was only ranked 5th, he was ranked 1st on the Abyss leaderboard, probably only Di Ling could compete with him. As for the others, Lin Xian really didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention, he had even killed his old enemy, the Great Demon. He was even reborn, and his strength had greatly increased. How could these people be his opponents, on the opposite side? Those people also laughed. What an arrogant kid. Well, my strength has increased greatly over the years, and I can use him to practice. Their eyes burst out with a bright light. Buzz, at this moment, someone made a move. It was Gao Chong, who was ranked 13th on the leaderboard. He rushed over in an instant, and the terrifying law fragments all over his body were constantly waving. One of his hands blasted forward. His entire palm rapidly turned black like black gold as it pierced through the clouds. In the face of such a terrifying attack, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He also stretched out his palm and slapped forward. On the other party's fist, there were terrifying law fragments, and in an instant, it turned into metal. Moreover, it was a very terrifying metal. It was obvious that the other party had comprehended the law of metal. Although they were both of the law of metal, the other party's comprehension was different from Lin Xian's. Lin Xian was able to increase his attack power, while his opponent was able to metalize his body, making his physique extremely strong. However, so what if he was strong? Who dared to compete with him in terms of physique? Even the supreme demon body of the Great Demon was not his opponent. Not to mention, his body was now metalized. Boom, an earth-shattering sound rang out. The two collided, like two mountains clashing in the sky. A terrifying aura instantly exploded, sweeping in all directions. Amidst the endless cracks in the void, a figure was sent flying out. His entire arm was split open and covered in cracks. It made one's scalp tingle. Damn it! What was going on with his physique? How could it be so strong? The one who flew out was Gao Chong. His face was full of shock, and he couldn't believe it. He had comprehended the law of metal, this punch of his was so powerful that no one could withstand it. He could even compete with the old man from the giant demon clan. But now, he had been injured by the other party's punch, and even his arm had been shattered. It was really hard to believe. The others were also shocked, their pupils constricting. But at this time, another person made a move. The one who made a move was the old man from the giant demon clan. When he saw the strength of Lin Xian's physique, his eyes lit up. Obviously, Lin Xian's physique had aroused his interest. He bounced over, instantly smashing through the void, and arrived in front of Lin Xian. The powerful force caused the surrounding space to solidify, forming an invisible cage that enveloped Lin Xian. At the same time, his right leg was like a coiling dragon, kicking out. His target was Lin Xian's head. Boom, this kick didn't have any light, only an incomparably heavy force. The void within a million miles completely collapsed in an instant, and the aftermath of this energy quickly spread out in all directions. Soon, it spread over millions of miles. This kick was truly terrifying. As expected of a powerhouse from the giant demon clan, this kick could blast a half-saint into pieces. Humph, Lin Xian sneered, and still struck out with his palm, golden light shining. It was like a heavenly monument had been blasted out, and an even more terrifying sound rang out, shattering the void within a million miles. The other experts also unleashed their law fragments to resist the attack. In the next moment, they were dumbfounded. How was this possible? They discovered that during the collision, the giant demon clan old man's right leg quickly split open and then exploded into a mist of blood. The giant demon clan elder was also sent flying. How was this possible? How could he be so strong? Gao Chong couldn't believe it. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were also shocked. Zhao Wuliang's face darkened. He was indeed strong. It seemed that he was a top expert. Don't be careless. There were countless experts in the universe, and many of them weren't even on the rankings. He might be one of them. Show me your full strength. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. However, they knew that Zhao Wuliang was right. There were countless beings in the universe, and the abyss rankings couldn't rank them all. There were many hidden experts, and the young man in front of them might be one of them. However, so what if he was strong? The 5 of them could suppress him if they joined forces. Buzz, Yan Kuan roared. Lightning erupted from his body, forming a lightning sun that pressed down from the sky. On the other side, Zhong Wuqing also attacked. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the black seawater that filled the sky came crashing down. Boom boom boom, the range of their attacks was very large, and Lin Xian was instantly enveloped. They sneered. Their opponent would definitely be injured if he took their attacks head-on. Although they weren't close combat powerhouses, their mystiques were terrifying. Lin Xian's physique shook under this attack. It shone brightly, but it soon calmed down. Lin Xian roared. His body emitted millions of rays of light that rushed in all directions and destroyed the 2 attacks. In the next moment, his body appeared in front of everyone. How was this possible? He wasn't injured. What was going on with this small physique? Yan Kuan and Yi Shiwen frowned. Even a formidable semi-sage expert would have been torn to pieces by their attacks. However, the other party was unharmed. Could it be that the other party's body had been shattered, but he had managed to reconstruct it in a short period of time? That shouldn't be. They didn't notice it at all. Or could it be that this kid was wearing an extremely terrifying armor? Moreover, it was hidden too deeply, hidden in his flesh. They couldn't find out. Regardless, they knew that the person before them was much more difficult to deal with than they had imagined. Gao Chong and the old man from the giant demon race rushed forward once more. They split up and surrounded Lin Xian once more. It seems that I can't hold back anymore. Gao Chong formed a seal with his palms, and the fragments of the law of metal instantly danced, enveloping him. In the next moment, his entire body turned into bronze. He didn't look like a human at all, but more like metal. The bronze was surrounded by mysterious patterns, which was abnormally strange. Whoosh, not only that, but the bronze metal in his right hand flowed and condensed into a bronze spear. In his left hand, there was a bronze shield. The old man from the giant demon clan roared. His originally small body suddenly grew larger, and black stripes appeared on his body. In an instant, he transformed into a monstrous fiend. This was the true appearance of a giant demon. Are you all using your full strength? Then I'm going to use mine too. With a furious roar, Yan Kuan's body was surrounded by lightning, forming a battle armor. Lightning wings formed behind him, and a terrifying sea of lightning formed beneath his feet. Zhong Wuqing also shouted. The seawater behind her surged, and the terrifying law of water danced between heaven and earth. Behind her, the 3,000 weak water turned into 3,000 phantoms. Kill, this time, the four of them charged forward once more. Gao Chong's figure swayed in the air, scattering countless golden runes. He instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian, and the bronze spear in his hand pierced forward. The law of metal filled the sky like a tsunami, surging forward to kill. Lin Xian reached out with his golden hand, grabbing the bronze spear and swinging it forcefully. With a clang, the bronze spear was broken in half. Gao Chong retreated, and at the same time, the old man from the giant demon clan charged over. His body had become extremely terrifying. He punched out, and it was as if a million mountains were falling. A large black palm pressed towards the void. Suddenly, the space where Lin Xian was rapidly shattered, turning into countless large black holes. Lin Xian's body swayed again, and light flickered on it. Obviously, the old man from the giant demon clan was very terrifying. However, Lin Xian's physique was far beyond their imagination. The nine-yang divine body only swayed for a moment, and then it was as stable as Mount Tai. However, before Lin Xian could counterattack, the other two divine abilities attacked again. The 3,000 weak water. 3,000 waves rushed over, bringing with them terrifying fragments of the law of water. Like 3,000 black pythons, they quickly coiled around Lin Xian and bound him. It wanted to crush his body into pieces. This power was extremely terrifying, and it was all-pervasive. At the same time, the law of thunder fell from the sky. It turned into thousands of lightning whips, and with a light wave, the starry sky outside the realm collapsed and the earth cracked. These four people were all top half-sages, and they were extremely terrifying. At this moment, the four of them attacked, and it was really destroying everything. However, Lin Xian's body bloomed with light, and like a golden god of war, he stepped on the 8 wastelands and suppressed a part of the world. These energies circulated around his body, but they couldn't hurt him at all. Explode, no one knew who shouted coldly, but the energy around Lin Xian instantly exploded, and a black hole swallowed him. This time, he should be dead. The four people sneered and stared at the black hole in front of them. But soon, the black hole was broken by a punch, and a golden figure rushed out. It was Lin Xian. You're just SOSO. However, if you want my life, then go to hell. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. Previously, he wanted to see how terrifying these experts on the Abyss list were. Now it seemed that they were just SOSO. Now, these people were no match for him at all. I've seen your divine abilities, and now, you'll also see my divine abilities. There was a terrifying power circulating around Lin Xian's body. How was it possible that he wasn't injured? The four people were dumbfounded when they saw Lin Xian rush out of the black hole. Damn it! Their faces were gloomy, but in the next moment, they screamed. Because they found that countless law of fire danced on Lin Xian's palm, forming a lotus. The flaming lotus continued to burn and expand, carrying with it a destructive power. It was as if it could destroy the world. Now, take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Flame Lotus. With a wave of his hand, the Annihilation Flame Lotus flew out and instantly enveloped Gao Chong and the old man from the giant demon clan. No. Damn it, the two of them roared crazily. One of them was surrounded by a green light and completely turned into metal. The other old man from the giant demon clan took out a white giant hammer and waved it. He wanted to destroy the Annihilation Flame Lotus. Boom, the Annihilation Fire Lotus enveloped the two of them and erupted with unparalleled power. Everything in front of them was annihilated. When the Fire Lotus disappeared, Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing were stunned. They were so frightened that their bodies trembled and their scalps split open. Because Gao Chong and the giant demon race old man had disappeared, only blood floated down from the sky. The two of them had died without leaving behind a corpse. How was this possible? Gao Chong was an expert ranked 13th on the rankings. The law of metal made his body exceptionally strong after turning it into metal. The giant demon race old man was the same. In fact, he was even more terrifying than Gao Chong. The two of them were extremely terrifying physique experts among half-sages. But now, the two of them had been turned into ashes, their bodies and souls destroyed. Who was this kid? What on earth was that flame lotus just now? Was it a self-created ability? What a joke, they didn't believe that a young man could create such a terrifying ability. Brother Zhao, we don't care about this matter anymore. We don't want the reward you gave us. Yan Kuan and Zhong Wuqing hurriedly turned around and fled. It was too terrifying. If that annihilation fire lotus had flown towards them, they probably wouldn't have been able to block it. Originally, Zhao Wuliang had found them and offered them extremely high rewards to lure them into action. In their opinion, with so many experts attacking together, they would even dare to fight a saint. But now, they discovered that they had been too naive. They had met this person who was extremely terrifying and unfathomable. He could kill an expert on the Abyss rankings with a raise of his hand. They absolutely couldn't provoke such a person. The two of them were both peak half-sages and were extremely powerful. In an instant, they were a million miles away. Facing the two fleeing people, Lin Xian didn't chase after them. His eyes flickered with golden light as he stared at the two figures a million miles away. In the next moment, he clasped his fingers and gently flicked them. The black nomological law fragment quickly fused into the void and disappeared. A million miles away, the two of them let out a sigh of relief. In an instant, they could be 2 million miles away and completely leave this place. Then they would leave and no longer care about this matter. But in the next moment, before they could move, they were so frightened that their bodies went numb. An extremely terrifying force surged towards them. Not good, their expressions changed. Even though they were millions of miles away, the other party was still able to attack them with such precision. This truly surprised them. However, the two of them would not sit still and wait for death. Yan Kuan opened his mouth and spat out a terrifying bolt of thunder. Endless fragments of the thunder laws wove together, forming a thunder Dao diagram that revolved around him. Zhong Wuqing was even more powerful. She was ranked 8th on the Abyss rankings. At this moment, with a wave of her hands, she actually summoned the first heaven water. This was an extremely terrifying type of water, incomparably thick and heavy. It was rumored that the first heaven heavy water could crush a half-saint to death. At this moment, she summoned it to block in front of her, blocking that terrible attack. The two of them heaved a sigh of relief after summoning their strongest defensive measures. However, in the next moment, their hair stood on end. They wanted to escape, but they couldn't. They saw the lightning Dao diagram in front of them, as well as the first heaven water, rapidly disappearing and melting. In the blink of an eye, they were gone. Not only that, but their bodies were also gradually disintegrating, as if they were about to be annihilated. No, the two of them screamed and resisted crazily, but they couldn't block this annihilation power at all. In the next moment, their minds were destroyed, and they didn't even have time to scream. Dead, 2 experts on the Abyss rankings had died again. Now, 3 top experts on the Abyss rankings, plus an expert from the giant demon clan, were all killed. This was really too inconceivable. In the distance, Zhao Wuliang looked at this scene and sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party actually had such a method. Who was this person? He realized that he seemed to have made a wrong decision by coming to find the other party. He wanted to leave, but he knew that he couldn't leave, because he was locked onto by the other party's gaze. Stop, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. I'm ranked 5th. If you want to kill me, you'll have to pay a great price. Maybe we'll all die together. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? I know the whereabouts of the void treasure, and we'll join forces to search for it. How about it? If there were other people here, they would definitely be stunned. Because Zhao Wuliang actually admitted defeat. This was really too inconceivable. This was Zhao Wuliang, the 5th existence on the Abyss rankings, but at this moment, in front of Lin Xian, he had no choice but to bow his head. No need. Since you dared to come to kill me, and you even joined forces with so many experts, do you think I'll let you go? You're courting death. Zhao Wuliang was angry. Who dared to not give him face? He raised his hand, and a ray of light shot out. However, his body flew into the distance. There was no other way. Lin Xian's methods were too terrifying. With a raise of his hand, 4 top half-saints were killed just like that. He didn't dare to fight such a person head-on. Lin Xian blasted the saber light away with a punch. He looked ahead at the figure that had escaped into the darkness, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. I said, you can't escape. In an instant, he flicked his finger. He flicked his finger, and immediately, the power of annihilation flew out again. The void in front of him quickly collapsed. Zhao Wuliang screamed crazily. He shot out a shocking saber light, but he still couldn't stop the power of annihilation. Buzz, all of a sudden, he stopped where he was. A ray of white light merged into the void and disappeared. Pucci, the body of the green-robed man. He turned into ashes in the air. During the process, a scream was heard. It was very painful, but it only lasted for a moment. There was no trace of him. Zhao Wuliang was also killed. The 5 top half-saints who came to kill Lin Xian were all killed here. This was really too shocking. One had to know that this wasn't a life-and-death battle, but a one-sided massacre. After Lin Xian was reborn and created his own divine ability, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. The current half-saints were no match for him at all. Perhaps only a sage would be able to contend against him. However, Lin Xian frowned and seemed to be a little puzzled. Golden light flickered in his eyes, and soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a cold smile. So that's how it is. You actually have 2 souls. Although I don't know what's going on, come out. He waved his hand. In front of him, in the dark void, a scream was heard, and it quickly flew away. The original darkness was shrouded in endless flames, burning fiercely. Then, a white hazy figure appeared and floated in the void. Its eyes were cold. Damn it, how did you find out? He looked very similar to the green-robed man, but his eyes were more terrifying. Obviously, this wasn't the green-robed man from before. Who are you? Why are you hiding in that body? Lin Xian asked. The glowing figure snorted coldly. I'm the real Zhao Wuliang. Is that so? I'm afraid this isn't your true body either. You actually dared to send a clone to kill me. You really don't know what's good for you, Lin Xian instantly understood. At their level, it wasn't difficult for them to create an energy body and insert their soul into it to form a clone. Lin Xian could create multiple doppelgangers, but such doppelgangers were created from his own energy and soul. If they were killed, it would cause considerable damage to his main body. Therefore, after using the doppelgangers, he would usually retrieve his soul and the doppelganger's energy form. It looks like your true body can't move. What will happen if I kill your clone? Lin Xian sneered. Damn it. You dare to kill my clone? Zhao Wuliang roared crazily. If his clone was destroyed, his body would definitely be injured. It would be dangerous for him to participate in the Vermilion Bird List competition. Kid, I didn't want to attack you at first, but you forced me to. In front of him, the white glowing figure quickly formed a seal. A piercing light burst out from its eyes, forming a strange pattern. Then, the space in front of him was instantly torn open. Lin Xian was also sent flying. With a clang, his body swayed, and a crack appeared on it. This is? Saber technique, he was surprised. He quickly suppressed the surging blood in his body, and the crack on his body also healed. He was surprised that his opponent's eye technique attack was so powerful. It was really rare. One had to know that ordinary eye techniques attacked the soul. For example, he had mastered many kinds of eye techniques. He could burn the soul, control the soul, and even cast illusions on the soul. However, it was rare to see an eye technique that directly attacked the true body, especially one that was so powerful. His opponent's eye technique was very strange. He didn't die? Zhao Wuliang was surprised. His face was cold. Damn it, he was only slightly injured, he found it hard to believe. His eye technique was very famous. It was called the Heavenly Saber Divine Eye. The saber light he emitted was too piercing. No half-saint could block it. He had even used his eye technique to cut open a half-saint weapon. Originally, he thought that he would be able to slash the other party's body in half if he used his eye technique unexpectedly. If he was lucky, he might even be able to kill his opponent, but who would have thought that even though the other party was pushed back, cracks would also appear on his body. However, that was all. With a slight sway of his body, he recovered to his original state. From the looks of it, he was not seriously injured at all. What a strange ocular technique, Lin Xian flew over and said coldly. However, even if your real body was here, you might not be able to hurt me, let alone a mere clone. Damn it. You dare to destroy my clone? My main body will definitely not let you off. The white silhouette in front of him roared crazily. If your true body dares to come here, I'll kill you as well. A fiery red lotus appeared in Lin Xian's hand and flew forward. Zhao Wuliang's clone frantically counterattacked. However, the power of the destruction lotus was something he could not block at all. Thus, in an instant, the clone vanished into thin air. Lin Xian didn't care about Zhao Wuliang's original body at all. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, 5 storage rings flew over from the sky. They were the storage rings of the 5 half-saints from before. Lin Xian's soul entered them and a smile appeared on his face. It looked like his harvest was not bad. At the very least, he had earned back all the divine crystals he had lost from collecting information. Furthermore, he had earned a bit more. It was time to go to planet Suzaku. Lin Xian entered the spirit boat and quickly flew out the shield. 2.5 months later, they arrived at planet Suzaku. At this moment, planet Suzaku was very lively. After the news of the Suzaku ranking competition came out, countless powerful cultivators and geniuses rushed over. After all, everyone wanted to become famous and gain the support of a powerful force. For example, Yan Nantian was so famous that he could gain the support of the Suzaku Palace. And if someone else rose up during the Suzaku ranking competition, then they would definitely gain the support of other top forces. If that happened, there would be an endless supply of cultivation resources in the future. Lin Xian's spirit boat landed on the ground and found that there were also many spirit boats flying by. Each of them carried a powerful aura. Wow, there are actually so many people. The Crimson Dragon was shocked. Lin Xian also looked around. There were indeed a lot of people, but he didn't care. Aside from a few people who could threaten him, the others couldn't even withstand a single blow. Kid, let's keep a low profile later. After all, this Yan Nantian is in cahoots with the Suzaku Palace. And the Suzaku Palace is the overlord of this planet. If we are discovered, Yan Nantian will secretly mobilize the Suzaku Palace's powerful cultivators to kill us before the competition even starts. Then the situation won't be good. Okay, I'll try to keep a low profile. Lin Xian nodded, but a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. The Crimson Dragon sighed. However, he knew that Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly. Even a sage might not be able to suppress him. However, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he still changed his form. He was no longer in his dragon form. Instead, he transformed into a man wearing a black robe. After the Crimson Dragon transformed into his human form, he was extremely handsome and elegant. However, there was a hint of arrogance in his smile. Come, kid, take a look at Ben Wang's human form. What do you think? Isn't he handsome? Would he be able to charm those girls to death? Lin Xian. After leaving the atmosphere, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left the spirit boat and looked around. Let's find a city to land in first. The two of them chose a direction and quickly flew away. Yeah, let's go in that direction. Along the way, the little white monkey pointed to the left. Okay, let's go there. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon changed directions. After flying for about 4 hours, they saw a huge city appear in front of them. Their luck was not bad. The two of them flew toward the huge city. Sunset City. Looking at this city, it should be one of the main cities of planet Suzaku. After entering, they learned that it was indeed one of the 12 main cities of planet Suzaku. It was very lively inside, and there was an endless stream of powerful cultivators. It was obvious that these people had all come from other worlds and landed here. Suddenly, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon also looked up at the sky. Someone was coming. Sure enough, everyone else also looked up at the sky. They felt a huge pressure bearing down on them from the sky. There was no doubt that it was an extremely powerful cultivator. Whoosh, a few figures descended from the sky. However, these figures were quickly taken away. Their powerful auras still lingered in the air. Who were those figures just now? He couldn't see them clearly. There was probably something on them that was covering their auras. Sounds of discussion could be heard. The Vermilion Bird Proclamation had attracted countless powerful cultivators this time. Of course, they couldn't enter the abyss for the time being. The only way for others to become famous was through the Vermilion Bird Proclamation. I wonder who will be coming this time, who would take first place in the Vermilion Bird Proclamation. It had to be Yan Nantian. He was like the sun in the sky, and he was the successor of a great emperor. More importantly, he had joined the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was said that the Vermilion Bird list was created for him. Indeed, Yan Nantian was very powerful, and there was probably no one who could compete with him. How terrifying was the successor of a great emperor? Unless another successor of a great emperor or a prince came, right? Not necessarily. Someone refuted that. I think if the successor of the 9 sons and the great demon came, they would definitely be able to compete with him. As soon as this was said, the surrounding warriors nodded. Indeed, the news of the great demon and the successor of the 9 sons had spread throughout the starry sky. Many people knew about it, and they had even seen the images recorded by the array formation. However, some people shook their heads. It was useless. The two of them had died together and would never appear again. Yes, the dead were not qualified to compete with Yan Nantian, but the living were still a few who could threaten Yan Nantian. Yes, the first on the abyss list definitely had the strength. There was also Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang. They were very terrifying. You seem to have forgotten someone. Yan Ruyu, that peerless beauty. Her name was only above Zhao Wuliang's. Everyone was discussing, and the names on the list appeared one after another. At this moment, someone said, if that's the case, then you've missed out on one person. That was Lin Wudi, the first on the list, who was on par with Di Ling. Lin Wudi was indeed very strong. He was actually ranked first on the list. He was a character. However, recently, Yan Nantian, Zhao Wuliang, and the others' strength had increased by leaps and bounds. They should be better than Lin Wudi. They were all talking about the top 5 on the abyss list. Because these people were the most promising to compete with Yan Nantian, and most of them were candidates for the first place on the Vermilion Bird list. However, someone said, don't be too careless. As far as I know, many hidden experts have appeared this time. There are even rumors of saint-level experts. What? Saint-level experts? As soon as this was said, the surrounding people were stunned. What kind of concept was that? A saint-level expert had come to participate in the Vermilion Bird list. The people they had been talking about, whether it was Yan Nantian, Di Ling, or Zhao Wuliang, they were all half-saint-level experts. Of course, I've only heard about it. I don't know if it's true or not. I don't know if there will be any saints, but I heard that there might be a few new top geniuses who will be born soon. Among them, there seemed to be a few geniuses from the Vermilion Bird Palace. They hadn't stood out before, nor had they participated in the Abyss rankings, but their talent and strength were abnormally strong. This time, he might be able to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat and defeat those veteran experts. Everyone was discussing this. Without exception, it was clear that the competition for the Vermilion Bird leaderboard was even more intense than the Abyss leaderboard. There were actually so many experts here. It seemed like there was no hope this time. Many people sighed. Initially, they had thought that the battle this time might not be that famous, and that not many people would come. Other than Yan Nantian, they might be able to take advantage of the other rankings. But now, it seemed that they had been too naive. The influence of the Vermilion Bird leaderboard had far exceeded their expectations. It had actually attracted so many experts, and it was even rumored that saints were about to descend. These people could only be bystanders. But no matter what, they had to give it a try. After Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon heard this, their eyes flashed. Suddenly, Lin Xian frowned, and a piercing cold light burst out from his eyes. He saw a person looking at them from a few streets not far from him. He was dumbfounded, as if he couldn't believe it. That person was wearing a red robe with 2 patterns embroidered on it. It was very strange. When he saw Lin Xian's gaze, his body trembled, and he withdrew his gaze, turned around, and disappeared into the void. What's going on? Seeing Lin Xian's expression, the Crimson Dragon asked, Wait, what's wrong? I saw a very strange person, so I'll go take a look. After saying this, his body flickered, and he also disappeared. While the others were still discussing which experts had arrived, a figure quickly shuttled back and forth. He was sweating profusely. This man was wearing a red robe. He was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. At this moment, he was extremely frightened because he saw someone who shouldn't have appeared. How could the successor of the Nine Suns still be alive? This person had seen Lin Xian before because he had seen Lin Xian's portrait from Yan'antian. At that time, he was only curious about the true appearance of the successor of the Nine Suns who could compete with the Great Demon. Therefore, he saw Lin Xian's portrait. But today, he saw a person who looked exactly like the successor of the Nine Suns. This made him extremely frightened. Could it be that the successor of the Nine Suns wasn't dead? No, this news had to be spread. He had to inform the Vermilion Bird Palace and Yan'antian. They had to be on guard, or even take action in advance. There was no choice. The successor of the Nine Suns was too terrifying. Even the Great Demon was no match for him. Now that he was alive, he was a huge threat to Yan'antian. Where do you think you're going? At this moment, a cold voice came from behind him. Immediately after, the Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's body trembled as he turned around. He was scared out of his wits. Damn it, it's you, you're the successor of the Nine Suns. You're not dead? He was extremely shocked. It looks like you really do recognize me. In that case, I can't let you live. If I'm not wrong, you should know Yan'antian. That's right. Not only do I know Yan'antian, but I'm also from the Vermilion Bird Palace. This is our territory. Hurry up and let me go. Otherwise, if you anger me, the Vermilion Bird Palace will destroy your body and soul. You still dare to threaten me. It looks like you really don't know what's good for you. Since you're Yan'antian's man, then die. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. Courting death, you dare to attack me? The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior's expression changed. Ah, he roared crazily. Men, the successor of the Nine Suns is here. His voice was like thunder, resounding in all directions. However, Lin Xian sneered. Don't waste your energy. I've already set up an array. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, the people outside won't know. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. The Vermilion Bird Palace warrior roared crazily. A flaming saber appeared in his hand. The fragments of the law of fire on it burned fiercely. He was also a half-saint. The saber slashed down like a vermilion bird pouncing over. Buzz, Lin Xian pointed forward, and a wisp of sword chi flew out. The next moment, he retracted his hand and stood with his hands behind his back. How was that possible? The Vermilion Bird Palace man froze in midair, his eyes wide in disbelief. He discovered that his life force had been extinguished, his body was turning into nothingness. The other party had killed him with one move. Was this the successor of the Nine Suns? How could he be so terrifying? He wanted to struggle, but in an instant, he disappeared. His body and soul had been destroyed. It seemed that this was a little troublesome. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't expect someone to recognize him. The other party was right. After all, this was Planet Suzaku. He didn't want to attract the attention of a few sages before the competition. If it was a normal ranking, he would just cause a ruckus here and leave. But he couldn't do that now. He had an agreement with Planet Xianxia, and first place on the Vermilion Bird list was very important to him. He had to get the Earth Dao stone. The next moment, Lin Xian waved his hand, and a hazy light appeared on his body. His face was especially mysterious. It blocked all vision, and even the soul couldn't see through it. This way, no one should be able to discover him, right? At least he was safe before the competition. After doing all this, he returned to the Crimson Dragon. The Crimson Dragon was shocked at first. Who was this person? When his soul reached out, he realized that he couldn't see the other party's face. Lin Xian said, "It's me. Kid, it's you. What's going on?" One of Yan Nanshan's subordinates discovered me, but I've already killed him. Damn it. Has Yan Nanshan's faction become so powerful? Even the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace can work for him. It seemed that the other party didn't just join the Vermilion Bird Palace. There was no need to pay attention to him. When it was time for the competition, he would just kill him. Lin Xian didn't care too much. Let's go find a place to stay. They waited for the Vermilion Bird list to begin. The two of them left. They found a place to stay. Originally, the place was overcrowded and there wasn't even a place to stay. However, Lin Xian had just killed 5 peak half-sages, so he had a lot of resources in his storage ring. It could be said that he was filthy rich. He directly used resources to forcefully build a courtyard. After entering, the Crimson Dragon set up a formation. Lin Xian also looked around. Not bad, the environment here is good. There are spirit-gathering formations around, and there are spirit veins underground. It is indeed a good place to live temporarily. The two of them rested for a while. When night fell, they prepared to go out and eat something. At their level of cultivation, eating and drinking were no longer important. However, there were still many half-saints and even saints who needed to eat. They were not there to eat, but to taste the delicious food. The Crimson Dragon was even more so. He was drooling. On the way here, he had heard that someone had hunted a heaven and earth variant. He wondered how delicious it would be. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon were walking out, surrounded by a few young experts who were extremely excited. They were discussing non-stop. Hurry up and go to the Sunset Pavilion. They had heard that the people from the Xianxia Palace were here, and that they were going to play the zither today. They had to listen to the peerless celestial music. They definitely couldn't miss it. Yes, they didn't know who was so generous to be able to invite the people from the Xianxia Palace. If it was one of those geniuses, then it would be even better. It was rumored that their zither music contained the Tao of heaven and earth. After listening to it, it would be very beneficial to one's cultivation and comprehension of heaven and earth. As they spoke, they turned into streaks of light and shot forward at high speed. Sunset Pavilion, Xianxia Palace, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. The Crimson Dragon beside him was also surprised. It was actually that sect? They had come too. Oh, the Crimson Dragon nodded. The Xianxia Palace was very famous, probably not any worse than the Vermilion Bird Palace. However, the Xianxia Palace was not on planet Vermilion Bird. It was on another world. Their sex weapon was the zither, and their spells were all related to the zither. Let's go and take a look. Perhaps there will be some unexpected gains. The Crimson Dragon was also a little excited. Lin Xian nodded. The two of them also walked toward the Sunset Pavilion. At this moment, the Sunset Pavilion could be said to be very lively. It was packed with people, and these were not ordinary people. They were all very powerful cultivators. There were even some half-sages here. However, none of them entered the Sunset Pavilion. The reason for that was because the fee to enter the Sunset Pavilion was extremely high. Even a normal half-sage would feel the pinch. Damn it, the Sunset Pavilion was actually taking advantage of the situation. Many people in the crowd were gnashing their teeth. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked to the front, their eyes shining. There were also many people inside. It was obvious that they were all even more terrifying existences. Lin Xian didn't care about the huge entrance fee. He took out the corresponding amount from the storage rings of the Vermilion Bird Palace cultivators he had killed, and then he walked in with the Crimson Dragon. There were indeed many people inside, and all of them had outstanding talents and powerful auras. It was obvious that they were all experts. There were already many people sitting at the front. The Sunset Pavilion's standards were very high. Everyone present was someone of status, and no one was willing to squeeze with others. Thus, everyone was seated in a certain area. It was truly a carefree and joyous atmosphere. There were only 2 seats left. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon walked directly to them. The two of them had just sat down when they heard a cold voice. This place is already occupied. Get lost. As soon as the voice came out, countless gazes turned to Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon. Lin Xian's face was flickering, and his expression couldn't be seen clearly. However, the crimson dragon beside him was furious. Someone actually told them to get lost. Did they have a death wish? Who is making such a big fuss here? Get over here. The crimson dragon also snorted coldly. As soon as the voice came out, many people became interested. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. They actually dared to go against Brother Yun. They really had a death wish. Who were these two people? Did they have a powerful background? They didn't recognize them. They looked very unfamiliar. However, if they could come here, they must have some status. So what if they had status? They would definitely end up in a miserable state. Sounds of discussion could be heard. Sure enough, as soon as the crimson dragon's voice fell, a figure walked over. It was a tall man wearing a cloud robe. His face was cold, and at this moment, his eyes were emitting a biting cold killing intent as he stared at the crimson dragon. You were the one who dared to scold me just now. Damn, you dare to provoke Ben Huang? The crimson dragon was about to go berserk, but was held down by Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the other party. We paid to enter this place, so naturally, we can sit here. I don't want to kill you. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Although Lin Xian wasn't angry, his words seemed to be even more arrogant. The surrounding people began to discuss. Damn, this kid is even more arrogant. Who is he? He doesn't want to kill. Heavens, he still wants to kill the other party. I think this kid's mind will be destroyed. No one has ever dared to threaten me. Kid, don't force me to kill you. At this moment, another person walked out from behind the cloud-robed youth. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Ignorant kid, you don't know what death is? Do you know what kind of status our brother Yun has? Brother Yun's elder brother is a peerless prodigy known as Guijian. Brother Yun's uncle is Cloud Sky Saint. Can you afford to offend him, Cloud Sky Saint? Lin Xian was stunned. It seemed that the other party's background was not simple. But so what? The crimson dragon beside him also sneered. What Guijian? Never heard of him. You really don't know what's good for you. You haven't even heard of Guijian. Let me tell you, Guijian Yun Tianchao is the favorite to win the championship this time. Do you know that? Now that you dare to provoke Guijian's younger brother, hurry up and kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistakes. As the voice sounded, the atmosphere in the entire space froze. Everyone was sneering. They knew that Lin Xian and Yun Tianchao were dead meat. However, Lin Xian raised his head, and the corners of his mouth curled into a disdainful smile. So it was a fox pretending to be a tiger. After saying so much, it's just that your elder brother and uncle are powerful. You should be a piece of trash. If you want to find trouble with me, at least get your elder brother and uncle here, right? You don't have the right. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. You're courting death. In front, the tall man was enraged. No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. He raised his hand, and a terrifying aura surged from his body. However, in the next moment, he flew out with a bang. Lin Xian slowly retracted his palm. I hate it when people threaten me. Boom, the tall youth flew out. He shattered the void, and a thunderous sound was heard. The surrounding elite cultivators were all dumbfounded. Someone actually dared to attack Yun He. Did he want to die? The crimson dragon laughed loudly. Kid, you're so satisfying. I've long wanted to attack you. Yun He was sent flying by Lin Xian's palm. He shattered the void, and the blood in his body roiled. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire face was terrifyingly black. He attacked. The other party actually dared to attack him. No one had ever dared to attack him. One had to know that once his elder brother and uncle's names were out, even the top prodigies did not dare to attack him. Even Yan Nantian did not dare to attack him, but the other party dared to attack him. He wanted the other party to die. He wanted Fang's soul to be destroyed. Kill. With a roar, Yun He rushed over. He struck out with his palm with terrifying power. Mysterious cloud patterns appeared between his fingers. Clearly, this was the law of clouds. Lin Xian wasn't afraid as he stared at the terrifying white cloud hand. He waited until the hand was right in front of him before he shot out a flame. The fire burned, igniting the white cloud palm. Ah, Yun He screamed. His body was on fire, and white smoke rose from his body. the pain drove him crazy. Damn it, he was really mad. He could not believe that the other party's comprehension of laws was actually above his. Just as he screamed, in the next moment, he fell to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That was because the overflowing flames had turned into a fire dragon, spiraling around him. Like a coiling dragon, it suppressed the other party to the ground. "Ah, damn it, I'm going to kill you." He screamed as if he had gone mad. A terrifying power rushed out of his body. A large azure banner flew out of his eyes. It fluttered in the wind and turned into a storm, entangling the coiling dragon phantom. Whoosh, he rushed out. A silver sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed forward. Both of them were half-saint artifacts. The biting cold sword Qi stabbed forward and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. But in the next moment, he was sent flying again. Lin Xian stretched out a large golden hand and slapped forward. It was like a golden mountain, and it instantly turned the other party's arm into a bloody mist. The half-saint artifact sword fell to the ground, and he vomited blood as he flew backward. Lin Xian pointed again, and the terrifying law of water surged out, turning into a monstrous wave that surged in front of him. Boom, boom. Boom, boom. The seawater hit Yunhe's body, smashing his body. Yunhe's body was like a broken piece of porcelain, covered in cracks. In the end, he was pressed to the ground by the wave, unable to resist at all. The surrounding people gasped, and their faces were full of shock. He was actually suppressed. And he was easily beaten. This was simply too inconceivable. Some of the people who knew he were even more shocked. They knew that he was arrogant, but he was not weak. His opponent was a half-saint, and a genius. It was just that he was overshadowed by his uncle and brother. But if anyone underestimated he because of this, they would definitely be at a disadvantage, or even lose their lives. But such a genius expert was actually beaten up. Who was this person in front of them? Why was his strength so terrifying? For a moment, the air was terrifyingly quiet. Damn it, how dare you attack Brother Yun? The few people who came with he were also furious. Two of them attacked wildly, attacking Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian pressed him to the ground with a slap. Their bodies were torn apart, and blood splattered everywhere. The terrifying smell of blood made one's scalp feel like it was about to explode. Lin Xian's gaze swept in all directions with a trace of terrifying coldness. The others did not dare to act rashly. After suppressing the three people, Lin Xian withdrew his hand. He slowly walked to the side, sat down, and poured himself a glass of spirit wine. He raised the wine glass and looked at Yunhe, who was being suppressed by the monstrous sea, with a faint smile. "Do you think I'm qualified?" There was a trace of mockery in his voice. Yunhe was so angry that his body was trembling. Damn it, not only did he beat him up and suppress him, he even dared to mock him. This was a slap in the face. The people around him were all heaven stage experts. If he could not fight back, how could he survive in the future? Damn brat, I'm going to kill you. I must kill you. Yunhe screamed like a madman, and his killing intent soared to the sky. But he could not rush out at all. Lin Xian sneered. You? Ada, kill him for me. Tear him into pieces. Yunhe roared. Boom, as the voice fell, the ground sank, and then a figure walked over. It was a burly man with a ferocious gait. His physique was strong to the extreme. The moment he appeared, the surrounding void shattered rapidly, unable to withstand a single blow. It was obvious that Ada was Yunhe's guard, and his strength was probably stronger than Yunhe's. Ada usually protected Yunhe, but at this moment, his master was being suppressed here. He had wanted to take action for a long time, and now that he received Yunhe's order, he no longer had any scruples. A large bronze hand stretched out and covered the sky. In an instant, it was above Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon, trying to catch them. But his main target was still Lin Xian. You want to compete with me in close combat? Lin Xian had a strange look on his face. The Crimson Dragon beside him also sneered. He shook his head, knowing that Ada would end up badly. In the next moment, he raised his fist and punched forward. Boom, their palms collided, and cracks spread out in the void. But the Sunset Pavilion was not an ordinary place. Immediately, the array was activated and enveloped everything. Other arrays were activated, and the violent energy generated by the two was directed outside. The entire Sunset Pavilion was shaking. A violent force swept across the world, rushed out of the pavilion, and flew into the sky. Those who were still waiting outside and trying to go in all trembled. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. What a violent aura! Many people's faces turned pale. At the same time, they were shocked. What was going on? Could it be that there was a fight inside? Oh my God. What happened? They reached out their souls crazily, trying to find out. Inside the Sunset Pavilion, it was terrifyingly quiet. Only the sound of blood dripping could be heard. Ada, the terrifying strength-type half-saint, had his palm split open and his body trembled. Many cracks appeared on his palm. He kept retreating with a face full of shock. He had just exchanged a blow with his opponent. In his opinion, his opponent was strong, but his strength was definitely not as strong as his. He might be able to suppress his opponent with his strength, but the outcome was beyond his expectations. With a single punch, he was defeated. His opponent surpassed him in both strength and physique. He was no match for him at all. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of cold air. Just who was this kid? They did not know. They could not see his face clearly. They were blocked by the hazy light. Countless people's eyes lit up. They wanted to see through Lin Xian's real face. However, they could not do it at all. On the other side, Yun He, who was suppressed by the sea, saw this scene and his pupils constricted. How could it be? Even Ada was no match for him. Lin Xian withdrew his palm. He nodded slightly at Ada. He had to admit that Ada's strength was not bad since he could take his punch without turning into a bloody mist. But compared to him? The gap between them was like heaven and earth. What other tricks do you have? Show them all. Lin Xian picked up the wine cup again and swirled the spirit wine inside. Damn kid, don't be so arrogant. If my brother, Gua Yunjian, was here, you would not dare to be so presumptuous. Yun He gritted his teeth. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? It seems that I haven't taught you a lesson yet. How about this? I'll suppress you for 100 years and then teach you a good lesson. Lin Xian's voice was so cold that it made everyone's scalp tingle. Yun He was so angry that he vomited blood. His opponent's tone was too arrogant. He treated him like a slave. But at this moment, the sound of a zither rang out, causing everyone to calm down. Even the killing intent and bloody light that filled the sky disappeared. It was as if a pair of gentle hands had come and soothed their hearts. What a strange sound. Lin Xian was also stunned and turned to look. In front of him, a beautiful figure in white walked over. She held a guqin and gently played it. His fingers, which were as smooth as white jade, moved across the zither strings. Immediately, a pleasant sound was heard. At the same time, a clear voice sounded. The Vermilion Bird Tournament is about to begin. Right now, the most important thing for the young masters to do is to relax and not fight. They were from the Skychin Palace. Many people cried out in surprise, revealing a trace of ecstasy on their faces. They had come this time to listen to the celestial music played by the prodigies of the Skychin Palace. Lin Xian also squinted his eyes. Indeed, the Skychin Palace had some tricks up their sleeves. This music contained a mysterious power. Alright, since the fairy had said so, then he would spare his life. Lin Xian waved his hand and swept Ada and Yun He, who was lying on the ground, out. The strong wind swept the two of them out of the Sunset Pavilion. The people outside were still using their souls to investigate. Suddenly, they cried out in surprise. They saw two figures fly out from inside, shattering the void and landing on the ground. Many large cracks appeared in the surrounding space, causing many people to frantically retreat. Who was this? They were puzzled. A few half-saints among them cried out in surprise. Oh heavens, it was young Master Yun. Young Master Yun? Which young Master Yun? The others were puzzled. Someone screamed. Of course it was Yun He, young Master Yun, what? It was him. You mean that young Master Yun whose brother was the Cloud Sword and whose uncle was a saint? That's right, it was him. Many people cried out in surprise. After hearing this, the others gasped. They could not believe that such a terrifying young Master Yun had been beaten out. Oh heavens, who was the one fighting inside? A peerless genius. However, even a peerless genius would not easily offend young Master Yun. After all, his uncle was a saint. The Yun family was a top family clan. Damned brat, just you wait, this matter definitely won't end like this. I'm going to tear you to shreds. Yunhe's face was cold, and he was trembling with anger. However, he did not attack again. Ada, let's go. The two of them tore through the void and escaped in an instant. In the sunset pavilion, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard. Everyone was intoxicated by the sound. Even Lin Xian was very surprised. Indeed, he found that the sound of the zither was helpful for him to comprehend heaven and earth. Needless to say, the person playing the zither should also be a half-saint. Moreover, it should be an extremely terrifying one. In addition, the sound of the zither and the zither itself should be a rare treasure in the world. That was why it could prevent others from comprehending the way of heaven and earth. After the sound of the zither, everyone was still comprehending. In front, the woman from the Xianxia palace had left. Where did the fairy go? After a while, someone opened his eyes in surprise. No one knew where she had gone. Lin Xian opened his eyes as well. There was a mysterious light in his eyes. He was shocked and happy at first, but then he shook his head with a bitter smile. The sound of the zither could indeed help him comprehend heaven and earth. However, there was also a troublesome matter. This was because his fragment of the law of fire had reached an extremely terrifying level. It was about to become a true law. Previously, it had almost attracted a heavenly tribulation. In other words, Lin Xian was about to break through. Previously, if not for the Crimson Dragon using the Great Dragon Sword Soul to set up a formation and forcefully suppress it, he would have broken through long ago. Now that he heard it, his fragment of the law of fire became uneasy again. It scared Lin Xian so much that he quickly cut off the connection and turned to comprehend other laws. The fairy had left. What a pity. After listening for a short while, I felt that I had a new understanding of heaven and earth laws. If I could listen to it for a long time, my cultivation and comprehension would definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Yes, it was no wonder that the prodigies of the Xianxia palace were so respected. There was a certain logic to it. A few other prodigies looked envious. They really wanted to marry a prodigy of the Xianxia palace as their wife. That way, they would be able to listen to such music every day. Stop dreaming. Even if someone from the Xianxia palace wanted to marry someone, it would be a peerless powerhouse. We probably have no hope. Many people shook their heads and sighed. Let's go. The Vermilion Bird List competition will begin in a few days. Also, I seem to have comprehended something just now. Yes, I have to go back and cultivate in seclusion for a few days. Who knows, I might be able to increase my cultivation temporarily. These people all stood up. Lin Xian and Lin Xian stood up. The two of them also walked out. The two of them had gained a lot of enlightenment this time, especially the Crimson Dragon, who was extremely excited. He let go of his mind and began to comprehend. However, at the same time, the void outside began to tremble violently as if it was boiling. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky. Initially, the people around the Sunset Pavilion were trembling and many of them were kneeling on the ground. Damn it, what's happening? They raised their heads. The sky was filled with countless experts descending from the sky. Strong cultivators, and many strong cultivators, as well as demonic beasts, they saw the powerful figures descending from the sky while riding on beasts. Some of them were standing on chariots while others were descending from the sky. Every one of them was very powerful. They were cold and murderous. Obviously, they were all experienced fighters. The leader was a tall young man with a cold expression. What? It's him. Yunhe. He's the one who was beaten up. Many people were shocked. At the same time, they knew that Yunhe was here for revenge. Moreover, he was here with a group of powerful figures. This group of people arrived in a grandiose manner, blocking the Sunset Pavilion. At the same time, the elites who came out of the Sunset Pavilion were also stunned. Then, they glanced behind them and revealed a look of anticipation. It seems that a good show is about to begin. They quickly moved to the side and crossed their arms. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon frowned. In particular, Lin Xian had a cold look in his eyes. He raised his head and looked at the sky. It seems that letting you go just now was a wrong choice. Indeed, you made a wrong choice. Unfortunately, you let me go. This time, I won't let you go. I'll make you wish you were dead. Yun, he sneered with a ferocious look on his face. So what if the other party is strong? I brought a large number of powerful figures with me. Can't I defeat the two of them? Men, take this kid down. I'll tear him into pieces. Yun, he put his hands behind his back and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Buzz. At this moment, a figure made a move. It was an old man. Like a ghost, his speed was very fast. In an instant, he tore through the void and arrived in front of Lin Xian. A large hand was clasping Lin Xian's head. That hand contained an extremely terrifying law fragment. The law of earth was incomparably heavy. It flickered in the old man's palm like a giant mountain that could crush everything. In an instant, it enveloped Lin Xian. Around them, the onlookers retreated frantically. At the same time, they exclaimed. It's over, that brat is dead for sure. Of all people to offend, he had to offend young Master Yun. Even 100 lives would not be enough to save him. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. He lifted his golden hand and released the laws of metal. With a palm strike, the thick earth formed by the law of earth was directly pierced through. That wasn't all. The slap landed on the old man's face and sent him flying. Pa, the crisp sound of a slap rang out. The half-step Saint Elder spun in the air for more than 300 times before flying backward. Half of his face was smashed into a bloody mess. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The half-step saint roared. With a frenzied roar, the law of earth moved quickly and rolled. The shadow of a huge mountain circled around him. Thousands of mountains descended. Countless shadows of mountains, each of which was incomparably heavy, fell down frantically. He wanted to kill Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian dodged calmly. He raised his golden hand and slapped forward again. Another crisp sound of a slap rang out. This time, the half-step saint's head was completely smashed into pieces. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. He quickly charged towards Yunhe. Yunhe was scared out of his wits when he saw that. He quickly retreated and shouted at the same time, "Stop him, kill him for me." Hearing Yunhe's order, the surrounding people all moved out. Ada was the first to move. His fists were like dragons that directly exploded a part of the world. Not only that, but two more figures appeared beside him. A Er and a San were his two brothers. They were also half-saints. The three of them working together was really terrifying. The three brothers had very strange means. When the three of them worked together, it was as if they had 3 heads and 6 arms. Lin Xian faced the three of them. He crossed his arms and the law of earth quickly operated in his hands. Then, he used the great dragon sword soul to form a huge cauldron. It stood tall like a divine cauldron and threw it forward. Boom, the law that Lin Xian had comprehended was very powerful. The law of earth was much stronger than the previous half-step saints. In addition, the divine ability of the great dragon sword soul was really terrifying to the extreme. Therefore, when the divine cauldron was thrown out, the world instantly shattered. The surrounding people were all blown away. Not good. The three brothers' expressions changed drastically. Countless cracks appeared on their bodies in an instant. Retreat quickly, the power was too terrifying. The three of them wanted to escape, but the divine cauldron covered a large area. Although it was heavy, the speed of its descent was very fast. In an instant, the three of them were enveloped. The three of them gritted their teeth and raised their hands to the sky, trying to block the descent of the divine cauldron. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and the divine cauldron instantly accelerated again. With a boom, the three of them were blasted into a bloody mist. Ah, the three of them screamed. They were half-step saints. They couldn't die immediately, but they couldn't break free either. They were firmly suppressed by the divine cauldron. Lin Xian turned his head and stared at Yunhe. Yunhe walked forward again. Damn it, what are you all standing there for? Let's go. He screamed crazily. He realized that Lin Xian's gaze was too terrifying. It was as if it was going to pierce through him. At the same time, he was even more shocked. The three half-step saints were easily suppressed by the other party. Who was this person? However, the surrounding people were a little hesitant. To be honest, Lin Xian's previous means were too terrifying. He had directly suppressed them. This showed that the other party was definitely a powerhouse. He was also a top existence among the half-step saints. Perhaps, the other party was one of the favorites this time. However, they also knew Yunhe's identity. This was especially true for his uncle, who was a saint. A living saint, he was more terrifying than any genius. Therefore, at this moment, when they heard Yunhe's order, they could only sigh and attack. The six of them joined forces. 6 half-step saints. This shocking scene was extremely shocking. Perhaps even a peerless genius wouldn't be able to stop them. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. He really didn't take the 6 half-step saints seriously. One had to know that he was only one step away from becoming a saint. His true strength was definitely not inferior to a saint's. He was confident that he could kill even a saint today, not to mention these 6 half-step saints. However, at this moment, the Crimson Dragon flew up. Let's attack together. In order to prevent you from using all your strength. Okay. Lin Xian nodded and didn't refuse. Oh no. Hurry up and attack. Seeing another person rushing up, the 6 half-step saints' expressions changed and they quickly moved. They first joined forces to kill this kid. The 6 half-step saints stared at Lin Xian. Monstrous murderous intent surrounded Lin Xian like an ocean. They knew that they had to get rid of the enemy in front of them first, otherwise, they would be in great danger if they were ambushed at any time. The power of the 6 half-saints made everyone tremble and their scalps go numb. However, Lin Xian was not afraid at all. What's more, they were merely 6 half-saints. A cold light appeared in his eyes, and the law of water surged out, turning into a supreme wave that rushed forward. Did he scatter the 6 half-saints in an instant? Oh no, what a terrifying law of water, they were surprised. They did not expect the other party to be so terrifying that their formation was scattered in an instant. At this moment, the Crimson Dragon rushed up and opened its mouth to spit out thunderbolts that instantly enveloped the 3 of them. The other 3 were once again targeted by Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the law of water this time. Endless blue fragments gathered together and condensed into a figure in the endless waves. The figure was very hazy, but the aura was extremely terrifying. As soon as it appeared, it was like a god that suppressed the surroundings. The 3 half-saints trembled and could not move at all. Buzz, at this moment, a bell appeared between the eyebrows of one of them. It shook quickly, and the sound of the bell woke them up. In the next moment, they bit the tip of their tongues to maintain their consciousness and roared crazily. Attack, don't be surrounded by him. The 3 of them attacked, and terrifying supernatural powers rushed over. However, in front of the sea, they were completely swallowed up. The sea seemed to be endless and swallowed everything. There was no energy transmitted to Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He stretched out his hands and clenched them hard. The binding of the sea, suddenly, the sea in front of him surged, and an invisible pressure crushed the bodies of the 2 half-saints, turning them into a bloody mist. 3 screams sounded, and then they were extremely miserable and restored to their original state. However, they were trapped by the monstrous sea water. Who else is there? Call them out, Lin Xian said coldly. Yunhe's scalp went numb. Who else did he have? He had brought 10 half-saints with him this time. The lineup was so powerful that they even dared to challenge the saints, but now, he was being suppressed so easily. A kind of fear rose in his heart. He was now very regretful. Why did he provoke this demon? At the same time, he was extremely shocked. Who was the other party? Why was the other party so powerful? This was already beyond the capabilities of an ordinary half-saint. Even a peak half-saint would not be able to achieve this. Could it be that he was a saint? He thought of a possibility, but he quickly shook his head. That was impossible. The other party had clearly used a law fragment and not a true law. This meant that the other party was not a true saint. The others were also discussing spiritedly. The scene before them had happened too quickly. Lin Xian was able to suppress more than one half-saint with just a lift of his hand. Now, the other party had injured one of them, suppressed 6 of them, and the other 3 had been suppressed by their companions. This method was heaven-defying. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian and the others were doomed. But now, it seemed to them that Yunhe had kicked an iron plate. If no one comes to help you, then I'll send you to hell. A cold killing intent appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. To be honest, he didn't want to cause trouble on planet Suzaku for the time being. However, he wanted to keep a low profile, but someone just had to come to his door to seek death. He had let the other party live, but the other party had brought 10 half-saints to kill him. If he had been any weaker, he would have been killed and would have suffered a fate worse than death. How could he let the other party go? There was no one around Yunhe anymore. When he saw Lin Xian walk over, he screamed like a madman. His gaze swept the surroundings as his voice rang out. Who will help me? Help me kill him. I'll ask my uncle to accept him as a disciple. Many people were shocked when they heard this. Yunhe's uncle was a saint. If he was accepted as a disciple of a saint, then his comprehension of the heavens and earth would increase by leaps and bounds. To be honest, many people were tempted. However, when they saw the 6 half-saints being suppressed, their hearts turned cold. No one stepped forward. Instead, they took a few steps back. Yunhe's heart sank when he saw this. At the same time, he screamed again, "Don't kill him, save me. If you can save my life, then you will be my Yun family's benefactor. My Yun family will definitely treat you well. I promise that my Yun family will give you a real saint artifact." What? A real saint artifact? Everyone's pupils shrank. Those experts also sucked in a breath of cold air. To be honest, a saint artifact was an extremely terrifying existence. It far surpassed a half-saint artifact. In fact, not every saint possessed a saint artifact. The reason for that was because the materials needed to craft a saint artifact were simply too precious. They were very difficult to find. It was not easy to refine a saint artifact now. If they could obtain a saint artifact, their strength would increase exponentially, even for half-saints like them. There were also great benefits. Their combat strength would also increase greatly. Therefore, many people were tempted, but no one dared to make a move. However, with such a great reward, someone still stepped forward. "Is what you said true?" At this moment, a voice rang out. Yunhe was ecstatic when he heard this. "It's true. I swear on my life, as long as you save me, my Yun family will definitely give you a saint artifact. If I violate it, I will be struck by lightning." "Alright, I can save your life." A figure walked out of the cave. It was a man dressed in white. He held a folding fan and looked like a middle-aged scholar. He was very polite. As soon as he appeared, he moved as fast as lightning and arrived in front of Yunhe in an instant. "I'll save his life." What? Did someone really make a move? Who was this person? How dare he be so arrogant? Did he think that he was more terrifying than 6 half-saints joining forces? Discussions broke out one after another. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Save him? Do you know what the consequences of going against me are? Isn't it just being suppressed?" The middle-aged man sneered. However, Lin Xian shook his head. "You're wrong. The consequences of going against me is death." When he said that, a cold killing intent burst out from his eyes. The 9 heavens and 10 lands were trembling. Everyone held their breaths. Yunhe was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The middle-aged scholar's pupils constricted, but his face soon darkened. "This kid is too arrogant. I know you're very strong and can suppress many half-saints. However, there's a big difference between suppressing a half-saint and killing a half-saint. Moreover, I'm not an ordinary half-saint." "Is that so? I'd like to see what ability you have to protect him in front of me." Lin Xian took a step forward. A terrifying aura surged forward. Endless seawater appeared around them, covering the sky and the earth. It completely enveloped the middle-aged scholar and Yunhe. The terrifying waves turned into countless blue-sword shadows. They wanted to kill Yunhe. "Save me." Yunhe tried his best to resist, but he was no match for Lin Xian. Soon, the laws that he cast were pierced. At that moment, the middle-aged scholar came alive. He shouted coldly, closed the folding fan in his hand, and waved his left hand in the air. Suddenly, a chessboard appeared in his hand. It was a chessboard with black and white chess pieces that shone with a demonic light. What's that? Is it a game of chess? Many people discussed, but some of them were shocked and screamed. It's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. That's the heaven-crippling chessboard game. What's the heaven-crippling chessboard game? Many people became even more puzzled. However, the faces of some of the older generation experts turned extremely ugly. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was passed down from ancient times. It was an extremely terrifying formation that was created by a sage. This kind of formation was extremely terrifying and mysterious. According to an ancient legend, two very powerful sages were playing chess when they suddenly came up with the idea of using chess pieces to form a formation. The two of them used chess pieces as a formation and fought for 800 years, but in the end, they were evenly matched. They left, but the chessboard that they played on became a peerless killing formation. After countless powerhouses studied it, they named the chessboard heaven-crippling chessboard game. Since then, the formation had been passed down. I can't believe there's such a thing. Many people gasped when they heard that. Is that a sage's formation? No wonder that middle-aged scholar dares to stand up for me. Kid, be careful. I've heard of this formation before. It's not simple. I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. The Crimson Dragon transmitted his voice. Lin Xian nodded. It's fine. If a real sage uses the heaven-crippling chessboard game, it'll be troublesome. It might be troublesome. But what about the other party? I don't care. Well, I'll see how terrifying the legendary heaven-crippling chessboard game is. Lin Xian stretched out his palm and formed 5 mountains. Each of his 5 fingers was extremely heavy, crushing everything in front of him. The middle-aged scholar snorted coldly, and the chessboard in his hand kept expanding, shrouding the world. In the next moment, Lin Xian and Yun He were all shrouded. Among them, Yun He was surrounded by 4 chess pieces. They transformed into terrifying black and white chi, forming a powerful defense that enveloped him. The middle-aged scholar floated in the void, controlling the entire chessboard. Lin Xian, on the other hand, came to the chessboard. There were black and white flags around him, flickering with terrifying light. The aura circulating on it was extremely dreadful. A semi-sage expert might die here if they weren't careful. Wang, a black ghost stone charged at him. It was like a black sun, trying to crush him completely. Lin Xian coldly snorted. He clenched his hand into a fist, which was covered in flames. He punched out, and it was like a golden crow. It burned fiercely and shattered the black go piece. The black chess piece was shattered into pieces. However, they soon fused into the formation. At this moment, 2 more white go stones shot over. They circled around each other like a pair of dragon scissors, wanting to cut Lin Xian in half. Get lost, Lin Xian swept out with his right leg like a coiling dragon. He flew out with terrifying law of earth. With one kick, he shattered the 2 white go stones. The 2 white go stones turned into white mist and disappeared again. However, Lin Xian felt that the power of the formation did not weaken. It seemed that his attack was ineffective. You have some strength. However, you don't understand the genius chess game at all. Now, I'll show you how terrifying the heaven-crippling chess game is. Floating in the air, the middle-aged scholar sneered. He waved his hand, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes. Immediately, 13 black and white go stones spun rapidly around Lin Xian. They turned into a huge dragon and enveloped the area. The 13 black and white go stones surged continuously, forming a peerless killing intent. How terrifying! Outside the formation, the expressions of those people changed. They retreated madly. The Crimson Dragon also frowned. What a strange formation. He circled the formation and kept moving around, looking for the formation's flaws. When he was in danger, he could immediately make a move to break the formation. The heaven-crippling chess game? Not bad. Unfortunately, you're too weak. A cold voice sounded from within the array. In the next moment, a piercing sword light flashed in the air. The 9 heavens and 10 earths were trembling. Wherever this sword passed, everything was destroyed. This was the power of the law of annihilation. After the sword slashed, a huge black hole appeared in the heaven-crippling chess game. What? How is this possible? The middle-aged scholar was stunned. He did not expect his opponent to break his heaven-crippling chess game with such force. This was simply unbelievable. The surrounding people were even more stunned. Damn it. I don't believe it. The middle-aged scholar roared through gritted teeth. A trace of madness appeared in his eyes. The world turned into nothingness. With a wave of his finger, the heaven-crippling chess game erupted again. This time, it was not just 13 lights. Instead, there were hundreds and thousands of lights. The black and white ghost stones in the entire heaven-crippling chess game shook violently. A terrifying and destructive force erupted, wanting to destroy everything. The surrounding martial artists' faces changed. Damn it. This man is crazy. He wants to destroy everything. Run quickly. They ran away in a frenzy. Oh no. The Crimson Dragon's face changed. Lin Xian's eyes also darkened. He was also an expert in formations. Naturally, he knew what his opponent was trying to do. His opponent wanted to use the formation to destroy everything, including Yunhe. The middle-aged scholar was probably the only one who would survive. Is he trying to kill me? If that's the case, don't blame me, he probed and a piercing light burst out. He activated his heavenly secret divine eyes. At the same time, a piercing sword light circled around his hand. The law of fire surged out. The flaming sword chi broke through everything. Lin Xian's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he destroyed the surrounding aura. At the same time, he slashed the middle-aged scholar's body. Ah, the middle-aged scholar screamed like a madman. His opponent's strength had increased again, damn it. Did he not use his full strength earlier? His opponent's casual attack had broken his heaven-crippling chess game. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man screamed and turned to run. Do you think you can run away? Lin Xian's eyes were cold and merciless. His opponent wanted to kill him with such a powerful move. How could he show mercy? He clasped his hand and grabbed the middle-aged man's head. He activated his eye technique and immediately searched his opponent's soul. Soon, the soul search was completed. Lin Xian waved his hand and destroyed the middle-aged man's soul. After taking the middle-aged man's storage ring, Lin Xian turned to stare at Yunhe. At this moment, the heaven-crippling chess game was shaking violently. However, before it could explode, it disappeared. Buzz, clang, a chessboard fell from the sky with a clang. The Crimson Dragon grabbed it and put it away. Everyone's attention was attracted by the heaven-crippling chess game. It was a treasure, however, it seemed that Yunhe had taken it away. However, at this moment, they turned their attention back to Yunhe. That was because Yunhe let out a miserable cry. When they turned around, they saw that Yunhe's body had been pierced by 10,000 arrows. 10,000 piercing and dazzling sword chi were flickering. Blood flowed wildly, and Yunhe's miserable voice made one's scalp tingle. You dare to kill me? I'm from the Yun family. If you kill me, my brother and uncle won't let you go, he screamed like a madman. Really? Lin Xian sneered and waved his hand. The 10,000 rays of sword chi became even more frenzied. Stop, please, spare me. I was wrong. I apologize to you, I'll kowtow and admit my mistake as long as you let me go. Yunhe was rolling in the sky. The pain made him hover between life and death. Oh, kowtow and admit his mistake? Sure. Lin Xian waved his hand. Go ahead. However, even if you kowtow and admit your mistake, I'll still send you to hell. The last time he let him go, he left and brought 10 half-saints to kill him. Therefore, this time, Lin Xian would definitely not let him go. Yunhe was extremely regretful. Why did he provoke him? He was a person who was not afraid of the Yun family at all. He realized that he was going to die today. Thinking of this, Yunhe's face became extremely desperate. However, at this moment, a cold voice resounded between heaven and earth. How dare you attack a member of the Yun family? How dare you? This voice turned into swords of sound waves and swept toward Lin Xian. The void was pierced, and the entire space was trembling. Lin Xian's figure flashed and disappeared instantly. A terrifying scene appeared in front of him. Countless translucent sword chi seemed to cut heaven and earth in half, isolating everyone. Oh, God, someone attacked again. The surrounding martial artists were extremely shocked. Previously, Lin Xian killed the middle-aged scholar and broke the heavenly chessboard game, which made them extremely terrified. Later, Lin Xian attacked and wanted to kill Yunhe, which made them pee their pants. These people had not recovered from the shock, and they did not expect that someone else would come. Moreover, the person who came this time seemed to be even more terrifying. So terrifying. Could this sword chi be Guiyunjian? What? Guiyunjian? Are you talking about Yun Tianchao? Many people were extremely shocked. Looking at this sword chi, it should be right. Moreover, according to the other party's words, the other party was also a member of the Yun family. The only person in the Yun family who possessed such a biting cold sword energy was definitely Yun Tianchao. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Now that Yun Tianchao had come, perhaps the situation was about to change. Sure enough, Yunhe was screaming like a madman. Brother, is that you? Brother, save me, kill him. I must kill him. Tear him to shreds. Avenge me. Humph, a cold voice sounded. In the next moment, a person descended from the sky. He was wearing white clouds, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. As soon as he landed, he gave off a piercing aura and looked coldly at Yunhe. How dare you embarrass the Yun family like this? After you go back, you will go into seclusion for 10 years and you are not allowed to come out. Yes. Yunhe trembled in fear, but at the same time, he heaved a sigh of relief because he knew that he was saved. Now that his brother was here, no one would dare to lay a hand on him. Not even Yan Nantian could do that. The person in front was Guiyunjian. Yun Tianchao's gaze moved away from Yunhe and landed in front of him, staring at Lin Xian. How dare you lay a hand on a member of the Yun family? Now, kneel down and accept your death. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. He's too strong. Is this Guiyunjian? Lin Xian was also sizing up the other party. This is his brother? He's indeed very strong. As expected of a top genius, but it's still not enough. Seemingly seeing the contempt in Lin Xian's eyes, Yun Tianchao snorted coldly. Ignorant guy, how dare you be arrogant in front of me? Fine, I'll show you what a peerless genius is today. As soon as he finished speaking, Yun Tianchao's body disappeared. In the next moment, he charged over with countless biting cold sword energy. These were all white sword energy that carried the law of clouds. It was abnormally terrifying and incomparably strange. In an instant, it completely entangled Lin Xian. Cloud sword, thousand slaughter, between heaven and earth, countless dense clouds descended. These clouds were all absolute killing sword energy that completely enveloped Lin Xian. The surrounding people retreated like crazy. At the same time, they cried out in surprise. He's here. Guiyunjian. Everyone's eyes widened. In their opinion, Lin Xian was strong, but compared to Yun Tianchao, he was probably much weaker. Perhaps, he wasn't even Yun Tianchao's opponent. The Crimson Dragon also retreated far away. He narrowed his eyes and a cold smile hung on the corner of his mouth. Kid, let these people see your true strength. Lin Xian was enveloped by the cloud sword. His eyes flickered, and he also had a cold smile. Competing in sword techniques? He took a deep breath, and the sword energy in his body surged out. A terrifying and berserk flame sword energy surged out from his body and quickly swept out in all directions. It was as if he wanted to sweep through the world. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the cloud sword exploded with countless clouds and mist. It flickered with absolute killing intent and collided with Lin Xian's body, producing a shocking sound. This was an absolute killing move. The front completely turned into nothingness. Hee, this kid is definitely going to die. Yunhe looked at this scene and sneered malevolently. The others felt their scalps go numb. Yun Tianchao was too strong. He used a peerless divine ability the moment he attacked. They reckoned that Yunhe might really be killed in one move. When all the clouds and mist rose into the air and disappeared, everyone opened their eyes wide. Even Yun Tianchao furrowed his brows. This was because he discovered that the figure in front of him wasn't dead. Instead, he was wrapped in a ball of fiery red sword light. How is this possible? He's not dead. Yun, he screamed like a madman. Whoosh, Yun Tianchao attacked again. He seemed to have merged with the clouds, and his figure couldn't be seen at all. They could only feel that the power of the cloud sword was even more terrifying. Yet another boundless cloud of swords came, intending to pierce through Lin Xian. At this moment, Lin Xian made his move. His eyes exploded with resplendent light, and an extremely terrifying flame sword energy surged out from his body. Boom, the fiery red sword brought along a violent and destructive aura as it ruthlessly slashed on the cloud sword. It was useless. Yun Tianchao sneered. My cloud is ethereal and formless. You can't destroy it. It was indeed so. The law he comprehended was the cloud. So what if he slashed it apart? At most, it would turn from one cloud into two. However, it wouldn't disappear. Soon, he screamed. How was this possible? He discovered that his cloud sword had actually been destroyed. This made him frightened, shocked, and in disbelief. How was this possible? The other party was actually able to destroy his Aegean Qi. This was something that had never happened before. At this moment, Lin Xian had already arrived in front of him. The two of them were less than half a meter apart. The laws on their bodies kept colliding, tearing out countless large cracks. At this moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded. You actually dare to compete with me in sword techniques? The flame sword in his hand erupted again. It was as if it had turned into a monstrous qilin. It roared towards the sky, crushing all the clouds and mist in the sky. Boom, fire sword, qilin. This wasn't a law theurgy. It was just a theurgy evolved from the great dragon sword soul. However, its power was still very terrifying. Even a top-notch half-saint couldn't block it. Sure enough, Yun Tianchao's pupils constricted. He waved his hands, forming a white cloud armor. At the same time, the white cloud in front of him drooped down like a curtain. Boom, with a shocking blow, Yun Tianchao was sent flying. The white cloud in front of him shattered, and the armor on his body was also torn into pieces. A ball of flames burned him. In the next moment, his body suddenly disappeared and appeared in another direction, completely shaking off the flames. However, his face was completely gloomy. This scene happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Yun Tianchao was sent flying. The surrounding people cried out in alarm. Many of them were scared silly. What was going on? It seemed that Yun Tianchao had been beaten back. Oh heavens, did Yun Tianchao suffer a loss at the opponent's hands? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they reached this conclusion. They really couldn't imagine it. That was the cloud returning sword. Yunhe's body was also trembling. A sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart, but he still roared crazily. Impossible, how could my brother be defeated? My brother just didn't use his full strength. That must be it. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. You dare to use a sword technique in front of me with such little strength. To be honest, it's a little disappointing. Kid, don't be so arrogant. Yun Tianchao snorted coldly. His expression was incomparably cold. He had never suffered a loss at the hands of a young person. This time, his target was Yan Nantian. In his opinion, with his strength, he could fight Yan Nantian. However, he didn't expect to encounter a troublesome fellow before the Vermilion Birdless tournament had even begun. Who was this person? Who were you? Zhao Wuliang? Long Chaotian? Or someone else? None of them. You don't deserve to know my name. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You're courting death, kid, I was only testing the waters just now. Now, you've made me want to kill you. The cloud-returning sword was unsheathed. With a clang, the invisible cloud law revolved. In the next moment, a piercing sound rang out like thunder. A white light flashed and a dazzling black crack appeared in front of him. Heavens, it was cut open. Unsheathing, many powerhouses of the older generation cried out in alarm. This kind of sword unsheathing technique was a very common ability. It was a condensed sword intent and power that erupted in an instant. Of course, the more common an ability was, the more difficult it was to cultivate to a high level. Moreover, Yun Tianchao's sword unsheathing technique had already surpassed an ordinary sword unsheathing technique. This was the cloud sword unsheathing technique. It was even more ethereal and strange. Clang, Lin Xian's body was struck by a white cloud longsword. In the next moment, his body was sent flying. It hit Yun. He was so excited that he was trembling. The others also gasped. Quite a few people shook their heads. The sword was drawn too quickly, and with the addition of the law of clouds, almost no one could dodge it. That brat should have been split into two halves. Hee, let's see how arrogant he can be. How strong is Cloud returning sword? Previously, he was just testing the waters. Now that he had revealed his true strength, how could that brat possibly withstand it? Yun Tianchao also revealed a cold smile. The light turned into a white divine lamp, and he looked into the distance. Soon, he was stunned. How could this be? His heart was filled with astonishment, as he could not believe his eyes. From afar, a figure appeared in a flash. It was Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was completely unscathed. He shook his body and nodded slightly. Not bad, this move is much stronger than before. Looks like you do have some talent. Lin Xian's words were like an elder commenting on a junior. This tone made Yun Tianchao very unhappy. However, the others were already scared silly. Such a terrifying sword chi could split a half-saint city in half. However, the other party was unscathed. What kind of physique was that? The other party was definitely a super expert. And he should be very famous. Unfortunately, we can't see his true face. To be able to block the white cloud sword, his physique was definitely famous. I wonder what kind of physique it was. If not for the Nine Suns successor and the great demon perishing together a few years ago, I would have suspected that he was the Nine Suns successor. Impossible, the Nine Suns successor can no longer exist in this world. He might have another physique. I have heard that the Saint physique is also a super physique, not inferior to the Nine Suns divine physique. Yes, there is also the Supreme Battle physique, which is also very powerful and has astonishing combat strength. Damn brat, who the hell are you? Yun Tianchao shouted angrily again. Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he clenched his fists as if he was drawing a sword. Let me show you what the true sword drawing technique is. What? This guy is also going to use the sword drawing technique. Everyone was still guessing Lin Xian's identity, but at this moment, they were attracted by Lin Xian's words. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lin Xian. In the next moment, they shivered. It was too strange. The other party only made a sword drawing gesture, and my body actually trembled uncontrollably. A few of the older generation people were frightened. The surrounding people were scared out of their wits. Many half-saints swallowed their saliva. This aura, could it be that the other party was a peerless swordsman? They opened their eyes wide, and Yun he was already paralyzed on the ground. Yun Tianchao's expression was also grave. Not good, it's too dangerous. The other party's action made him vigilant, as if there was a fatal crisis. Who the hell is this person? He did not have time to think too much. He could only shout angrily and use the cloud law fragment to the extreme. I want to see what's so special about your sword drawing technique. Yun Tianchao gritted his teeth. He did not believe that the other party's swordsmanship could surpass his. The sword drawing technique was about explosive power, not just speed. Your speed just now was indeed fast. After fusing with the cloud law, it was strange and ethereal. Ordinary people could not dodge it at all. Unfortunately, you're still wrong. The true power of the sword drawing technique was explosive power. Now, I will show you what the true sword drawing technique is. Lin Xian's voice sounded. Boom, in the next moment, a biting cold aura burst out. A terrifying sound rang out. There was no sword light in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. No one could see any sword light at all. However, the void in front of them was constantly annihilated and shattered. One sword to break the 9 heavens? The surrounding people were stunned. Some of the semi-sage level experts were also trembling. Their eyes were wide open. This was the true sword drawing technique. They did not feel the sword light, but the terrifying explosive power completely engulfed everything in front of him. Not good, Yun Tianchao's pupils shrank. He knew that he had underestimated the other party. This power was too strong and could threaten him. He wanted to escape, but he realized that it was too late. The other party's sword-drawing technique was really different from his. He pursued speed to the extreme, but the other party pursued explosive power. The other party had achieved this. The surrounding space was shattered. His violent power tore everything apart. No matter where he hid, he would still be attacked. He could only do his best to resist. Cloud Law, Cloud Body. At the critical moment, Xianxia used the Cloud Law fragment. Immediately, his body became illusory and ethereal. His original physical body also turned into wisps of white clouds that drifted with the wind. Facing the violent power, he chose to turn his body incorporeal to avoid it. Boom, the space in front of him was completely shattered. A violent explosion sounded as if heaven and earth were being destroyed. A miserable cry came from inside. It was Yunhe's. Yunhe was also enveloped by this sword. Yunhe couldn't dodge at all and turned into nothingness. Even his soul was swallowed by this violent power. After a long time, the shattered space in front of them gradually healed. His soul had already been destroyed and couldn't be found at all. Everyone already knew about this. Their eyes were looking for Xianxia. Where was Xianxia? Why did he disappear too? Could it be that he dodged it? Did he also say that his soul was destroyed? They gasped as they thought of a possibility. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes and looked around. There was a golden light flickering in his eyes. Soon, he stared in a direction and revealed a look of surprise. He could actually dodge it. He had to admit that he was indeed quite strong. Everyone looked in the direction Lin Xian was looking at. In the next moment, they saw a figure appear in the void. It was Xianxia. However, the current Xianxia was incorporeal as if he had turned into a cloud. Even so, he was still attacked. Lin Xian's destructive power was enough to destroy everything. Even if it was a cloud, he could still injure it. Therefore, Xianxia was seriously injured. After absorbing the power of heaven and earth and evolving the power of the laws, his body reappeared. His face was gloomy. If one looked carefully, they would notice that his body was still trembling slightly. He glanced at the space that had turned into nothingness. Immediately, killing intent filled the air. The other party had killed Yunhe. Yunhe was his younger brother. Now that he was killed in front of everyone, Xianxia was driven mad. He let out a long roar that shook heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying killing intent was emitted from his body. How dare you kill my younger brother? You must die. Originally, he had prepared some ultimate moves to use against Xianxia in the Vermilion Bird List competition. However, since you're courting death, I'll fulfill your wish now. Xianxia soared into the sky, his voice incomparably cold. The others were shocked. What? Xianxia actually came for Xianxia this time? Then his ultimate move must be extremely terrifying. Xianxia stood in the clouds. He was incomparably ethereal. He pulled out a long sword. This wasn't a sword of laws, but a true half-step saint weapon. The sword light was like water, blue, flickering with cold light. Did he use his weapon? In that case, the power of the sword chi could be increased. However, this wasn't the end. Shockingly, after Xianxia pulled out the blue sword, he pulled out another sword. A white sword. Dual swords. Everyone was shocked to see that Xianxia was holding two swords with both hands. Both of them were half-saint items. His aura also rose without limit. In the blue sky and white clouds, Xianxia seemed to have turned into the king of the sky, overlooking all living things. After cultivating for 132 years, I finally created my own divine ability, the boundless sky sword. Today, I will use you as a sacrifice to my divine sword. His cold voice rang out. When the others heard it, they were all stunned. The people of the older generation were also in disbelief. What? What did he say? He had created his own divine ability. Heavens, he actually created his own divine ability. This brat's talent was too terrifying. These people were all dumbfounded. They knew that Xianxia was very famous. He had traveled the ancient path of stars for 132 years and was very powerful. They estimated that he was not far from becoming a saint. However, they didn't expect him to be able to create his own divine ability now. Many people swallowed their saliva. Even an ordinary saint might not be able to create his own divine ability. It required great talent and a heaven-defying understanding of laws to be able to create one's own divine ability. They didn't expect Yun Tianchao to be able to create his own divine ability at such a young age. What he created was definitely a law divine ability. Its power was boundless. They estimated that no half-saint could block it. They thought that Yun Tianchao had lost this battle. They didn't expect that Yun Tianchao still had such a big killing move. No wonder he dared to use such a divine ability to fight Yan Nantian. Creating his own divine ability? Lin Xian was also surprised. Then, he smiled. He had also created his own divine ability. Moreover, he had created 4 great divine abilities. If he said it out loud, it would probably scare the surrounding people to death. However, it was also good. He wanted to see if his opponent's self-created divine ability was stronger than his. Creating his own divine ability? I'm looking forward to it. Then use it. Lin Xian raised his head and said indifferently. You'll see. Yun Tianchao's voice was cold. He didn't speak anymore. The 2 treasured swords in his hands overlapped each other, erupting with incomparable light. 2 terrifying sword lights swept through the 9 heavens, enveloping the entire sky. Above the 9 heavens, sword chi circled around, pressing down on everyone until they couldn't breathe. In the next moment, a cold voice came from the sky. Heavenly boundless kill. The 2 swords formed a cross and then instantly attacked. Is that all? Lin Xian looked at the figure rushing over quickly and frowned. The others were also puzzled, but they soon understood. They understood what the heavenly boundless kill meant. In the next moment, countless figures of Yun Tianchao appeared in the sky. Each of them held 2 swords in their hands and quickly attacked. Each of them was incomparably real. It was really a killing move. There was no way to escape. One could only resist it. A bluish-white light flickered. It really looked as if a part of the sky was pressing down. Moreover, this was a law divine ability. Its power was much stronger than ordinary divine abilities. It was indeed a self-created divine ability. Many people trembled. Their eyes were like rainbows as they stared ahead. They didn't know how that kid was going to resist. Lin Xian nodded slightly. He knew that a self-created divine ability couldn't be so weak. Now, it was a little interesting. Take my self-created divine ability, Annihilation Fiery Lotus. Lin Xian's voice wasn't loud. Even the people around him didn't hear it clearly, but they felt it. They felt a fiery red flame fly out from the bluish-white light. Then, it burned fiercely. The fiery lotus soared into the sky, carrying with it the power to destroy everything. What divine ability was that? Many people's pupils shrank. They felt as if they were about to be swallowed by the fiery lotus. The 2 self-created divine abilities finally collided in the air. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Terrifying energy swept through everything. At this moment, all the buildings in the city were enveloped by the array formation. It was densely packed. Some places even sank directly into the ground. The others were sent flying by a terrifying force. Many people retreated millions of miles and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. In front of them, it had turned into chaotic energy. The eternal light couldn't be seen at all. Yun Tianchao and Lin Xian's figures were also swallowed by this energy. As if they had experienced endless time, everyone was far away and didn't dare to come over. They were bewildered. What was going on in front of them? After a while, they saw that the destructive energy in front of them had weakened. Only then did they dare to go forward. When they flew into the city, they sucked in a breath of cold air. There were big cracks everywhere in the sky and on the ground. It was too terrifying. The residual energy terrified them. How were the 2 of them? They quickly searched and soon found a figure. It was a figure covered in gold that shone like the sun. However, in the next moment, their eyes blurred. The sunlight that filled the sky disappeared, and Lin Xian's figure appeared. It was that kid. That kid was still alive. They discovered that Lin Xian's aura was normal. What about Yun Tianchao? They looked around, and soon, they found something. An illusory figure fell from the white clouds. Yun Tianchao's body was covered in injuries. Some parts of his body had disappeared, and his body was in tatters. He fell to the ground and vomited large mouthfuls of blood. His expression was very dispirited. It seemed that he had suffered extremely serious injuries, so much so that his life was in danger. At this moment, his eyes were wide open as he stared at Lin Xian. Then, he said with difficulty, "It's you. It's actually you. I didn't expect it to be you." As he spoke, he vomited even more blood. Moreover, it seemed that his soul was about to be extinguished. What was going on? Could it be that Yun Tianchao knew him? At this moment, everyone was even more curious. Who exactly was Lin Xian? Yun Tianchao's eyes were filled with fear and a trace of regret. Earlier, when their self-created divine abilities collided, the energy formed was too terrifying. He had turned his body into a white cloud and completely merged with the void. However, he couldn't stop it. Moreover, this time, his injuries were even more serious. His opponent's Annihilation Fire Lotus was too powerful and destroyed his self-created divine ability. That destructive aura had destroyed most of his life force. At this moment, he saw an unimaginable scene. His opponent let out a long howl. Suddenly, endless light erupted from the torrent of energy. His body turned into a golden sun god. He instantly recognized it. It was the divine Nine-Yang body. It was the divine Nine-Yang body. He had seen the recording of the battle between the successor of the Nine-Yang body and the Great Demon Clan. He had seen their terrifying physiques back then. How could he not recognize them now that he saw them again? Yun Tianchao was instantly dumbfounded. He was actually fighting with the divine Nine-Yang body. He even wanted to kill him. Thinking of this, his face was filled with despair. One had to know that the Great Demon and the divine Nine-Yang body were locked in a fierce battle. In the end, the two of them even perished together. He had also seen that battle. He was no match for them at all. As expected, he was now seriously injured and on the verge of death. From the looks of it, even though the other party had been slightly affected by the shockwaves, it wasn't a big deal at all. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Yun Tianchao faced the sky and roared. He used all of his strength to let out a furious roar. In the next moment, his eyes lost their luster. His corpse fell to the ground, and even his soul dissipated. He was dead. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect Yun Tianchao to be killed. Heavens, this is an earth-shattering earthquake. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. Although the Yun family was furious about Yun He's death, they wouldn't be too crazy about it. However, with Yun Tianchao dead, it was a different story. Yun Tianchao could be said to be the most outstanding member of the Yun family's younger generation. His strength was so great that he had already created his own divine ability. It wouldn't be long before he became a saint. He was the future hope of the Yun family. But at this moment, such a peerless genius was actually slain here. The Yun family would definitely go berserk. I'm afraid another great storm is about to arrive. Everyone looked at Lin Xian and swallowed their saliva. Lin Xian's expression was serious. He looked at Yun Tianchao's corpse and pondered for a while before turning around and leaving. The Crimson Dragon followed behind him. Everywhere they passed, everyone backed away. No one dared to stop them. Soon, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon disappeared into the void. Then the entire city went crazy. Everyone went crazy. They quickly spread the news because they knew a great storm was about to arrive. The news of Yun Tianchao's death quickly spread from Sunset City to the entire planet. When the experts and peerless geniuses in the 12 main cities heard this, they were all shocked. What? Yun Tianchao is dead? That's impossible. Who spread this news? At first, these people didn't believe it. However, more and more news spread. There were even people who took Yun Tianchao's corpse and flew into the sky. When countless people saw it, they all believed it. Everyone believed that Yun Tianchao was truly dead. Who was it? Who killed Yun Tianchao? Everyone began to ask questions like crazy. Soon, they learned about what had happened in Sunset City and sucked in a breath of cold air. A mysterious person had killed Yun Tianchao. In the end, Yun Tianchao seemed to recognize that person. However, aside from Yun Tianchao, no one else knew who it was. Investigate for me. They had to figure out who was fighting with Yun Tianchao. They had to find out who he was. Someone roared like crazy. This was not simple at all. Yun Tianchao was one of the most popular candidates for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition. Countless people thought highly of him. The other peak geniuses also felt a lot of pressure. However, Yun Tianchao had been killed. Didn't that mean that there was an even more terrifying existence, and that other person was most likely here for the Vermilion Bird ranking competition? They had to figure out who it was. At the same time, these peak geniuses and experts were also testing each other to see if it was someone they knew who had done it. However, they quickly tested each other and found that it wasn't someone they knew who had done it. This caused their expressions to darken. It seemed that an extremely powerful person was about to appear. And that person who had never appeared before was about to appear. Cloud returning planet, Yun family. The Yun family was an extremely large family. It was extremely terrifying. At this moment, a piece of news was sent to the Yun family, causing them to be incomparably shocked. What? Yun Tianchao was dead? Yun, he was also dead. What was going on? The Yun family's people were incomparably ferocious. They had already ignored Yun He's death, but they simply couldn't accept Yun Tianchao's death. In fact, they couldn't believe it. When Yun Tianchao's corpse was brought back and the Yun family's people saw it, they finally believed it. Ah! Endless roars rang out. Who was it that dared to kill Chao? Ah! I'll tear that person into 10,000 pieces. Frenzied voices rang out. Countless elders were crazily roaring. The Yun family's patriarch's expression was also malevolent. Quickly, go and invite back the saint of our family. The saint they wanted to find was Yun He and Yun Tianchao's uncle. He was a very young saint with great strength and talent. He was definitely the pillar of the Yun family. As for Yun Tianchao, he could have become such a pillar. If Yun Tianchao had continued to grow, he would have become a saint. If he had grown to become a saint, the Yun family would have had two extremely powerful pillars. The Yun family's status would also rise. In fact, if those two saints were able to take another step forward, the Yun family would have truly become rich, but now, Yun Tianchao had been killed. They simply couldn't accept it. They had to use all of their strength to kill their enemy. The day of the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was getting closer and closer. However, on this day, a piece of news spread like wildfire across planet Suzaku. A saint had arrived on planet Suzaku and was going to participate in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition. This news was like a clap of thunder that stunned everyone. Heavens, what did you say? A saint is going to participate? That can't be, right? A saint is going to compete with us? Many people went crazy. Who is this? It has to be said that everyone participating in the Vermilion Bird ranking competition was half-sages. However, there was a difference in age. Some were very young, while others were very old. However, they were all half-sages. Aside from lacking a bit in experience, they could make up for everything else. But now, a saint ninja had jumped out. It couldn't be another rumor, right? Before, people said that a saint was going to participate, but it was only a rumor. No one knew which saint it was. It seemed like this time was about the same. However, some people shook their heads. No, they had already confirmed which saint it was. It was the Yun family's saint. Could the Yun family's saint be Cloud Firmament Saint? That's right, it was him. The moment he said that, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air because they knew that something big had happened in the Yun family. Not long ago, two of the Yun family's geniuses were killed in Sunset City. One of them was Cloud Sword Yun Tianchao. He was a top genius and one of the favorites to win the competition. Now that someone like him was killed, the Yun family would definitely not let this go. They had thought of many possibilities, but none of them had. A saint was going to participate in the competition. But why? They could have just sent a saint to kill the enemy. Why did they have to participate? No one could understand. On the other side, a tall saint descended on planet Suzaku and was invited away by countless people. The Vermilion Bird Palace sent people to receive him. They wanted to persuade him not to participate. After all, their goal this time was to help Yan Nantian gain some fame. However, Cloud Firmament Saint's attitude was very firm. He looked at the Vermilion Bird Palace master and the elders and said, "I'm participating in this competition to find the person who killed my Yun family's genius." Find the person who killed him? The Vermilion Bird Palace master and the elders all frowned. They all frowned. The Cloud Sky Saint said coldly, "That's right. You should know that the genius of the Yun family was killed. I heard the news and rushed over. I asked many people but found that the murderer had disappeared. I don't know what method he used, but I can't touch him at all. Maybe he's hiding now. However, I believe that since he is so powerful and has appeared here, he should be here to participate in the Vermilion Bird Tournament. Therefore, I must participate in the battle. Only in the competition could they find him and recognize him. Don't worry, as long as I kill that opponent, I'll immediately withdraw from the competition. It won't affect you guys." Hearing that, the elders' eyes flickered, but the Vermilion Bird Palace's palace master nodded. They didn't want to offend a sage for no reason. Furthermore, since the sage had said so, it was unlikely that he would take first place on the Vermilion Bird leaderboard. That way, Yan Nantian would not be threatened. "Since you are here, stay in the Vermilion Bird Palace." The palace master invited the Cloud Sky Saint in. At the same time, he instructed the martialists under him to quickly investigate and capture the culprit. When the news spread, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard about it. It turned out that it was true that Cloud Firmament Saint was participating in the battle. However, his goal was not to win the championship. However, this still posed a certain threat to them. Moreover, with the Cloud Sky Saint's participation, another group of powerhouses was preparing to participate. Originally, these people didn't want to participate, but now that a sage was participating, it piqued their curiosity. All of a sudden, the Vermilion Bird leaderboard became even more lively and the competition became even more brutal. Those prodigies who were originally confident of getting a higher ranking. They also frowned. Their expressions were solemn. Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon left Luoxia City and immediately changed their appearance and aura. They knew that the Yun family might send a sage over. As expected, they received news that the Cloud Sky Saint was here. However, the two of them sneered. So what if a sage was here? They probably wouldn't be able to find them in a short time. When they heard that the sage was going to participate in the competition, Lin Xian frowned. "Kid, be careful." The Crimson Dragon reminded him. Lin Xian snorted. "Don't worry, I also want to fight with the sage." A fiery light burst out from his eyes. With his current strength, he was not weaker than a sage, however, he didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble. The two of them didn't move again. Instead, they found a place. They temporarily lived in seclusion. Among them, Lin Xian had to adjust himself to his peak state, while the Crimson Dragon had to study the heaven-crippling chessboard game. After the middle-aged scholar was killed, the heaven-crippling chessboard fell and was put away by the Crimson Dragon. In the end, Lin Xian searched his soul and directly obtained some information about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. The storage ring of the Lord was also taken away and given to the Crimson Dragon. The heaven-crippling chessboard game was a very terrifying formation with infinite power. Only Lin Xian could break it with his strength. It would be difficult for the others to escape. If they were not careful, they might even be killed in the formation. It could be said that the formation was very terrifying. The Crimson Dragon was good at formations. If he could comprehend and control the heaven-crippling chessboard game, his strength would increase again. Perhaps by then, he could use the game to trap a sage. The Crimson Dragon originally wanted to participate in the battle, but he changed his mind after learning about the heaven-crippling chessboard game. He wanted to study formations, so he didn't want to participate. Another reason was that if he was outside, Lin Xian would participate. The two of them could take care of each other and deal with unexpected situations. There were still 10 days before the Vermilion Bird Tournament. A piece of news came from the Vermilion Bird Palace. It was the rules of the Vermilion Bird Tournament. There were also corresponding rewards. Lin Xian went to the surrounding cities and also received the news. He didn't think much of it, but the others were in an uproar. Because in their opinion, it should be a simple battle with simple rules. All they needed to do was to determine the winner. However, the situation was beyond their expectations. There were 3 stages, how could there be so many? Those prodigies frowned. They read the rules carefully and soon understood. It was probably because there were too many people participating in this competition. If it was a normal competition, it would probably take a long time to finish it all. Therefore, the Vermilion Bird Palace wanted to arrange a knockout round to eliminate most of the top prodigies and retain the top prodigies. That way, it would be convenient and simple, and it would ensure that the battles would be exciting and attract the attention of countless people. Lin Xian also received the news. He found that the first part was similar to a trial in a mystic realm. It would probably eliminate most people. The second part wasn't about elimination but ranking. Ascending the Vermilion Bird Arena. Ascending the Vermilion Bird Arena would be the temporary ranking. The third part was about challenges. The most intense battles, this was because the third part was the final ranking. It was the final result of the Vermilion Bird Arena. And this result would affect the rewards. Lin Xian didn't look at anything else. He directly looked at the reward for first place on the Vermilion Bird Arena. Soon, he found that there was indeed an Earth Dao stone among the treasures. The corner of his mouth curled up into a smile. He had to get first place. Aside from the Earth Dao stone, there were many other treasures and pills. However, Lin Xian didn't care about them. He could get all these resources. However, there was something else that caught his attention. First place, including the top 5, had a spot to enter the Void Sea. A spot to enter the Void Sea? Lin Xian was shocked. Wasn't the final mission given to him by the Xianxia planet to go to the Void Sea to get a treasure? It seemed that the Void Sea was not simple. It should be a treasure trove. Thinking about this, Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't care about this for now. The most important thing now was to enter the Vermilion Bird Arena and get first place. He had to get the Earth Dao Stone first. As long as he got first place, not only would he get the Earth Dao Stone, but he would also get a Metal Dao Stone as a reward from the Xianxia planet. As for the Water Dao Stone, it was said that it was also in the Void Sea. In order to get the 5 Elemental Dao Stone, he wouldn't go easy this time. Time quickly passed. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. There were only 3 days left. All the participating geniuses had left because they were going to participate in the first trial. In other words, it was the elimination round. The location of the first trial was very famous. It was a very famous place on planet Suzaku called the Demon Cultivation Valley. It was said that this place was a large battlefield in ancient times. Countless powerful cultivators fought there. Some people also said that this was a place filled with ancient ruins. Countless powerful cultivators' caves and treasures were buried there. However, it was very dangerous. Those who entered for the treasures were all buried inside, never to come out again. In short, this was a very dangerous place. The first stage of the competition was actually here. It was truly shocking. For a moment, many people hesitated. They had also heard of how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. Originally, they were just participating in the battle. Even if they failed and were eliminated, it wouldn't be a big deal. But now, failure could mean death. Was it worth it for a mere Vermilion Bird Proclamation ranking? However, it didn't take long for most of them to grit their teeth, and a wisp of madness appeared in their eyes, because they felt it was worth it. That was because the Vermilion Bird leaderboard this time had attracted the attention of countless people. If one was able to win here, then there would definitely be enormous benefits. Therefore, no matter how dangerous the Devil Cultivation Valley was, he still had to give it a try. Moreover, these people were all geniuses and had boundless confidence in themselves. Moreover, some people had already started to form alliances. Those who knew each other and were familiar with each other had started to form alliances. They were prepared to join forces to fight against others after entering. After all, the first round was an elimination round. Most of the people would probably be eliminated. In that case, if he joined forces with people he knew, he would be able to eliminate others and protect himself. Therefore, such a group alliance was quickly formed among the many contestants. Lin Xian didn't form an alliance with anyone. Originally, he could have formed an alliance with the Crimson Dragon, but now that the Crimson Dragon wasn't participating, he would participate alone. However, so what if he didn't form an alliance? When he arrived at the Devil Cultivation Valley, there was only one day left until the day of the competition. Lin Xian arrived at the edge of the valley. He looked into the distance and revealed an expression of shock. Originally, he thought that the valley wouldn't be very big, but now it seemed that although it was called a valley, wasn't it a bit too big? He couldn't even see the end of the valley. It stretched for millions of kilometers. This valley was definitely incomparably large. Furthermore, the valley below was actually red. Red soil, red mountains, and even the trees were red, bringing with them a scorching hot aura. Planet Suzaku was originally a planet that leaned toward the fire element. There were fire element veins everywhere here, so the amount of fire element energy was very abundant. However, the Devil Cultivation Valley was a bit different. Aside from the scorching red energy, there was also a strange cold aura that seemed to be able to devour people. Night fell and passed very quickly. The sky gradually brightened, and at the same time, countless figures descended. Among them, there were a few that were very eye-catching. Because these people flew very fast, one of them was very handsome. He had a slender figure and wore a purple robe. He gave off the aura of a ruler. The moment he appeared, he attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. Suddenly, they exclaimed, "Yan Nantian, he's here." Countless exclamations sounded. Many of them were seeing Yan Nantian for the first time. They were shocked. Is this the successor of a great emperor? His aura is indeed very strong. Yes, I actually feel that it's unfathomable. Even some experts who had been famous for a long time had their eyes flickering. However, a few cold snorts came from the countless participants. It was obvious that some people were very unhappy with Yan Nantian's appearance. One of them was tall and had scales on his body. No one dared to go near where he was. In fact, the aura coming from his body was so oppressive that it made it difficult for everyone to breathe. It's him. Long Zhaotian, what? He's Long Zhaotian. At first, the surrounding people were surprised. Who was so terrifying? Moreover, it seemed that he wasn't from the human race. Now, they finally knew that it was Long Zhaotian. It seemed that he was from the dragon race. Was he a genius of the dragon race? He probably wasn't weaker than the successor of a great emperor. Long Zhaotian's eyes were like rainbows as he stared at Yan Nantian in the sky. At the same time, on the other side, another figure arrived. It was a figure that was emitting a white light. It was like a celestial spirit had descended. His eyes were even more strange. They formed a strange saber-shaped pattern that made people feel as if they were pierced by it. It's him. Zhao Wuliang, Heavenly Blade God Eyes. What a terrifying eye technique. Both Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were the favorites to win the championship. As soon as they appeared, their auras emerged and clashed in the sky, tearing countless large cracks. However, it wasn't over yet. Those ranked at the top of the Abyss leaderboard had all arrived. In addition to Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang, there was also a beautiful woman who stepped on the air. When they saw this beautiful woman, countless people exclaimed. Even Long Zhaotian and Zhao Wuliang were surprised. Yan Nantian also narrowed his eyes. Lin Xian was even more shocked. Yan Ruyu, this beautiful woman was Yan Ruyu, who came from the same world as him. She was a genius of the Demon King Palace. Not only that, but she was also Lin Xian's old friend. Lin Xian did not expect to meet Yan Ruyu here. He wondered how Qiao and Qingqing were doing. Did they come to participate in the competition? However, after looking around, he shook his head slightly. It seemed that the two of them were not in this star field. Yan Ruyu's arrival attracted the attention of countless people. Her beautiful face made everyone gasp in amazement. However, Yan Nantian and the others looked solemn. They knew that this beautiful woman was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was even ranked above Zhao Wuliang on the Abyss leaderboard. Yan Ruyu's beautiful face looked around. Soon, she was shocked. Then, she turned her head and looked at a figure in the crowd below. However, when she saw that figure, she frowned. She realized that she could not see him clearly. At this moment, Lin Xian did not use the light that he did that day to cover his face. However, the others could not see him clearly either. Because he used the power of annihilation, all the gazes in front of him would be disintegrated and dissipated. "You're here too." Another voice sounded. Then, another tall and slender man descended. As soon as he descended, everyone felt that the surrounding trees were growing crazily as if they were going to break through the clouds. Who was this person? They were shocked. They did not expect this person to cause such a phenomenon. It was him. The northern beast, the body of 10,000 beasts. In terms of combat strength, he might not be the best, but his vitality and recovery ability were definitely super strong. He even surpassed Yan Nantian and the others. Many people exclaimed and looked at the figure in the sky. The northern beast was also ranked in the top 10 on the Abyss leaderboard. Moreover, his body of 10,000 beasts was also shocking. It had been a long time. Yan Ryu greeted the northern beast. The northern beast nodded back. This scene shocked everyone. Could it be that the two of them knew each other? However, they were soon even more shocked because Yan Nantian looked at the two of them with a smile on his face. "The two of you, long time no see. I did not expect that we would meet again after being in the same world." What? Everyone's scalps were about to explode because Yan Nantian's words were too shocking. Yan Nantian, the northern demon, and Yan Ryu were all in the same world. This was too inconceivable, to think that there would be 3 peak-level geniuses in a single world. Furthermore, they were walking together on the ancient path of stars. It was truly shocking. It should be known that the 3 of them were not ordinary Skype rides. Instead, they were Skype rides who were extremely dazzling on the Abyss leaderboard. For example, Long Chao Tian, Zhao Wuliang, and the other top geniuses all came from different worlds. Therefore, this news was truly shocking. Even Long Zhao Tian was extremely surprised. That's right, 2 of the 5 heroes of the world back then had actually appeared. "I wonder if that fellow is here?" Yan Ryu whispered softly. Her gaze even drifted in a certain direction. She stared at a figure, but she quickly retracted her gaze. This made everyone shocked. It seemed like they really did come from the same world. However, what they were more curious about was, who was the guy that Yan Ryu spoke of? Hearing that, the northern demon's gaze turned serious, while Yan Nantian sneered. He wouldn't have been able to come if he didn't have a chance. Don't you know the news from before? He and the great demon had already died in the galaxy. If they wanted to appear again, they would probably have to wait until their next lives. What? This news made Yan Ryu abnormally shocked. That person had perished together? But how was that possible? Who was that person below? She had been in seclusion previously and did not know what had happened in the outside world. Moreover, when she arrived, she realized that other than Yan Nantian and the northern demon, there was another person that she knew. Moreover, the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. However, that person had concealed his identity. But now, Yan Nantian was telling her that that person had perished together with the great demon. Could it be that the person below was not someone she knew? But that shouldn't be the case. She was certain that she was not wrong. Moreover, the reaction of a mysterious object in her body also told her that she was definitely not wrong. It seemed that he had deceived everyone. Yan Ryu understood in an instant, but she still didn't say anything, showing a sorrowful look. However, when the others heard that, they were stunned. What was going on? Perished together with the great demon, who was it? Could it be the successor of the 9 sons? They instantly understood who Yan Nantian was talking about. Heavens! The successor of the 9 sons. They actually knew the successor of the 9 sons. And from the looks of it, they were extremely familiar with him. Could it be that the successor of the 9 sons came from the same world as them? Thinking of that, everyone's scalps were about to explode. What kind of world was Heaven's? How could it give birth to so many top prodigies? Could it be the legendary and incomparably terrifying Big Dipper? They did not know because no one had mentioned it before. If they wanted to find out, they would have to spend a lot of effort. But now, they couldn't care less. There were still some people watching the battle outside. Among them, the Crimson Dragon crossed his arms and sneered. At that moment, he was still in the appearance of a handsome man. However, his face was different from before. At that moment, when he heard Yan Nanchan's words, he immediately sneered. I'm looking forward to seeing your expressions when you see that kid. Boom. Just as everyone was discussing in surprise, a terrifying power came from the sky. Everyone's hearts trembled, and many people knelt on the ground. They were all terrified and did not speak. In the sky, the laws descended. Their eyes widened. The sage had arrived. Needless to say, it had to be the Cloud Sky Sage. Indeed, only the Cloud Sky Sage was participating in the battle. They did not know if there were other sages in secret. The laws definitely showed that the other party had arrived. The Cloud Sky Sage was a tall middle-aged man. As soon as he descended, he brought with him a powerful law power that suppressed the world. He was like a supreme god. Even Yan Nantian, the North Demon, and the others were on guard. The Cloud Sky Sage's eyes flickered with light as he swept his gaze in all directions. It was obvious that he was looking for the culprit. Everyone who was swept by his gaze trembled, and their faces were filled with fear. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because the gaze swept past them. However, it was fixed in an area. When it swept past Lin Xian's aura changed completely. He even used the power of the law of annihilation to resist it. Therefore, Lin Xian had deceived the Cloud Sky Sage. However, as a sage, the Cloud Sky Sage was very powerful and naturally sensitive. Even if he could not confirm Lin Xian's identity, he had locked onto an area. That area was the area where Lin Xian was. What's going on? The elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace followed Cloud Firmament Saint. When they saw Cloud Firmament Saint's actions, they were also confused. Could it be that he had found the culprit? Cloud Firmament Saint sneered. Humph, I can already feel his presence. Although I can't be sure, I know that he's among these people. Cloud Firmament Saint had locked onto 200 people. Although it was a lot of people, it was nothing to Cloud Firmament Saint. However, he didn't move. It seemed that he was planning to enter the Devil Cultivation Valley before making his move. One could imagine how miserable the fate of these 200 people would be. After Cloud Firmament Saint, many more people appeared. These people's auras were also very powerful, but their faces were unfamiliar. No one knew who they were, but without exception, they were all experts. Apart from them, Lu Mu and the others had also arrived. It could be said that geniuses and experts had gathered. At this moment, the two elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace stood up and said, I now announce that the first round of the Vermilion Bird rankings has begun. You have 1 month. You only need to survive for 1 month in the Devil Cultivation Valley. After a month, those who come out will be considered to have passed. Of course, I must remind everyone that this battle is very cruel and killing is not prohibited. Furthermore, the Devil Cultivation Valley is also a place of great danger. If you want to leave now, you can leave immediately. Of course, those who come out halfway will also be considered eliminated. Now, I will use the array to teleport you to every corner of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Take care of yourselves from now on. The two elders waved their hands and the mountains and rivers below formed a terrifying formation that enveloped everyone. In the next moment, everyone disappeared. At the same time, a loud voice rang out from the elder's mouth. The first round had begun. The Devil Cultivation Valley was incomparably gloomy. The red ground emitted a scorching aura. But at the same time, there was also a gloomy aura. With a flash of light, all the people participating in the competition arrived in the valley. However, very few people were able to teleport together because the valley was too big. Yan Nantian took a step and left the place where he was originally standing. The ground split open and a terrifying vine swept towards him. However, it wasn't a threat to him. After Yan Nantian dodged it, his eyes flickered and a smile appeared on his face. A bunch of ignorant ants. They're all my stepping stones. These people probably didn't know how terrifying the Devil Cultivation Valley was. But by the time they reacted, it would be too late. He muttered to himself as a cold light flashed in his eyes. However, I've already been here once, so I'm more familiar with this place. He waved his hand and a map appeared in front of him. There were many dots of light on the map. Clearly, they were very important places. It seems that I'm close to this place. Yan Nantian first ascertained his position, then looked at the map, and a smile appeared on his face. Since that was the case, then he would first obtain the law. There was a slight fluctuation in the air, but it soon calmed down. No one knew that Yan Nantian had already been there. On the other side, a tall figure descended. It was Cloud Sky Saint. Soon, he snorted. So that's how it is. This place is just like the legends. However, it's not much of a threat to me. His body flickered and he quickly left. At the same time, Yan Ryu, the Northern Devil, Lu Mu, and the others also arrived. Lin Xian also appeared in a dense forest. The moment he appeared, there was a terrifying sound in front of him. Those vines were like dark clouds. They pressed down with a gloomy aura, wanting to entangle Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and flicked his finger. A fiery red light surged forward, intending to burn the trees. Soon, he exclaimed. What's going on? He was stunned. Although he had used fire, it didn't have the aura of the law. The law fragment was gone. How could this be? Lin Xian was too shocked. In the next moment, the black vines wrapped around him. They had a terrifying poison on them and wanted to pierce his heart. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His 9-yang divine body shone brightly and a powerful force shattered the vines into pieces. Boom! He raised his fist and punched forward. The trees in front of him were shattered. Then, he frowned. He tried again and found that not only was the law of fire gone, but the other law fragments were also gone. Did all the laws that he had comprehended disappear? What's going on? Impossible, however, he couldn't use them now. Damn it, there's something wrong with this demon cultivation valley. In an instant, he understood that it wasn't his problem. Instead, it was this valley that had a problem. The heaven and earth here seemed to be suppressing his law fragments. At this moment, He Tu transmitted his voice. Kid, this place seems to be different. It's a world of its own, so the laws here might be different from the outside world. There's such a thing. Lin Xian was shocked. He Tu continued. Indeed, a powerful saint could form a special space and plant his own law inside. In that space, the person who created the law was the ruler of heaven and earth. Based on the current situation, it was very likely that someone, or perhaps some saints, had joined forces to create the space. Therefore, the laws here were also revered by the saints who created the space. The other laws were suppressed and couldn't be used at all. So that's how it is. Lin Xian finally understood. He said that this space should be suppressing everyone. That saint shouldn't be able to use it either. He Tu said. That's right, that Cloud Sky Saint was very powerful, but he was probably only a first heaven saint. The gap between the 9th heaven saint and every improvement was incomparably huge. This demon cultivation valley must have been formed by the cooperation of those powerful saints in the ancient times or even further back. Therefore, that Cloud Sky Saint couldn't break the laws here. He would also be suppressed. That's good. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Since everyone couldn't use the law, everyone was back to the same starting point. Next, Lin Xian began to think about other things. This was an elimination round and the time limit was 1 month. As long as one could last for a month, they would pass. Therefore, he had to eliminate as many people as possible. Since that was the case, from now on, he would only fight the North Demon or Yan Ryu if he met them. He would not let anyone else go. Buzz, Lin Xian's feet shook. He wanted to soar into the sky, but soon, he realized that even his flight was restricted. He could only fly close to the ground, and he could not fly more than 100 meters. Fortunately, he still had his physique. He flew at a low altitude, and his speed was extremely fast. Along the way, he met many monsters, and most of them were extremely cold. There were also many that had terrifying flames. However, Lin Xian had effortlessly smashed them apart with his physical strength. At this time a blood-curdling scream came from afar. It was very miserable. The entire forest shook as countless crows flew out of the forest and flew towards the distance. Someone was under attack. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and rushed in that direction. Soon, he found that someone was killed, and his body was torn into pieces. There was a terrifying power in it. The ground around him collapsed, and a bottomless hole appeared. Seeing this, Lin Xian was shocked. What a terrifying power. It should be a body tempering expert. Shaking his head, he ignored it and continued on his way. During this time, he met two people, and he easily took care of them. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, there were countless screams. Some people did not meet, and there were fierce battles. They were attacked by the monsters in the valley. The situation was very tragic. However, at this time, Yan Nanshan's lips curled into a smile. He looked at an ancient cave in front of him, and a smile appeared on his face. This should be the place. The cave was very strange. Half of the rock layer was black, and the other half was red. There were 2 strange powers in the cave. Yan Nantian did not hesitate and walked forward. At the same time, Lin Xian also stopped. There was also an ancient ruin in front of him. It was like a movie, and it had a desolate atmosphere. It was said that this demon cultivation valley was very unusual. Some said that it was an ancient battlefield, and there was a great battle here. There were also rumors that there were mysterious treasures inside. However, it was too dangerous, so ordinary people did not dare to enter. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he began his analysis. From the looks of it, there might be a battlefield inside, but so far, there were no traces of a great battle. As for the second person to have the treasure? Perhaps it was possible, but if it was, wouldn't it have been emptied long ago? One had to know. Half of their lives were able to enter this place. It should be easier for the saints on planet Suzaku to enter. Forget it for now. I'll go and take a look first. Lin Xian stepped forward, preparing to walk towards the palace in front of him. However, at this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, and 3 figures descended from the sky. If there's a palace, it must be a treasure trove. Ha 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 ha, we're rich, the 3 of them laughed maliciously. However, when they saw that there was a figure who was even faster than them and was about to enter, they were instantly enraged. Damn you, kid, stay here. One of them stretched out his large palm and grabbed forward. Now, almost everyone knew that their laws were suppressed here, but so what? No one had any laws, so they returned to the same starting point. Therefore, they didn't care. In the blink of an eye, the palm enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and threw a punch, shattering the other party's palm. The person behind let out a muffled groan and retreated 2 steps. Beside him, the other 2 were also on guard. It was an expert. With a clang, they pulled out their weapons and released their auras. At the same time, Lin Xian turned around. They couldn't see his face clearly. It was so strange. They frowned, but soon heaved a sigh of relief. Because they realized that the other party wasn't Yan Nantian and the others. As long as he wasn't at the peak of the heaven stage, they wouldn't recognize him. He should be a nobody. Although he was a little strong, the 3 of them were not afraid of him. Get lost, kid. I'll spare your life. The person on the left shouted coldly. However, the person in the middle said that they couldn't let him go because he already knew the whereabouts of the treasure. If they let him go, he would definitely attract others, so they had to kill him to silence him. The person on the right also revealed a sinister smile. That's right, that's what I meant too. All right. The person on the left nodded. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Kid, blame your bad luck for seeing something you shouldn't have seen. Now, go to hell. The long spear in his hand stabbed over. The long spear was like a dragon, extremely terrifying and emitting light. It was considered powerful among the half-saints, but unfortunately, the other party's target was Lin Xian. Seeing that the other party dared to attack, Lin Xian sneered and grabbed forward with his palm. Boom, a slap landed on the tip of the spear. Immediately, the long spear changed direction and pierced into the ground. A terrifying force was transmitted to that person's hand. That person's palm split open and blood flowed wildly. Oh no, what a powerful force. This guy is a little terrifying. Help me kill him. The person on the left roared crazily and quickly repaired his body. Beside him, the other 2 people also charged over. One of them was a sword, while the other was a saber. Although they did not have the power of laws, they were still extremely terrifying. The biting cold sword chi and saber light slashed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian sneered and swept out his right leg like a coiling dragon. Boom! Boom, boom. There was an earth-shattering collision, and cracks appeared on the saber and sword of the two people. Their expressions became extremely ugly. Then, a golden fist carrying a monstrous golden flame charged towards them. Their weapons shattered, and they vomited blood and flew backward with faces full of horror. They realized that their bodies were shrouded in flames. The terrifying flames burned them miserably. The three of them screamed. Lin Xian, on the other hand, pretended to draw his sword and slashed forward. With a boom, the sword-drawing technique blasted the three of them into a bloody mist. After easily dealing with the three of them, Lin Xian turned his head and looked at the palace in front of him again. In the next moment, he walked in. It was very empty inside, and only his footsteps echoed. However, soon, he was stunned again because he saw someone in front of him. In front of him, that person was originally sitting cross-legged and seemed to be cultivating. However, when he heard the footsteps, he suddenly opened his eyes. In the next moment, he turned his head, and a fiery red light appeared in his eyes, instantly igniting the entire void. Lin Xian felt a scorching heat and snorted coldly. He stomped his foot and his body emitted light. He furrowed his brows. In front, the person who turned his head was also stunned. Indeed, there was someone. He stood up. Since you're here, then you can go to hell. As he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed forward. Lin Xian was also stunned because he realized that the other party was wearing a red robe with two mysterious patterns drawn on it. It was the attire of the Vermilion Bird Palace. The other party was from the Vermilion Bird Palace. In the next moment, he was even more shocked. Because he realized that the other party had pointed with his finger. A vermilion bird that was surrounded by raging flames appeared. This did not surprise him. What surprised him the most was that the vermilion bird phantom actually carried the power of laws, and the power of laws danced about. What was going on? Lin Xian was stunned. The next moment, he was hit by the vermilion bird and was instantly sent flying. An ant, unable to withstand a single blow. In front, that Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist retracted his finger, then sat down again, seemingly still wanting to cultivate. However, at this time, a voice came from outside. Damn laws, how can you cultivate laws, Nothing. Inside the palace, that Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist stood up again, a thick look of shock appearing in his eyes. It shouldn't be, the Vermilion Bird finger just now indeed hit the other party. The law of fire power on it was enough to burn the other party to death. Even if the other party was a half-sage, his body and soul would still be destroyed here. The strange thing was, the Vermilion Bird Palace martial artist's figure flashed and instantly arrived outside the palace. The next moment, his eyes widened because he discovered that the person he had just sent flying was actually standing in front of him. His body was somewhat charred, but that blackness was rapidly fading. You're not dead, he was seriously too shocked. Could it be that the other party dodged just now? This guy's speed was actually so fast, a little interesting. However, you'd better die for me, he pointed out two fingers again. This time, two vermilion birds flew over, bringing along powerful phantoms. Lin Xian took a deep breath, a piercing light erupting from his eyes. Although he did not know why the other party would use laws, he reached out two palms, grabbing towards the left and right. It seemed like he wanted to catch the two vermilion birds. Two large golden hands kept growing larger, carrying terrifying power. In an instant, they grabbed the heads of the two vermilion birds. Then, they pressed down hard on the ground. With a bang, the two vermilion birds were hit into the ground, directly piercing through the ground. Terrifying flames surged out, the blazing fire soaring into the sky. Sure enough, there was a problem with this law. Although this law was very strong, it was still not the same as outside. It seemed that the other party should still have his laws suppressed, but for some reason, he obtained the law of fire here. Therefore, he could unleash such an attack. Lin Xian saw through it in an instant. In front, that Vermilion Bird Palace man was stunned, his eyes wide open. What did he see? The two law attacks he unleashed were blocked by the other party barehanded. How could this be? Who was the other party? What kind of physique did he have? One had to know that he was also a genius of the Vermilion Bird Palace. He naturally knew the rules of the Devil Cultivation Valley. Therefore, the moment he arrived, he found a space and quickly comprehended the laws within. Soon, he had condensed a fragment of the law of fire, which made him extremely happy. Now, he had far surpassed the others. Even those top geniuses couldn't beat him because those people couldn't use laws, but he could. That was because the Devil Cultivation Valley was very strange. It was a unique space formed by the cooperation of many sages. It formed its own heaven and earth and its own laws. Therefore, one had to cultivate here and comprehend the laws here before they could use it. Furthermore, once the laws were outside, they would disappear without a trace. Thus, comprehending them would be much faster than comprehending them outside. Therefore, he was able to comprehend the law of fire fragment in a short few days. Only the people of the Vermilion Bird Palace knew about this. The others simply didn't know. Therefore, they were able to seize the initiative. That was indeed the case. But now, he found that it was useless. Lin Fan was able to use his physical strength to fight against his law of fire fragment. Lin Xian didn't answer the other party's question. Instead, he asked, "You being able to cultivate laws should have something to do with this palace, right?" It seemed that the secret was there. What a smart brat. Since you found out, there's nothing I can do. I can only silence you. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius's face sank and revealed a sinister expression. Although he didn't know what had happened, he had a huge advantage over Lin Fan. His law of fire fragment could definitely kill Lin Fan. I don't believe you can block my second attack. He crossed his arms and the law of fire fragment condensed, forming a Vermilion Bird Mountain that pressed down. This was one of the Vermilion Bird Palace's great abilities. It had boundless strength and could crush everything. Didn't Lin Fan have a strong physique? Then let's see if his physique was stronger or if his Vermilion Bird Mountain was more terrifying. Boom, with a wave of his hand, the Vermilion Bird Mountain soared into the sky. Under the influence of the law of fire fragment, it continued to expand until it filled the entire sky. Then, it pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian frowned. This scene was too shocking and would definitely attract the attention of others. If more experts came, it would be troublesome. He had to quickly kill his opponent and comprehend the law of fire fragment inside. Thinking of this, Lin Xian didn't hold back. He roared and raised his hands to meet the attack. With a boom, his hands blocked the Vermilion Bird Mountain. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes almost popped out. Lin Fan actually blocked it. This was too unbelievable. Lin Xian was like an overlord. He raised his hands to resist the Vermilion Bird Mountain. At the same time, he roared and used his strength to split the Vermilion Bird Mountain in half. Boom, with a stomp of his foot, he turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. In an instant, he was in front of his opponent. His fist was like a dragon as it punched forward. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius was still in shock. He couldn't believe that his ultimate skill and the law of fire fragment were destroyed by someone's bare hands. And Lin Fan only relied on the strength of his physical body. What kind of physique was that? Why hadn't he heard of it before? Suddenly, he screamed because he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him. Countless cracks appeared on his body. The next moment, he saw a golden fist in front of him. It was extremely fast. Not good, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. He could only roar crazily and use his strongest attack. Vermilion Bird Triple Strike. He extended both of his palms and waved them continuously, mobilizing all of his power. The fragment of the law of fire was used to the extreme by him. Lin Xian didn't hold back either. At this moment, he also used the 9-yang divine body to the extreme. The golden runes on his body moved and shone with a mysterious light. Boom, there was an earth-shattering collision. Then, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius's eyes widened. His hands were smashed into a bloody mist and his body was torn apart. His eyes were filled with fear. Impossible. Damn it. How was this possible? Finally, at the last moment, he saw the golden runes on his opponent's body. That was the symbol of the 9-yang divine body. Lin Fan had the 9-yang divine body, but that shouldn't be. Didn't the 9-yang divine body perish together with the great demon? Could it be that Lin Fan didn't die? The Vermilion Bird Palace genius thought of a possibility and screamed crazily. Lin Xian strode over and looked at the other party's head. His lips curled into a smile. You guessed it right. It was really the 9-yang divine body. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius was about to go crazy. Previously, he only had suspicions, but now, he felt that he had a definite answer. The next moment, his scalp went numb because he realized. He knew the most terrifying secret. The 9-yang divine body was not dead. If this news were to spread, who knew how big of a storm it would cause? Not good, he was probably in danger. The Vermilion Bird Palace genius had to beg for mercy. Spare me, I swear on my life that I will never tell your secret to anyone else. No need, rather than believing in Vermilion Bird Palace, I might as well believe a dead person. Lin Xian's eyes erupted with a cold light. Because he knew that Vermilion Bird Palace had already colluded with Yan Nantian. How could they let him go? Therefore, he would not be lenient. A sharp sword light flashed and pierced downwards. Not good, the Vermilion Bird Palace genius screamed. His soul instantly left his body, abandoning this body and wanting to escape. Although his vitality would be greatly damaged in the future, he would be able to preserve his life. He was very decisive, so he dodged the fatal sword. His body was destroyed, and his soul flew into the distance, his eyes filled with malice. When he returned, he must inform Vermilion Bird Palace to kill the other party. But in the next moment, he screamed because he realized that there was a pair of golden eyes looking down at him coldly in the void. In the next moment, his soul was ignited. He only let out a scream before he was burned to ashes. At that moment, Lin Xian frowned. He first picked up the other party's storage ring. Then, he formed a seal with his palm and formed a formation that enveloped the entire area. Not long after he finished doing that, he heard the sound of something tearing through the air outside the formation. Then, two figures lingered nearby. What's going on? I clearly heard the sound of fighting here. Could it be that it's already over, perhaps? Let's go and eliminate the others. The two of them whispered and instantly disappeared into the void. After the two of them left, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that these people did not discover the formation he had set up. That was for the best. Buzz, he turned around and walked towards the palace in front of him again. When he arrived again, Lin Xian carefully sized up the place. Last time, he was only curious. Now, he knew that there must be something here that could allow them to quickly comprehend the laws of the Demon Cultivation Valley. There was nothing in the surroundings, which made Lin Xian extremely suspicious. That shouldn't be the case. His guess shouldn't be wrong. Suddenly, he remembered that when he saw the other party was sitting there cross-legged and did not seem to notice the fight outside. Could it be that he had to adopt a certain posture? He walked forward and sat down cross-legged according to the posture of the Vermilion Bird Palace martial practitioner in his memories. Xian position. Xian was Xian was Xian Yuan Xian Yuan Yuan Xian Yuan Yuan Yuan. This was simply too shocking. Sure enough, the world of the Valley of Magic Cultivation was different from the outside world. The laws that he comprehended here would not be able to be used outside. However, this process of comprehension could help increase his experience. Lin Xian no longer hesitated and hurriedly comprehended. Originally, his law of fire was already close to forming a true law. Therefore, he was able to comprehend it even faster now. In just half a day, he had comprehended the law of fire fragment. Feeling the law fragments reappear on his fingertips, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He wondered if he could continue perceiving them and form true laws. If he formed the laws here, would he be able to break through and become a sage? Lin Xian didn't know. He was prepared to give it a try. Lin Xian continued to meditate. After spending 2 days, Lin Xian actually managed to condense the laws of fire. However, what surprised him was that he did not break through to become a sage. It seemed that the rules here were indeed different from the outside world. Since that was the case, Lin Xian left. It seemed that there wasn't only one such palace in this place. There were others. The people of the Vermilion Bird Palace should have known. In an instant, he thought of Yan Nantian. He wondered how many palaces Yan Nantian had found. He soared into the air and left. On the other side, Yan Nantian walked out of the second palace. He had already comprehended 2 laws. With a wave of his hand, Yan Nantian took out the map again. He discovered that there was another palace nearby. However, Yan Nantian did not go there. Instead, he furrowed his brows. This place was a little dangerous. Forget it, it was better not to take the risk. Yan Nantian shook his head. He did not go to the one that was closer. Instead, he chose the one that was further away. He planned to first condense 3 laws before starting the hunt. It would be best if he could get through the first elimination round and eliminate the stronger opponents. This way, no one would be a match for him. Outside the Valley of Magic Cultivation, countless figures stood there to watch the battle. The Crimson Dragon's eyes flickered. They did not know how the kid was doing inside. However, they soon laughed. They were thinking too much. There were people who could threaten the kid, but no one could kill him. Even the Cloud Sky Sage could not do it. On the other side, the elders of the Vermilion Bird Palace looked down and narrowed their eyes. They did not know how many laws Yan Nantian had comprehended. They estimated that in a few days, the real slaughter would begin. Their eyes were burning with a fiery light. Below, in the Valley of Magic Cultivation, Yan Nantian stopped in his tracks. He had met someone and his lips curled into a smile. I did not expect you to meet me so soon. It seems that your luck is really bad. Cut the crap. Do you really think you can beat me? The figure snorted coldly. His body was covered in scales and was abnormally terrifying. He was the peerless genius, Long Zhaotian. Long Zhaotian was powerful. As a member of the dragon race, his bloodline was terrifying. He was ranked 2nd on the Abyss leaderboard, 2nd only to Lin Xian and Di Ling. He was even ranked higher than Yan Nantian. Therefore, when he heard Yan Nantian's arrogant words, Long Zhaotian was naturally unhappy. Boom, he stomped his foot and turned into a stream of light as he charged forward. His palm was like a mountain, shattering the entire sky. The power was extremely terrifying. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. I originally wanted to start a massacre after a while, but it's fine. I'll start with you. Yan Nantian's eyes exploded with a divine light. He slashed forward with his palm. Suddenly, green laws condensed and flickered, turning into a biting cold blade light that flashed out. Boom, Long Zhaotian was sent flying. His face was filled with fear. Damn it, what's going on? Laws, you can actually use laws. He also realized that something was wrong. The green saber light carried a biting cold law of wind. How could the other party use law? One had to know that after entering the demonic cultivation valley, the law was suppressed. He thought that the others should not be able to use it either. But now, the situation was beyond his expectations. The other party was able to use law. Hee, you're surprised, aren't you? Ignorant ant? Do you really think I'm the same as you? Now, go to hell for me. Countless bolts of lightning surrounded Yan Nantian's palm, forming a ball of lightning. It also carried a terrifying law of lightning. Not good, Long Zhaotian's expression changed. He had to leave quickly because he was no match for the other party. He did not have law, so his power was much weaker than before. He had to figure out what was going on. Turning around, he tore the void apart and wanted to leave. You want to leave? Can you leave? Yan Nantian controlled the law of wind and quickly charged over. The lightning in his hand formed a lightning sword that pierced forward. In an instant, thousands of sword chi stabbed out. The incomparably violent power of lightning completely shattered the front. Long Zhaotian was once again affected and was sent flying. Although his physique was strong, he was still injured under the law. His scales were stained with blood. Damn it, he roared angrily and fled again. Yan Nantian chased after him. The two of them fought an earth-shattering battle that alarmed many people. What was going on? The power of law, Yan Nantian could use law, the surrounding people were all stunned. This scene was really beyond their expectations. Yan Nantian snorted coldly. The law of wind merged into the void, forming a terrifying wind blade that killed all the people around him. In an instant, more than 10 experts were killed. However, the commotion caused by this battle was too great. Moreover, there were still people around, so there were still people who escaped. The news spread out in an instant. Long Zhaotian also desperately used the power of his bloodline and finally escaped. Yan Nanchan's face was gloomy. He did not expect Long Zhaotian to escape from his hands. Moreover, what surprised him was that the news of law spread so quickly. He snorted coldly and did not chase after him. Instead, he turned around and walked towards his third target. He wanted to collect as much law power as possible before starting to hunt others. Yan Nantian left, but the news had indeed spread. Everyone was incomparably shocked. They couldn't use Dharma laws, but Yan Nantian could. It was really surprising. It seemed that Yan Nantian either had a treasure on him that could resist the laws of the valley, or there was something in the valley that could make him use the laws. For a time, countless people were frantically searching for him. At the same time, Cloud Sky Saint also made his move. He had come to participate in the competition this time to find the murderer. Previously, he had locked onto an area where there were 200 warriors. He wanted to eliminate them one by one. After killing the person in front of him with one palm, Cloud Sky Saint started to collect the souls. He then scoffed coldly. This was the 33rd one. He said coldly. As it turned out, he had already started to take action in the past few days. In just a few days, he had actually killed 33 experts. It was truly unbelievable. It seemed that he had to pick up the pace. Cloud Sky Saint began to use a great divine power. He continued to pursue his goal. Lin Xian walked out of the ancient palace and continued on his way. This place was very big, so it wasn't that easy to meet others. He had to search patiently. However, Lin Xian's current goal was to find the other palaces. However, he didn't find any palaces. Instead, he met 2 other people. The other 2 were from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, it's you. I can sense your aura from your body. You fought with the people from Vermilion Bird Palace before, right? The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian. The person on the right said coldly, "Don't talk nonsense with him. We'll know once we catch him and collect his soul." A terrifying aura rose from their bodies. Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. You want to fight me? Great, I also want to test the power of the laws here. He waved his hand, and a ball of red runes floated out and danced in the sky. Fire Dharma, the 2 people from Vermilion Bird Palace narrowed their eyes. Damn it, you can actually use the laws. They were really shocked. It seemed that the news had been exposed. You should have killed our people from Vermilion Bird Palace. That's right, not only did I kill one, but I also want to kill both of you. Lin Xian's eyes burst with a piercing cold light. What an arrogant guy. So what if you comprehended the laws? The 2 of us also comprehended the laws. 2 against 1, can you beat us? The 2 of them laughed sinisterly. The water Dharma and earth Dharma on their bodies waved. It seemed that the most common laws here were the 5 elements Dharma and the mutated laws of the 5 elements Dharma. Stupid guy, go to hell. One of the people from Vermilion Bird Palace instantly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was still behind Su Chen. He cultivated the earth Dharma and could use earth escape. Therefore, as long as there was earth, his speed was very fast. He instantly arrived behind Lin Xian and grabbed forward with his palm. On his hand claws, there was a sinister power. At the same time, the other person also attacked. The law of water formed a monstrous sea, forming a killer whale that covered the sky and rushed over. Facing the 2 people's super strong attacks, Lin Xian did not dodge at all. Instead, the fire Dharma in his palm became more and more resplendent. Then I'll let you see a real vermilion bird. He shouted coldly. The merciless Dharma turned into a vermilion bird and wrapped around his body. The vermilion bird roared at the sky. Its wings could move, forming a terrifying firestorm that enveloped the 2 people. Ah! The two people screamed like crazy. Damn it, why is the power of the fire so terrifying? They wanted to retreat because they realized that the other party was too evil. However, that vermilion bird spread its wings and flew. Its wings were like fiery red heavenly blades, instantly splitting the two people's bodies. Burn! The monstrous fire enveloped everything. The other party's soul could not escape. After getting rid of two more people, Lin Xian disappeared again. Outside the demon cultivation valley, the elder frowned. She realized that two more of the jade tokens in her hand had shattered. Damn it, what's going on? Up until now, there were already 3 Vermilion Bird Palace martial artists who were killed. Who was it? Was someone targeting their Vermilion Bird Palace? They did not know because they were already unable to stop it. After a few days, almost everyone knew about the Dharma. They also knew that there was a kind of palace in the Demon Cultivation Valley. One could comprehend the Dharma inside. Therefore, many people were frantically searching for it. Lin Xian was also searching. Furthermore, he was also looking for others. They're actually targeting me? Suddenly, Lin Xian was stunned. He realized that there were 2 forces rushing towards him. Could it be that they want to get rid of me? Or was it that the Dharma aura on his body had attracted these people? End of chapter 3306. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.